Dark Souls is an action role-playing game that was released for consoles in 2011 and subsequently PC in 2012. It is the second entry in what is now known as From Software's Soul series: Demon Souls, Dark Souls 2, and, at least spiritually, the most recent release Bloodborne. If you have never played the game, then I strongly advise that you do not watch this video. Dark Souls, like most forms of entertainment, is best experienced without any prior knowledge to ruin surprises and influence your reaction. Dark Souls was the first game in the series that I played. I had heard some praise for the game online and decided to play it when the PC version was released. I went in completely blind. Since then, I have gone back and played Demon Souls and then Dark Souls 2 when it was released. I have not yet played Bloodborne. I am stating all of this up front to give an idea of how I approach the series and how much of it that I've played. I also want to say that I consider Dark Souls to be one of the best games ever made and that it's high on my list of favorites. That said, it is not a perfect game. It is a flawed masterpiece that has earned a fanatical following. In many respects, it is the previous generation's Ocarina of Time, not just because both games have similar gameplay and fantasy settings, but because they provoke similar reactions when critiqued. Dark Souls' reputation has become so ingrained in gaming that many of the same statements are made when the game is discussed. Chief among them, however, are the following two: that the game is brutally difficult, and that despite said difficulty, the game is always fair. This last point is usually reinforced with some anecdote concluding with the phrase, "I'm dying a lot and it's always my fault. I love it." The purpose of this video is to highlight what I consider to be the game's major issues. I'll probably go into more depth than is really necessary, but I feel like Dark Souls is a game that deserves a thorough examination. I will be focusing on gameplay rather than the story, and a large section of this video is devoted to a walkthrough of the entire game to highlight specific sections that are problematic. The game starts after a few cinematics and we can get moving right away. This is a good introduction as it gets the player in control in very little time and all the cinematics are skippable. We're taught in the first few seconds that lootable items on the floor will glow until you pick them up, and that some doors will require keys to open them in order to progress. In the next hallway, we have some enemies that will never attack you, but still take a few hits to kill so you can learn the basics of the controls in a safe environment. There are messages on the floor that are activated in the same way that you pick up items. They state the controls to the player in the event that they are unwilling to experiment on their own. We climb a ladder to the next area and are already shown that the game will involve navigating areas vertically and not just horizontally. There's a bonfire placed in an obvious location in front of a set of large closed doors. If you look up while opening them, you can see the asylum demon perched on top of the building. I have no idea what he's doing up there, but it's a neat detail. If you're quick about getting to the messages on the floor and reading them, you can get to the exit at the back of the room and continue on without dying. If not, you're killed and sent back to the bonfire. You're shown there's no limited lives or anything like that, and are introduced to the death system in the game. From here on, you fight your way around the rest of the asylum, acquiring both equipment and the experience necessary to properly fight. I think it's a great tutorial area, especially because it never wrenches control away from the player. The steel ball on the stairs might feel cheap, but it teaches you to be wary of ambushes and, most importantly, doesn't do enough damage to kill you. My two issues here are nitpicks. The messages on the floor are part of the game itself but look identical to those that players can leave in other areas. This can be confusing to a new player, and if they played the game blind like I did, they might be confused for a while exactly what the game is trying to tell them with the later ones. The other problem is regarding armor and weapons. The game teaches you how to equip your weapon and shield by putting them in a hallway with an archer funneling you toward the pickups. I don't think the game went far enough with this and should have started you naked and made you find and put on your armor too. Equipment load is an incredibly important part of the game, and there is a world of difference between being below or above 25% encumbrance. It's instinctual to think that heavy armor will make you move slower, but when you start the game already wearing a set, it's not obvious that your movement speed is already subpar compared to your character's base. Anyway, you carry on and eventually fight the asylum demon properly. I personally killed him after plunging by complete accident. I mindlessly spammed attacks and Estus until he died. Other players might not be so lucky, but are introduced to one of the core features of Dark Souls, to continue trying to kill the boss, learning new things each time until you finally get it right. You're plopped into what serves as the central location in the game. A text overlay instructs you on how to level up, and you're left facing the most important bonfire in Dark Souls. The camera automatically points toward the crestfallen warrior, and he gives you some vague instructions that might end up being more confusing than helpful.
Fate of the undead, right? Well, you're not the first. There are actually 2 bells of awakening. One's up above in the undead church. The other is far, far below, in the ruins at the base of Blight Town. ring them both, and something happened. Brilliant, right?
Unless you pick the Master Key as your starting gift, you have to get really close to ringing the first bell of awakening before you can unlock the way to the second one. Giving the player the location of both at once makes it sound like you have a choice between the two, and that heading far, far below is just as valid as going up above to the undead church. This is a minor point, and ultimately, I don't think exploring all of the different paths branching out from Firelink Shrine is a bad thing. It makes the world feel massive and gets the player curious about where each of the different routes lead. I've read horror stories of players spending a lot of time trying to get through the cemetery first. Eventually, people find the right path. The first battle is an interesting jump in difficulty from what came before. You're taught not to overextend and deal with each hollow individually. You're encouraged to lure them back, out of range of the firebombs being thrown, which incidentally gets them away from the other hollows that might join the fight too. There's a hollow with a shield to reinforce what you learned in the asylum about parrying, backstabs, and guard blocks. I actually found this first group to be pretty challenging on my first playthrough. I think it's easy to forget how difficult Undead Bird can be your first time. Maybe you'll die a few times, or maybe you'll get through the first few groups on your first try, but eventually you'll reach the next bonfire and complete the first of many relays that are in the game. Dark Souls doesn't have missions or traditional levels like in some other games. Every place is connected in some way by internal logic within the game, whether that's by an elevator, crossing a bridge, or being dragged through the air by gargoyles. You're let loose into the world and are free to find the limits of where you can go on your own. The equivalent of levels, then, comes from each large area of the game being organically split into smaller chunks by the bonfire system. These fires are spaced throughout the world and serve as checkpoints for the player. The paths between each of these bonfires become levels of sorts. There are obstacles and enemies that you need to overcome in order to reach the next bonfire and progress through each area in the game. Using this bonfire will likely be the first time that you see that enemies respawn when you rest and not just when you die. Again, this aligns nicely with the idea of bonfires being tied to a sort of level that you can reset by resting. I have a lot to say about Undead Burg throughout this video, however not all of it will be relevant at the moment, so let's continue on. The area around the bonfire is close enough to hollows that they will engage you when you leave the room. This, coupled with the hollows throwing firebombs from the balcony above and the 3 undead in the room across the bridge, teach you that rushing forward is rarely a successful method of proceeding. It is much safer to kill the undead near the bonfire and make sure that nothing is following you before running over the bridge and continuing onward. You're being introduced to packs of enemies now that cannot be singled out like the first group in Firelink Shrine. Fighting multiple enemies at once changes the combat in Dark Souls significantly and is something I will talk about later. For now, know that these packs are challenging but reasonable. Every hit you make interrupts their attacks and they have low health. They move slowly and it teaches the player caution. There's an optional mini-boss in the form of the Black Knight shortly before the climb to the Taurus Demon. This guy was incredibly intimidating on my first playthrough, but I wanted to kill him. I spent a lot of time throwing myself at his shield until I finally learned how to duel. I think I even figured out how to make the bonfire give me 10 Estus charges just so I could kill him, and even then I did so barely. I got the Black Knight shield from him. I think this is a great optional challenge for players who either want to improve or are better than average when they started. In some respects, Taurus Demon is the real first boss. It's a strange choice then, since the best and almost certainly intended way to kill him is the repeat of the Asylum Demon. It's testing your ability to remember the plunging attack. The boss doesn't spawn immediately, and when you run forward you are shot in the back by 2 crossbow hollows. This doesn't kill you, and although it may feel a little cheap, I think they're both there to help the player rather than hinder. They make you turn around and discover the ladder before Taurus Demon even spawns. You climb, kill them both, and now you have the vantage point to launch your plunging attacks. I say this is a strange choice because the game never really requires you to do the plunging attack ever again after this. It's reinforcing something that the game itself promptly forgets about. I killed this boss by plunging onto him and frantically trying to climb the ladder again. If you take too long after reaching the top, he can jump up and continue the fight up there. I think that's a pretty cool detail. There's a calm victory jog through the ramparts after this boss. You go down some stairs and cross a giant bridge and are immediately killed by a dragon. This is the first of many gotcha moments in the game that I think are completely indefensible. They're a large part of the flawed in the flawed masterpiece. That doesn't stop people from trying to justify them like some weird victim complex though. The most common argument that I read is that the small scorch mark on the bridge should be a huge warning to the player, as if the existence of fire sometime in the past should mean fire in the future, and that fire in the future means a dragon is going to fly overhead and murder you. If the game repeated this sort of logic throughout all of the areas, then maybe this argument would hold some water, but it doesn't. This is probably the worst gotcha of them all. It sours your recent victory, and there's a fair chance that you won't be able to make it back to your bloodstain in order to recover the huge reward of souls that you just got from Taurus Demon. It also runs the risk of erroneously telling the player that this bridge is uncrossable and that you should be looking somewhere else to proceed. There are a lot of unexplored paths in the game at this point.
Honestly, I really am dumbfounded that this encounter made it to the final release of the game. Halfway across the bridge are stairs leading to what I think is one of the greatest moments in Dark Souls. The level design in most games is usually so poor and incoherent that I've come to expect things not to make sense. This moment that Undead Burg loops back into itself and reuses the bonfire is genius. It's one of 3 moments in the game that actually made me pause and admire how the world suddenly clicked into place. I went from wondering where I was going to knowing exactly where I was. The other 2 moments are opening the door in the aqueduct after Capra Demon and the floodgate in Lulando. I went through Valley of Drakes early in my playthrough and had those giant doors in the back of my head for many hours, wondering what the hell the game was still hiding behind them. When I finally drained Lulando and looked out to see the drakes, I started laughing and couldn't believe how stupid I had been. The dimensions made perfect sense that, of course, that's where the doors led, but again I was so used to poor level design that it never even occurred to me that I could have thought it through to work out where the doors open. Rewarding exploration with these sort of connections inside and between levels is, in my opinion, the best thing that the game does. Firelink Shrine in a way becomes a larger meta bonfire that serves as a checkpoint that links all the larger locations in the game. You're going around opening all these paths that loop into each other while you're lighting all of these bonfires. Aside from its bullshit introduction, the Hellkite Dragon is an interesting enemy. It can be used to your advantage to easily farm souls by poking out on the bridge and having him kill all the hollows for you. You can also shoot off its tail for a powerful early game weapon. You have a choice from here to go under the bridge or get by the dragon by luring it down and dashing past. This leads to another bonfire and a brief shortcut to get into Undead Parish without having to constantly go through the bridge hollows and rat room. Another Black Knight at the top of the tower is the second optional challenge for this area. It's a bit cheap to put him so close to the stairs, and I'm sure many players climb up and get immediately smacked before they understand what just happened. I was not able to kill this guy right away on my first playthrough. I had to come back after killing the Bell Gargoyles. You might not know that you can run through here quickly enough to get to the next area before the hollow pulls the lever to close the gate. If you fight through instead, the area teaches you to use cover to hide from the ranged hollows and to lure the most dangerous enemy, the Bull Boar, to a safer position to fight. This enemy always felt buggy to me. You can butt stab him, but that's very inconsistent. I feel like the intention was to get to the bridge and then plunge attack onto him, but he's usually too far to reach and requires an awkward running jump. I've only ever managed to pull it off once. Also, there are other ways to kill him. Continuing on, part of the floor has crumbled on the way to the church and has been replaced with wooden supports. This is a part of the game that I mentioned earlier. If the developers wanted you to read the environment for warnings like the black smears on the bridge, then the wood here should be a hazard. There's even an alternative path through the church that you could take, but you can cross here without a problem because reading the environment for massive leaps in logic is not something the game expects you to be doing. Exploring around the church will inevitably lead the player to the blacksmith, the elevators back to Firelink, and the Heavy Knight. This entire area is set up precisely to teach the player how important it is to upgrade your gear, your weapons most of all. The blacksmith is right below the bonfire and impossible to miss. The sound of him constantly striking his hammer is louder than the metallic hum of the bonfire itself. There's a Firekeeper soul here, and the Heavy Knight always drops a Titanite shard, so you have the currency to use on a weapon without having to risk souls buying one. The Balder Knights also have a reasonable chance to drop more shards. It's no accident then that the boss of this area is a damage check of sorts. Many of the systems in Dark Souls can be described using borrowed terminology from massively multiplayer games. There's corpse running, which is when you die and have to make it back to your body to retrieve your things. There's aggro, which is when an enemy has noticed your presence and is now being aggressive toward you. There's pulling, which is the act of engaging an enemy from afar so that it comes to you alone instead of with a larger group. The term that can be applied to the gargoyles then is a DPS check, damage per second. More plainly, it's a test to see if your character is doing enough damage to proceed in the game. The gargoyles are not the most difficult boss in Dark Souls, but I do firmly believe that there is no greater difficulty spike than them. Make a new game and then try fighting them without upgrading any of your weapons if you don't believe me. The idea here is sound. It's an organic way of teaching you that upgrading your weapons is important. You fight to the boss, get him down to half health, and then the second gargoyle descends and you're overwhelmed. Increasing your damage is the best solution, to kill the first gargoyle before the second one comes down, or at the very least damage it so much that you only have to sneak in 1 or 3 attacks after the second one drops. The problem, however, is one of the largest ones that the game has. The combat system becomes absolutely awful when you have to fight more than one enemy at once. Let me explain. Combat in the game initially feels slow. There's a methodical pace to it that many players, including myself, found alienating when they first played. There's a delay to all attacks you make, although delay might not be the correct word. The controls are responsive, but there's a deliberate wind-up that is meant to make you think more carefully about your actions. The same holds true for enemies in the game. They have to commit to their attacks in the same manner that you do. Fighting enemies usually involves a mixture of defensive and offensive tactics. Hold your shield up to block or roll away, and then counter when your opponent is exposed from the attack that they just failed to land. Enemies can and will use the same method on you, and so striking first always has a risk. You can kick through enemy shields to create openings for yourself. You can wield your weapons with one or two hands and strike with both light and strong attacks. You can use your shield to parry enemies and then counter for massive damage, or you can strafe around your opponent and stab them in the back for similar bonus damage. It's noteworthy that the game's combat never adds any new mechanics. Although I have left out some nuances in the interest of saving time, the combat system I just described is that way right from the start and all the way to the end. It is surprising then that it remains gratifying even after several playthroughs. Even saying it now, it doesn't sound particularly engaging. It lacks the combo system that other action games utilize, or ultra flashy special moves, or more complicated movesets that has the player switching between dozens of different attacks while they tear through waves of enemies. But it's exactly the slow pace that makes the game so compelling. Damage from enemies is so high that mistakes are heavily punished, meaning that decisions made in combat have real weight to them. Fighting through a series of enemies and timing everything perfectly, knowing how it all works so you can get through an entire area without taking a lick of damage, is immensely satisfying and addicting. One-on-one, you can see all the information that you need in order to make decisions in combat. You might still make a mistake, but it was your mistake to make. The moment that number becomes 2-on-1, you start butting heads with a plethora of problems. With more than one opponent, incoming attacks can layer over each other in unpredictable ways. You may successfully dodge the first attack but get caught in the second one during the exact same roll because there was no correct time to roll at all. Holding your shield up faces the same problem, a barrage of attacks that layer over themselves so that there is no real opening for a counterattack. Even worse is if the attacks happen so fast that you end up losing all of your endurance. Luring multiple enemies into a narrow corridor should be a useful tactic to combat this, but it isn't because enemies in Dark Souls can attack through each other without any issue. This is most easily seen with projectiles that can bewilderingly fly through any enemy model and right into you. The same goes for melee attacks, spells, fire breath, anything. You can all be cramped in a line in the corridor and both of them will be able to hit you. Enemies also have an additional advantage in that their attacks don't bounce off walls like yours do. It makes sense that you can't swing a sword through a wall, but it doesn't make sense that the monsters you're fighting can. It's one of the most frustrating features in the game and is also full of inconsistencies. Sometimes groups of enemies are okay. Undead Berg, as I mentioned earlier, gets away with it because the hollows are so weak. Every hit you land staggers them and it only takes a few to kill them. The Horde before Gargoyles works in a similar way. They're so fragile that you can manage them without getting swarmed. More powerful enemies need to be dealt with differently. Luring them away to attack separately is usually the best, albeit time-consuming method, but you can't always do that, and you definitely can't do it with bosses. The Bell Gargoyles really are awful to fight by yourself if you don't get a chance to rush down the first one. Attacks from their spears are large and sweeping and can easily overlap. The fire is the same way. Sometimes one will be channeling its fire while the other is swinging its spear from around you, so you have limited options to avoid them and zero options for attacking until the fire is over. It's here that the game's combat changes for the worse. The Estus Flask, one of the key items in the game, is an outstanding game mechanic. The limited charges that refresh for free upon resting at a bonfire encourage you to use them, but also not to waste them. There are decisions to make during and after combat. Do you risk healing in the middle of a fight? If you win a battle and you're only a little damaged, is it worth it to top up your health even though part of the Estus Flask will be wasted? For new players, the flask is a limit on how far they can explore before they need to think about turning back to the bonfire to try again, or to risk pushing on to see if they can make it farther. The flask running out of charges is the reason that the sight of a new bonfire can be such a relief. When you're forced to fight multiples like the gargoyles, the flask ceases to be a resource to correct mistakes and instead becomes the amount of times that you can go on the offensive. With attacks layered over each other, you either need to wait prolonged periods of time to finally attack, or you risk running in for a hit and then run out to heal before doing it all again. This boss fight is necessary in order to teach the player about the importance of weapon damage. I just feel that it's a shitty way to teach an important lesson. A single gargoyle that has a mini phase like Artorias' build-up could have been better, a short amount of time that requires you to do sufficient damage in order to prevent the gargoyle from healing to full. A light damage aura could have also accomplished this. At this stage in the game, the amount of Estus charges you can have is limited. Requiring a certain amount of DPS before running out of charges would have accomplished the same goal without throwing two bosses at a player. An additional problem is how this fight can be handled by different builds. Like many fights in the game, it's trivial for a spellcaster. Being able to attack from range solves the problem of the layer attacks. It makes a lot of the game easier actually, and that's something we'll get into later. Finally, the drop you get from the Black Knight in Undead Berg can also remove this teaching lesson from the player. I mentioned before that I got the shield, and I don't think it should be underestimated just how appealing it is to use whatever item you get from him. I immediately leveled my character in order to be able to use that shield because I was so proud that I killed him. I would have been even more excited to use a weapon if the sword had dropped. The footage that has been playing uninterrupted for a while now is how it looks to do this fight without using any upgrades. For the sake of comparison, Here's how different it is when it's a +5 longsword instead of a base one. And here's the Black Knight sword. Lastly, here's what a caster build looks like. I want to stress that this character hasn't used any upgrades either, and should be compared to the first example rather than the previous two. Eventually, you'll kill the gargoyles. You have your victory climb up the church tower, and you ring the first bell of awakening.
There are multiple routes available to the player at this point. Recalling the crestfallen warrior's advice, a player could be forgiven in thinking that they should return to Firelink Shrine and find a way to descend from there.
Oh, somebody rang the bell. Wait, was it you? Well, don't stop now. Only one more, but it's going to be suicide.
The key that you find near the church should be the clue that you need to progress, but the gargoyles have probably taken enough time that a new player will have forgotten about it by now. The headless statue through the doorway from the blacksmith is a good indicator that you probably shouldn't be heading in that direction just yet. Of course, experienced players can and will go through it, and it's an optional challenge for newcomers. I think this is a good method of gating content. That said, I wonder if this concept couldn't have been taken further. Fog gates are a great mechanic to add a lot of tension whenever you come across one. Is it leading to a boss, or just another area? Is this safe to enter, or should I head back? They could have been used in a different way to close an area off until you beat a mini-boss, while still giving the player an option to retreat if they decide the fight is too much for them right now. Anyway, the intended path forward is to return to the Undead Berg bonfire and work your way back through the Taurus Demon path. This also marks the third time that this bonfire is reused for a completely different level, which I think is excellent level design. My guess is that this rerun through Undead Berg was done in order to show the player just how much more powerful you have already become. You might look similar to these hollow undead, but you're not the same anymore. You've ascended. Your weapons are upgraded and you've probably gained a few levels, both in-game and out. However, I think that putting the door all the way on the other side of the bridge was overkill. The locked door that serves as a shortcut afterwards, the one right across the bridge, is the better choice. Many players might not have even seen the locked door after Taurus Demon, since meeting Solaire and getting destroyed by the dragon's flyby will be the most memorable events of this spot. The first thing that you do after opening this door is to go down the ladder and then climb up some stairs to open the shortcut anyway. Lower Undead Berg is quite a small area. The dogs here reinforce the idea that you should play defensively until an opening presents itself. The best tactic is to block their first attack and then strike back. The ambush here is fine. The player is put in a bad situation, but you have a chance to fight your way out. Capra Demon, on the other hand, is the second gotcha moment the game throws at you. Every other boss so far has given you time to collect yourself after going through the fog gate. Taurus Demon and the gargoyles don't even spawn right away. Capra charges at you and is in your face in less than 2 seconds. This wouldn't be so terrible if it weren't for the dogs charging alongside him. Besides once again having to deal with multiple enemies in a cramped area in the boss fight, the issue here is twofold. The game just taught you to block the dogs and then counterattack, but if you do that here, then Capra is going to slime into you in the very next swing and you'll end up being trapped against the wall. If you choose to roll away instead, you run into the multiple enemy issue with having a very high chance of getting clipped by whatever attack came at you after you rolled away. Capra also tends to strike first with his forward leap, which homes onto you, resulting in some hilariously frustrating moments with him changing directions in midair. This area is so cramped that it's hard to see what's even going on. The tree in particular gets in the way, and is a questionable inclusion at best. The most reliable way to do this fight is to learn the exact angle and timing you need in order to roll safely past both the first dog and Capra, and then run up the stairs and pick off the dogs while praying Capra doesn't do his leap attack when he gets up after you. The other, less reliable method is to have a shield with high enough stability and a decent amount of endurance to block the first 2 hits and hope that you're not pinned after it's over. I have a theory that either the dogs were never meant to be part of this fight, or that Capra was added late in development. My reasoning is that if you come back to this area after killing Capra, the dogs that fought with him respawn in the room as though nothing has changed and that they're not tied to the boss fight. They're just regular enemies for this area. Either way, Capra is a point of contention among discussions online and usually gets infested by trolls who say it's the easiest boss in the game. They then might go on to say that something like Gaping Dragon is a far harder boss, even though that legitimately is one of the easiest bosses in the game. Capra is a cheap gotcha and one of the worst parts of Dark Souls. You get to open the Aqueduct shortcut after Capra, which is a cool moment. This is usually the time that I go back to the Asylum, but this can vary. Some new players might not even realize that you can go back at all. The Crestfallen Warrior hints at it if you talk to him enough, but even then, it's not an outright confirmation. The path to the top of the Broken Tower is convoluted. First you need to walk off the elevator when it's in the middle of moving. Then you need to make a jump with the game's awkward jumping controls that, even if you land it, might slide you off like you've gotten somewhere that you're not supposed to be. Then you need to jump onto the roof to pick up the key and do another jump back onto the stairs. Then you need to climb up to the nest and curl into a ball and stay there for quite a while, and I do admire From's commitment to secrets. They're rare in today's games and add something to online discussions. I figured this one out on my own, so maybe that's why I have a positive opinion on it. Someone else may not, especially considering that going back to the Asylum is necessary to open up another secret area. You arrive back at the Asylum and have to fight through 4 new hollows that can do a very high damage rush attack if you're not prepared for it. After them, you enter the room where you fought the Asylum demon and run into the third gotcha moment of the game when the floor collapses. If you're damaged from the hollows and chose not to heal because you know a bonfire is nearby, so why bother, then the fall can kill you. Even if it doesn't, the bigger and better version of the demon will get you shortly after landing. You come back to life at Firelink Shrine and have to do the jump and the nest egg thing all over again. There's no warning that the floor will break away. If anything, the long battle you had with the first huge demon slamming its weight into the floor repeatedly should make you trust it even more, not less. The hollows nearby also don't make it fall when they walk over it, so it's not even internally consistent. It's another cheap death that the game really didn't need to have. The boss itself is strange. It's the same model as the Asylum demon, but it has a different moveset. It has a huge health pool and ends up being very tedious. The way to kill him is to coax him into attacking and then dash back in when it's safe to get 1 or 2 hits in before repeating the entire thing. I'm not even sure what the boss is using for damage. Is it sound or some sort of magic? The range on it is huge. After killing him, you can explore the Asylum and have 2 more chances at Black Knight loot. There's also a ring here that allows you to walk at normal speed through shallow water and mud. Back through the Aqueduct, you'll find the entrance to the depths. This area is the prelude to Blighttown and has another gotcha moment, one of the game's more notorious ones actually. The trend that I noticed while replaying the game for this video is that there's at least one of these shitty moments in just about every area. I want to reiterate that I think ambushes in the game are perfectly fine and even enjoyable. The fall into the Basilisk's den can be avoided and is fair, however, if you explore the entire area you will eventually encounter them anyway and have a good chance of being cursed. Difficulty is a funny thing. Is inconvenience a legitimate source of difficulty? If so, I wonder why the game doesn't have limited lives. It even matches the lore. You lose a little bit of your humanity each death until you go hollow and get a permanent game over. How about if your weapons break, they're broken forever because you didn't repair them when you had the chance? Nothing transcends death the way that curse does. Nothing before this moment and nothing after it. This effect is so bad that the game plasters a huge warning over the screen like the Microsoft Office paperclip when you come back to life that tells you how to get rid of it. Imagine that happening at any other point in the game. I am sympathetic to the idea that they wanted an enemy to inflict absolute terror on the player, but this is too much. A more forgivable but still scary alternative would have been to make it so dying to the curse makes it so you can't retrieve souls after death. It doesn't make you go for a long walk to get rid of the curse, but it still makes the basilisks really scary. The Gaping Dragon is an okay fight and more visually impressive than it is anything else. The only issue I have with it is outside of the battle. The dancing spellcaster far in the distance. Most people probably kill him through exploring the depths and, unlike most enemies in the game, he never respawns. If you get to Gaping Dragon without killing him, however, then all rules about sorcery in the game are abolished and you can cast unlimited soul arrows and an unlimited range throughout the entire fight. The fog gate makes it so you can't leave either, so you burn a homeward bone or die and then kill him before trying again. This is one of the easiest fights in the game after you take the time to learn his attack patterns and recognize when there are huge openings for you to chain attacks. After killing him, you are given the key to Blighttown. I've always liked the effect of the light changing when you open the door to Blighttown. The area is so infamous that if you've heard anything about the game, it's probably about this place. The lights changing is like foreshadowing that everything you heard is true. Except that it isn't. At least I don't think so. If your computer is good enough to run this place without chugging from frame rate drops, Blighttown is largely enjoyable. The main bulk of the enemies reinforce the idea that you need to take things slow and not to overextend. You can get overwhelmed if you move too quickly through the area. It's basically a more complicated version of the depths. You have to navigate it both horizontally and vertically, only now the enemies in the area have the same freedom that you do. You have to progress methodically in order not to get overwhelmed from all directions. The best way to handle Blighttown is to assassinate the toxic dark spitters as soon as possible and then work your way through the rest of the enemies as slowly as you can. You keep received damage as low as possible so you don't have to return to the bonfire to get more Estus, but then you have to clear the area all over again. Once you manage this for the first time, I think you'll be surprised by just how small Blighttown really is. The place is not, however, without its issues. Toxic is incredibly frustrating, and I have to assume that at least a few of the developers at From agreed, since once you kill these guys they never respawn. The fact that they can intoxicate you from a little blow dart hitting your shield is something that I will never understand. Poison requires roughly 1 or 2 Estus charges to live through. Toxic requires 8 at Estus rank too. This means that you need a kindled bonfire to even stand a chance of being able to survive it without having some blooming moss handy. The claw monster on the wall is odd. You kill it by climbing to the highest level of Blighttown, at which point it never attacks you and gives no indicator that you're able to damage it. The poison mosquitoes show up when you've descended closer to the swamp. A lot of players complain about this enemy and I'm not sure that I agree. Although they can be hard to hit, they don't do much damage. The only thing that's bad about them is that they inexplicably block your path even if they're flying at head level. I feel like this video has been overwhelmingly negative so far, and I'd like to take a moment to repeat that my goal here is to showcase the problems in the game more than praising what it does right. One of the major catalysts for making this video was the release of Dark Souls 2, a game that is arguably more flawed than this one. Suddenly Dark Souls was getting heaps more praise for being a fair game, some even say a perfect game, that does no wrong when it comes to teaching and punishing the player. What Dark Souls does right, it does so very well. The stamina bar, for example, solves a problem found in action role-playing games since the Super Nintendo era. Zelda games allow you to spam attacks wildly with no limit. On the other side, games like Secret of Mana or Secret of Evermore try to force you to play smarter by adding a percentage bar that needed to recover before you could attack again at full strength. Neither option really worked as well as it could have. Dark Souls mixes both and balances the ability to chain attacks while still enforcing a recovery period. More than that, it offers complexity when using a shield as well. With careful timing between enemy attacks, you can lower your shield and regain stamina while timing it again to protect yourself. There's a poison swamp at the bottom of Blighttown that slows your movement speed unless you wear the ring from the Asylum. I think that the importance of this ring can sometimes be overstated. Even with it on, it's unlikely that you'll make the journey from the bonfire to the boss without being poisoned. It's a mildly annoying gimmick that makes me just run past all enemies in this area and go straight for the fog door. Quelag is the boss of Blighttown and is the first one in the game that I consider flawless. Her attacks leaving lava on the ground add a fresh layer of complexity not yet seen in the game. She has quite a few other moves too that require the player to actively move away from her instead of just relying on blocking and dodging. The only thing that comes close to cheap during this fight is that you can sometimes get caught in her legs with no quick way out. This usually ends up being when she does her big AoE blast. This boss is the best example so far of what I genuinely wonder is an intentional deception on the part of the game. As I've mentioned several times, the early sections of Dark Souls teach you to be cautious and to approach new fights slowly and calmly. For the most part this is a good practice, but there are several key exceptions. I mentioned dying to the Black Knight a lot in Undeadburg on my first playthrough. The reason for this is that slow, methodical style of play, or, what might be more accurate, fear. It's easy to fall into a trap of trying to keep your distance from larger enemies when this is the opposite of what you want to do. Quelag's attacks can go right over your head if you're close enough. Circling a Black Knight for an easy backstab can also only be done if you stay in close. This is the case where the technique of lowering and raising your shield can help a lot. The game teaches you to be careful and paranoid, but really rewards a player who shows courage enough to get stuck into enemies and figure out how they work up close. Most enemies are larger than you and therefore have a greater range, meaning that you're often giving them more of an advantage by keeping your distance. Dark Souls wants you to be cautious during exploration, but brave and decisive during combat. I'd like to think that Quelag intentionally closing the distance with you in order to swing her sword over your head was a deliberate and subtle way of communicating this to the player. I'd like to think that, but it's more likely that I'm reading too much into it. Either way, it wouldn't surprise me if many players don't learn this lesson until late in the game or perhaps never learn it at all. It was an important moment for me during Quelag and was a point when my view on the game changed. There's a similar deception found in the lock-on mechanic. This came as a huge surprise to me. It's not something that's optimal all of the time. I'd go as far as to say that its usage should be split about 50-50 throughout the game, and this is something that didn't click for me until I played Dark Souls 2. Your movement is much freer without the lock, and you can position yourself for counterattacks after a roll much easier. It also solves some of the camera issues people have. Once again, I'm not sure if this was intentional. If so, this is one case that I'll say the game failed hard in teaching the player that the lock-on is an optional tool meant to be toggled just as much as raising your shield. For examples, while fighting the Stray Demon or the Iron Golem, staying locked on is possibly one of the worst things you can do and will work against you. Of course, if you're playing a heavy tank character with a great shield, then it's unquestionably better to stay facing the enemy. With Quelag dead, you ring the second Bell of Awakening. By my estimation, this is roughly the end of the first third of the game. Ringing both bells triggers a cinematic. If you have even the tiniest shred of curiosity in you, you would have explored the area around the blacksmith and undead parish and wondered about the massive closed-off gate across from the bonfire. The cinematic here explicitly shows this being opened, and is a clear message of where you're meant to go next. Firelink Shrine also changes. A large serpent has appeared who will give you some advice, but speaking to him is optional. However, we're getting ahead of ourselves here, since we're still in Quelag's domain. There's a bit of a journey before we get to Sen's Fortress. Climbing out of Blighttown isn't as challenging as climbing down, but the way out is not without its difficulties. The elevator looks like something that's ready to fall apart at any second. At the top, you have an occasionally treacherous exit onto a raised platform that makes me wonder how a series of ladders wouldn't have been better in every way. There's a lone little fire dog and a hamster wheel hilariously powering the whole thing. I appreciate From's attempt at making the world make sense, but this part is pretty laughable. There's a section on the climb up that is one of the most difficult in the game to do without taking damage and or dying. There are a lot of toxic spitters and a whole pack of fire dogs. They're guarding a Firekeeper soul, which is one of the more valuable treasures in the game. Continuing up, you make it to the Valley of Drakes. New players may not know they're so close to Firelink Shrine and may go exploring instead, and end up dead from the sleeping dragon that triggers when you pick up the Dragon Crush shield. Back down to Blighttown you go. This is the first of a few times that I will ask this question, and it is not entirely rhetorical if anyone watching has the answer. What exactly is the intended method of killing this dragon? Because I can never do it without resorting to cheesing with arrows or spells. I hope that this couldn't possibly be the way the developers envisioned. The way back to Firelink Shrine requires crossing over these planks of unsupported wood. This will be the last time I point this sort of thing out because I don't want to waste much of the video with all of the examples littered throughout the game. But this is the nail in the coffin for those who think you should be reading the environment for hazards. Black marks on the bridge mean fire. The floor in Asylum gives way only when you step on it. These delicate planks of wood that don't fall apart, here I am rolling on them. Here I am rolling on them in a full set of armor that weighs more than a small house. Returning to Firelink reveals that the Firekeeper has been murdered, which means the bonfire has gone out. Which doesn't really make sense since there's about a dozen other bonfires in the game that are burning just fine without a nearby Firekeeper. You can upgrade your Estus Flask with your shiny new soul, and you continue to the elevators and to Undead Parish. The large ember was located in the depths. There are also quite a few large Titanite shards in the areas you just cleared, which makes upgrading to the next tier of weapons feel natural here. Once again, I have to commend the level design. Sen's Fortress is not an easy section of the game, and it is right next to the smith, so you are encouraged to upgrade your gear as well as your character. You also have another opportunity to tackle the headless statue and clear through Darkroot Garden. The garden has a few ambushes, but no instances of cheap gotcha moments. I think that the Moonlight Butterfly is a terrible boss for melee builds, but that is a topic that I'll get into later. Now is also a good time to find and kill Havel, who is probably the most difficult mini-boss in the game for first-timers who aren't confident enough to circle strafe. I used to try killing this guy as soon as I could on fresh runs and end up extremely frustrated. He's buggy, as you can see from the footage playing right now. Sometimes he recovers instantly from being knocked down and can launch into a rapid attack with no warning. Sometimes his weapon doesn't hit you, but still kills you. I recently killed him as a spellcaster for the first time and was sorely disappointed by how that fight went. Sen's Fortress is probably my second favorite area in the game after Undeadburg. It's also where I died more than anywhere else my first playthrough. It introduces the Snake Man 2 at a time which already put a negative point against it, but their attack patterns are not so different than what you've seen so far in the game, and you're able to use their own arrow trap against them. Inside, you have to get across a narrow bridge while darting through swinging blades. Then you have to fight a snake man while being smart enough to keep out of line of sight of the lightning snake on the upper bridge. There are a few cheap tricks you can use to kill this guy, running back and luring him into a swinging blade for one, but that takes a while and you're better off perfecting your skills of blocking while regaining stamina and striking back whenever there's an opening. There are more traps deeper into the fortress, but all of them have triggers that you could see beforehand. The place is fair, and even though my past self may be cursing me for saying so, my death spiral that happened here on my first time was because I was bad, and not because the game was unreasonable. The only problem with this place are its obligatory gotcha moments, the Mimic chest and the elevator with spikes in the ceiling. The Mimic might be the only gotcha mechanic in the game that I actually like. They're a common monster in games, and the ones in Dark Souls are particularly terrifying. I do know that the messages on the floor around him may serve as a warning, but I don't think it's fair to have the player rely on those, especially when many are intentionally misleading, or you might be playing offline. The same goes for the intended method to tell them apart, the way the chain is stretched forward instead of curved on the floor. This is a way for experienced players to check each chest, but for a new player this might as well not exist at all. The elevator is pretty cheap, and once again, people like to defend it like they did the Hellkite Dragon attack by saying there's blood on the elevator, as if there isn't blood all over the place throughout the rest of the game. Touching bloodstains is even a core component of the online system. I know the blood looks a little different, but we're talking about making a great cognitive leap about a patch of red on the floor that you see only briefly before getting on the lift. My first time through, I didn't find the hidden bonfire before the Iron Golem, nor the shortcut in the cage elevator. I like to think that there's at least one person watching right now who is saying, oh what, cage elevator shortcut? I still like this area, and I like that some thought went into how the cannonball trap would be reloaded. I also think that the run up the stairs is timed perfectly for a player in light armor. I wonder if there's another little dog in a wheel hidden somewhere in the walls, providing power to all of those swinging blades.
The boss itself is fine. The only bad thing about him is that his hand grab can be inconsistent about when it hits you, as you can see from footage playing right now. This instance was particularly bad as it looks like even the game doesn't understand what just happened and thinks I'm still alive at the bottom of the wall. Getting back to the boss after that, it even put my bloodstain down there and I couldn't reclaim any of my souls. The corrupted angel brain gargoyle things pick you up and you ascend to Anor Londo. Anor Londo is one of the worst wastes of potential in the entire game. You run down the stairs from where the gargoyles dumped you and you're introduced to a new enemy by itself. This is good. In the very next room there are two of the same enemy that must hate each other because they don't give a shit when you pull one individually away to kill. You rest at the bonfire and then ride the elevator down to a repeat of the Bell Gargoyle. If you didn't get a chance to chop off a tail in the boss fight, you can do it now. After that, you seemingly come to a dead end. Looking around the area, perhaps even going back up the elevator and finding the blocked entrance to Duke's Archives, you finally realize that the game expects you to jump onto a jagged piece of roof and climb up something that looks like you have no business climbing. On my first playthrough, I only figured this out because a player message was written on it. This isn't the best level design, but it's better than what's coming up. Through a broken window you find some enemies and a ladder leading to a path across some ceiling joists. If you look carefully here, you can see that these wooden beams aren't even wide enough for your character to stand on. Both of his feet are floating in the air around it. This is another part of the game that is trivial for anyone playing with a ranged attack, especially sorcerers. On the other side, you jump down and learn how to control the central elevator that can be used to open the path to the Painted World and to another bonfire. You carry on toward what I believe is the central part of a castle and fight more of the giants. You now also have to fight the brain gargoyles that can fly, but only sometimes. Knocking them off the ledge here makes me really wonder about the game's level of polish. They clearly have wings and were just shown to be flying when carrying you from Sen's Fortress. I really don't understand this. If they couldn't get the enemy working properly, why is it even in the game? The next section is widely considered to be the biggest incident of bullshit in Dark Souls and ranks high in all of gaming. I can't really emphasize that enough, and if you've played the game before, you knew this was coming. I'd like to add that I think people often overlook the smaller piece of bullshit right before the archers, the two gargoyles on the platform. How are you meant to kill these? If you run in and fight, the archers will pelt you the whole time. If you try to fight them on the edge of the roof, they'll likely knock you off. You literally can't lure them back to make it a fair fight. Their models are too big to fit through the narrow gate. What usually ends up happening is that they try to follow you up and end up killing themselves by running right off the roof. Again, these are creatures that have wings and can fly. Dashing up to face the archers looks pretty epic, but I can't think of any other moment in the game that is as awkward as when you finally do get up there and start humping shields with the knight. The most consistent way to get past here is to get him to attack you until he knocks himself off the ledge. This can sometimes happen in a few seconds or a few minutes. There's so much wrong here. The knockback inflicted by the arrows is excessive. Any slight movement made when you're toe-to-toe with the knight can send you falling. You can't have the camera pointing at both knights together when you reach the top, meaning that one of them can often get free shots at your back. Sometimes people state that they can do this part first time, every time, and therefore it's not bullshit. So here's a time lapse of me doing it 7 times in a row without dying. I still think it's bullshit. The rest of the area is great. The knights inside the castle are a solid, fair enemy. There are many mimics in this area, and if the first one didn't teach you a lesson, from here on you'll attack every chest before you open it. The wasted potential I mentioned earlier is in the layout of Anor Londo. There's been less interconnectivity between the levels since Blighttown, and I feel like this place was meant to be a return to that layout. There are many unused doors and shortcuts that aren't really useful. I think that there should have only been one bonfire in this entire level, right before the central elevator where the first gargoyle was. Without changing much in the level itself, you can still go through the joists and manipulate the elevator, only now the bonfire is positioned in a way that doesn't require you to call and move it every time you die. If keeping the archer segment is really necessary, you could open this set of doors once you get into the castle instead of lighting another bonfire. Finally, you could open the main entrance before Ornstein and Smough like you still can, only now it's close to the same bonfire and is roughly the same distance away from the one currently used for that boss. The end of Anor Londo is the second big spike in difficulty in Dark Souls, and the game never really gets more difficult after this point. Like the Bell Gargoyles, I don't think it's a coincidence that there is another smith in this area to provide a means to upgrade your gear while you're trying to fight this boss. I have a lot to say about Ornstein and Smough, and it incorporates a lot of the game's core mechanics. This boss is often heralded as the game's crowning achievement. Some of the things people say about this fight near cringe-inducing levels of adoration to the point that I'm a little nervous about criticizing it. I think it's a good fight, but it is by no means a fair fight, and I don't just mean because it's 2-on-1. After all, it's not just Ornstein and Smough you're fighting, it's also the game's camera, and the entire development team at From. First off, let's get the repetition out of the way. The boss has 2 targets, and that immediately hampers the game's combat system. The only saving grace here is that Smough moves so slowly that you can often control how much you deal with both of them attacking you at the same time. Other parts of the fight aren't so justifiable. Ornstein can often get stuck or hide behind Smough, which makes it so you can't see what he's doing. This wouldn't be so bad except that he has the ability to throw lightning at you, which has the same issue as all other projectiles in the game. It can smoothly and harmlessly pass through enemy models and still hit you. Making enemy projectiles damage other enemies would be easily exploitable, and I can understand why they chose not to have the game work that way. But surely the solution would be to just make it so enemies block the projectile but still take no damage. Or, in this specific case, the lightning could hit Smough and temporarily empower him with lightning so it prevents the random bolts coming at you, but also adds a mechanic to the fight. Ornstein also has a rapid dash attack that looks cool but is unfortunately buggy. Just look at this. Look at it. Is he stuck? Is the attack over? What the fuck is he doing? Then he snaps forward, sometimes right behind you, and gets his hit in anyway. This is the best time to talk about how different the game can be depending on how each player chooses to play. At the basic level, your class selection can determine a lot. So can loot drops or what weapons each player tries and decides that they like. These are all good things that can add variety to the game and increase replayability. Dark Souls also has a lot of tools in order to help players of varying skill levels. Farming, kindling, phantoms. I haven't spoken about the multiplayer until now because I thought this would be the best place for it. I also want to show another example of how magic works in the game. I didn't know you could summon other players or phantoms during my first playthrough. I like to think that I wouldn't have resorted to it if I had known, but I'm not so sure. Many people believe that Ornstein and Smough aren't meant to be killed solo. I don't agree with this statement, but I still think it's interesting. Specifically, it raises several questions about the intended methods for getting through different parts of the game. Are you meant to use magic? Are you meant to summon outside help? Some of you may be screaming right now that there is no meant, or there is no right way to play the game, and that the different methods are all there to offer different ways to play. And you're right. At least, you're sort of right. Ornstein and Smough show that some ways of playing Dark Souls are just flat out better, flat out easier. My first character was a knight with a longsword and a shield. My first kill of Ornstein and Smough took a long time, and I'm not talking about attempts. I'm talking about the actual duration of the fight when I killed them. It's all about keeping the two of them in front of you and constantly retreating when both are close. You keep your shield up and wait for Ornstein to race ahead and jab at you, then you counterattack and hope that he doesn't randomly skip away. When you do hit, you take off a little shaving of his health, and then you resume to backing away and do the whole thing all over again. Contrast this with summoning Solaire, who isn't even another player, and you have a tank who keeps Smough busy and you can just circle around Ornstein and safely destroy him. Contrast this even more with magic and, well, it's really easy to throw spells constantly when you can keep at range and never have to worry about getting too close to both of them. I hate to harp on about this, but playing Dark Souls as a caster turns the game into a third-person shooter in a world where you're the only one with a gun. Seriously, the clip that's been playing sped up all this time is what this fight looks like for a sword and shield character who is level 50. It's sped up because if it was played in real time it would last for 8 fucking minutes. Here's the fight done with another solo level 50 character, only this time with spells. Look at how disgusting this is. It's for this reason that it's hard to gauge other players when they talk about having an easy time with certain bosses. Ornstein and Smell weren't as bad as everyone said. I just summoned a friend and we split the bosses apart, and then I cast Soul Spear, and I touched on this point earlier with the Undead Dragon in the Valley of Drakes, but I really have to wonder what the developers want the players to do in certain situations. There are so many instances in the game that a ranged attack is near mandatory, and yet it's never explained like the other fundamentals. For anyone thinking that From wanted players to figure it out for themselves, the other essential mechanics are spelled out quite literally in messages burned into the floor. All classes could have been given a ranged weapon or a simple spell in the Asylum. There could have been some sort of test, like a key hanging from the ceiling somewhere, that needed to be hit with a ranged attack in order to retrieve so that players become used to using something other than melee weapons. Sorcerers and Pyromancers are both given a shield. All classes are actually, even the Deprived. It's clear that blocking is a core system in the game and that choosing not to use it is an optional challenge. Why not do the same here with ranged attacks? As the game is now, I often feel like I'm cheating when I resort to ranged weapons and spells. Many groups of enemies don't even react to being shot. It looks broken because it is broken. I've read Ornstein and Smo described as a dance between the bosses and the player. It can certainly feel that way sometimes with constant movement and ducking and dodging around the pillars. The key difference is that you're never an active participant in this dance. If you're fighting alone, you're forced to passively move away from them until the programming aligns in a way that provides you with an opening for an attack, and then you have to hope that Ornstein doesn't jump away before it lands. I never die to this boss anymore. I also never have a fun time either because it's so boring to wait sometimes more than a minute to attack without taking damage. If you include the DLC areas, receiving the Lord Vessel after Ornstein and Smo is roughly the halfway point in Dark Souls. There are 4 paths left to explore in the base game, and I firmly believe there is a dramatic drop in quality at this point. The DLC saves the game from becoming awful in its final act. Before moving on to those areas, I want to briefly speak about the Painted World. This is an optional secret area that you access by having the peculiar doll in your inventory. You get this by returning to your prison cell in the Asylum. This is a secret area that leads to another secret area, and it's commendable that such a big chunk of content is left hidden away. The Painted World is an outstanding level and is the only other place in the game that recaptures the interconnected feeling of Undeadburg. It loops around on itself and takes you through many paths in order to unlock doors so you have a direct run to the fog gate at the end. The issues I have with this level are minor. The Harpy ambush at the top of the tower should have only been one of the monsters at first. Introducing 2 at the same time doesn't give the player a chance to learn their attack patterns. The Bloated Hollows releasing Toxic is also exceedingly punishing for melee players, especially given the fact that you're stuck in this level until you find a way out, and there's no source of blooming moss to cure Toxic status. Crossbreed Priscilla is an optional boss that I didn't kill on my first playthrough because she wasn't hostile.
If thou seekest I, thine desires shall be requited not.
She's a little underwhelming, but it's an interesting idea to have to look for her footsteps in the snow and then attack before rolling away. If this boss had been at the same caliber as, say, Quelaag, then Painted World would have been hands down my favorite level in the game. Excluding your trek through the Darkroot Garden to kill Sif, the final sections of the game all employ a sort of gimmick in order to increase the difficulty, or at least that's the intention. I view it that they ramp up frustration. Crystal Caverns has invisible floors, the Tomb of Giants has darkness, Lost Isolate has the lava, and New Londo requires item usage in order to damage enemies and a ring in order to fight the boss. The requirement of the Transient Curse and the Darkness in the Tombs are the only ones of these that I think are closest to functional. The curse is a pain, but easily solved. The ghosts themselves are incredibly annoying and are made even worse by the game's insistence on letting enemies attack through walls but not the player. The room at the end of this area can easily result in you being swarmed from all angles with multiple ghosts layering their attacks all over each other. The darkness, on the other hand, requires the sacrifice of your shield in order to see what you're doing, or you could just use magic if you're playing the game on easy mode. I like the idea of these gimmicks more than their implementation. At this stage in the game, you are going on the offensive to find and kill some of the most powerful beings in the world, the deity-like figures that were showcased in the game's opening cinematic. It makes sense that the areas that these beings inhabit would be hostile to you and inflict some sort of limitation. The game doesn't really get much harder at this point, instead it sets out to make the player weaker. You can complete these areas in any order that you wish. In theory, player choice should always be a good thing, and having multiple paths means that if you get stuck in one area, you can leave and go and try a different one. In practice, however, it means that each of these 4 paths needs to be roughly equal in difficulty since you have to accommodate whichever one the player chooses to do first. Through leveling and upgrades, especially if you do New Londo first and find the very large Ember, The areas you do last may end up being the easiest of the 4. The Tomb of Giants shows how sadistic From can be. Another game, having effectively blinded you, would put in enemies that you can fight more traditionally, like the Knights or Hollows, that you can switch to a shield when you find them and block their attacks. Instead, they put in one of the most aggressive, rampaging enemies that can pounce out of you from the darkness and bash through most shields. This area is quite small, and I suspect the reason for that is to limit the chance of players getting lost or becoming annoyed that they're blind for so long. It's generally a decent area and is my least hated of the final 4. The one part that I have the biggest issue with is the meat grinder of a tomb that holds the large divine ember. This is another instance that I have absolutely no fucking clue what the developers intended melee builds to do, aside from a suicidal jump to grab the items and then never go back. This is a very poor encounter. Gravelord Nito is one of the best looking bosses in the entire game. I think that figuring out that you need to use a divine weapon to permanently kill his minions is a good twist on the fight. Overall, I think he's fair, except for his scythe spike, which is horribly inconsistent. Even if the boss is off-screen, you are given a warning that it's coming by a sharp scream. You're meant to be able to avoid it by sprinting straight away so that it thrusts where you were just standing, but as you can see, this is never reliable. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. I don't have much else to say about this area. Some players may have fought through New Londo before acquiring the Lord Vessel. The level changes after opening the floodgates. You can go back to the Valley of Drakes and see that bodies have washed out to where the drakes are standing. It's an impressive detail. The Dark Wraiths are one of the coolest looking enemies in the game. They're more aggressive versions of the Knights and create a fun gauntlet of encounters on your way to the boss. Four Kings highlights a part of the game that is never communicated well to the player. Elemental defense is important, and, with the following examples, you can see how big of a difference is made simply by choosing a more appropriate shield for this fight. I think this is overall a good lesson for players to figure out themselves. If damage is being done through a 100% physical resist shield, it isn't much of a leap to look at the other resist levels the shield has and then work out what's happening. Or, failing that, looking up how it all works with Google. I want to talk about corpse running and the game's use of elevators for this boss. The run back to Four Kings is the only part of the game that made me look up online to see if I had missed a bonfire somewhere. I couldn't believe that the corpse run was intentionally that long, and I still have trouble believing it now. The issue is exacerbated heavily by the fact that elevators don't reset on death. It's a bewildering design choice to make the player have to pull a switch and then wait every single time, or to assume that they're going to fail and remember to send the elevator back up before they die. Some people might argue that having the elevator remain how you left it adds a sense of permanence to your actions and makes the world feel authentic, that it's a real place that you need to interact with. I understand this stance, but the game itself violates it in several places. The traps in Sense Fortress rightfully reset. Some walls that you destroy are also magically repaired if you die. Same goes for the floor in the asylum with the stray demon. The rolling ball launcher also changes direction just to hinder your progress, even though there's no one there to operate the lever. There's also an elevator in Lost Izaleaf that moves ahead of time to cater to the player. The alternate path to Four Kings is a bonfire on the other side of the Valley of Drakes, but this is also at the top of another elevator. As I mentioned earlier with the Basilisk Curse, if the game thinks that inconvenience is a legitimate source of difficulty, then they miss a lot of opportunities to explore that idea. This may seem like a nitpick, but if you're inexperienced or die a lot in New Londo, all of this waiting can add up at half a minute a pop. This corpse run is so long that I always run through the area even though I find the enemies to be enjoyable. There's a sweet spot to the length between a bonfire and a boss. If it's too short, then the player will just sprint to it, but that can also happen when the run becomes too long. I also think that it's a mistake that your bloodstain ends up trapped in the boss area if you die on the other side of the fog door. I used to think this was a compelling mechanic, as it can lead to some desperate scrambles to reclaim your souls during the boss fight. But now I think a better solution would be that the boss absorbs all the souls that you dropped and keeps them over multiple deaths, which you are then given in a lump sum when you finally kill the boss. This provides a larger reward after killing them and adds incentive for the player to fight their way back each time instead of bypassing all of the enemies for another boss attempt. After 10 tries at a boss, with your bloodstain now having an obscene amount of souls tied to it, dying without reclaiming them is a surefire way to make the player suicide run back to the boss room every time from then on. It would also be cool to see just how high some people can get this number if they end up stuck on a boss for hours. That said, learning how to run through an area is a skill all on its own and can be fun in its own right. Four Kings requires high damage to kill each one before the next one spawns. The surreal, entirely black area is a cool change from the rest of the game. Part of the difficulty here is fighting them after the game has taken away your ring slot, but the real difficulty is working out that you need a shield with high magic resistance. Overall, it's a good fight. Aside from gimmicks, the main issue I have with the final areas of the game is that they have none of the creative level design that worked so well in the early game. Having every area be like this could be tiresome, but the endgame in Dark Souls is mostly navigating straight paths full of enemies that have a few optional areas to explore, but never loop back into themselves. They're so far separated from the rest of the world that there's no sense of connecting them back either. You rely on the Lord Vessel warp instead. Ceaseless Discharge is a boss that many players will kill earlier than this, and it's one of the most underwhelming in the game. This area is huge and offers 2 routes back to the start, implying that you'll need to use it for something, but you never do. You kill him by cycling through baiting an attack and then doing enough damage to the single tendril which somehow does enough internal damage to kill his entire body. In a game that you can hack off entire tails of bosses, this doesn't seem right. Killing Ceaseless makes the lava in the area recede. There's a lot of copy and paste in this level, but I think it works out okay. Having bosses from early in the game come back as regular enemies is common in video games and works to empower the player. The boss here is also a repeat of the Asylum Demon with a fiery twist, but since many players wouldn't have found a way back to the Asylum to kill the second iteration of this boss, I think it's okay to be used again here. Farther in, 4 worms ambush you at once, and although it's possible to rush ahead and get out of danger, I think most people will react by turning around to run away and end up getting themselves killed by the 2 worms that spawn behind you, which are perfectly positioned to box you in. Also, I was wrong earlier about the game forgetting about the plunge attack. There's a worm here that is in a clear position for you to jump on and stab him in the head. Or maybe not. The Fire Sage is a short walk from the bonfire. After killing him, you can run up some stairs and fight more of what looks like to be little Fire Sage babies. There's an elevator here that has already lowered and is waiting for you, which takes you up to Quelaag's domain and to the bonfire there. Going back down, you return to the way forward and immediately come to yet another bonfire in close proximity. The Centipede Demon is close by, and after killing him, there's yet another bonfire right away. This brings the total to 4 in really close proximity, and yet they couldn't have put another bonfire at the bottom of one of the elevators for 4 kings. I've never had trouble killing the Centipede because by the time I get here, I've leveled to the point that my attacks do heavy damage to him. The lava here makes fighting him awkward, and I wonder if you're meant to chop off one of his arms in order to get the ring and then die and come back with it on in order to do it. Usually I lure him to one of the wider platforms in the corner of the room and attack him quickly. After this boss, we reach Lost Izalith proper, and what I consider to be a tie with Duke's Archives for the worst area in the game, although for vastly different reasons. Losing a ring slot to wade through the lava is fine. The constant ticking damage is also fine. The fact that the sound it makes while dealing damage, however, is not fine. I hope I'm wrong, but I suspect that this was done because the developers were afraid that players wouldn't realize they were taking constant damage. Anyone who has made it this far into the game is going to be watching their HP intently when they first test the ring, and will see that the damage is constant. It's a weird instance of hand-holding in a game that often prides itself on being obscure. Seriously, listen to how obnoxious this is. The enemies in this area are best avoided. They're huge and randomly jump and flail into you. They're also one of the rare enemies in the game that can damage each other. The best way to kill them is to find a spot to lure groups close together by shooting arrows and then letting them kill themselves. I've seen people wonder what these monsters even are. They closely resemble the undead sleeping dragon. There are enemies in the Dark Souls 2 DLC, The Crown of the Sunken King, that I think were put in the game to offer an explanation for what these mummified versions are. They're not as big, but their attack patterns are pretty similar. There are 2 raised buildings in the lava here. My original intention when making this video was to criticize the placement of a crucial bonfire behind an illusory wall. However, when I got back to this area, I realized that the game teaches you with the first building that a gap should be present in the second one. Even in the unlikely event that you haven't encountered an illusory wall yet, it's not unthinkable that this would be the first time that a player would think to look for one. That said, even with this bonfire, the run to Bed of Chaos is one of the most grueling in the entire game. There's nothing really interesting going on in this area either, which makes me think that it's not completely finished. The collapsing floor is a fair trap because it doesn't kill you. The stomach for brains enemies are unnerving to look at, but ultimately easily dispatched. The Pyromancer Witch has one of the most bullshit attacks in the game from Fire Pillar, which is also echoed by Bed of Chaos right behind her. And every time you die, you need to re-equip the ring in order to cross the small section of lava, and then take it off and put your other ring back on again. I'm not sure if this boss is the lowest moment in the game or if that anti-award still belongs to the archers in Anor Londo. From's solution to something that's broken and unbalanced is to make it so the player can affect it in a way that remains after death, like the toxic spitters and the nearby undead legs in the lava not respawning. There are examples all over the game. Bed of Chaos is an exercise in patience and trial and error. It's best done with a shield up while running to the next weak point and hoping for the best. Even if you do learn to follow a safe path or use the roots as an indicator of where the floor is stable, the boss's huge sweeping branching arms can easily knock you down. After both weak spots are hit, you need to run through the middle and fall onto a branch under the floor, which is not easy to do even if you know what you're looking for. It takes a substantial amount of guesswork to even figure the solution out, and by then the boss has gained the Firestorm ability, which has a high chance of spawning under your feet and killing you. It can even get you after making the jump, where the area is so narrow that it kills you even though there's no visual of the fire spawning below you. What are you meant to do when this happens? Die, apparently. What a boss. Duke's Archives looks distinctly different from the rest of the game, and the 2 armored boars are a fun introduction to the area. Things go bad quickly right after this because, once again, there's an elevator right at the bonfire that you need to call down after every time you die. This time there isn't even a pressure plate to easily send it down after you go up. This area up here can be a grinder for new players. The hollows can surround you and do a lot of damage. It's still fine, however, because you've seen these attack animations before and it's similar to the scenarios found in Undeadburg. Continuing forward, you climb the stairs and discover that the area is quite small. There's another elevator that leads to a narrow corridor and, much sooner than expected, a fog door. After entering, you're already face to face with Seath. There are few sins greater that a game, movie, or book can commit than breaking the rules that it itself has established. It's lazy and undermines the entire experience. Everything from that point onward becomes unstable. If it was done once, then why not do it again? Why invest yourself in anything when it can change at any moment? Dark Souls breaks more than one of its own rules in this first Seath encounter. In fact, it breaks so many that I don't even know where to start. So let's try chronologically. Dying here is unavoidable. When you come back to life, you have magically been moved to a different bonfire. The whole point of the Dark Sign Curse is that you return to the last bonfire you rested at upon death. It's a literal teleport that happens within the game's world and is not the typical meta respawn that other games utilize. When a boss kills you in Dark Souls multiple times, it remembers. If Seath has killed you 5 times, Seath knows that he's killed you 5 times. In this encounter, you have somehow been trapped instead of being sent back to the last bonfire. You're locked in a prison cell. You have all of your items and equipment. You've been captured but not stripped of your stuff. You've also been plopped next to a new bonfire, all of which are strange if being captured is really what's happened here. If you try to use a homeward bone, you're teleported back to this room. You then have to light the bonfire. The homeward bone specifically says it'll teleport you to the last bonfire you rested at, yet the game thinks you've just rested at this one before you've even had a chance to light it. Let's keep going. There's a snake man on the other side of the prison bars. He only has 1 HP. That's another rule broken. The real kicker, and the only thing that makes me legitimately angry with the game, is that you kill him by attacking through the bars. After deliberately preventing you from attacking through solid objects the whole game, this time the game explicitly allows and even wants you to strike through a solid barrier. And for what? What enjoyable gameplay is gained by doing all of this? If you truly are imprisoned here, you get out within seconds. It's the laziest attempt at holding someone ever. You keep all of your items. What you don't keep, however, are your souls and humanity. The final broken rule here is the most insidious. When I got to this part on my first playthrough, I didn't know that Seath was unbeatable. I thought that I had simply died to a new boss and that this prison section was a creative penalty. After fighting my way out, I immediately tried to find a way back to Seath's same room, and then this happens. He kills you again, and you're sent back to the bonfire. Only this time you can be cursed. He's still in that room. He still looks and acts like a boss. He still has a health bar. Like there's some trick you didn't realize that's necessary to damaging him. The bosses in the game are built around the whole idea of pitting you against some seemingly impossible, initially insurmountable monstrosity that you eventually overcome. The Asylum Demon itself is the best example of this. It's introduced to the player so early that I think most people think that they're not supposed to kill it. you run away, and it's like, okay, well, this is what I was meant to do. Like, there's no way the game expects me to kill this. And then the Asylum loops back into it, and no, you do have to kill it. That's one of the first lessons that the game teaches you. But here, with Seed, it's a trick. You can never kill him here. You're supposed to find another way. Yet the game still puts your bloodstain in that room. It's a core mechanic and one that is reinforced over the entire game. Get back to your bloodstain and try again. Keep at it. Whatever humanity and souls you were carrying when you get there are forfeit, I guess. In order to retrieve them, you need to either get back to the boss room and be quick enough to grab them and then homeward bone, or you need to clear the entire prison tower without dying, then explore the archives without dying, get down the crystal cave without dying, and then kill Seed on your first try, and then get back to his room to your bloodstain without dying. This is next to impossible for new players and a slap in the face for those who have amassed a high amount of humanity through careful play up to this point. The archives themselves are frustrating for melee builds. The casters and hollow archers will pound you as you explore, and I think it's important to remember how confusing this area can be on your first time through. Adding insult to injury, when you finally do safely get into melee range with one of the sorcerers, they teleport away as a final fuck you. Again, if the design necessitates range attacks in this way, it should have been better incorporated into the Asylum section of the game. There's even a crystal archer hanging out in this room that you simply cannot kill without a ranged attack. I don't even know how he got there. Crystal caves, like the other ones that focus on a gimmick, is a waste of an area. You need to be a ranged character in order to kill the butterflies. There are effectively 0 other enemies here because of the decision to make part of the walkways invisible. My guess is that the lack of visible floors made putting enemies here impossible. Either they would show the player where the safe path is to walk, or they would make combat too frustrating. The end result are invisible paths that are just straight lines that have nothing to do. This makes for an incredibly long and boring run back to the boss if you die. If the developers had forgone the idea of this gimmick, they could have built a more traditional area here instead, with challenges and shortcuts and the like, but instead we get this wasted piece of shit. A minor point, what's going on with this crystal? Look how you slip down it when you run along. This is the only way to proceed through this area. Why does this happen? The game does this sometimes and has strange ideas on what can be walkable or not. In the video playing now, I died here and I still don't know what happened. I have viewed it a dozen times. I have no idea how I died. Seed is almost okay. He moves very slowly and is so large that, once again, you're at a disadvantage if you're a pure melee build. I'm getting tired of repeating myself about this now. He's so tall that you can't actually see what moves he's queuing up when you're attacking him. You need to back away and play conservatively, or just risk it and attack wildly with a high damage weapon and hope for the best. The final area of the base game is simplicity at its best, a victory march that's both straightforward and visually interesting. The enemies aren't clumped into groups. It's a gradual gauntlet of Black Knights that, at this stage of the game, should give the player little trouble. They drop powerful weapons and items used to upgrade existing equipment. They also drop a fair amount of souls. It's a reasonable spot to farm if you find the final boss is giving you too much trouble as you are. Gwyn is a great way to end the game. There's no gimmick to this fight. It's a straight duel between the two of you, and he is aggressive enough to make it challenging. Unfortunately, the final act of Dark Souls is so marred by the previous areas that Gwyn isn't enough to elevate the game back up to the heights of the first third. It's fortunate then that the DLC is some of the best ever added to a game. This video is meant to focus on the game's shortcomings, so it's a compliment to the developers that I don't have much to say about Ulasil at all. The bosses are fantastic and follow the same theme as Gwyn, a straight duel with no gimmicks. All 4 of them are challenging without resorting to tricks or multiple enemies, and as far as I've read online, they are considered to be among the best bosses in the entire series. Calamite is my personal favorite, even though I do have to admit it's not great design to have to die to him a few times to get to the developer message before you're given enough hints that you need the giant's help in order to properly engage the boss. The only place the DLC fails is in the Silver Pendant, both in acquiring it and its use in the Manus fight. A message on the floor gives you a clue on how to open the illusory wall, and this is so simple that it might as well have opened the thing for you. Switching the item from your Estus Flask during the Manus fight can be unwieldy, and if the boss starts spamming the magical abilities, then it can start to feel tedious. One major criticism I will lay on the DLC's presentation is how inaccessible it is. It was included in the base game for PC versions, and I'm not ashamed to admit that I didn't know it existed at all. I read as little as I could about the game until I finished it. So imagine my confusion when, after killing Gwyn, I see people online talking about how great all these other bosses are that I somehow missed. Even knowing that the areas exist isn't enough, however. The method for entering Ulasil is so specific that I now believe that From fully expects and intends for players to use online guides in order to discover things. Upgrading weapons and making new ones out of boss souls becomes tolerable after you understand this. In many ways, the final bosses of the game remind me of my first fight with the Black Knight in Undeadburg. Back then I couldn't parry to save my life and wasn't comfortable enough to stay in and backstab. This made the fight feel like an epic standoff, managing both stamina and player position in order to prevent incoming damage while still being able to counterattack. There's a distinct flow to this kind of battle, and an attack at the wrong time from either party can leave an opening for the other to get in a series of attacks and force them on the defensive. It's curious that Dark Souls doesn't repeat this kind of gameplay in the bosses until the endgame. I think it's a testament to how excellent the combat is, that a fight this early and this late can have so much in common and still be riveting. There are a few points I'd like to make that I couldn't find a way to fit smoothly into the tour of the game. Illusory walls are a fun mechanic that reward exploration and provide secrets for players to find. I have to admire From's bravery for putting substantial amounts of content in these hidden areas. There are 2 layers of illusory walls in the swamp at the bottom of Blighttown that lead to 2 completely unique areas. There's also the option to shoot Guinevere and Anor Londo, which alters the zone and leads to an optional boss. It never occurred to me that I could damage Guinevere, and not only does the game let you do it, it's built an entire optional scenario out of it. You can either strike with your weapon or roll through an illusory wall, except for the one in Sen's Fortress, which is the only one that you can't roll and have to hit with your sword. I don't know why that one is special. Poise and stability are 2 important stats that I think should have been better explained, especially poise. It's like an additional stat bar that depletes when taking damage and causes a stagger when it hits 0. Both the player and enemies have one, and they're hidden. Another bar may have cluttered things on the UI, but I'm not convinced it's better left invisible. The target reticule could have been useful here for enemies. It could have changed a different color as you lower their poise toward a stagger. For anyone who thinks it's unrealistic that something like this should be shown to the player, it's also unrealistic that you can see enemy health bars, but they're still in the game. Randomness can sometimes ruin the experience. A boss can spam certain powerful abilities and be more trouble than usual. Inversely, in the clip here, I was granted 3 bonus Estus charges in quick succession. I didn't need them, but if I did, I might have gone on to beat this boss only because I got those charges. I had to look up how that even happened. Apparently, if someone kindles a bonfire that you're linked to in their game, you are granted a bonus charge. In both cases, randomness can have too powerful an influence on the game. Leveling is important more for unlocking the use of equipment rather than the character's stats themselves. Until then, weapons can be too heavy for your character to wield. You can physically see this as they struggle if you equip one without the proper stats. It's strange then that other weapons, much lighter ones that are still on the heavier side, retain their stagger even now that your character is many multitudes stronger than before. You can now wield this massive sword that likely weighs more than your entire character, but this mace still has a recovery stutter. The game's controls could be better. The forward, kick, and jumping strong attack are easy to mess up. This can be especially bad with, say, the Black Knight sword. The base strong attack has one of the longest telegraphs and recovery animations in the entire game. Messing up the forward jump and doing this long attack can sometimes mean death because of the controls. Backstabbing has a similar issue. Sometimes the game just doesn't do it, even though you're behind an enemy. Then you'll be at their side and a backstab will suddenly go through. Sometimes you only want to backstab and not a regular attack, so it can be frustrating when this fails. Backstabbing occasionally feels cheap, and I often wonder if it's a good inclusion in the game at all. When you become confident with Dark Souls' combat, it's too easy to circle strafe and backstab everything that moves. I want to give a few more examples of how magic is broken and why I think it's implemented badly. In other games, magic is usually a powerful force that comes with equally extreme drawbacks. Spellcasters are either frail or have long cast times in order to balance high damage range attacks. In Dark Souls, all attacks have this commitment period, meaning that spells are functionally identical to melee swings except that they have far larger range and don't have the risk of getting hit back in return. From attempts to balance this by limiting the amount of times you can use a spell before you have to return to a bonfire to rest, but this doesn't work. If you pick Sorcerer at the start of the game, you can go down to New Londo with the souls you got from killing Asylum Demon and leave the starting area with 60 charges of Soul Arrow, which is overkill for all of the first areas. If you pick Pyromancer, you can still get the 30 charges of Soul Arrow to complement your 8 uses of Fireball. By the time you save Griggs and lower Undeadburg and Big Hat, you're swimming in spells and limited by attunement slots more than anything else. The enemies don't even seem to understand what's happening when you focus on magic. They often halt abruptly or attack empty space. The problem of multiple enemies is solved because you can keep your distance from any size group and attack safely before backing away again. There's never any danger except for losing patience. Compare this to certain group fights in the game for a melee character and, well, just look at it. This particular example is one that I never understand. 3 drakes are together. This is an enemy that can spew forth a wide lightning breath, has a tail swipe, and can snap to a quick flying dive attack. Just one set of these attacks can be random enough, but there are 3. The smart thing to do would be to lure them away one at a time, but the game has deliberately put a leash on them that makes them return to their starting spot if you drag them even just a little from where they started. This isn't even a mechanic that is default to the drakes, because you can lure the one on the bridge far away, yet the 3 across from it will turn around after only a short distance. This was intentional, so how are you supposed to kill them? You can charge in and risk dying while hoping to do enough damage before they kill you, or you can stay back and shoot them without them ever bothering to care about what's killing them. The most extreme example of this kind of group imbalance is in the Lautrec fight in Anor Londo. This battle is over the Firekeeper's soul from Firelink Shrine, which is a pretty important moment of restoration. It's 3-on-1. Lautrec's attacks do damage to your shield. His 2 friends are a melee fighter and a sorcerer. If you're a magic user yourself, you can pick off one or both of these extra enemies before any of them can reach you. Or you can focus on Lautrec himself and burst him down and end the fight just like that. It's insultingly easy. As a melee character, you have to resort to cheap, cheesy tactics. Your 3 opponents will attack you together and force you to play ultra evasively. The kicker here is that you can't dart in for a moment of regression and then run away to chug an Estus charge, because healing is prohibited throughout this encounter. Your best bet is to lure them to the sides of the room and hope that they split up enough to get some free hits in. Failing that, do a suicidal charge at Lautrec and hope that you kill him before they kill you. Other issues in combat are attacks that knock you to the floor and are then followed by another attack that kills you the exact instant that you get back up. Although this is still the player's fault for being hit in the first place, the period of invincibility while you get back to your feet is meant to prevent this kind of frustration. Finally, I want to speak about the game's story, or rather I want to not speak about it. The game's characters and atmosphere are top-notch. Even though characters don't move their lips when they speak, the voice acting is pretty good too.
I am Quelana of Izalith. I am not often revealed to walkers of flesh. You have a gift.
The world of Dark Souls is infested with these people. It's the land of the laughing. The land of fat rats. The story and world make no sense, but I don't think they were trying to be. It's a place that's apparently been built on the backs of giant hollow trees. It's an imaginative, grim setting that I enjoy but have no illusions of there being any substance to it. I know that some people enjoy filling in the blanks for themselves, but I can't get into that. I need there to be some solid foundation, some truth that the whole game is based on, that I really don't think exists. Not even in the mind of the game's creators. It's purposefully vague because vague is what From wanted. The fog doors in the game can sometimes get your imagination going in preparation for what's on the other side. Sometimes it's a boss. Sometimes it's the next level in an area. In the case of the story, I think it's better if you never try to step through. There's nothing waiting for you on the other side.
Welcome to the first of 3 videos that I'm doing on Dark Souls 2. This one will be focused on the strengths of the series and what changes were brought by the sequel. The 3 core pillars of gameplay in Dark Souls 1 are as follows. You start off at a bonfire and are given an area to explore. This is functionally a checkpoint at the start of a level, and you are sent back here if you die. You explore the area for hidden items and open shortcuts, either by kicking down ladders or unlocking doors or finding clever ways to bypass obstacles in the level. The larger world is linked in the same way, with unlockable and occasionally hidden paths. The scale of each level feels about right for it to be an actual place, and its relation to the rest of the world also feels solid. You are exploring chunks that have been split apart into levels by the bonfire system. While doing all of this exploration, you are fighting enemies. Some are undead humans like you, others are monsters. Compared to other action games, fighting in Dark Souls is quite slow. Every action you make has some sort of ramp up to it, but the same also goes for your enemies. Swinging a sword is an instant, and so there's time to process what's happening. The results of each action are also drastic. It only takes a few hits to kill you, and mostly a few hits to kill the enemies you're fighting. Combat will have its own section in a little bit, but for now let's leave it at that. Slower, more methodical battles that are almost always 1 versus 1. After fully exploring an area, you will come to a fog door that usually signifies that a boss is on the other side. These battles are against a much more powerful opponent than the ones you fight in the surrounding area. They often have several different moves or more complicated attack patterns. These fights are meant to be extremely challenging, and for the most part, they usually are, especially if it's your first time fighting the boss. All 3 of these gameplay pillars feed into each other when you're trying to overcome the area. The boss is the final hurdle, and if it kills you, you are sent back to the bonfire and have to fight your way back there. So by fully exploring the level, you can often open shortcuts that make it so you can get back to the boss faster to try again, or you might even discover a hidden bonfire closer to the fog door that makes it even easier. In combat, you can get better at fighting the enemies in each level, to the point that you can become so good that they don't pose any challenge to you. Once again, this means that you have a smoother time getting to the boss to try again. On top of all this is resource management. This would be a subcategory of Dark Souls gameplay that affects all of it. Specifically, healing resources tie intrinsically into exploration, combat, and bosses. The Estus Flask is your primary source of healing in Dark Souls 1. You have limited charges, and the only way to refill them is to return to the bonfire and rest. But this makes all the enemies in the level respawn in the exact same way as if you had just died and were sent back to the bonfire. This is the best mechanic in the entire series as far as I'm concerned, because it brings everything together. When you first start to explore an area, your flask charges dictate how far you can get. You're new and will make many mistakes, and that's what those charges represent. How many mistakes you're allowed to make before you run the risk of being kicked back to the bonfire. Then you get better and you've explored the whole area, but not without needing to chug a few charges that are vitally important for beating the boss for the first time. So now playing well isn't about being able to fully clear the area, but to make it to the fog door while making so few mistakes that you have healing charges to use while fighting that boss. This creates moments of so much tension. Do you risk pushing forward with your final charge? Are there any enemies you missed that might attack you if you try to get back to the bonfire yourself? Did you play well enough for it to be worth it to try your luck with the boss? For each area, this provides you tangible proof that you're getting better. Then, when you've beaten the game, you're shown even more how much better you've gotten when you start to be able to clear so many levels without really needing to chug some Estus, or ever think about turning back at all. It's my opinion that everything else in the Soul series are added extras put on top of this foundation. You could take them all away and the game would still be pretty good with just these 3 core features in the Estus Flask. Of course, the extras push the game from good to brilliant, but it's important to know that this is what I consider to be the heart of the series before moving onward, because Dark Souls 2 changes all of it. Combat in Dark Souls only really works because damage numbers are so high. If you've played the game, think about how bad even early areas like Undead Parish would be if it took 30 hits to kill you instead of a handful. You could ignore pretty much all incoming damage and hack and slash away. This may seem like a yeah, well, duh moment, but many games have this problem. It's not about difficulty at this point, but making combat have any sort of stakes or tension. I also think that other games could learn a lot by how Dark Souls handles this. When you increase the difficulty in most games, it usually means enemy health going up and their damage only slightly increasing. I wonder how many games could benefit from making enemies easier to kill with higher difficulty settings, but also making you more fragile at the same time. Skyrim might be improved by that, I'm not sure. So from here we can see that certain things have to be true about combat for this extreme take on damage to work. Put simply, if it only takes 3 hits to kill you, then those 3 hits need to be avoidable in some way. Dark Souls has a reputation for being very difficult, but also being fair. The line most often quoted about that is, whenever you die, it's your own fault. 95 times out of 100, this is true in Dark Souls 1, and it directly relates to what I said earlier about combat being slow. The swing time of attacks for both you and enemies allows you to process everything that's happening. All damage needs to hold true to these 2 qualities, predictable and preventable. The player is given many tools to make this happen and is encouraged to learn the attack patterns of enemies and bosses. That's almost always how a player will overcome the boss of any area. They will learn how the boss damages them, resulting in that damage becoming predictable. Once they can predict it, it becomes preventable based on player skill. Skill is also measured by how quickly someone can learn these patterns and then use the tools available to avoid that damage. Our old buddy the Estus Flask is also included here, because if the charges put a limited number on how many mistakes we can make, then those mistakes better be the fault of the player and not be unavoidable. It's why the fall into Gravelord Nito's boss room annoys me. It's not a big deal, but it grates against the rest of the game. You also need to deal damage back against opponents, and this is where the high amount of variety in combat really shines in the series. We'll limit equipment for now. Our example has a standard shield, a long sword, and some medium armor. This is pretty much an average loadout for a character in the game. Even here, we have a lot of options when it comes to reacting to enemy moves. Let's start with defense. An enemy begins an attack, and our reflexes are tested in 2 ways: to notice that the attack is happening, and then deciding what we want to do about it. We have 3 choices, each with their own level of risk and reward. On the low end, we can raise our shield and block the attack. When the opponent strikes our shield, we are momentarily locked in place as our character braces against the strike to withstand it. This also costs stamina, which limits our ability to strike back. The shield is very safe because it only requires the player to hold down a button to keep it raised, but makes it so you have to wait longer for an opening to retaliate, especially if your opponent launches into a multi-strike combo. In the middle, we can move our character to avoid the attack. You can roll, once again at a cost of stamina, but are not locked in place and can resume moving. With heavier enemies, the stamina cost is usually far lower than if you had blocked with a shield. This requires more timing on the player's part to roll at the correct moment and not get hit. Alternatively, the safer option would be to roll away from enemies. This makes counterattacking difficult, but you're given a broader window to execute the roll. Finally, if you're familiar with the enemy's moveset, rolling is not always necessary and you can simply shift away on your feet and then go back into attack. The highest risk option is parrying. You need to know the precise timing to bash with your shield in order to deflect your opponent's attack. This staggers them so you can perform a very high damage attack. These are usually scripted animations that look pretty good as an additional reward for you pulling this off. By the time your opponent recovers, you will have regained any stamina you spent, making this successful parry functionally free for the rest of the battle. You can make a similar list for offensive options. Light attacks are the quickest you can do and cost the least stamina, but also deal the least damage. There's less risk involved since your character will be locked into their swing animation for a short time. The middle option is the heavy attack, which has a significantly higher swing time but deals more damage. It's usually best if one heavy attack will kill an enemy where it would take 2 light attacks otherwise. At the top would be the forward lunge, which has such a long commitment for swing time and recovery that you're pretty much guaranteed to take damage if you miss with it. Certain players will favor certain options from this list, some might even build their entire character around it. They'll wear light armor so they can move quickly to avoid attacks and have faster roll animations. Or they'll find the heaviest shield in the game that has the least amount of stamina loss when you successfully block a hit. Different weapons all have their own movesets, so there's the option to really commit to a weapon type and learn how it works, both with one-handed and two-handed. For instance, the longsword has a forward thrust that the broadsword doesn't. This ties into adding depth to learning how to use light, heavy, and lunge attacks. But there's even more to combat because of parry timings and using invincibility frames to dodge through an attack. For those unfamiliar, an invincibility frame is when your character is immune to all damage for a frame of an animation. For a roll, this means that even if the enemy hits your character model, you still do not take any damage. It's like another version of parrying since you need precise timing to use these frames to avoid an attack. Even blocking has something for players to master because of how stamina works in the game. I don't want to rag on Skyrim too much, but both it and Dark Souls are supposedly in the same action role-playing genre, and both have a stamina bar. In Skyrim, it functions exactly like mana for physical attacks. You can use it up and then there's a long recharge time where you have to run away or you can just keep attacking inefficiently with low stamina. In Dark Souls, it refills very quickly but ties into both offense and defense. It creates a flow in combat where you can spend your stamina on a few decisions and then have to wait for a second or two before it refills. Holding up your shield makes the bar refill much slower, so the player can learn the timings between enemy swings so they can lower their shield to regain stamina faster before raising it again. It's for all these reasons that my opinion on the combat in Dark Souls is so high. It doesn't have the deep combo systems and stringing together of moves like in other great action games, but the weight of each decision and how important they are makes clearing through large chunks of the game without ever messing up a really rewarding experience. Unfortunately, there is one exception that I didn't mention. Most enemies are susceptible to circle strafing and backstabbing. This is usually something that takes new players a while to figure out because it requires confidence on their part to get in close to opponents and prevent damage while getting behind them. Learning when to raise and lower your shield can be essential here. Combat is close to broken when you do this. Enemies simply don't have the tools to deal with it. Most can't turn around quickly and their attacks don't lock on, so you can avoid them if you keep moving. Fortunately, most bosses are immune to this. You can still do the strafing thing, but you can't backstab them for insane damage. The previous sections were important in setting up the standard of the series so we can see how Dark Souls 2 changes it. Try to keep what I've said in mind, even if you already disagree with me, since then at least you can understand how I reach my conclusions. First off, I want to talk about the reception of the game upon release. A quick visit to Metacritic shows that professional reviewers raved over this game. Now, much later, opinions are mixed. This is understandable since deadlines need to be met for the game's release, but it wasn't just reviewers on the big game sites that were quick with judgment. Many in gaming communities and on YouTube heaped mountains of praise onto Dark Souls 2 and can now be found, if you look hard enough, pouring just as much criticism on it today. I think this is hilarious, but also understandable and forgivable. If I had been making videos back then, I might have been one of them. The way that Dark Souls 2 deviates from the high standards set in Dark Souls 1 can be surprisingly difficult to pinpoint. It's why I just spent so much time laying down the reasons that I like the series so much. People's perception of the problems in the game grew slowly, and I think it's fair to say that the video released by Matthew Matosis was the tipping point for when many Dark Souls fans realized that something was wrong with the sequel. Dark Souls 2 sold just over 1 million copies in March of 2014, its first month since release. It likely sold many more when it was released on PC a little after that. Matthew Matosis released his critique a few weeks later and it has gotten over 500,000 views since then. People who actually participate in online discussions and the like end up being a surprisingly small percentage of those who have played the game or watched the movie, etc. Of course, people may have watched the video more than once or love his channel and watched without playing the game, but I still think it's fair to say that the exposure this video received is a significant number of people who played the game and discuss it with others. Let's go back to Metacritic. The user score is a fair bit lower than the other one. This isn't unusual, but even looking at Dark Souls 1, we can see that the difference is a bit wider. Most people who talk about the game will say that Dark Souls 2 is the worst in the series. Some will maintain that it's still a great game, but far weaker than what came before it. My intention with this video is to try to demonstrate how these two games differ, and to also argue that the gap in quality between the two of them isn't as great as most tend to believe. Since I just spent so much time addressing how the different systems in Dark Souls are all intertwined, it's difficult for me to find a place to start. My best guess now is where the games differ the most, and where the largest drop in quality can be found: exploration and level design. Gone are the layered areas that loop into themselves. Shortcuts are very rare, and in cases where they could have been used, have been replaced by extra bonfires instead. This next point is hard for me to know for certain because I played the game already experienced with the series, but there was never a single moment in the base game that I felt relief when I finally made it to a new bonfire. Exploration is now rewarded with hidden items or optional areas, but with only a few rare exceptions, these never feed into the main path through the level and don't help shorten the distance to reach the boss. What is arguably worse than all of this is the same quality was stripped away from the larger world and the way areas were interconnected in the original. Instead of giving you a tight cluster of intertwined areas for you to explore at the start, you are presented with 5 divergent paths. Some of these are blocked off until you progress far enough in other paths, but once you're familiar with the game, these can be easily bypassed. This is a shame because opening up paths between levels made for some of the best moments in Dark Souls 1 and could leave you with a feeling of awe over how everything fit together. That sense of discovery and then rediscovery is often said to be the reason many fell in love with the game, and this is wholly absent in the sequel. Secondly, these 5 linear paths should provide options for how players want to progress, but because they're all made available at roughly the same time, they all end up feeling just as roughly equal in difficulty. Whichever path you take last may end up being the easiest of them all. This shatters the sense of progress through more difficult levels for the first half of the game. Halfway through the original game, you were given the Lord Vessel and granted the ability to warp between certain bonfires. In Dark Souls 2, you have this ability right from the start and can teleport between every bonfire. Some people dislike this, but to me it highly depends on how it got into the game to begin with. This is sort of like a chicken or the egg of Dark Souls development. Because if the decision to allow warping from the start led to these disjointed levels, then it was the worst decision that the developers made in the entire game. If the disjointed paths were thought up first, however, then being able to warp from the start is a good thing because this sure isn't a world that I want to waste any time wandering through. You might be thinking that this all sounds terrible. Whether you are a fan of the larger connected world or the shortcuts and discovering paths within each level, it's clear that this is a huge downgrade from the first Dark Souls. So then why did I say that I want to argue that the gap in quality between these titles isn't so large? I want to propose that this degeneration actually began in Dark Souls 1. The approximate point that the change happens is, funnily enough, after acquiring the Lord Vessel. It makes me think that it was the inclusion of the teleport that resulted in level design that was so poor. After Sen's Fortress, there's a clear shift away from both layered levels and interconnectedness. Take the following description. There are a few detours for extra items, but to reach the boss you follow a long, straightforward path from the bonfire with no shortcuts to unlock. Am I talking about the Undead Crypt, or Shrine of Amana, or Tomb of Giants, Chasm of the Abyss, Lost Izalith, Sinner's Rise, Crystal Caves? Excluding the DLC, the really well-designed levels in Dark Souls 1 are the early ones. Even Anor Londo could have done this far better, with Painted World being the best example of what it could have been. The same can be said for Dark Souls 2, which is one of the reasons why I think it's forgivable that so many people changed their opinion on the game. The first level, Forest of Fallen Giants, loops into itself and has 2 major shortcuts for the player to find. Shortly after that, Lost Bastille has lots of hidden extras and layered paths. You can even skip the first boss in this area outright. But after that, there are a handful of shortcuts here and there that don't really mean much. Usually the game leads you somewhere else to get a key or flip a switch to open the second path closer to the bonfire. This doesn't feel so much like a shortcut as it is just completing a task on the level and, in the cases of Looking Glass Knight and Velstadt, have long corridors crammed with enemies to eat away at your time. Playing the game again for the video, I was struck by how the tutorial area also adheres to this sort of level design. In the original, you went around the asylum a handful of times, climbing higher with each loop until you faced the boss in the central room. There was a door to unlock, and the drop-down was another way of entering that room. In Dark Souls 2, you have a long straight path to the end of the area, but with a bunch of offshoots you can follow for extras that always end up leading you back to the main path, but they never cross over with each other. It's like a beginner version of the final areas after the Lord Vessel. It makes me wonder if the change in level design was intentional, and what possible reasons they could have had for doing so. Maybe they wanted to focus more on combat. A long time ago, first-person shooters tasked players with navigating levels full of enemies that would shoot projectiles that you could avoid in some way. Much of the damage was preventable, and there were health packs spaced around each level, often hidden away to reward exploration. Difficulty in the game was directly related to the player's ability to kill enemies while taking little enough damage to not be screwed before finding the next health pack. A balance could be carefully constructed because the developers knew they could expect the player to be able to avoid most damage if they played well enough. Fast forward a little bit and you can see some changes. Shooters are becoming more serious, and with a sharp focus on World War II as a potential setting, enemies have something close to firearms that mimic reality. Both Half-Life 1 and 2 still use health packs and armor to replenish player defenses after getting through an area, or they'll place them in a combat zone so you can run to them in the middle of a fight. The entire game needs to be built around providing players enough of these resources so they have a chance to make it through each encounter with enemies. This can sometimes result in an overabundance of these healing items. What surprised me on a recent playthrough of Half-Life 2 was how little combat there is against enemies with actual guns. Give the game another run if you'd like to see what I mean. Even the first level against Combine underlings is full of pauses for puzzles or fighting the flying manhacks, zombies, or long vehicle sections. These are easier to balance because you can expect the player to avoid damage. You can't reasonably expect them to dodge hit scan bullets. It's around this time that a change was in its adolescence in first-person shooters. Regenerating health was becoming the norm, coupled with cover-based mechanics, and people have been divided on it ever since. The theory here is sound: give the ability to control incoming damage back to the player. Instead of long gauntlet levels of alternating challenges and healing, the combat has been shrunk down to be all about the short term. managing your health in a firefight before knowing that you need to hide and wait to regen your life, or shields in the case of Halo or Bioshock Infinite. This allows developers to create gunfights that feel more exciting in a different way, since you can have firearms act realistically and can be more flexible with designing enemy groups, since you don't have to worry about the damage they can deal before the player should need a health pack. That being said, not every game does this well, and certain playstyles can end up cheesing through entire games by abusing this mechanic. Not to mention that, with cover, it can make a lot of games feel similar to each other, but to say that this is outright worse than the old system of dodging enemy fire isn't something that I can agree with. I think that both systems have their merits. Fallout 4 is the most recent shooter that I played, and it has its own minor twist on this setup by making regenerating health cost resources and have it be triggered by the player. You have to choose the time to use a stim pack, which temporarily interrupts your ability to fire, and then your life starts to climb. It was very strange to realize that the system closely resembles Dark Souls 2. Because that's the biggest change the combat has, it's made the jump from always avoidable damage and managing healing resources over an entire level, to focusing mostly on the short-term moments in each individual fight and having you heal continually. I played Dark Souls 2 on release day after intentionally avoiding any information on the game that was being teased online. I played it on a PlayStation 3 and then got it again later for PC when it was cheap on a Steam sale. Going in blind like I did, there was a moment I had that I wonder if other people who had played Dark Souls 1 also experienced. It was when I first noticed the life gems in my inventory and tried one out. I didn't have an Estus flask yet, so I just assumed that they were a supplementation for that until I was given one. When I arrived at Majula, I was given the flask and then found a shard hidden in the well. After upgrading the flask, I once again figured that the gems were some sort of helping hand to be used in emergencies since the Estus flask had so few charges. I honestly thought that these life gems must have been some of the rarest items in the game since their effect was so powerful. As you can guess, discovering that you can buy them for next to nothing shortly into the game was a bit of a surprise. I ignored them my first playthrough and instead focused on using the Estus flask in the same way that it functioned in Dark Souls 1. I didn't use any life gems at all, which made Smelter Demon really frustrating, but we'll get to that in the next video. The inclusion of life gems destroys the careful balance that the levels needed to maintain with your Estus charges. This change feeds into a lot of other changes, so try to bear with me in this section because I think it's going to be difficult for me to pull this all together. We have another chicken or egg scenario here because enemies in Dark Souls 2 are handled very differently than in the original. Specifically, the amount of times that you have to deal with multiple enemies at once and how these enemies can move, how they react to circle strafing, and how their attacks can track you. Were these changes made and then life gems were added to make them fair? Or were life gems added first and then these changes to combat were made because now players have access to effectively infinite life regen? To understand all this, I think it's important to acknowledge that Dark Souls 2 is a sequel. Yeah, well duh, I know, but listen, a sequel has to act as an open doorway to newcomers but also appease fans of the series. The solution that I see for expanding on the difficulty of the first game would be an intense focus on the healing resources and stretch that over much larger, much more complex areas that have lots of one-on-one battles to test the player's ability to get through it all. This would be the only way to recapture that feeling of oh thank dog when you finally get to the next bonfire, and could incorporate a lot of shortcuts to have progress through these levels. This seems so obvious to me that I have to think it was a deliberate decision not to do this, especially considering that they kind of went on to do it with the DLC for this game. Instead, they shifted how the game is difficult to be more about individual combat encounters rather than a chain of them throughout a level. Of course, experienced players can still get through the game like it's just more of Dark Souls 1, but the prevalence of enemies that come at you in groups still change things. Looking at it another way, the developers also needed to address how easy the game could be if every fight was a single lone enemy that you could circle strafe around and then wipe out with easily timed attacks or backstabs. This ruins any semblance of challenge built for going through all the enemies in a level, and pretty much everyone who beat Dark Souls 1 is going to know how to do this. Let's go back to the first game for a minute. When I made my critique, I weighed heavily on the negative side whenever the game had me fighting more than one enemy. My reasons for this still hold true, but I don't think I explained them as well as I could have. One-on-one, your options for avoiding damage are the same as I went over earlier. You can either block, dodge, or parry. You use these techniques to either wait or create an opening for yourself to counterattack. When there are two enemies, any opening that you wait for or earn for yourself has the potential to be ruined by this second enemy. Swing timers for both opponents can become unsynchronized, meaning that you can end up in a situation where there is literally no correct time to attack without taking damage. If the enemies are capable of hard-hitting attacks, this can lead to you running out of stamina when you try to block, or being caught by a second attack when you roll away from the first. Your best option is to avoid their attacks completely. Don't block or dodge, and instead run away from them. Don't use the lock-on mechanic, and utilize the freer range of moment you have to bait out your opponent's attack combo so that they're both vulnerable at the same time. This is the only way you can reliably deal damage to multiple enemies without receiving damage yourself. It's important to note that you could try to rush them down instead and decide that taking some damage is worth it to end the fight faster. I don't think this fits in properly with the rest of the game, however, for the reasons about limited healing that I went into earlier. It's also very easy to get hit and then locked into a combo for multiples, taking you from full health to dead. Dark Souls 2 is being built around fighting multiple enemies. It happens so much that it's flat out undeniable that the game wants you to learn how to deal with this scenario. Unfortunately, many players seem to think that this means using cheap tactics with range weapons, or by exploiting the game's AI with getting enemies stuck on doors, or luring them far enough away from their starting position that they reset and let you get some free hits in. What the game expects instead is something like this. These are two enemies in the very first area. You don't use the lock and instead change your tactics to weave in and around them both. You coax out attacks and then dart in to deal damage in whatever opening that you can find. This can be difficult, but you're outnumbered. It's meant to be challenging, and as far as numbers go, it is the literal definition of unfair. After playing the game so much and finally realizing what it wanted from me, I thoroughly enjoy this combat just as much as the one-on-one duels in the rest of the game. It can be thrilling, but it's not without its problems. Namely, sometimes you're just going to get slammed out of nowhere, and in Dark Souls 1, that's unacceptable. To answer my own question earlier, I think that this focus on multiples in combat was decided first. Then, through playing the game, it was discovered that some form of regenerating health was needed to balance it. Players can't be expected to execute everything flawlessly, and the chaos of dealing with several foes at once is far above the predictability and preventability of dueling one enemy. Then there are attacks that lock on in order to deal with circle strafing that can also end up feeling unfair and cheap. I disagree with their implementation, but in theory these are necessary, but the game needs to adapt for it to still be okay. Finally, areas tend to be a lot more open. This gives you more room to maneuver when fighting multiples and also a higher chance of being able to dodge ranged enemies. There aren't as many narrow corridors as there are in the first game, which helps alleviate the two big gripes I had with it. That enemies can attack through walls but you can't, and that enemies can harmlessly attack and reach through each other to hit you if they're all in the line. These are still in Dark Souls 2, but the more open combat arenas make it happen less. Even understanding these changes, I'm still torn on them. Having to decide when to use life gem isn't as mindless as other forms of regenerating health, since you need to carefully pick your moment to crush the gem and then gain the life back slowly, but it's a dramatic shift from the original. I am well aware that you can still skill your way through the game with only Estus. I can still do it today myself as I did it on my first playthrough, but fighting multiples was still frustrating in places, and remember that the game needs to be welcoming for those new to the series. That's why I think that fighting multiples in Dark Souls 1 is bad, but that it's okay in the sequel. Every minor hit you receive isn't a chip off the block that is your total potential healing before you have to go back to a bonfire. The game has also eased up on how equipment weighs you down, so it's easier to run around quickly and do these weaving tactics through more than one opponent. The fact that the game's frame rate is rock solid helps considerably, since all these quick moves with both character and the camera aren't bogged down. Where the game fails utterly, however, is in communicating this all to the player. The Souls series is known for letting you figure things out for yourself, but ignoring the lock-on system that has been a staple in games of this type since Ocarina of Time is so counterintuitive that I wouldn't be surprised if at least one person watching this right now has beaten Dark Souls 2 and hadn't even considered ignoring the lock-on. The extra healing items mean that players can brute force their way through multiple enemies instead, like the example I'm showing now. They stay locked on and either dodge or block and then attack when they can. They take a hit or two and then retreat to heal, and then repeat the whole thing all over again. Their healing resources have effectively become a number of how many times can I attack the enemy, and then they whittle them down slowly, painfully slowly. Or they use the exploits I spoke about earlier, with doors and aggro boundaries, or cheesing with range weapons, or just ignoring multiples completely and running past them to the fog door. This also seeps into all other combat and encourages much sloppier play. I don't need to pay as much attention when fighting because I can take a few hits and then heal with a life gem afterward. You can get poisoned and not really care because it isn't going to eat up a limited Estus charge. Here's an easy way the game could have taught players to try fighting two enemies without locking on. Some sort of shadow type boss early in the game, maybe even the second boss to replace the Dragon Rider in Hyde's Tower, that is immune to your lock-on ability. After damaging it a bit, the boss would split into two and you would need to kill them both within 10 seconds of each other to successfully beat them. They could do minor damage with their attacks so it can stay firmly a learning experience. Neither can be locked on. There you go, now players have learned that lesson. Ideally, there would also be something that teaches you the importance of having a ranged ability, but hey, I already said that about 5 million times in the last video. I wish that Dark Souls 1 ran better so I can say for sure which game has the better combat, because having framerate higher than my age in Dark Souls 2 makes it so much better an experience that I genuinely cannot tell if it's just because of that, or if the looser combat with more enemies is more enjoyable. In theory, I prefer the gauntlets carefully balanced with the Estus Flask, but nothing makes me appreciate Dark Souls 2 more than going back to the first game. It feels like everything is moving underwater. The use of multiple enemies also extends to boss battles, and there are a few that do it poorly. The Duke's Deer Freya is a terrible encounter. You simply run from head to head, slashing once or twice, and occasionally killing a spider. They have the potential to swarm you, but that's about it for the challenge in this fight. Other ones like Skeleton Lords and the Mob Rats before the gutter feel better, or at least they feel like a thematic fit for the monsters you're fighting. Whereas the Prowling Magus and Congregation feels like a room full of normal enemies that have been given a boss health bar for some weird reason. The bosses in this game are, generally speaking, weaker than the original, or at least they are when comparing the base game to each other. I think now is a good time to explain why I think that Dark Souls 2 is just as good as the original despite the changes that I've spoken about. If we strip away the DLC, I would say that the first half of Dark Souls 2 is close to perfect. Let's go with the standard scoring system that gaming websites use just for the sake of putting some numbers to it. We'll start with the first half here as a 9 out of 10. After acquiring the Lord Vessel, I think that the game drops down to a 6 out of 10 in its worst places, and then up to a 7 in the good. Think of Lost Izalith being the bad and Tomb of Giants being the good, but still nowhere near as good as the first half. The DLC brings the quality back up to a 9 out of 10, but it's quite short. Let's average this out to an 8 out of 10. Dark Souls 2 also starts out great. The Forest of Fallen Giants and Lost Bastille are arguably the best put together levels in the base game, but they're still not as good as the early bits in Dark Souls 1. However, the later levels never descend to the unfinished bullshit that is Lost Izalith, and the craptacular mess bed of chaos that sits as a rotten cherry on a bowl of ice cream that was never frozen to begin with. I'd say the base game in Dark Souls 2 sits around 7 and maintains that level about evenly throughout the entire thing, so let's just leave it at that, 7 out of 10. So that's lower than the original, which I think most people would agree when comparing the base version of each game, but then both had substantial DLC added on. Here's where things get more interesting. The DLC in Dark Souls 2 is not only better than everything else in the game, but I consider it to be the absolute best part of the Souls series. Maybe Bloodborne is better, I haven't played it, but all 3 Crown of the X-King packs are so fantastic that they raise the whole game to equality with the original, or maybe even above it. They return to the layered levels, to reusing bonfires, to opening shortcuts and giving players new ways to interact with traps and enemies. They play with the idea of what defines a shortcut by giving you new ways to make a level easier. Almost all the bosses are fantastic, challenging, and feel like they were made by an entirely different team of people when compared to what was available in the base game. The DLC in the first Dark Souls was also great, but there's so much more of it in Dark Souls 2. It also costs more, so that might be a factor for you to consider. I also didn't think they would ever top the dragon fight against Calamite, but the battle against Sin is so great that I think they outdid themselves. The next video in this series will be looking at level design in Dark Souls 2 and making some comparisons to the first game. This is the second of 3 videos I'm doing on Dark Souls 2. This one will be looking at level design in the base game. Dark Souls 2 is an action game that released for PC and consoles in 2014. It's the 3rd game in the Souls series by From Software, with Demon's Souls being the first game that came out in 2009. Bloodborne does not share the Souls title, but I think it could be argued that it's in the same general area as the others. I don't have a PlayStation 4 and still haven't played it, so I won't be referencing it in this video. Dark Souls 3 has already been announced and is due to release around April of 2016. The release of Dark Souls 2 was met with a medium amount of controversy when it was discovered that a significant graphical downgrade had been made since its announcement. This sort of thing is sadly quite common and, even more sadly, almost accepted as normal by many people. This particular case is worse, however, because the graphics actually tied into a new feature showcased in early trailers. The lighting system was meant to make certain areas so dark that you would need to carry a torch with you to light your way, much like an area in Dark Souls 1. Only now it would be tied to the lighting engine, so you could light freestanding sconces to illuminate an area, or break apart boards covering a window to let light in. This feature was not included in the game that was released. I don't have much else to say about it, but my opinion on the game is quite positive, so I didn't want to ignore what I consider to be a pretty shitty thing done on From's part. Even more than that, DLC was later released for the game after From specifically said that the game was unlikely to get any, and that Dark Souls 2 would be a complete package upon release. Whether or not this was a lie is not something I want to discuss in this video. I personally love the DLC and think that the base game was worth the price without it, but I do want to say that it's understandable that some people were upset about it, and they're not wrong to do so. In terms of quality, the DLC is great, and is a rare case of extra content being done well and it being worth the money. However, a new version of the game, Scholar of the First Sin, was also made and sold. This is a bundle of the base game and the DLC, but with some revamped enemy locations and some visual tweaks. If you already have Dark Souls 2 and all the DLC like I do, then you can upgrade to this new version for the special price of $25. $25 for some revamped enemies and a few graphical upgrades that bring it closer to the quality first advertised in the reveal trailers. This goes beyond greed, and I have to assume that there's some misunderstanding going on when comparing this upgrade choice to the versions released for the new consoles. Something like that, those remastered PlayStation 4 ones. Needless to say, this video will not be covering any of the changes made by the Scholar version of the game. Even if it is the superior version, I'm not spending that much money to get it. I look at levels in this series as falling into one of 3 main categories. Layered, maze-like structures with shortcuts and hidden paths. A trial, some sort of theme or mechanic that the player must conquer. Or traditional, straightforward, mostly about combat. Using the first game as a source, we can draw some examples from it. Undead Burg and Painted World would clearly fit into the first category, with the latter expanding on the ideas introduced in the former. There are routes to open and shortcuts to be made, either to make it easier to navigate the larger world or to open a path to the boss from the bonfire. Sen's Fortress and the Tomb of Giants both show players what the level is going to be about very quickly. The tomb doesn't let you go a few steps in without it being obvious that you're going to have to play this level very differently than the others. Even if you do use magic to make it easier on yourself, you have to move slower until you've learned the level's layout. Sen's Fortress is more about building on the concept of traps. You have the arrow trap right at the start, then the swinging blade, then a slightly more complicated version of the swinging blades, but now there's an enemy to mess with you. After this is an even more dangerous set of blades, and now the enemy is capable of throwing spells at you, and this concept is continually made more difficult as you climb higher through the fortress. Lastly, the best examples of traditional levels would be Darkroot Garden and the last half of Lost Izalith. You have some more open areas to explore, but nothing really taxing when it comes to learning the level's layout. The only danger are the enemies that you need to fight to get to the end. Very few levels can fit purely into one of these categories. You may already be thinking of some exceptions to those I gave, or you might see how Sen's Fortress can also feel maze-like in places. The best example of a level having a bit from all three is the Catacombs. You are shown the exploding skulls and the statue traps early on. Then you have immortal skeletons that the player must learn to either run past or kill continually until getting to the necromancer that keeps reanimating them. On top of this, the whole area is confusing. A lot of it looks the same, and like the undead inhabiting it, it's literally falling apart. You'll likely fall and get lost and have to learn how it all fits together. Then, at the end before the fog gate, it's capped off with an open space and a section of combat with a new type of enemy. Most levels in Dark Souls 1 try to fit into the first two categories in some way. And to be clear, this isn't always a good thing. You don't need to look any further than Crystal Caves to see how a trial concept can be badly implemented. Nor does a traditional level of combat mean that an area is bad. How they're made is the most important thing, and the overuse of any can be tiring for the player. Imagine if every single level was a giant maze with no break and no mechanics to test you outside of combat. Dark Souls 2 opens with a cinematic and then sets you down in things betwixt. You run toward the suspiciously shaped rift in the wall far ahead of you. You meet some old ladies and choose your class. There's a chest on the second floor that everyone who played the first game will attack to make sure that it's not a mimic before opening. If you backtrack here, you come across this game's half-assed version of the Asylum Demon. Fighting this guy is the first and best example of a big problem with the game's combat: hitboxes. Both you and enemies will sometimes land an attack that you had no business landing, or will clearly hit something and deal no damage. The instant kill death grab on this enemy is probably reason enough for some people to hate this game. Never use lock-on when fighting these. Learn to roll from his swipes, and when he does do the grab, roll diagonally toward him instead of away, and you'll slip under his arms every time. If you roll to the side or back instead, then you get to see the bullshit hitboxes in action. This is a problem throughout the whole game, but I wouldn't say it's common. Off the top of my head right now, I can think of maybe 5 enemies that have these bugged hitboxes. Dark Souls 1 has less of this, but it certainly wasn't pristine in its hitboxes either. The tutorial corridors on the other side of the level, with branching paths that loop back into the main corridor but never connect to each other. All of this is easily skippable and far faster to run through than the first game. It's not as tightly designed, but it's still good. You reach the crack in the wall and squeeze on through to be reborn in Majula. This is the central hub of the game, a more welcoming and complex home than Firelink Shrine, that has a lot of hidden treasures to find. Firelink felt like an eye in the middle of a storm in the first game, so while I do like Majula, it feels out of place and not something I can ever really get comfortable with. The music also sounds like something is rotten here, but nothing ever comes of it. You meet the Emerald Herald and are given your Estus Flask. You're also shown that this is where you'll be leveling up, and this is another poor decision. Having to return here to do all this wouldn't be so bad if load times weren't atrocious on consoles. They're not so hot on PC either, but it's more forgiving. The system in Dark Souls 1 worked fine, and you're given enough reason to return in Majula for upgrading Estus and equipment. It was a very strange decision to do this. In my Dark Souls critique, much of the footage was made to recreate what someone would be doing on their first time through. I thought this was obvious, since in some clips I'm barely holding my own against a Black Knight and later parrying one dead while completely naked, but some people didn't understand that a lot of that video was only relevant from the perspective of a new player, like the way the dragon in Undeadburg will kill you on the bridge. Players don't die to that a second time. I won't really be doing that here, but I will stop and point out where things can be different on your first time through. An example here being that I went to Hyde's Tower at the start of my first game. This isn't like the cemetery in the original, since enemies here are easily killable. They look intimidating, but their attacks are slow and easily avoided. I went through here most of No Man's Worth before exploring some more in Majula and finding the path to the Forest of Fallen Giants, which is the intended starting level. You're pitted against a series of hollows here and often have to deal with one far away shooting at you while you fight. These attacks are slow and can be dodged, and it's reinforcing the idea that you're going to have to learn how to be aware of multiple enemies at once throughout most of the game. You have the archer here with the first group at the river, then another up top after climbing the ladder, then one alone at the top of the stairs. There are a couple more dotted throughout the level. The Hyde Knight is a peaceful NPC that you cannot talk to. On my first playthrough I ignored him because I thought he might become friendly later. Instead, this is the game's version of the Black Knight in Undeadburg, but he stays passive until you choose to engage him. He drops the Hyde Knight sword, which is a fairly good weapon, one of my favorites actually, and it'll be what I go through most of the game with, along with a backup longsword. After reaching the second bonfire, you were given an area to explore with a few secrets and shortcuts. You can break down a door above the bonfire, you can climb down the ladder and then loop back around to destroy a wall to open a shorter path. Then, after going around the rest of the level, you unlock a door that is close to the ladder, so you have a short trip to try the boss again. This is good stuff and reuses this bonfire. There are also 2 elevators here, so you never have to pull a lever and wait for one if you die to the boss. It made me think that the rest of the game would be similarly well designed, and it's a shame that it wasn't. There are a few ambushes around here, going through the gate, entering this tunnel, and going through this broken gap in the wall. Like in Dark Souls 1, these are all fine because you are given a chance to fight back and aren't slapped with unavoidable damage out of nowhere. They're as challenging to new players as they were in the first game. You find your first Pharos Lockstone slot here, which I thought was the sequel's version of Illusionary Walls. There are some hidden items down here, including a really good ring. Illusionary Walls are still in the game and are separate from these, but they now require hitting a button to open instead of rolling through them. This is a minor but questionable change that I've heard is being reverted in Dark Souls 3. There are two bosses in this area, the Pursuer, which I'm going to assume trashes most new players when they try to fight him. There's no fog door for this guy, so you can simply leave if you decide it's too much for you. I think this is an interesting challenge that can raise the stakes, since you only have one try to beat him at this point. You can try again shortly after clearing this level, but it's a neat idea that I think could be used in future games. The Pursuer is also a great encounter for players to see how much better they've gotten at the game, because on your first playthrough he can be difficult, and on subsequent ones he's almost insultingly easy now that you know what you're doing. The Last Giant is the first real boss, and it's a disappointment on almost every level except visually, and even that's highly subjective. He doesn't do much and he's also difficult to see, so not only is he not challenging for experienced players, he's also not a good teaching tool for new ones because it's hard to really understand what he's even doing. It's also fun that you damage him to death by repeatedly slashing his legs, yet he can seemingly survive ripping off his own arm. From here you can explore the rest of the level with the shiny new key you got from the giant. There's also the first 100% physical block shield hidden around here. You kill Pursuer if you hadn't already earlier, and find a bird that takes you to Lost Bastille. Alternatively, you can go back to Majula and then clear through Hyde's Tower and then No Man's Worth for what I think is likely the intended path to Lost Bastille. You kill 3 more bosses on the way, Dragon Rider, which is probably a better learning experience for newcomers, a rematch with Ornstein, which proves that he's a pushover when he doesn't have Snorlax to back him, and the Flexal Sentry, which is a decent fight. Visually, I really like Hyde's Tower, but from a level design standpoint, it's just a bunch of platforms connected by broken bridges. It's a traditional level that's a great break for the player after the maze-like Forest of Fallen Giants. Focusing on combat, it attempts to provide a good teaching moment as it's the first time it forces you to fight 2 large enemies at once. So far, the multiple groups have been with Weak Hollow and Dead. If you cheese this encounter, you are likely to continue cheesing big multiples later. If you have ranged attacks, it's easy to bypass these 2 that way. My first time, I'd lured them both far away and then attacked when they started stomping back to their starting zones. Now, I recognize that they're big lumbering enemies that are purposefully slow so you can run circles around them. Their attacks are also slow and highly telegraphed, leading to a fun fight if you weave between them and then attack when you have an opening. But this could be done so much better, either with a door closing behind you when you get in, or some hint about not using the lock-on mechanic. I'd guess this room is pretty damn important, so I think From dropped the ball here. The Dragon Rider is just a bigger version of these knights with more health, so if his arena had been twice as big and he dealt significantly less damage than he does now, there could have been 2 of them to fight to have another chance to teach players to start thinking about how to kill multiple enemies. No Man's Wharf can be a challenging gauntlet. I didn't have too much trouble with it, but I had my Dark Souls 1 experience to carry me. There's only one bonfire here and it feels like the developers forgot to add a shortcut. You can raise a gate, but this path is literally no faster than the other one you took to get to this point. There's a pile of wreck shit in the water here that I think you're meant to clear somehow when reaching the other side. It would have provided a much more reasonable path to the boss and give you that feeling of progression that's in the first game. Maybe it's even possible to do this and I was just too stupid to figure it out. Scroll down to see if anyone's laughing at me in the comments. Lost Bastille is the next big maze level, but only if you go exploring to find some of the hidden areas. It's a good area that, like many in Dark Souls 2, is slightly spoiled by an overuse of bonfires. With so many shortcuts here, it could have been more elegantly designed with only one central bonfire and several paths out from it. Although you could argue that the second bonfire here is a hidden one, so it's a reward for clever players, but it's not exactly difficult to find. Ruined Sentinels probably give a lot of players trouble, both new and experienced. It's similar to Ornstein and Smo in that they are 2 enemies that are both larger than you and have superior range. There's a third one at the start that is so close to the fog gate that it feels comparable to the sudden rush the Capra Demon has on you when you first step through. On one hand, I really like that they give you a chance to fight one of the bosses alone so you can learn their attack patterns in a safer environment. On the other, this platform is so cramped that I think most players are going to fall before they kill the first Sentinel and end up fighting 3 instead of 2. I loathed this fight when I first did it because I still didn't understand the changes the game had made to combat. Now, it's actually one of my favorites, and I enjoy the challenge of killing the first one on the platform and then killing the next 2 on that same platform when they jump up to get you. It's one of the few boss encounters in the base game that feels worthy of that title. There are a lot of pointless illusionary walls after this boss, and we're led to the first gotcha moment in the sequel. When I wrote my Dark Souls critique, there were certain parts that I thought I'd receive more backlash over than others. The story was a big one. Ornstein and Smo was another. Surprisingly, people were receptive to almost everything I said. There was some criticism over my comments on the story, but they were all constructive to the point that I think I'll give it another chance one day, and maybe do a video explaining what I think. Maybe I'll find that I was wrong. But the biggest thing that people disagreed with me on, and some almost got mad when I discussed it with them, were the gotcha parts when the game wasn't fair. More surprising than all of this was that the one people defended the most was the dragon attack after Taurus Demon. Arguments range from how the game shows you the dragon beforehand to how a long corridor full of enemies is somehow a warning that something is going to happen. to that I was wrong about the charred patches on the bridge and that they are fair warning. I think these points still stand, and expecting the dragon to be here isn't really fair. However, the real kicker for me is that even if you concede that it's reasonable for players to realize this attack is coming, this part is still bad, because it requires guesswork in order for you to pass unscathed. Look at it again from a new player's perspective. Somehow, you work out that the dragon is going to attack, but you're new, so you don't know how the dragon is going to attack. Which direction is he going to fly from? Behind, ahead, or from the side? Will it be like the dragon attack in Demon's Souls, or will he drop separate fireballs all over the bridge? Is your best chance to sprint to the end, or to run forward and then turn around when you see him? I actually tried that last one. You can too. Go back into the game and start walking across the bridge slowly, waiting for any sign of the dragon. If you do this, there's literally not enough time to turn around and run to safety even if you move instantly upon hearing the dragon's approach. The only way to pop out and survive is if you already know that's how the dragon is going to come at you. The other problem is that if you're psychic enough to work out that the dragon is going to appear here, surely the smartest move is to go somewhere else. Without the master key, this is the only way to proceed through the game. You are forced to try to cross here. I am willing to say that Capra and the basilisks aren't truly gotcha moments and are just shitty parts of the game, but the dragon, the crumbling floor in the asylum, mimic chest, and the spike elevator in Sin's Fortress are definitely unfair deaths. It may surprise you to know that there are fewer of these moments in Dark Souls 2, not to mention Bed of Chaos. The first one is here right after Ruined Sentinels, and it's surprisingly similar to the dragon. There's a short hallway with some prison cells ahead. One of them has an exploding enemy that you've never seen before up to this point. He's a fiery version of the other suicide mummies that does far more damage. You finally just beat this boss, and, plump with souls, are likely to run through here and get blown up before you have a chance to know what's going on. The high density of bonfires continues here and also includes one of the worst placed ones in the entire series. It's next to 3 archers who will start attacking you instantly if you die. If I'm not playing with the Covenant champions, I usually kill these guys over and over until they never respawn so I don't have to worry about them if I ever come back here later. The path to the final boss is great the first time, it looks great, but suffers a lot when you're sent back to it. Our old enemy non-resetting elevators comes back, which again pisses me off because there are doors in the game that do reset on death just to slow you down. There's no reason that the elevator can't default to whatever position you need it to be in when you approach from another area. This hallway is long, dark, and full of terrors. It's tedious for multiple run-throughs and encourages you to sprint past enemies. The thing is, this exact problem is also found in Dark Souls 1, so it isn't fair to criticize the sequel for something that the first game also does badly. There would preferably be some sort of shortcut or change to enact on each level to cut this time down, but I would also like to see some incentive introduced to the series that is separate from Souls that rewards you for enemy kills, something that persists after death. Not even item drops are really worth it, and later on, even souls become sort of worthless because level ups require so many, and they aren't really that useful after you hit the stats you need for endgame equipment. The Lost Sinner is a straightforward fight that feels like a simpler version of Artorias from the first game. I killed her on my first try thanks to being familiar with a shield. She's more challenging to fight when dodging instead. A lot of the game is like that, and you're sort of forced into learning when you're thrown against huge enemies that can bash through all of your stamina in one hit. There are 3 paths left to go through at this point: opening a door in the passage on the way to Hyde's Tower, falling through the well in Majula, or going through a cave near the way back to Things Betwixt. Let's go through this path. You use an item you got after Lost Sinner in order to reverse a petrification spell on a woman blocking a switch. You pull it and then are ambushed. This encounter is challenging but fine. There's a bonfire on the other side. You follow a short linear path with a few enemies to yet another bonfire. There are 3 roads to follow here, but 2 of them are blocked for now. You go through a foggy forest and are ambushed by almost invisible enemies, the trial here being watching carefully for them with low visibility and the camera zoom close to your back. This area is okay, but I find it a little tedious and usually try to get it over with as quickly as possible. The next area is tiny and centered around a bridge-like structure that has multiple routes around it. There are some hidden treasures here, but no shortcuts to open really. You are introduced to the cackling curse pots that are a wasted mechanic. They're never that threatening or placed in creative ways that challenge you. I think that it could have been used better for some more interesting gameplay in an area larger than this one. The boss here is similar to Quelaag from the first game. It's a scorpion instead of a spider, and hasn't had the same level of care put into her attacks. Having to find solid ground after she burrows is an okay twist, but this is mostly another easy fight that doesn't have much going for it. There's another small area that is, visually, one of my favorites. It's a shame that it feels unfinished. This section is mostly optional and you can skip right by most of it. This should also be the first time you come across a mimic chest, which to new players is the same gotcha moment you can have in the original game. The optional part leads to one of the worst bosses in the entire series, a giant rat dog thing with his 4 little poison rat buddies. Even understanding how multiple combatants was meant to work, this fight is just awful. You can get poisoned easily, and even if you do beat them all, the battle against the dog isn't that fun. It feels like a more random version of the last giant. After this, we go through yet another small traditional area, some weird evil tent town. After going through a spider cave, you fight a boss version of normal enemies that, if you know how to ignore the lock-on feature, ends up being the easiest boss in the entire game. Through here is Brightstone Cove, which gets my vote for worst area, although it's not as bad as the worst areas in the original Dark Souls. The caster enemies constantly pelt you with slow-moving homing spells that are really annoying. It's a place that's trivial if you use range attacks yourself. This is something that should be better explained to the player, but even if you do give up and start using a bow with your melee character, the shooting system isn't all that great. It still feels like cheating to me, but there are clearly parts of the game where you're meant to do it. Boss here is one that I already mentioned in the previous video, the giant two-headed spider that ends up being a huge disappointment. It looks pretty cool and is capable of moving around instead of being rooted in place like the giant spider in Demon Souls, but the fight isn't that fun or challenging. We warp back to Majula. Let's go through the other path near Hud's tower. You either need to pay this NPC to change the doors for you, or you can kill her so you can do it yourself. She's lying to you about using magic to open the door, so don't feel bad. The following area continues the trend of wasted potential with bonfires and shortcuts. Others have spoken at length about it, so I won't repeat that here. There's a cheap part coming up with an enemy breaking through a door when you go to open it, but it doesn't do that much damage, so I don't think that this qualifies as a gotcha. It's like the rolling steel ball in the Undead Asylum. It isn't a great part of the level, and it didn't need to be in the game. There are two bosses here, and both of them have overly long linear paths all the way from their bonfire. There's technically an unlockable path to the Skeleton Lords, but this feels the same length as the other one to me. This fight is bland. The area looks cool, but you can kill everything quickly. If health had been buffed, it could have been more interesting with players needing to control how quickly they kill off each skeleton, which spawns more smaller skeletons, so you don't get overwhelmed. The other boss is the more interesting one. It's not that difficult, but still fun because it's so different. You have to navigate a large area with an undead chariot that is being raced through. You can use it to kill other skeletons that are attacking you. Eventually you lower a gate and have to fight the horse to win the fight. Not too difficult, but memorable. Let's stop for a moment now that we're at Earthen Peak. You might feel like I'm blasting through a lot of these areas without saying much, especially compared to what I did for Dark Souls 1. The reason for that is that there isn't really much new to say if you're already familiar with the combat system. There's an overuse of traditional level types that focus on combat. It's why I think the game without DLC is a solid 7 out of 10 because it's carried by its combat, but doesn't do much on top of that. The only other repeated mechanic is how many times there are ranged enemies in the distance when you're fighting melee ones. Most of these areas are just like the tutorial corridor, some offshoot paths that link back to the main one that don't really change much. This could have changed in Earthen Peak. It has the same issues that much of the rest of the game has, too many bonfires, not enough shortcuts, but it didn't have to be. There's actually a trial concept introduced here, and when you reach the big windmill castle itself, the layout could be considered maze-like. But instead, you're shown the poison on the ground, and that is it. Nothing else is ever done with it. There are no rooms with switches to drain or flood with poison so you can explore them, no way to manipulate all the mechanisms inside to create paths. Imagine that, only 2 bonfires in this area, one at the start to get your foot in the level, and then a second at the base of the windmill. You use the latter NPC you find to create one shortcut, then launch expeditions inside the maze to find and work some switches inside to turn part of the castle to create some stairs. Then maybe another set deeper in. All to create your own path to climb up through the boss room from the bonfire, and you have that sense of progression as you explore each area. Instead, there's a mini-boss here that wasn't worthy of its own health bar, the Covetous Demon. Maybe this is here just so it could match the rings you can find in the game, I don't know. This feels like a punching bag rather than an enemy. Then you light a bonfire after him. Then another bonfire 30 seconds later. Then another hidden bonfire right above the boss room instead of any shortcuts and clever design. It's like it's permanently the 5th of November in this place. I hope someone gets that joke. Then the one thing you can manipulate in this level is insane. The bewildering act you do by burning the windmill. Others have said this, but it's worth repeating. This windmill does not look flammable at all. It makes the mechanisms inside the building stop, which somehow prevents poison from being made or pumped up, I guess. I have no idea how this works or how you're meant to figure this out on your own. It's near necessary to kill the boss too, since she heals rapidly if she's in poison that is also damaging you, so getting rid of it all is important. But on my first playthrough, I didn't figure it out, so I actually spent a lot of time here until I finally killed her with the poison still on the ground. I did not feel any sense of accomplishment by doing this. Part of me is still empty to this day. Working out how to drain this poison could have been a key feature in this level that could have made it great. You ride an elevator from here that is apparently invisible from the outside. It leads to an equally invisible castle of fire and lava in the sky, complete with its own metal Koopa Troopers from Mario. This area may feel derivative, but I still like it. It feels different from the rest of the game. It ends up being a little boring inside, and, like Brightstone Cove, there's a section where you're pelted from ranged opponents that you can't reach until later. Smelter Demon is the next boss, and he's pretty much the best proof I can point to that regenerating health is something the game wants you to be using. He has a constant damage aura that, in my opinion, does way too much damage for you to reasonably use Estus to counteract. Life gems are almost perfectly balanced to nullify the boss's fire. This is also a case of not using the lock-on helping with just one opponent, as it's much easier to run around him and see when you need to dodge his attacks at the last minute. This fight is likely very frustrating for people who aren't maintaining a steady supply of life gems, but it's still possible with the Estus Flask if you learn his attack patterns and use the water from the Pharos face thing nearby. After Smelter, you go through a strange room that has a platform you can lower in the lava to roast some metal turtles. The path from here to the boss is straightforward and boring. There's another bonfire close to it at the top of 2 ladders that I failed to notice on my first playthrough. I ran the long way to Iron King each time I died. And I died a lot. I had a lot of trouble with this boss my first time. Whenever he did his knockback attack, I would somehow always be in front of some lava, or I would be knocked unpredictably into it. It's really easy now, but this boss is honestly terrible. He tries to hit you and then just leaves his arm down for so long so you can kill him. It feels more like you're fighting a machine rather than an actual living adversary. This is not a good encounter. Dropping down the well is the only path left unexplored, and thankfully it's one of the shorter ones. There are only 2 bosses down here, although there is a hidden area that may as well be one. You can buy an item from a nearby merchant to survive the fall, or you can buy a ladder from an NPC you found in an earthen peak to get down. Doing it this way you can skip the tomb level and avoid a subpar boss, the Royal Rat Vanguard. This is just a room full of rats. That's all it is. There's a lot of unavoidable fall damage here. There's quite a bit of it all over the game actually, including the tutorial area, which once again supports the use of life gems. Continuing down, you come close to the gutter, which is this game's version of Blighttown. This place is dark, but not enough to warrant using the torch. It's still good to use after you've killed everything, however, because the area can be confusing, and setting fire to the broken statues can be a good indicator of where you've gone. You're meant to get lost down here. The collapsing floors more or less guarantees it. I think this could have been a cool level if more effort had gone into the visuals. Floating boxes in the dark is really forgettable, especially when they already did this concept so well with Blighttown. It's a shame because navigating it all can be fun, although more bullshit hitbox issues with the big dogs can ruin your experience. You continue to descend to make it to Black Gulch, which is a small area with ambushing worms and hand grab demons. There's a lot of poison down here, but the run from the bonfire to the boss is short. The Rotten is a boss fight that I'm undecided on. Sometimes I think he's a pushover, other times his sword becomes magnetic and really hurts. Blocking is useless here since his attacks come quickly and drain a lot of stamina. The worst part of this fight is if you end up getting pushed against some of the fire pits and then he does his very quick AoE blast. You can be limited on where you can run, and since he can sometimes attack so relentlessly, getting pushed against the fire isn't always avoidable. The optional non-boss nearby is hidden across from the fog door. Dropping down, you can find 2 giants hiding out in a cave for some reason. You have to fight both at the same time, and this is like the battle against the 2 hippo men at the start did a year of intense strength training and came back to pummel you. Staying in here with both of them and fighting purely melee and dodging attacks is arguably the most difficult thing in the game, with only some of the final DLC bosses beating it. It can be fun, but something always feels off about it, like the range the giants have are too long. With this area complete, you return to the Emerald Herald and are congratulated. You can go back to the bonfire in the shaded woods and unlock one of the block paths. You head to Drangleic Castle. The visuals here are imposing, and if the game had used some clever level design up to this point, then this would be a fantastic gauntlet of combat sequences. Like the game is saying, we're not messing around anymore, show us what you've got. Instead, it's just like the rest of the game, only slightly harder because it's almost exclusively multiple enemies in order to challenge you from this point onward. There are the armored elephant men, the armored knights, the stone statues, the archer captains. There's a room full of the living statues you need to kill in order to open doors with their souls, which unlock to reveal rune sentinels inside. This room is best cleared slowly with only opening 1 door at a time, because if you die, the doors stay open and multiple rune sentinels come out at once. I like the tension that this builds when you get here for the first time and know what's going on, but after that it's a crapshoot. I think that some sort of balance could have been struck with the doors closing if you're gone for a while so you can try again. I'm not sure. You fight more multiple enemies as you explore the castle, which caps off with a boss that mimics these encounters. I lured the Dragon Rider to the platform the other one was standing on so he couldn't shoot me, which made him jump down so I could have both of them in melee range at once. It becomes similar to any other multiple battle at this point, only with more health. It's not a bad fight. Things get worse after this with another room full of statues, which can result in you fighting anywhere from 3 to 7 of these things if you're not careful. It never feels good to fight enemies made of stone in any game. It never feels like you're properly damaging them. Next up are 4 archer captains in the same room. These enemies are arguably even more dangerous in melee range, so this room can be frustrating. There are 2 on each side, so you can't corner each one separately either. You open the way forward by exploring here, which links back to the bonfire. There's a long straight path full of enemies to the boss. The trend continues. Looking Glass Knight is definitely memorable, but it isn't that challenging if you stay close to him. His shield is always active and can spawn enemy helpers, which is an okay twist. The storm around you and his use of lightning are the best parts of this fight. The next level is Shrine of Amana, and it's one that I'm really conflicted on. Let's get the basic details out of the way first. There's a long linear path with lots of water, and there's no ring in this game that lets you move through it quickly. There are no shortcuts here. There are enemies hiding in the water, some others waiting ahead, and many casters ready to shoot missiles at you the whole time for the last 2/3 of the level. I'm torn on this area because I think the developers had a good idea here, to slow your movement, have constant projectiles coming at you, and then put enemies lurking in the water to all bring it together to make it challenging. There are multiple things working together here, and From executed it well. It's very difficult. Today, I can get through it without ever dying, and that feeling of progression and getting good is something that the series is meant to teach you. It's sort of funny that I rarely mind dying when I'm learning an area, but when I've cleared it out and I'm learning a boss, then I can get annoyed with having to re-clear long stretches of enemies again. The issue is that this level might be too difficult for those focusing on purely melee characters, and that using a bow makes it trivial. Being able to snipe the casters down makes this area the same as the other basic ones in the game. This ties into some of my criticisms of the first game, and although it may sound radical, I sometimes wish that there was a difficulty slider or that character classes were limited in their options so you could commit to a harder playthrough and have something to show for it, like a Covenant of Champions that makes it so you can never use range abilities. Overall, the execution of this level is great. The one snag is the phantom that shows up before the boss. NPCs like this are broken in Dark Souls 2. In this case, he has a dark-based spell that does so much damage that it can kill some characters in one hit. It also has a very short cast time and he's capable of turning on the spot to aim it. Other phantoms also move incredibly quickly for the weapon and armor they're using, and in the case of the only DLC boss that is outright awful, well, we'll get to that. Demon of Song is an unusual looking boss. This area reminds me of the fight with the Sanctuary Guardian. She has a bullshit instant death grab like the Ogre that has some buggy hitbox issues. This fight is okay. We're getting close to the end now. You ride another elevator even lower toward the center of the earth and go through the Undead Crypt. There are bells here that can be rung to summon spirits and zombies, but this concept isn't taken very far. Another long hallway brimming with enemies stands between you and the boss. Imagine if this had been an area full of graves and bells and you had to be cautious to get through here without tripping over one and alerting a bunch of powerful enemies. It's good to note that this long path with lots of enemies was a problem in the first game, and in the sequel there's a delay to entering the fog gate that's meant to make it more difficult to run past everything. I've read that many people have trouble with Velstadt. It felt like a pretty standard boss to me. You can block many of his hits if you can lower your shield between swings. Rolling from his attacks is a little more difficult, but it doesn't take long to learn. After this you find the King's Ring, which unlocks a few doors throughout the level. Aldea's Keep is next, and it has another long corridor with the final gotcha moment in the game, also the worst one. An ogre bursts through a set of doors when you approach, and there's no warning or anything. This part is straight up bullshit and has no place in a game like this. Depending on whether you agree with the moments I've spoken about, I would say that Dark Souls 2 either has fewer shitty moments like this or the same amount. The mimic chests cancel out, the explosion in Lost Bastille is the same as the dragon attack, the ogre bursting through the door comes out of nowhere like the floor in the asylum. If you want to include the other door smasher and Huntsman's Copse, then that would match the elevator in Sen's Fortress. There's also nothing in Dark Souls 2 that comes close to the Anor Londo snipers. The Guardian Dragon is the boss for this area. It has a cool setting and is an okay fight. As with the others, it can be fairly easy once you know how to dodge his fire breath and stay behind him. You can cut off his tail, but there's no secret reward for doing so. I miss that sort of thing from the first game. The next level is the last new one you'll explore in the base game. You're given a feather that acts as an infinite use homeward bone. This is to justify the terribly designed hidden areas here that you can drop onto but have no way to get back up. I'm not a fan of these, but it's not a huge problem. This place looks cool, but there aren't many enemies, except for a few more dragons to fight. The ones flying in the air never react to you breaking their eggs, which could have been an interesting mechanic if the area was based around some sort of risk and reward for enraging the dragons if they can smell broken egg gunk on you. You cross a giant bridge and reach the castle in the sky. People have been critical of the enemies here, and I'm not sure that I agree. One-on-one, they aren't that bad. They felt really similar to the Knights in Hyde's Tower, and I think they pause enough between attacks to be fair. However, when you put them together, it feels like the developers forgot their own rules about fighting multiples. It's very difficult to deal damage to these groups without taking some yourself, which means I usually skip them. This is especially true for those on the stairs and the knights with the giant maces and shields. These enemies have no weakness to exploit. They're fast, strong, have high attack and defense, they're difficult to block, and their attacks follow you when you dodge. They're a lot like the NPC Phantoms. You're given an item by the dragon up here. You can attack and kill him, but it's optional. The most reliable methods feel like you're exploiting the very simple AI that is attached to this dragon. I know it could be argued you could say that about any fight, but it feels especially wrong here, like you're fighting a machine again like the old Iron King. There's no sense of flow or quick reactions in this fight, especially given that he's so huge that his attacks don't seem to fit the strength of a dragon like this should have. The item he gives you is necessary to enter the memories of the dead giants in the first level. These areas have a vague time limit that is never shown to you. They're also all pretty bad, and this is the weakest part of the game as far as I'm concerned. Or maybe I dislike the missed potential in letting players see something from a different perspective. If this had been the entire fourth level presented as a new area that you can explore at your own pace, then I think this could have been fantastic. Kind of like the Darkroot Garden with the Artorias of the Abyss DLC. Instead, you're rushed through areas where I think you're not meant to stop and fight. The boss here also has the same loose feeling issues that the last giant did. The game's final bosses are in Draenlea Castle. You fight the Throne Watchers, which is another multiple enemy fight that I find pretty standard. I've read people compare this fight to Ornstein and Smough, which I couldn't disagree more with. They have relatively lower health, deal significantly lower damage, and honestly, if they scaled these numbers down a little bit more, they would be perfect candidates for one of the first bosses to teach players about fighting multiple enemies. Nashandra is a poor way to finish the game compared to Gwyn from Dark Souls 1. I will say this fight is different than most of the others, but it isn't very challenging. Same goes for Aldea, who I didn't even know was a new boss added to the game when I replayed it for this video. The footage playing now is the first time I ever fought him, and it makes me really question how From designs their boss battles. They are so inconsistent that it makes me think there are a handful of different people for different bosses that never talk to each other. Especially when you compare them to what the DLC offers. That's what we'll be looking at in the next video. I think this run through has been enough to show how bland the base game in Dark Souls 2 is. I also hope that I've shown how similar it is to the more mediocre parts in Dark Souls 1, and that they're roughly equal when it comes to fairness. The better combat is what saves the game from being terrible for the reasons I went into in the previous video. 3 pieces of DLC were made for Dark Souls 2, Crown of the Sunken King, the Old King, and the Ivory King. These crowns are the end piece of treasure you get for defeating the final boss of each area. These levels are separated from the base game by shrines. You use them to teleport to a new location that is its own bubble away from the rest of the world. Considering the lack of interconnectedness already missing in Dark Souls 2, this approach makes sense and allowed the developers to design a place without having to make it fit with the rest of the areas in the game. Albeit for some areas that obviously wasn't a big consideration to begin with. The DLC is, to me, the marriage of the best parts of Dark Souls 1 and 2. You have levels that incorporate a lot of vertical layers of exploration that often loop back into themselves to unlock passages, shortcuts, and bonfires. There's more distance between these checkpoints to put stress on your journey between them, and, at least the first time I went through them, I finally rediscovered that feeling of relief when I finally made it to a bonfire. At least when I didn't use any life gems to make it easier on myself. All 3 of them are also visually impressive and stand out as different when compared to what was already in the game. There are also a couple of good twists to combat as well, but I think it's fair to say that level design was more of a focus for each piece of DLC. Crown of the Sunken King was released first, and I think it's best to go through them in order. This is both good and bad because I think this is the strongest of the 3 expansions, both in level design and bosses, especially bosses. The shrine for this location is in the Black Gulch after the Rotten boss. You walk through a crumbling hallway and out onto a path overlooking Shelva, Sanctum City. From the angle you're on coming through the door, it's impossible to miss the giant temple in the distance and the connecting bridge to another one nearby. A few seconds later, you meet a dragon sleeping above the path you're following. If you watch him fly away, your attention is once again drawn to that same temple. The dragon's name is Sin, and he's the last boss of this area. The introductory bonfire is nearby, and like many in the game, it serves as getting your foot in the door so you don't have to keep loading from another area to get back here. There's a room below this with an elevator that isn't working. You can get a better look at the temple, but there's only one path forward. There's a mini level at this point that introduces a lot to the player. First off, you're shown the fodder enemy of Shelva that you'll be running into a lot, these undead skeleton knights. This one is alone and a good opportunity for you to see what you're up against. Directly after it, you'll see 3 more up ahead that are waiting to shoot at you. But there's this weird glowing switch thing that looks different than most decorations you've seen in the game so far. If you hit it, a bulky pillar emerges from the floor and knocks all 3 of the archers away and deals heavy damage to them. So the game has just baited you into learning how to use these switches, shown you what they do, and that they damage enemies. Plus the new structure serves as cover if you'd run ahead and finish the 3 archers off. This mechanic repeats again here in case you missed it the first time, or to reinforce the lesson you just learned. If you're curious enough to experiment, you can hit the switches again and jump on top of one to get to a hidden treasure. Continuing through this little corner of the level, you see some more switches and fight some more enemies in some nearby rooms. There are 2 more lessons the game teaches you here, one of which made me really happy because the game finally does something that I've wanted the series to do since Undead Asylum. You see some treasure and you can fall down to get it, or get yourself stuck if you step onto it while it's moving to loot it. This is a bow. It's very unlikely that you've gotten this far without looting a ranged weapon, but the game is giving you one for a reason, to tell you that you can use it to trigger those switches from a distance instead of using a melee weapon. It's a way to rescue yourself from being stuck. Finally, there's another moving platform that opens up a shortcut to the bonfire, one that makes it so you can bypass this whole little teaching area now that you've proven that you understand how it all works. You can move on with the rest of the level armed with the knowledge that you can move parts of the floor and that ranged weapons will have utility here. Immediately you're given a chance to use that knowledge, either with shooting the corrosive bug nests so your equipment doesn't break, or aiming at the exposed part of the statue turtles to kill them, or hitting far off switches to raise more platforms to help you through the level. There's a hidden bonfire here that rewards explorers with an easier checkpoint that links to the next level. You need to follow a path to kill some more archers and then climb up a ladder and shoot some switches to create a bridge to the bonfire. Or if you're more creative, you can jump down to one of the earlier platforms and then raise it while you're on it in order to bypass this section. There's a better hidden area on the far side of this part of the level, as another reward for people who are willing to look around and study the environment for clues. The route to the next level requires you to drop down on some ledges and then cross a narrow bridge. Once again, the camera points at a large temple. There's the glow of a lootable object here and another inactive elevator in the room below it. There's no way up, but now you know that there must be some way to get there later on, or you can be like me and try to find a way for about 20 minutes before giving up. Sin makes a second appearance and attacks 2 of the skeleton knights for you. He only does this once. You enter the temple you saw at the beginning of the level and have all these doors open up in a long sequence for you. This place is very stark, and I think you're meant to feel like you're out of your depth as you start to explore it, especially when you reach the dark, narrow hallway a little later. It feels like you've gotten somewhere that you're not supposed to be. There's a button next to a door here that opens when you hit it. This is another simple way that the game is teaching you about something. A few minutes later, you'll find one next to a door that is out of reach at the end of a long chute. You can use your bow to hit this button, repeating the same lesson as earlier. However, if you're perceptive enough, there's already been 2 buttons before this that you could have shot at. One is nearby, the other is in an earlier section on the ceiling. I missed both of these buttons on my first time through. Let's rewind back to the beginning of the temple. You come across a new enemy type here, and it's being introduced to you in a safe environment. These knights are spirits that are linked to their entombed armor sets. They're immune to physical attacks, but can still receive minor damage from elemental weapons. Even if you don't experiment and attack their glowing armor, it's likely that killing these will take so long that you'll accidentally hit near their tombs and make them lose their defensive boost. They're now regular enemies, and their special armor link does not respawn if you die. There's another enemy here, a caster who stays far away and fires spells at you while you deal with a skeleton soldier. You can decide which one you want to kill first, and then have to manipulate another button in the floor in order to proceed, just in case you didn't see the first one in the wall earlier. By now, I was expecting a bonfire and was shocked when I didn't find one. There are a few paths from here, and I think this is meant to put stress on players who are expecting a checkpoint, and now instead have to explore different routes and keep updating the mental map they're making in their heads. This is already far beyond what anything in the base game demanded of you, and I thought this was fantastic. There's some hidden treasure nearby, behind the doors you need to open by shooting those switches, and a decent ring if you fall into a bug nest and survive your fight out of it. The fall here does quite a bit of damage, but since this is Dark Souls 2 and healing is handled differently, it works here to inflict panic on you without being a cheap way of knocking off a finite healing charge. The next area is full of spikes on the floor and 2 more spirit knights, but this time their armor isn't anywhere nearby. If you're like me, you'll do a mad scramble forward looking for them and end up getting yourself killed when things spiral out of control with more enemies becoming aggressive to you. This is probably my favorite part of the temple. This is a new kind of shortcut since you have to fight your way through to eventually find the big tomb where all the armor sets are being stored, safely away from most of the knights, so when you do destroy them permanently, you have a much easier time progressing through the level when you die. There's also a hidden bonfire here that rewards players enough to inspect their environment, and an optional puzzle with a revolving door and shooting the buttons. You can even make the spikes go away. There's another caster and knight duo here. If you don't find this bonfire, then the journey to the Foggate can be quite taxing. There's a phantom that is a little bullshit like most of the others in the game. You can cheese him using line of sight and stun locking him with fast attacks. Through the fog gate you come to the bottom of the area and fight monsters that are creepy because they have human-like teeth. They remind me of living versions of the undead dragon legs in Dark Souls 1. There's another bonfire here which I think was placed in case players missed the other one, which is sort of forgivable but it makes them feel a tad close together. You need an item from inside the temple in order to activate a mechanism here, meaning that you couldn't just have ran through the whole thing without exploring. This makes some platforms rise out of the water, and after activating some elevators, you wind up back at the very beginning of the level, but now have a bridge in order to get to the last part of the area. If you've watched my other videos, then you know I hate that elevators don't reset in this series. This case is no different. The elevator moves really slowly, and I think this could have been done better. This makes the journey to the boss very long. There's another bonfire hidden closer to it, but that's not a good reason to not cut the elevator part down at least. You descend through the ruined guts of the temple and expand on some of the spelunking skills that the moving pillars taught you in the first area of Shalva. I really like this part because you can learn faster and riskier ways of getting to the bottom of the temple and have the chance to get better at it each time you die. And you will die. This boss is Alana, the Squalid Queen. She is, in my opinion, what Nassandra should have been. I like looking up online to see what other players consider to be the most difficult bosses in the series. Alana often ranks high up on that list, and for good reason. She's also what I consider to be the most difficult boss in the game that is absolutely 100% fair. Let's back up to the base game for a minute, to the boss that takes that title outside of the DLC. Dark Lurker is the most difficult boss in many ways, the primary one being the most challenging to even find. There are 3 somewhat hidden areas in the game, one in Shaded Ruins, another in Black Gulch, and the third in Drangleic Castle. Talking to an NPC in all of these areas allows you to open up a portal to a small level. This costs a human effigy, which is an almost finite resource, and you have to spend another one to try again if you fail. This brings another level of tension to trying to get through these areas. Some of the phantoms here are terribly imbalanced. This guy with the double fireworks maces that has infinite stamina and carry weight is a prime example, but most of the enemies here can be stunlocked to dead by chaining attacks. These areas are okay, but it's Dark Lurker that's the real prize here. This is easily the best boss in the base game. It proves that fighting multiple enemies can work in the series, and that it can provide a fantastic challenge if it's balanced properly. You start the fight against only one of them. You learn his attack patterns and what sort of spells he's going to throw at you. His melee swings are clearly telegraphed and pretty easy to avoid. Most of his attacks are like this, and the true difficulty doesn't present itself until he splits into 2. I've said in the past that fighting multiple enemies can result in unfair moments when attacks can layer over each other, resulting in an unavoidable damage since there's no correct time to block or roll. Not so here. It's been taken into consideration so that the player is always in control of how they deal with different combinations of spells, teleports, and melee swings. Both Dark Lurkers can shift away from you to wind up some sort of projectile. The challenge is in keeping track of both of them, and all the spells are recognizable and avoidable, even the beam that can cut you off from a large chunk of the room. There's a significant pause between all attacks for you to be able to go on the offensive, and even melee swings are slow enough that you can get away from them if they both attack in the same way. This is a brilliant fight. It's the best one in the base game as far as I'm concerned, and one of the best in the entire series. I bring it up now because Alana is the same kind of encounter, only with a spellcaster and a melee opponent duo. Throughout the fight she can summon 3 little piggies, 3 skeleton warriors, or Velstat. Clearly, one of these is more dangerous than the others. I'm not entirely certain about this point, but I think her spells get more powerful if she summons the skeletons instead of Velstat in order to compensate for this difference. Either way, I consider the fight balanced around the big bad mace wielder. It's also the more interesting combo. You have to be aware of both of them at all times and be ready to dodge spells, explosions that spawn near you, and melee swings from both enemies if Alana starts to teleport. These all have ramp up times and test your ability to keep calm with 2 dangerous opponents. You can either kill Velstat every time, or you can lure him away and whittle Alana down while avoiding him. You may also notice that parts of Shalva were preparing you for this kind of fight. There are enemies similar to Alana in the temple, but also 2 cases where you have to deal with one paired with a melee guy at the same time. I also think reusing Velstat for this was a good idea, since it's an enemy that most players will have encountered before. I think this sort of boss battle with more than one opponent is far superior when done like this, with abilities made to challenge your awareness and reaction times, but not constantly overlap with each other and force you into a tiresome waiting game like Ornstein and Smo. The dragon wall from the Skyrim trailer opens up after Alana is dead. There's a short jog to the next bonfire that is directly in front of a fog gate. There's no long run to the next boss, no elevators to slow you down. I really like that the game does this sometimes to break up the pattern of making a long run from a checkpoint to a boss, especially when they're some of the more difficult ones. You might also note that this DLC has loaded its bosses at the end. I wonder if this was to provide players who might struggle on the bosses a large chunk of content to get through without it being gated. This design choice continues in Crown of the Old King and to some extent in Ivory King as well. Sin the Slumbering Dragon is the next boss, and I'll show my bias here by saying that this isn't only my favorite boss fight in the series, but it might be my favorite boss ever. The only things I can think of right now that could challenge it are Lavos from Chrono Trigger, some of the moments in Shadow of the Colossus, and some raid encounters in Ulduar and Throne of Thunder in World of Warcraft. Sin starts the fight by spewing poison fire into the air and then diving forward. On the ground, this fight can feel similar to Calamite, but this dragon hasn't been wounded in the same way. Sin can still fly, and will often launch into the air to spew fire at you and then do a dive bomb attack that will clear half of the arena away of any obstacles. This place is full of stone pillars at the start and will be swept clean by the end of your battle. This fight isn't as challenging as Alana or Fume Knight in the next DLC. Difficulty is always going to be subjective, both for player builds and playstyles. I killed Sin on my 3rd try and then went on to die to Ava about 30 or so times, yet I still love this fight, even if it becomes a little easy once you learn all of Sin's attack patterns, but that could be said for pretty much every boss. Fighting Sin feels like you're actually trying to bring down a dragon. Of course, it's impossible to ever know that for sure, but compare it to past dragon fights in the series or other games, sorry Skyrim, and you'll see what I mean. Sin's attacks are dangerous, cover a large area, he has his own twisted version of fire, and actually uses the momentum he has while flying as an attack to try to kill you. I can only speak for myself here, but this fulfilled some boyish fantasy I had of actually killing a dragon. Putting him down closes out the main path through the DLC, and rewards you with the first of the 3 crowns. I won't go into quite as much detail with the next 2 expansions, but I want to say right now that Sanctum City is my favorite part of the Soul series, and it's probably not a coincidence that it's also the closest it ever gets to a Zelda game. The bow becomes a piece of equipment that's useful outside of combat, and this is an idea that is rarely explored in these games. I think this kind of item usage opens up possibilities in level design that are worth exploring further, but in a way that doesn't ruin the heart of the series and makes it a Zelda clone, because I think the Souls games are already better. I think the Crown of the Sunken King hits this just right. Broom Tower is next up, and the shrine that takes you there is under the Lake of Lava after Iron Keep. I made an assumption after completing the Sunken King that all the DLC areas would be in abandoned, buried complexes. This seemed to hold true when the shrine was once again in a room underground. Then you arrive in a closed area, and it seems to be accurate. The short elevator ride led me to believe that I might be closer to ground level, but still somewhere that's sunken like the first DLC. So when I stepped through the fog gate and saw this, I was very surprised. Sanctum City feels different to the base areas in Dark Souls 2, but familiar when you look back at the original game. Not so with Broom Tower or Liam Lois, the 3rd DLC area. Visually, this is probably my favorite place in the series. I really like this introduction and how open it is, with only a giant chain leading you forward and giving you a chance to look at the massive tower you'll be exploring. Crown of the Old King maintains the return to maze-like exploration, but with a sharp focus on verticality that many fans miss from the original. Broom Tower has less to teach you in its first few minutes than the Crown of the Sunken King. You pick up a smelter wedge and are presented with a shard of Nadalia, an enemy that you can only kill with these wedges. One of the bosses here is another version of the Smelter Demon, and I wonder if the original idea was to have you fight through the level until you find and kill him to obtain the wedges, and then use them to kill all these shards of Nadalia after that. Obviously that was changed at some point, and Smelter is an optional boss here. You begin your descent through the tower and will quickly notice that there are areas you can't access yet. You meet the fodder enemy of this expansion, and this is a minor flaw. These humanoid enemies are similar in all 3 packs. They do have some variety, but visually they're too similar in my opinion. When you come across the next Nadalia shard, you'll learn that they empower all nearby enemies. It covers them in ash and makes them more difficult to kill. I think they also deal more damage, but I'm not sure. This is one of the mechanics of this expansion, dealing with these shards and the enemies around them. This isn't quite as compelling as the things you had to do in Sanctum City, but it's still a welcome twist on gameplay. Mapping out the tower is the real fun to be had as you continue your descent. Eventually you'll see a group of enemies carrying barrels of gunpowder. This encounter is set up to deliberately show you that these will explode when exposed to fire and will damage other enemies. Then there's another encounter that shows the same thing. The game is trying to teach you to use these enemies and the fire in the level to your advantage instead of treating it like just another obstacle. If you learn this lesson, then you'll be able to herd these enemies down trapdoors in an upcoming room and then use a giant enemy's fire in order to clear them out. Or, if you're like me, you'll be too stupid to notice this your first time and you'll just fight all the enemies instead and then move on wondering what all those trapdoors were about. This mechanic returns later and it's a decent one. You can strike at fire-spewing statues to make them rotate or move in order to kill enemies. There are also weak points in walls later that you can use the barrel carriers to break apart. These enemies are usually nearby when you have to fight the giants that rain fire in an alternating pattern out of their shoulders. When you finally do fight them solo, it's in an open area so you can dodge their attacks. Eventually you'll cross to another tower, and this is the beginning of the point where the level loops around into itself. There are these big crawling guys who explode if you don't kill them fast enough. They're pretty easy to deal with when you learn that they'll kill themselves when this happens and you just need to avoid them. There are oil pedestals here that I honestly don't know why they are in the area. Maybe I'm missing something like the trapdoors and someone can explain it to me. I couldn't find a use for them. There's a whole congregation of these crawling guys that are worshipping some sort of item in an altar at the bottom of this tower. After clearing them out, you steal the item and take it back to an earlier part of the level. This activates Broom Tower and makes the elevator start moving again. You can now continue your descent to the boss at the bottom, or you can start climbing up the tower that you just fell through and see another side to all the hidden rooms and passages you missed. You're also tested to remember where all of these block paths were before that are now open, including the elevator at the first bonfire with a hidden treasure as a reward. It's a pretty good ring for shield-based characters. There's a somewhat sick twist to exploration in this place that results in those who are really curious and relentless in exploring the entire tower being punished for it on the boss at the bottom. There are more Nadalia shards than there are smelter wedges, exactly one more actually, and the only way to get the final one is by killing the 2 main bosses in the expansion. Fume Knight, who waits at the bottom of the tower, has 4 shards around his arena that heal him when he gets close to them. So if you're a completionist who goes everywhere before fighting the boss, you can't kill one of those 4 healing radiators. This adds an additional morsel of depth to the fight that I ended up enjoying when I killed him for this video. Like with Sin, I also went without any healing items as an additional challenge since I enjoy the fight so much. This is widely considered to be the most difficult fight in the game, and at least from what I've read online, Fume Knight has killed more players than any other. I died here a lot on my first playthrough. I think that Ava killed me more times, but Fume Knight wasn't a pushover. It's one of my favorite fights because it proves that From doesn't need to rely on attacks that lock on to player movements. Fume Knight has little of this and is still immensely challenging, and I hope that's a lesson learned for Dark Souls 3. The way to solve the circle strafing and backstab problem is to make most dangerous enemies be immune to it, or give them attacks they can do without turning, or both. Oddly enough, this seems like what the developers were trying to do, but then they use this lock-on cheese on top of that. I wouldn't be opposed to removing backstabbing from the game entirely, or at least take it away from any enemy that's above a simple hollow. The only flaw I could find with Fume Knight was his forward thrust with a smaller sword. The hitbox on it is consistently broken, as you can see from footage playing now. Everything else in this fight is fantastic. You have a mixture of fast and slow telegraphed attacks that can be chained together in numerous ways. There's downtime between each of his strikes, but it's still quick enough to feel like a duel. Halfway through, he enters another phase with new mechanics that require quick movement instead of just rolling away. You get to learn what moves expose him for long enough to safely attack. I wish I could say the same for Sir Alon. He's still a good fight, but is trivialized by using a shield. Dodging is a little better, and his attacks are fast enough to make it challenging. Using a shield here, you can see how different builds can effectively negate any difficulty a fight can pose for a different sort of build. It makes me wish again for challenge runs with more customizable options than the Covenant of Champions, but that's something I want to speak about at the end of this video. Killing Fume Knight grants you the crown for this area. You also unlock the way to Suralon's Gauntlet, and killing him gives you the last Smelter Wedge to destroy the final Nadalia Shard for another Grand Soul. Crown of the Ivory King is accessed at the Shrine of Winter on the way to Drangleic Castle. This area is called the Liam Lois, and just like Broom Tower before it, is a dramatic departure from anything else they put in the series thus far. It's blindingly bright on first arrival, yet it manages to maintain the bleak atmosphere in the game. This level is a sprawling frozen castle, and that word there is an important distinction from the other two expansions. Sprawling, as in spread over one core horizontal layer. Liam Lois is a perfect example of a base level in Dark Souls 2 done right. It has some vertical exploration, but most of it is similar to other levels with added shortcuts and hidden paths. You're presented with two paths at the beginning. If you go left, you face the first boss of the DLC, Ava the Invisible Tiger. I tried more times than I'm comfortable admitting trying to work out whatever trick I needed to make her visible before giving up and moving on to explore the rest of the castle. The trick to this area is that you'll effect two changes to the level, one minor and one major. The first is the eventual discovery of an item that allows you to see cloaked things in the castle. This is at the end of a fairly long, mostly linear path where you will fight frozen knights and avoid the passive cloaked figures kneeling on the ground. There's an invisible ladder that you can see after acquiring the special item. There might be some other things too that I missed. A handful of enemies are visible now, but most importantly, so is Ava. You continue following the path that loops neatly back to the front of the castle, and you're next to the fog door. I died to Ava a lot. I was using a shield on my first playthrough, and this is the point that I had to give it up and commit to learning this boss's dodge timings. I'm not sure how I feel about certain bosses being so difficult that they require you to sacrifice your build. That's probably a discussion for another time, and maybe with another game. Either way, I didn't keep a solid tally of all the bosses or anything, but I think Ava killed me more than any other boss in the game. Her forward leap into a bite gave me the same hitbox issues as other enemies, but I wasn't able to recreate it for this video, and my first time fighting her was many months ago, so maybe it was fixed in a patch. The other big issue I had was the timing on her swipe. Other enemies do this, they reach back to ready for an attack and pause for about half a second. This sort of thing really screwed with me at first, but now I like it. It adds another layer to timing rolls and prevents players from relying on instinctively hitting the dodge button whenever the enemy so much as flinches. The path is already open to the last boss, and you can technically kill the Burnt Ivory King right now. You talk to the queen of this area and she shatters much of the ice that's all over Liam Lois. There's a frozen chest that you pass after the fight with Ava that I think is meant to remind you that there were others elsewhere in the level that you can go back now and open. You're meant to go through Liam Lois a second time. If you try the boss instead, you'll see a knight that falls down into the combat arena with you. This is more grandiose than most other boss arenas, and it stands out as different even without the knight falling to help you out. Like with Ava, I tried for a long time to kill the boss with just one knight. This turns the battle into a huge war against many of the corrupted knights, and it pushes your skills at fighting multiples to a breaking point. I managed to get the boss to spawn several times, but then quickly died right after that. I wasn't able to pull it off. The DLC effectively repeats at this point, only with a different twist than most areas after you've effected some great change. This time, it's made the level more difficult instead of easier. The ice is gone and has revealed extra enemies that have been hiding in it. The kneeling hooded guys are now aggressive, but sometimes only after you've passed them. I can only speak for myself, but it was surprisingly easy for me to forget about them or not see them in the white snow and be ambushed later on. They don't deal high damage, but it's still a different sort of change than other levels. I really like how many paths you can open here. It makes a previously decent level triple in size, and although some of the shortcuts aren't that useful, you're still rewarded for going through the area again looking for changes. Like many things in the game, it's a concept that could have been taken even further in a sequel, but it's still a massive step up from the base game and much of Dark Souls 1. The goal here is to find 3 more knights to ally with to help you against the Burnt Ivory King. This makes it so they can freeze the portals that are continually spawning corrupted knights, so that you can fight the boss 1-on-1, or 2-on-2 until the extra knights are killed. The footage playing now is actually the first time I've killed him, and I was disappointed that finding all 4 knights makes it so easy. I think this is an example of a boss concept meshing poorly with its difficulty. I like this encounter because of the visuals and the twist on finding allies to execute your own mini invasion, but when you drop down with 4 knights, this fight is a joke. Yet the final duel with the boss can't be as difficult as other ones because then players would be frustrated if they tried to beat the encounter with fewer knights. I think having the fight change would have been a good middle ground. The more knights you have, the easier the first phase against the army from the portals becomes, but then the final showdown becomes more difficult. Maybe the Ivory King could become faster or gain some extra moves. As he is right now, even without the extra knights helping you, he feels like a poor man's Artorias. And that's it for the DLC in Dark Souls 2. Well, at least it mostly is. It's the great parts of the DLC. If you've played through it yourself, then you might be wondering why I left some parts out. Let's talk about those now. For the sake of discussion, I'm going to limit a certain design idea that From often uses to one imaginary person on their dev team, Gary. Gary has been on the team since before Dark Souls 1. Gary's the one who thinks waiting for elevators and having a curse persist through death is good game design. Gary thinks that making players re-equip the King's Ring every time they need to open a door is fun. Gary's the one who thinks that tedium is equal to challenge. Gary was given a heap of responsibility in Dark Souls 2. He's probably the reason so many enemies have lock-on mechanics and that many levels have long, boring runs down hallways full of enemies to fight a boss. In short, Gary represents everything that's bad about the series, and try to remember that almost all of the problems the sequel has are also present in the first game. Now, of course, Gary can't just be one guy. He's an idea for what some developers must think is difficulty in games, but I honestly do think that there must be some separation of these opposing ideas during development of the DLC for Dark Souls 2, because the worst areas of the expansions are outright terrible, and they're also literally separated from the rest of what's in them. In the Crown of the Sunken King, you unlock a route to the second temple, and initially this is all pretty good. Then you drop into a room designed to murder you from every angle. Then you drop into a long corridor full of enemies and a fog door at the end. It's such a sudden change, a breakneck reversion to the bad parts that Gary was allowed to design in the base game. It goes one step further in that I honestly think you're meant to run through here and ignore all these enemies if you're playing by yourself. The way the statues and the worm in the wall emerge are like obstacles trying to make this sprint at least a little exciting. The boss here is terrible too. It's just 3 overpowered NPCs that make you resort to cheesing tactics in order to kill them. Not only is it not fun, it both looks and feels stupid to execute. It's the best example of how not to do multiple enemy encounters in the series. It's so bad that only Gary could be responsible. There's something very similar near the bottom of Broom Tower. The path to the Smelter Demon's fog door is insane. Once again, I feel like it's a challenge set up for you to learn how to run through, but they can't even be consistent about that since there are casters here that put a slowing spell on you. If you're a melee character, there are enemies here that you simply cannot kill, but since you should be using a ranged weapon anyway, maybe that's okay? Not really, because it's boring to hump cover and work your way through it all. It's tedious, boring, not fun, classic Gary. The boss is also lazy. It's a repeat of the Smelter Demon, only this time with magic instead of fire. There's a twist or two on his abilities, but even his charge up phase is the same. Either use a magic shield or dodge his attacks and spam life gems in order to out-heal his damage aura. This would be an okay boss if it was a bonus, but I think that 3 should be the minimum for DLC like this, and this one shouldn't count. In Ilium Lois, things are a little more complicated, and it shows that even developers like Gary are capable of interesting ideas. The Frigid Wastes is one of my favorite areas in Dark Souls 2. It's unique in that it's a vast, open space that you are allowed to explore in any way that you like. It turns out that most of it is empty, but the idea is still sound. There's also a trial mechanic you have to learn, low visibility in the storm, that makes you have to work out how to navigate it, either by memorizing what direction to go in the brief moments that the storm clears, or by using the ever-present sun in the sky as a marker to base your direction off of. The enemies here are fairly challenging. They use lock-on too much, but there are worse enemies in the game. You're given plenty of room to fight them, and their attack patterns are more complicated than some of the bosses in the base game. They're a fun enemy. But the more time I spent here, the more I realized that it was still a Gary zone. First off, you're kicked back to Ilium Lois every time you die, and have to sit through 2 load screens to get back. I understand that having a bonfire in the middle of a blizzard would be terrible, but the sled coffin could have landed in a little shelter underground, or something out of the snow so you didn't have to load it all every time. I can only imagine how bad this must be for consoles. Following that, even though I praise the evil reindeer, there are times that their spawn points will bug and you can get 3 or more of them running at you at the same time. This is an enemy that is not fair to fight in greater numbers because of their lock-on charge. That's from this feed into the problem of loading the area each time. Lastly, the boss here is ridiculous. I killed them on my 4th try, but I think I was over-leveled or I got lucky, or maybe dying to Ava so much prepared me for it. This is another reused boss, only now you fight 2 of them. This whole setup here is so bad that it comes close to rivaling Lost Izalith for me. Let's look at it. You have the load screens that are followed by the longest walk from a bonfire to boss door in the entire series. Most of that walk is through empty space that is only fun to navigate the first time or 2 while you're learning the area. Near the end is the bug spawn point of the evil reindeer, and you can end up with Rudolph and Blitzen prancing all over your frozen ass after you've wasted upwards of 5 minutes getting back to this point. Then, when you finally do make it to the fog door, you have to deal with 2 cats that have attacks that do not mesh well and can result in bullshit moments of unavoidable damage, which would be okay if it weren't for damage being so high that you can die from full health to certain combos. Once one is dead, you also have to have high enough damage to kill the second one through a buff or survive long enough for it to wear off. And each time you die, you go back to Ilium Lois and do the whole thing all over again. Consider how great this area would have been if there were more things to find in the blizzard, a bonfire to discover near the boss room, or maybe another sled route that could link back to the starting area, reindeers that aren't bugged, and a new, fresh boss that's a solid challenge to test your skills of reading the snowy environment like before. Maybe an invisible cat that you can only see when the blizzard dies away, and that another boss could have been put in front of the Burnt Ivory King. It fits so much better. I really hate the first 2 Gary sections in Sanctum City and Broom Tower, but this part wins the award for worst part of otherwise incredible DLC. It's disappointing because it's so close to being good. As usual, there are a few things that I couldn't find a good place for in the videos or ran out of time before I could get to them. Let's get my biggest nitpick out of the way first. Why did they increase the animation time for opening a chest? Look at this. The last thing I should ever feel when I find a room full of treasure is reluctance because I'm tied down to waiting for so long. These two start at the same time. The one on the left is done, has the treasure, walks away, meets a girl, has some kids, they're in college, now the other one is finally done. I think the series could greatly benefit from some different play modes, challenge runs that become available after beating the game once, rules that you lock into after class selection about not using magic or range weapons, or committing to not using a shield or vowing to beat the game with only one weapon type. Extreme ones could remove more superfluous bonfires from the game. These harder runs could offer more replay value and unlockables as rewards and expand on the basic premise of the Covenant of Champions. A boss-only mode would also be good. I'm unsure about the suggestion because some might like how you have to conquer each level to face the boss, but after beating the game a few times, I think it could be an excellent feature. There could be more challenges tied to it as well. Speaking of bosses, I think that most of them don't have enough health. Some early ones have to be balanced around players who don't understand the upgrade system as well as they should, but even later bosses in the game die so fast you don't see all of their moves. Ignoring some mechanics and burning them down can sometimes be viable, and I think it ruins some of the fights. Same goes for Dark Souls 1. I like the idea of the boss absorbing any souls you were carrying if you die to them instead of making a bloodstain, and they gain extra HP whenever they kill you, up to a certain maximum, so that some of the difficulty of the fight is maintained after you've learned all of their moves. It's another version of your shrinking health bar after each death, and can also provide a larger reward for killing a boss. It would also be some assurance that souls collected won't be lost forever if you fight your way back to the fog door each time. Bonfire aesthetics are a great idea that's implemented well. New Game Plus has a tiny bit more care put into it too, with additional enemies and red phantoms. It's not mind-blowing or anything, but it's a good start that is hopefully expanded on in Dark Souls 3. Finally, I think the biggest mistake the game makes is not using the addition of regenerating health as a springboard into much larger and more complicated areas. Playing it today, levels are easy to string together, and weapon durability of all things ends up being the limiting factor that makes you use a bonfire. This ties into how some concepts weren't taken past the introductory stages. I mentioned most of these in the previous video. The cackling curse jars are never used in any real stressful way. An entire series of challenges could have been built around them, same for the poison in Earthen Peak and the bells in Undead Crypt. Drangleic Castle teases at a new mechanic with using the souls of slain enemies to power golem figures to open doors. This could have been used in so many different ways to create a sprawling maze throughout the entire castle, and yet it's only used 3 times in the same way. It's like From thought of new twists on the game's core mechanics and then never did anything with them. As much as I love Crown of the Sunken King, I think this level could have been bigger and that the moving pillars aren't used enough after how carefully they were taught to the player. I wonder sometimes if this is out of fear of fatiguing new players since the game's combat can be difficult your first time through, or if that difficulty is used as an excuse to get a lot of mileage out of what can be surprisingly small levels once you master combat. So that's Dark Souls 2. I have a rule about making these videos that I can say pretty much whatever I want as long as I can back it up with an example, whether that's in the script or game footage. That doesn't mean an example proves what I say or anything, only that it can serve as evidence enough to warrant mentioning whatever it is. I'm going to break that rule to be speculative for a minute about why people have reacted the way they have to Dark Souls 2. I wonder if it's about ego. The main draw of the Souls series is its difficulty. Whether that's about challenging players or simply wanting them to feel accomplished when they succeed, it doesn't matter why, just that mastering the game is the primary reason that most will play it. I wonder if going from Dark Souls 1 to 2 after achieving some level of mastery of the mechanics in the original was an uncomfortable experience for some people. It's like learning how to ride a bike again when you're berating yourself that you should already know how to do it. Things feel different, combat has changed, there's this focus on multiples that wasn't present as much in the first game. I think it's easy for some players to slip into the trap of thinking the sequel is more of the same and approaching it like a glorified expansion rather than a new game, because that's exactly what I did on my first playthrough. I'm saying all this because I can understand when people say the level design isn't as good. I can also understand why people don't like the bosses in the base game, but I don't understand it when people say Dark Souls 2 is cheap and unfair. Virtually every instance that it gets close to deserving those labels, the original does the same just as much or even more. It's easy to ignore the same amount of ambushes and supposedly cheap enemy placement in the first game when you were brand new and didn't know any better, just like it's easy to recognize ambushes in the sequel but now you have the experience to get frustrated with them. Dark Souls 1 is a flawed masterpiece. Dark Souls 2 comes close to matching it. Sometimes I think it surpasses the original in the DLC areas. Sometimes I wonder if my preference for the combat in the sequel is solely because of the improved frame rate. It feels so much better to play. But sometimes I wonder if the real deciding factor is which one of these games you play first, because Dark Souls 1 is the game I remember more fondly, even if I'd rather replay the sequel before going back to it. Bloodborne was released in March of 2015 as a PlayStation 4 exclusive. It's the fourth entry in From Software's Souls series, and is solely responsible for that name changing to the Soulsborne series. The first was Demon Souls, a PlayStation 3 exclusive that released in 2009. Then there was Dark Souls 1 in 2011, and Dark Souls 2 in 2014. In many ways, Bloodborne is the best in the entire series. It's definitely the most consistent. If you've watched my prior videos on Dark Souls 1 and 2, then you know my opinion is that both of them are near the same quality. Dark Souls 1 has some incredible sections that are near perfect, but the whole game is brought down by some abysmal parts like Lost Izalith and the encounter with Seath. Dark Souls 2 is more even throughout the base game, but then has a great spike in quality with the DLC. Bloodborne holds firm in how great it is from beginning to end, but doesn't quite reach the same heights as the previous two games when you're comparing their best moments. I suspect that I've already annoyed some people with what I just said. I also suspect that Bloodborne has been placed on a higher pedestal than Dark Souls 1. Whether that's because people want to justify purchasing a PlayStation 4 just to play it, or the fanatical adoration that game director Miyazaki has garnered from many players, and the strange notion that his absence is the only reason that Dark Souls 2 is disappointing. Bloodborne is a fantastic game, but it is not perfect. It brings some massive changes to the Soulsborne series that are largely positive, but it is also a step back in many ways from Dark Souls 1 and 2. And I'm saying this as someone who, after playing Bloodborne several times over the past 2 months, considers it to be the best game in the entire series. It should go without saying that this video will contain spoilers for the entire game, including the DLC. I know the video is long, and if you're put off by that, there are links in the description below so you can watch it in installments. Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1 both laid down the fundamentals of gameplay in the series, the combat system. You approach enemies and engage in duels that initially feel slow and, for first-timers, maybe even a little awkward. All attacks are tied to longer animations than in most games that require you to commit to your actions and be absolutely certain that you're choosing to attack at the right time. It's not until you play for a little while and realize that enemies also have this same limitation that things start to click. This very simple perception shift is what combat in these games is all about. Mistakes are heavily punished, which means every attack, whether it connects or misses, has drastic results. The idea behind this, as I said in my Dark Souls 2 video, is that all damage has to obey two rules. It has to be predictable and preventable. The reasoning for this is tied to the game's difficulty. Dark Souls has something close to an open world with checkpoints scattered throughout it, bonfires. You can rest here and regenerate resources that you need for healing, a reusable potion that puts a number on how many mistakes you're allowed to make while you travel through the world. Each bonfire checkpoint therefore becomes the starting place for each level that surrounds it. There's almost always a path through a large number of enemies between this starting point and a boss at the end, before you can travel to the next part of the world and reach the next bonfire. The Estus Flask has limited charges that can only be replenished by returning to those bonfires. This turns every level into a gauntlet. You have to fight through all of the enemies to reach the boss while making so few mistakes that you have enough healing charges left to kill that boss. As you get better at the game, you'll need fewer of them for each playthrough. But for newcomers, these healing charges are vitally important for getting through each level. So with this extreme take on how important these healing resources are, and how you lose one every time you make a mistake, you can see that the only way the game can be enjoyable to play is if those mistakes are always your fault. If the gameplay repeatedly and relentlessly goes out of its way to damage you and eat away at those charges without any way for you to predict or prevent that damage, then the whole game falls apart. It's for this reason that I consider the healing systems in these games to be the most important parts of them. They dictate virtually everything about how the game plays. For another example of this, look at how Dark Souls 1 handles multiple enemies in combat. When it's just one-on-one, the best ways to take down your opponent are either to wait for them to attack and then counterattack in that opening, or to use your defensive options to create that opening for yourself. As you get better in the game, you can become more aggressive with pushing these attacks, or learn that rushing them down before they ever get a chance to strike at you is often equally viable. When you're faced against multiple enemies, this all changes. Enemy swing animations can start to come at you staggered, meaning that those openings that you're used to waiting for suddenly don't exist because the second enemy is attacking in those moments when you usually counterattack. The best way to handle these encounters is to lose your camera lock on and try to flank your opponents, or run away from them and then cheese their AI by making them both attack at the same time, meaning that they're both open together for a counterattack. Dark Souls 1 knows that this isn't something that it's good at, although it does make you fight multiple enemies many times throughout the game. They're almost always weak ones that die in 1 or 2 hits. It's exceedingly rare that the game will force you to fight 2 dangerous enemies, and when it does, there's usually a good reason for it. Usually. In summary, you can see how this turns every level into a series of challenges that builds on this healing system. Levels become a cycle. You arrive at the bonfire, you learn the layout of the level, you discover the path you need to take to reach the boss. You learn the enemies that stand in your way on that path. You have to become experienced at fighting them so you become so good at it that you can reach the boss with enough healing charges left to be able to kill it. There are often shortcuts along the way that reward exploration by having a shorter path from the bonfire to the boss. Before we move on, I just want to briefly state that some people hate this system. You can level up in these games with souls that you collect by killing enemies. When you die, you drop all your souls in a bloodstain on the floor. You go back to the bonfire and have to fight your way all the way back through the same enemies in the same locations. You retrieve your souls and then continue on. It's very similar to corpse running in massively multiplayer games, a genre that is often designed around wasting your time. I disagree with this estimation of the Souls games. The repetition of its content is there to make you master each area and to build tension when you're getting close to the boss. The time investment is to raise the stress level of the fight so that the satisfaction of beating it is also raised when you finally do win. People aren't wrong to dislike it, but I thought it was worth mentioning some of the more common criticism I hear about the fundamentals of the series. So let's look at the sequel. Dark Souls 2 proves how delicate the healing systems are in these games. A relatively small change brought so many alterations to the core formula from Dark Souls 1. I have a video dedicated to just this topic if you're interested after watching this, but it's necessary for me to briefly review the changes before getting to Bloodborne. The Estus Flask is still in Dark Souls 2. In the first game, you only had 5 charges. You could spend a finite resource at bonfires in order to increase this cap to 10, and later to 20 further into the game. In the sequel, you start off with only 1 charge. You increase it by finding Estus Flask shards, which I always took to mean that the flask had holes in it, and you use the shards to fill in the gaps to hold more Estus or something, never mind about that. So already this seems like a massive change, but in reality it doesn't matter all that much. You can find enough shards to get to 12 charges, and you get this many no matter what bonfire you rest at. You no longer need to commit resources to kindling each checkpoint. However, the Estus Flask is largely irrelevant in Dark Souls 2, and looking back, I think it was a mistake to put it in the game at all since it might confuse some players. Maybe it was only included to be used for challenge runs for people who want to forego the actual healing system in the game. You're given life gems early on. Shortly into the game you find a merchant that you can purchase these from for a very low amount of souls. This is the game's version of regenerating health, and if you excuse the hyperbole, it really does change everything. This focus on battling through long-term gauntlet levels is gone. Instead, it's about the short term. Battles against multiple, larger enemies are now common because staying true to the predictable and preventable tenets isn't quite as important. These ideals can become eroded because every mistake you make doesn't remove a precious limited Estus charge. You have effectively unlimited life gems to use instead. Fights can now be more complicated, and there's still decision making to be done with using openings to crush a life gem, which regenerates your health slowly enough that it doesn't destroy the game's difficulty completely. Fighting multiples can still occasionally be awkward, but equipment load has been eased so you can move about a lot faster with armor on, and the effectiveness of your dodge roll can be increased by leveling up a new stat, which as an aside here is a point of contention that many players understandably dislike. The sequel brought many other changes, but I'm trying to keep repetition from my previous videos to a minimum, so I won't go into them here. Let's just briefly acknowledge that maze-like level design with shortcuts wasn't a priority in Dark Souls 2 like it was in Dark Souls 1. Understanding how important the healing systems are in these games is crucial to see how different Bloodborne is, and it allows you to think about some of the less obvious changes that were made, and for some of the reasons that they might have been done. Bloodborne changes so much about this series that you can make a strong argument that it shouldn't be considered a sequel at all, which is really funny to think about considering how similar the games look and feel. You have lamps instead of bonfires, echoes instead of souls, messages instead of notes on the floor. They have the same sort of open world with checkpoints, enemies, and bosses. The online co-op and invader feature is still there, you leave a bloodstain when you die, basic movement feels identical to Dark Souls 1, even down to the awkward way that you have to strangle the circle button in order to jump. But added to this are so many changes that it makes Dark Souls 1 and 2, games that had been criticized for being too different, look like identical twins. In many ways, I feel like it's an amalgamation of the entire series, including Demon Souls, that has come together to be more than the sum of its parts. Let's start with the healing system to show this, because I can think of no better example than the Blood Vials and Rally system. You acquire these vials regularly from killing enemies. They drop constantly, just like grass in Demon Souls. But you can only carry a limited amount at one time. There's a cap on how many charges you can store to correct mistakes, just like the Estus Flask. You can use them quickly and regularly in order to facilitate far riskier play, but it's rallying that's the closest thing to life gems. When you take damage, you have a brief window to strike back at your enemy in order to recover some, or most if you're quick enough, of the life you lost. Like life gems, this means damage you take isn't always going to knock off a bit of your strictly limited healing. So just like the introduction of life gems, this changes so much about the series. Whereas playing cautiously, defensively waiting for safe openings to attack was almost always rewarded in the previous games, all-out aggression is what Bloodborne wants from you. It's truly impressive that they were able to turn the game around to head in the opposite direction with only a few small tweaks like this, but whether or not this is a purely positive change is something I'm unsure about. Unless it's been said in an interview somewhere, there's no way to know what came first. Just like I spoke about in my Dark Souls 2 video, was the focus on multiple slot at first, which led to life gems, or were life gems made first, which allowed for a looser take on combat? Because similar changes have been made to fights in Bloodborne, enemies are now far more aggressive too. So many monsters will charge at you, lunge at you, there's a lot more instances of enemies that will attack and move at the same time, rather than being locked into a swing animation like in Dark Souls 1. Some enemies worked in a similar way in that game, but they were far more rare. Adhering to those rules of predictable and preventable is harder to do here. There are once again a lot of encounters with multiple enemies, but also multiple highly aggressive rampaging enemies. This is mostly okay because the game has given you updated tools to deal with these changes. The rally system alone is trying to tell you that taking damage isn't that big of a deal, but it's a massive change. This is similar to the focus Dark Souls 2 has on difficulty on the smaller scale, individual battles that you can recover from afterwards, but does that mean it's the same on the larger scale through an entire level? Well, I'm not exactly sure. The limited blood vials you can carry seem to imply that you're meant to be going through a series of enemies as best as you can in order to arrive at the boss with as much potential healing as possible, right? The issue is that blood vials drop so commonly that it's possible to take a few hits, use some of the charges, and then find more to refill yourself back up to max by the time you make it to the boss door. I suspect that this was actually trying to fix a problem in Dark Souls 1, just like how I think a lot of the changes made in Dark Souls 2 were there in order to prevent the amount of circle strafing and backstab spamming that experienced players could do in order to steamroll through virtually the entire game. The other problem that persisted, which I think Bloodborne was trying to fix, was how you can just run past all the enemies and go right for the fog door. The one change about healing that I haven't mentioned yet is that blood vials don't refresh for free. They're not like Estus charges. You have to kill monsters to loot them, or you need to gather echoes in order to buy them. On paper, this is an absolutely horrendous change. It forces you to farm for blood vials. Farming, something that Dark Souls has never made you do until now. In practice, however, I think the idea here is sound, just the execution is a bit messy. Blood vials drop often enough that it's trying to incentivize you into clearing your way back to the boss door every time you die. It's a different version of the Estus Flask Gauntlet. If you master an area and can clear it comfortably, then you'll naturally be building up a supply of blood vials that you can replenish each time you fight your way back from lamp to fog door. Unfortunately, this system simply doesn't work as well as it should. It's still far safer, and often faster, to go somewhere else to farm vials and then run by all the enemies again to try the boss. This feeds into a lot of other problems in the game, and also the biggest one, that Bloodborne is a very different experience for players new to the series than it is for those familiar with Souls games. Let's pause for a minute here. I want to say a couple more things about the game because a lot of thoughts I have about it are interlinked. First, I want to state clearly that I don't think Bloodborne has any fatal flaws. There's no horrible section that I dread having to force myself to play through. There's nothing about it that completely fails, only a handful of things that fall short. That's a pretty big achievement, and it's not something I can say about the previous games in the series. It's the reason why I think Bloodborne is the best of all of them, even though I think there are standout moments in the previous games that I like more. The biggest of these small problems, however, is the game's difficulty, in more ways than one actually, because I think it's far too easy for players who have played the other games, and that it starts out too difficult for those who are new. It doesn't succeed for either group. Now this is really difficult for me to gauge because it's so subjective, and that I've played the other games for so many hundreds of hours. There was no point in the main game that I was ever stuck. I don't think I legitimately died to any of the bosses more than 3 times, and the vast majority of them I killed on my first try. It wasn't until the more difficult Chalice dungeons that I finally started feeling challenged like in the other games, and finally ran into that problem with blood vials that I mentioned a minute ago. The healing system doesn't demand the same amount of mastery from you as Dark Souls 1. You can spam attacks through so many areas, enemies, and even some bosses, even some of the later bosses. 20 blood vials is simply too many for experienced players, especially since the rally system can correct many little mistakes, or allow you to ignore attack animations and just blindly carve forward and spam your way back to full health. But on the flip side are new players not having Estus always there to help them through the learning period, that you can end up stuck with this vial debt that you have to farm your way out of, Again, this is hard for me to really know, but I don't think I'm wrong in imagining a new player stuck in Yharnam for hours, dying repeatedly while they go through the prove yourself to the game trial that all newcomers to this series have to put themselves through. Some of you might think that this is necessary for people to understand the game. It's a baptism of sorts, so you know what to expect. And I would agree with you, except that the game arguably gets easier after this point. I want to save looking at levels and bosses for the next video, but talking about it is unavoidable here. If you look at the bosses in the main story part of the game, that is, not the Chalice dungeons or the DLC, then I firmly believe that, if you fight them in level appropriate gear, that Cleric Beast and Father Gascon are the most difficult bosses in the game for players new to the series. Cleric Beast is essentially Manus for all the jumping and flailing around that he does, and although it's true that it's an easy fight if you know to stay close behind him, a new player isn't likely going to be confident enough to do that. Same with meeting Gascon head to head and matching his aggression. I know this is wildly subjective, but I don't think fighting through Yharnam properly prepares you for the playstyle required for these bosses. The game wants you to be somewhat cautious in your exploration and dealing with the normal enemies, but then mouth-frothing, rage-aggressive with these bosses. There's more to these fights, and I'm simplifying the issue in order to leave some things to talk about in the next video, but the real proof for me is that later bosses don't require this kind of playstyle, so it's strange that the ones that are possibly the most alienating are placed here at the start. I don't want to talk too much more about this, but I really am curious to hear from people who played Bloodborne as their first game in the series. Am I right about this? What parts did you struggle the most on? The second big issue is a technical one, and it ties into how the bonfires and blood vial farming work in the game. That it's a PlayStation 4 exclusive. No, I'm just kidding. The load times are too long, and I say this as someone who didn't play the game until after they had been reduced in a patch. I'm told they used to be twice as bad, and if I had played back then, I would consider that to be the game's only fatal flaw. What I don't understand is that surely this must have been known early on in development. The central hub of this game is like the one in Demon's Souls. It's a separate area that you can only access through bonfire teleports. It's not an actual physical part of the rest of the world like Firelink Shrine or Majula. Similarly, you can't teleport between lamps, so in order to go from one location to another, you have to load back to the Hunter's Dream, then waddle over to the appropriate teleport stone, which doesn't have visual thumbnails as a guide like in Dark Souls 2, and then sit through another load screen. If you're farming for blood vials, this brings the total to 4 load screens to go somewhere and then return to where you started. But it gets even worse since you can't reset a level by resting at a lamp. You have to see a load screen for that. So you either need to purposefully kill yourself to get sent back, or use an item, or teleport back to the Hunter's Dream and then return again, just so all the enemies will respawn. I still don't understand why the system in Dark Souls 1 isn't just used again. Let me level up at bonfires. Give me other reasons to return to the hub. Don't slow me down with all this unnecessary waiting. Add to this that Bloodborne is a game meant to be challenging. Again, my sympathies go out to new players who had to sit through all of these load screens while they went through the meat grinder that is the first learning hours of the series. It's like the game was developed without any consideration for any of the technical limitations whatsoever, which can also be said for the game's frame rate. Look, the game is gorgeous. There are other games that look better in terms of, say, realism, but if we're talking about art style and atmosphere, then Bloodborne is easily the best looking game I have ever seen. But I can't help but think that all of the clutter strewn through every level could have been reduced by half without losing much of the effect. 30 frames per second didn't bother me as much as I thought it would, but then I'm the kind of person that would have to actually experience it at 60 frames before I could judge it for sure. But the few moments that it dipped below that were terrible. It also sometimes feels like the PlayStation is about to die from the strain of running the game. Combat in Bloodborne is arguably an even bigger departure from the healing system in the previous games. There's a decent sized list of changes that you could read through, but I think the most obvious change is an iconic one. You don't have a shield anymore. There is a shield in the game, but it's so bad that it's more like a message telling you not to expect to find a usable one anywhere. This is why I was hesitant to say anything firm about dealing with the game's difficulty, because if you're the kind of Souls player that used a shield in every single one of your runs in the prior games, then Bloodborne might be enough of a departure for you to feel uncomfortable and new again. With all the rest of the changes, that sort of player might even have the best time going through it all. Some reviewers have criticized the game for removing shields, or the more vague, a lack of defensive options. I don't agree with this statement. The game is giving you different options, not fewer ones. You just have to be willing to experiment and learn some new things. I think that calling the game Bloodborne and not Dark Souls 3 was one of the best things that From did. It encourages you not to think of the game as just more of the same. That said, I was guilty of this on my first playthrough. Weapons are handled differently in Bloodborne, and this change is one of the best in the game. Trick weapons are wonderful. It might be my favorite feature in the whole thing. They have 2 modes that you can toggle between, each with their own moveset. This is in addition to carrying around a gun in your offhand, so you effectively have 3 different offensive options on your character with only 2 weapons equipped. My first time through, I chose the Hunter Axe. About 10 minutes into the game, I transformed it into two-handed mode, and that was me for the whole game. I didn't use the gun, I never felt any need to parry, just two-handed axe all the way from beginning to end. I had a good time and thought I was playing the game somewhat close to what the developers envisioned. The reason for this is how the game handles multiple enemies. Without shields, your options for defending until you get an opening to attack are limited. You can lose the lock on and play the game like it's Dark Souls 2, but with the trick weapons gaining more range when transformed, you'll have a better time using that longer range to swipe down groups of enemies. This turns the game into less about counterattacks and more about zoning, making sure you're at a safe distance and really learning how much reach your weapons have. Weak groups of enemies become simple to deal with and it's satisfying enough to go through. However, it wasn't until later playthroughs that I fully enjoyed the depth of the combat system. In Dark Souls 1 and 2, weapons were pretty good. You could commit a lot of time to learning how they all worked and even do full runs with a certain type. Bloodborne takes this to another level with the transformations, since it allows you to fluidly change between two different sets, but also incorporate those switches into combat itself. These trigger their own types of attacks that you can use mid-fight in extremely satisfying ways once you learn how they're best used and chained together. I know this can be summed up as simply just having more options, but they really add a lot and mesh well with the other changes. Learning how every attack works and which direction it goes in, whether it's an overhand, a poke, or a sweep, is really important and really rewards experimentation. Your defensive tools are more about dodging, but there's no more equipment load at all. You stay fast and mobile. When you're locked on, you have a dash. When you're not, you have a roll. I think this is a pretty clever way of telling the player that staying locked on isn't always for the best, and you should be mixing both of these together. If you haven't played the game, I can't think of a good way to communicate just how enjoyable all of this is. Darting in and out, switching weapon modes, attacking, breaking locks, rolling away, I used the same weapons for hours and was still learning new little ways to sneak in extra hits or when to best time transformations against enemy types. The gun slot helps a little, but it's a feature I'm torn on. It's not something I used a lot until my third playthrough, when I specifically went out of my way to test it. This is the game's version of parrying. It doesn't quite make as much sense in this game though. In Dark Souls you have to actually parry, meaning your shield deflects an attack away from yourself, ruining the enemy's strike and exposing them. Since it's a gunshot in this game, it should make more sense that you shoot them just before they attack, when they're committing power into the weapon and can be knocked off balance. But it's the same timing as before, when the attack is coming at you. Unless your character is shooting the weapon away, I don't know, it's just a minor gripe. Anyway, parrying is a hell of a lot easier in Bloodborne for a few reasons. Although the game compensates a little for this by limiting your ammunition, which you have to spend health on if you want to keep using it. You can fire your gun at any range, which means you don't have to be close enough to get hit by your opponent's attack if you mess up the timing. I also feel like that timing is a bit more generous than it is in previous games. Most of all, however, is that if you shoot too early, many enemies will still be interrupted even if it doesn't trigger the parry opening, so there's even less risk involved. This could be seen as a good thing. I'm undecided. Firing the gun doesn't cost stamina. It pauses your regeneration, but it's quick enough that it can still be used as a break to get some stamina back between attacks. There are also a lot of bosses that you can spam shots on until you finally trigger a parry, which then does an incredible amount of damage. It ties into what I said about difficulty. For another example, we can look at the difference in how backstabs are handled. You have to charge up a big attack aimed at an opponent's back, which, if it lands properly, opens them up to a backstab. This rewards good use of opportunities in committing to a big attack that otherwise might end up with you getting smacked away. It also gets rid of the ambiguity that the past games had with backstabs, where you weren't sure if the game thought you were properly behind an enemy or not until you actually hit the button. Sometimes this could get you killed through no fault of your own, although it was rare. But as good as all these combat changes are, it doesn't change how playing as aggressively as the game seems to want you to trivializes a lot of the challenge. There are many encounters that I simply got through by spamming attacks wildly and firing my gun every so often. You can easily spam your way into a parry and win just like that. For many enemies, like the werewolves, it's the best strategy available to you. Just keep on attacking because it locks them into a stagger chain from your first hit all the way to dead. This is a real problem because the game won't challenge many fans of the series until they get into the New Game Plus ranks or the harder Chalice dungeons. You could say that this is fine since eventually every player will organically reach a point that challenges them, but part of the thrill of these games is conquering new bosses and areas and wondering what's next after finally getting through it all. In New Game Plus, you've already seen everything. I'm not sure what's the true culprit here. The faster pace in combat might have led to fears that the game would be a lot harder. Damage isn't quite as predictable or preventable when it all moves this quickly. Some might say a lower cap on blood vials could fix it, or higher boss HP. Personally, I think some sort of difficulty mode, whether that's on the title screen or something like the Covenant of Champions within the game, should be mandatory going forward to help this problem. Something that changes parts of the game and doesn't just buff monster health and damage. On the opposite side of this are the very few moments when the game becomes unfair. Now aside from your first encounter with Frenzy and arguably one part in Old Yarnum, I can't think of a single moment that's a gotcha death like some in Dark Souls 1 and 2, so I love the game for that. It doesn't resort to any of these cheap gimmicks, but some enemies in this game suffer from the same problems that have plagued the entire series: broken hitboxes and tracking attacks. I want to say again that Bloodborne doesn't have any huge flaws. These problems are moderate frustrations that didn't happen often. It's just like some of the difficulty spikes throughout the game that are sudden enough to give you whiplash. I've seen other people encounter more hitbox issues than I did while playing, but there are a few cases that ruin some of the better bosses in the game that I'll go into detail in the next videos when we reach them. For tracking attacks, the discussion becomes more complicated. This is something I actually wanted to speak about in Dark Souls 2. Some of you watching might think that tracking attacks are fine. They're in the game to make some monsters difficult to dodge. They also discourage circle strafing. The argument goes like this: tracking attacks work because they test your reactions by making you have to dodge at a more precise time rather than simply dodging as soon as you see that an attack is winding up. I agree with this, but like so many other things, it's how it's done that matters. I think most people would agree that if your dodge needs to be frame perfect, that the game is expecting too much. At 30 frames per second, you need to have your timing down to just that, 1/30th of a second. I've done a little bit of research on the topic, and I'm confident in saying that reacting to that is simply impossible. Of course, timings in these games aren't purely reactionary. If you learn an animation, you can hit your dodge ahead of time to line up invincibility frames or to avoid it completely. But even then, some attacks can be seen as broken. Here's an example: this beggar that turns into a big monster found halfway through the game. He has several attacks that I have a hell of a time dodging. He's one of about 3 enemies in the entire game that I can't dart my way around and kill without taking damage. If you slow some of these attacks down, you can see that he becomes Mr. Elastic from the Fantastic Four when his attack completes here. I don't think this is reasonable, and I wish the game didn't do it. Other enemies do similar things. The ones I'm unsure about are those who have multiple fast-hitting attacks that have very short warnings. These basically mean that you don't have time to notice what attack it is, only that one is coming and that you need to dodge away. If these are coupled with other attacks that require precise dodge timings, you're essentially flipping a coin when you dodge on whether you're going to take damage or not, whether the attack is one that comes immediately or one that you have to wait for. Another small issue are attack combos that do damage to you even when you've been knocked to the floor and should be invulnerable, or time up perfectly that they hit you again as soon as you get back up before you have control of your character. The answer to all these is either usually don't get hit at all or get good, but I'd argue that a lot of the changes made by the game involve you trading attacks between enemies. There's meant to be this back and forth. In the end, it's the only thing about the gameplay that's legitimately disappointing. I might miss the tension of deciding whether or not I should push onto the fog door or go back to the bonfire without risking it, and when it comes to fighting through waves of enemies to get to the boss, a few cheap attacks can be forgivable along the way. But it's the departure from predictable and preventable from the bosses that hurts the most. It rewards frantic spamming and ultimately becomes neither that enjoyable or challenging because of it sometimes. The combat system here is the best in the series. I just wish the healing system and bosses were all about making me truly master it, instead of getting away with sloppy decisions. This is the second of 3 videos that I'm doing on Bloodborne. The first was about the good parts of the series and what changes Bloodborne brought, for better or worse. This one will be a walkthrough of the entire base game, looking at every level and every boss. I always approach games in the Soulsborne series in the same way. I try to avoid all the information that I can on them before they're released. I then play them blind without any outside help. I tend to find a weapon that I think feels good to use rather than one that has super powerful stats or anything. I never use items unless it's strictly necessary. I also never summon other players or NPCs to help on bosses. I go through the whole game solo with my own mini set of rules here. After completing the game, I let myself look up some hints for things that I missed and complete the rest of the content in the same manner as before. I've had an incredible time with every game in the series while following these rules. I'm only mentioning them so you have an idea of what my first experience with all of the games is like and how it might be different than yours. The game starts with a scene that plays out from your character in first person. You're told that you're entering into some sort of contract to get some pale blood. It's not really clear what's going on. You go through a character creation menu, which is apparently this contract that you're signing. You witness some fairly unsettling imagery and are then swarmed by these evil babies called the Messengers. Believe it or not, by the end of the game you'll end up quite fond of these little guys. I think they're sort of cute now. You wake up alone and abandoned in some sort of hospital. There are a few messages on the floor to follow like in the previous games, but this is not a tutorial area. You're meant to walk down the stairs and get promptly murdered by a werewolf. You die and respawn in another area called the Hunter's Dream. This is the game's central hub. It functions identically to the Nexus in Demon Souls. It is physically separated from the rest of the game, and the only way to leave here is to teleport out using the giant tombstones nearby. You warp to lamps in this game instead of bonfires. Now already, there are a few things I dislike about this. Without a central location in the game, there's nothing that resembles Firelink Shrine, a place that many of the other levels circle back to, with shortcuts and paths to open leading from there. The level design in Bloodborne is great, but the larger world design is still subpar compared to Dark Souls 1. In fact, I'd argue that the way all the different levels fit together is only barely better than Dark Souls 2, it's just a bit more clever about how it hides all of the divergent paths. The other problem is that I think the game uses this lack of connectivity as an excuse to not tell you a damn thing about your goals in the game. People have complained that Dark Souls 1 is a bit vague, but at least there you have the intro cinematic and the prophecy to guide you. Here you're even told not to really think about it all, and instead just go out and kill monsters. Ultimately this is fine, but I think that the only reason that the game gets away with it is because there's only one way out of the first area. There are no multiple exits to places like the Catacombs, Ruins of Dulando, or the blocked shortcuts in Valley of Drakes and Undead Church like in Firelink Shrine. I really missed that about the first game, how there was this larger world around you that you could explore and get lost. It's more focused than Bloodborne, which admittedly some people might vastly prefer. There's also no version of the Asylum or things betwixt. There's no tutorial sequence of combat encounters that teach you things with enemies and messages on the floor. Technically, you could say that the werewolf functions in the same way that the Asylum demon does, since when you leave the Hunter's Dream, you do so after choosing a weapon so you can easily kill it. Instead, this area is crammed with messages on the floor that were overwhelming for me, a guy who has put hundreds of hours into this series. I think this is a poor introduction to the game and that this could have been done far better. I wonder if the intention was solely to make it easy to start new runs of the game instead of easing newcomers in. It's a shame that some middle ground couldn't have been thought up. So you can't level yet. There are a few things in the Hunter's Dream that are locked for now. You choose a starting weapon here. Like I said in the previous video, I went with the Hunter Axe on my first playthrough, which I was convinced was borderline overpowered by the time I finished the main game. I looked online after I was done to see people praising the Cleaver and Cane just as much, so I guess this choice is fairly balanced. I didn't use the other weapons as much, so I can't say for sure. You teleport back to the clinic you woke up in and go down to fight the werewolf. The best way to kill this guy is to just spam your attack button and keep him staggered. He doesn't have a full HP bar. It's possible that this is meant to teach you that attacking relentlessly is a good way to get through combat encounters, but I think that's overanalyzing it. Although I'll do my own bit of overanalysis on this guy a little later. Try to remember this wolf. I think it's more likely that this is only here to teach you that death isn't the end, and that there are no limited lives. You may have also noticed that your bloodstain is a hell of a lot smaller in this game. This is another change that I don't really understand. It can be surprisingly difficult to find this little thing sometimes. Welcome to Undead Burg 2.0. It's a lot prettier this time around. I know I said it in my last video, but it's worth repeating. This game is downright gorgeous. It's one of a few games that my wife will sit with me just to watch me play because it looks that good. If you've watched my Dark Souls 1 critique, then you'll know I'm critical on the stories in this series. I won't be speaking much about it in Bloodborne, but one thing that this game nails is atmosphere. I might not buy into the game's story, but the city? Absolutely. Yharnam is dripping with details. From the streets that look like they've been abandoned in a riot, to how this is a place where death can't be taken for granted. There are so many coffins that weren't trusted to stay locked and closed, they had to be chained as well. This is a place with so many of these things that they've been left in the streets. Levels in the Soulsborne series can usually fit into one of three categories. Maze-like, with many different paths that often layer over each other on different vertical levels. A concept or trial, some sort of unique mechanic that requires you play it differently in order to win. Or traditional, straightforward, easy to understand, and mostly about combat. Yharnam immediately sets the standard for Bloodborne, that it's going to be mostly in the first category. It starts off slowly, however, and eases players into the concept. It can also be seen as a slowly boiling pot of combat encounters that steadily increases until you reach one of the bosses in the area. Initially, things are simple. You're confined to this small strip of streets, you meet your first human enemy, then you run into two more. These guys are inactive at first, and it's gently showing you that not every enemy is going to be standing about, sticking out for you to notice. You need to pay at least a little attention. There's a lock gate here that I think most people won't really think about looking at. It's the glowing loot that draws your attention, which also happens to be right next to this lever. You pull it, a ladder drops down. You climb it, and hey, there's another lamp for you to light. There's a guy you can speak to through a window that I missed until I came back here later. He gives some advice on what to do, but you're still left to basically stumble your way through on your own. Although it does help to make the city feel populated, I don't really like how often the game has you speaking to people through doors and windows. It feels sort of forced, but it does build into the idea of the hunt that is happening. This is the second part of the game's setting. Yharnam is a city that's addicted to the power of blood. Tonight, people are turning into beasts. There's some sort of infection of lycanthropy loose in the city, and tonight is when the whole place is going to hell. People have shut themselves inside at dusk, and already the streets are wrecked. As a hunter, your job is to go around clearing the city of beasts, and those on the brink of turning into them. There's another closed gate here. This time I think most new players will notice. You only have one path forward to the right. There's a guy that bursts through some clutter well ahead of time so he doesn't ambush you. There's an optional path to the left here to fall down and kill another guy, or you can continue going to the right. This doesn't change anything, but it's opening you up to the idea that there will be multiple paths around, and places to drop down from one street to another. A lot of Central Yharnam is like this. We'll go to the right for now. There's another duo of enemies. Not a big change from what we've dealt with so far. But up next is something that is not only new to this game, but also to the whole series. Bloodborne has a lot of patrols. Many of the areas use them actually, and I'm surprised that they're introduced in such an extreme way here. There's a veritable mob of guys roaming around that can easily kill you if you're caught in the middle of a battle. My guess is that these guys pose quite a challenge to those brand new to the series. Transforming our Hunter Axe works wonders here. We can use the longer range to take them down. To the left we can unlock the gate near the ladder that we call down. This isn't a useful shortcut, but it helps in giving you the impression that you're opening up some of the streets. To the left here is Bloodborne's version of the Black Knight. This is an optional challenge that is a significant step up in difficulty than the rest of the enemies in this area. This guy looks imposing enough that he's a cool challenge. Unfortunately, he's a good example of two sorts of attacks that the game sometimes uses that I absolutely hate. A quick slam and a grab attack. The grab attack doesn't seem so bad at first, but the more I see enemies with it, the more I don't like it. My reasoning is that it doesn't function like any other type of attack in the game. Instead of there being a wind-up that results in some sort of attack that you need to avoid, the enemy instead enters this active state and runs at you. If your model's touched, then the attack lands on you. There's no animation to dodge or any chance to avoid the actual grab part. It's handled by the animation afterward. It's not a big deal, but it just doesn't feel right since you're not dodging the grab itself, just this active state on the monster. The slam is his headbutt. From the start of the animation to when it hits you is about 9 frames, which translates to just under a third of a second. This is comfortably in the realm of being dodgeable, but only if you instinctively hit the dodge button when you see the guy flinch. There's not enough time to reasonably notice the attack, acknowledge what it is, and then decide whether to dodge right away or not. These kinds of attacks can lead to trouble if the enemy does a different attack instead that requires a better time dodge, but I'm curious what others think about this sort of thing, and maybe that I'm the only one that has a problem with it. The only other way to go is back up the street. There are a few more human enemies waiting in ambush to test your skills at studying your surroundings while you move forward, including a guy that I always forget about and get hit every single time. This area around the giant beast that's been burned at the stake is another spike in difficulty that's comparable to the Executioner. There are a lot of enemies in this area, and you're shown the first type that will shoot at you. Like the patrol, I think this part would be quite challenging for a newcomer, especially since it also introduces dogs at the same time. Chances are high that you'll explore this area carefully after the first time you clear it out. You'll likely notice a large set of doors with something banging on them from the other side. I have never seen these break open. It's enough to get your curiosity going, and on the other side you'll meet a lone enemy that's a fairly tough fight at this early part of the game. I think the introduction to this enemy draws your attention more deliberately than most others, so that you're more likely to find it and kill him while he's alone in this empty, safe space, since this level expects you to kill 2 at the same time toward the end. There's another set of human enemies and dogs, complete with another patrol, across the courtyard here. You'll also come across the first set of roaring crows. I love these enemies. I think they're hilarious and they're pretty easy to kill if you have a weapon with some range on it. There are 2 paths from this section. The clearest one, after you beat the dogs and the patrol, leads up to the bridge where 2 werewolves are waiting for you. The hidden one is behind some breakable objects. The game has been putting loot and enemies behind these before now. This path is the easier loop back around to the gate that you saw next to the lamp. If you go the other way and cross the bridge instead of fighting the werewolves, there's another opportunity to use this lesson about things hiding behind this type of clutter. This leads to a secret area in the sewers below. There's a set of armor down here that's a huge upgrade from your starting set. This also shows a strange part of the game. This is arguably the best set of armor in all of Bloodborne, because it doesn't really matter. They all have different variations of roughly the same stats. This could be argued as a way that the game is streamlining its features, since it wants to focus on weapons and mobility instead. But then you have to wonder why even bother with it and just have cosmetic items instead. Why does the game still bother with weapon durability as another example? 2 werewolves are likely beyond new players. The other path takes you past some dogs in cages and through a house with a gun-crazed guy in a wheelchair. Already the map you're trying to build in your head, consciously or not, is probably becoming strained, so it's a welcome relief when you open the gate and see the familiar lamp. It's another click of the level fitting together, although you do have to wonder why your character couldn't have opened this gate from the other side. This is the first of many shortcuts you'll open in the game, and it's a good return to what made some of the levels memorable in Dark Souls 1. Unfortunately, this concept of locked doors and elevators is used too much in my opinion, but that's something we'll get to later. With this gate open, you never have to go through the other street ever again. You avoid the patrol and the big mob around the werewolf barbecue. From here you have a much quicker route through the dark house to the bridge. Now, to your right are the werewolves. There's no real good reason to ever kill these. To the left is another one of those big guys with a brick and a congregation of roaring crows. Behind them is the path to the first boss. I think most players are still going to try to kill those werewolves, and this part of the game feels a little unfair to those people. Fighting both of these guys is surprisingly difficult. They're aggressive enough here that even if you're comfortable with the game, it's overwhelmingly likely that you'll get zoned back into the dark house. They can't follow you in there and they get stuck in the door. This happens so naturally that I'm left wondering if it's intentional. It seems like a strange oversight in a level that's been otherwise so carefully constructed. Let's finish up the rest of the area for now. There's one final path we haven't explored yet at the dogs in the cages. This leads to a warehouse above the other part of the sewer street. The enemies down here are slightly more difficult versions of the humans above. They've progressed to a later stage of lycanthropy. There's a secret area here where you can meet your first fellow hunter, Eileen the Crow, and she gives you as warm a welcome as you're going to get in this game. In the sewers you'll fight some rats and also find that some enemies seem to be undead in addition to beasts. The saw spear is down here, which also allows players a second weapon before they have to commit to killing a boss, which is good if they end up not liking their first one. There's also a madman's knowledge down here, which can be used to unlock the ability to level up a little early. Insight is a secondary currency in the game that's like humanity in Dark Souls 1, only you don't lose it when you die. It equates to how in tune you are with the horrific forces at work in Yharnam, and changes how you perceive the world in minor ways. At one insight, the doll in the hunter's dream comes to life, and lets you spend echoes in order to level up. The usual way to unlock this is by seeing one of the first bosses, which automatically grants you one insight. If you die to them, you even respawn in the dream, so you learn to level up. Continuing on, there's more than one way out of the sewers. You can climb a ladder to open up another gate in the courtyard where you fought your first guy holding a brick. There's also a path through a long tunnel where you come across the first giant pig in the game. Climbing up another ladder nearby will eventually lead you to another bridge. There's an elevator here that takes you back up to near the lamp. This is another street next to the dark house that has two of the big guys with bricks. Back down the elevator is a bridge with a giant mob and a burning ball that is pushed against you all. Both of these encounters match the duo of werewolves as the culmination of the enemy groups in this area. They test your ability to dodge multiple attacks and either use superior range to wipe them out, burst one down to make it easier, or lure them apart to sneak in hits while you can. These fights are challenging at this stage. Big guys are pretty fair since they have significant delays after many of their attacks. The mob on the bridge is mostly a test of your reaction speed to dodge the burning ball. The werewolves I think are purposefully unfair for reasons that we'll get to later. Across the bridge is the next boss, which you could argue is the real first boss since the one we skipped earlier is optional. And that's it for Yharnam. If you haven't played the game, you might be surprised to know that this first level is one of the most complex ones in the entire game. It's quite large for one, and has many hidden routes and paths to learn. I think it also has one of the highest amounts of shortcuts to open with the gates and elevators. The first levels in these games always tend to be like this, very well designed and full of more ideas than what comes afterward. So let's talk about Cleric Beast and Father Gascon. Both of these bosses are prime examples of the two main archetypes you'll be fighting at the end of each level, a fast-paced, layered fight against a human-sized enemy, or a struggle against a big rampaging beast. I like both of these fights, but they're far from perfect. The larger problem the game has is that reusing these types of bosses results in a lack of variety in these encounters. Individually, however, the issue with them at this stage in the game is that they're too difficult for newcomers to the series. They're also too easy for those who have played the previous games for an extensive amount of time, but providing a challenge for those people requires some fundamental changes like difficulty options. The reason that they aren't good for new players isn't so much that they're hard to dodge or anything, but rather that they have to be handled very differently than what the game has had you doing so far. Exploring Yharnam is rewarded with caution and careful play, especially with the focus on waiting for openings in the multiple enemy fights near the end. If you approach Cleric Beast and Gascon in this way, with dodging their attacks and then attacking in an opening, then you're likely going to get wrecked. It's still possible to kill them this way, and it's even satisfying to do so, but the far more effective way is to charge in and become just as aggressive as these bosses are to you. Cleric Beast is a fight that's partly ruined by the area in which you fight him. Camera can often get caught on parts of the bridge around you. He also displays one of the great sins that many beast bosses commit in this game, jumping up in the air and vanishing with no reasonable way to keep track of them before crashing down on you. It's possible that this fight is here to teach you more about leveling up in the Hunter's Dream than it is about attack patterns and avoiding them all, but in the end your best bet is to try to stay behind him while attacking as much as possible. After you kill him, you discover that it was mostly for nothing. You get a badge that you can use to purchase a weapon in the dream, but the lamp and door here lead to nowhere, which feels like cut content, or an alternative path to sequence break through part of the game instead of going for Gascon. Maybe you were originally meant to choose between these two. As for the hunter himself, he's best killed with a similar method. The arena here is crammed full of things to get in your way, which can make quick stepping difficult. I wonder if that's intentional to encourage you to try to parry him instead, or dodge close to him and continue your attack. This works the other way, however, in that he can often get stuck on all of the tombstones and you can get some easy hits in. Parrying is near overpowered on some bosses, and this one is no exception. Once again, this isn't a great learning experience for new players in my opinion. In Dark Souls 1, you're informed about how to parry and immediately given an enemy on which to do it. You don't get that from the isolated messages in the dream, which might as well be a long checklist of things to try that you should write down if you're brand new. It's also possible that Gascon, being a hunter himself, who will use his own gun against you, is another prompt that's meant to get you thinking about using it back at him. Toward the end, he transforms into a beast and becomes another rampaging enemy, like many other bosses. This is also introducing the idea of a phase change in a boss battle that several other bosses use in the game. It should also be noted that there's a puzzle solution to this boss that makes it easier. In Yharnam, there's a girl who's been left alone in her house. Her father has gone mad and her mother has gone out looking for him. There are enough hints and clues that someone who is really paying attention can work out that Gascon is this father, and that using the music box that the girl gives you is something you should try during the fight. I did not work this out for myself while I played. With this boss dead, the way is open to the next area in the game, one that's initially much smaller than Central Yharnam, and branches off in many different directions, not unlike Majula did in Dark Souls 2. The climate of Central Yharnam is fairly short. A movie plays as an introduction to the chapel, which is kind of unusual for this series. There's a lamp and a friendly NPC in here who explains a little more about the hunt that is going on in the city. He asks you to send any sane people that you find to seek shelter in the chapel with him. Another NPC in the clinic where you started the game asks you to do something similar. She offers a reward, whereas the chapel guy does not, which led me to believe that he was the better choice my first time through. As of now, there's only one person that you can collect, an old woman in one of the homes in Central Yharnam. The Cathedral Ward, at the moment, is quite a small area. There are many gates that are locked that you can't open just yet. Technically, you can purchase an item to get through this area early, but it's not something really worth discussing here. This location is a continuation of the city theme, although it's clearly a more wealthy section. There are a lot of statues around here, to the point that it stretches the believability of this place unless you're willing to accept the similar outbreak of a masonry-related curse happened before this beast one. As with the rest of the game, it looks fantastic. The enemies here look like the aliens from Prometheus. They're taller humans that are a bit harder to stagger with attacks. There are also giant versions of them that are so tall that it's sometimes hard to see what kind of attacks they're about to do. You get a great view of Central Yharnam as you continue fighting through some enemies. It's here that you can find your first stat gem that, using an item you get after killing Gascon, can be slotted into your trick weapons for some bonuses. There's also a locked door here that I assume was meant to link with the area where you fought Cleric Beast, but it can never be opened, at least according to my Google searches. I really dislike that this door is still usable, despite never being able to open. It should be changed to be like all the other decorative doors in the game. No button prompt, no message. I can imagine some guy who spent hours of his life trying to work out how to get through with no result. This is kind of cruel for a game in a series that can be cryptic about its secrets. There's a similar bug nearby with this randomly spawning ball of light. If you go near it, you get flung rapidly into the air and then killed or spat back down. It's really weird. I don't understand how this made it in the final release of the game. There's only one path for you to follow, some stairs to another smaller chapel. There's another friendly NPC here after some more fights against some humans and dogs. The battles in this area ease up on the difficulty a bit from Central Yharnam. I also should have mentioned that if you can beat Cleric Beast and Gascon, then I'd wager you've shown enough skill needed to go on to beat the rest of the game. They're the gatekeepers for progression in Bloodborne as far as I see it, although there are a few more bumps in difficulty along the way. Before reaching the next level, you'll meet the fourth werewolf in the game. It's waiting for you in the dark at the bottom of a staircase. It's quiet, and I think the way it's skulking about waiting for you, with its eyes glowing in the dark, is meant to be creepy. There's a lamp down here, and that's it for Cathedral Ward for now. We'll be coming back here soon. Old Yharnam is another level with the city theme, and already you might be noticing another minor flaw in this game. No matter how good it looks, a lot of it is similar. Even toward the end of the game, you never quite get away from these streets and places cluttered with tombstones. There are breaks from these environments, but they're too few in my opinion. But this is also linked with another criticism that holds some water, that the main game is too short. It's not a big flaw, but I do agree with it in some ways. We'll go into detail on these issues a little further into the video, but I want to mention now that it's alleviated somewhat by the Chalice dungeons. Regardless, Old Yarnum is pretty good. It draws from all three of those level categories that I mentioned earlier. Parts of it are very focused on straightforward paths with combat challenges. There's a unique trial mechanic that changes how you play, and there are sections down here with hidden paths and shortcuts that make you have to understand how the area fits together. It also has the game's first bullshit moment. We start off with a note on the door that we have to read before opening it. If we don't bother paying attention, then a guy starts speaking to us after we enter the area to reiterate that we're not welcome here.
Didn't you see the warning? Turn back at once.
This place has been burnt in a fire and beasts now rule the land. To the left is the way we're meant to proceed. To the right is a hidden area that will become a shortcut back to the lamp toward the end of the level. There are also some enemies here that will put slow poison on you, which is pretty good as a learning experience since the boss here uses this same poison. I think the beasts down here are afraid of fire, but I never had any great need to use it. The enemies are more humanoids like you've seen already and don't feel any more difficult than what you've dealt with so far. Things change when you approach this area. The guy who spoke to you earlier does so again, and if you push on, he opens fire with a mounted Gatling gun on top of the clock tower. Now this isn't some mind-blowing mechanic or anything, but it's something new for the series and it's fairly enjoyable, fighting your way down this area while avoiding windows that expose you to the gun. It's also a good way to teach players to keep track of enemies close to you while also remembering about range fire from somewhere else. My first time through, I didn't notice these stairs here, so I just ran off the edge and fell, then raced forward under the gunfire, which meant I died here a few more times than I should have. There's a cool moment at the bottom with an enemy hunter that constantly tries to lure you back into range of the mounted gun. There's a secret here that I didn't find until my second playthrough, another dark area with some loot and a new armor set. I really like how many secrets are stuffed into these sorts of locations. It rewards exploration and feels natural that there would be a lot of places to find in a city. You pass a locked door and can either continue through a large church or climb a ladder to the left. This leads to some other hidden paths, but also to another ladder that takes you up to the Gatling gun. This enemy here, if fought at this stage in the game at level appropriate stats and gear, is the hardest fight in all of Bloodborne, and that includes all the DLC. And that's absolutely ridiculous and ruins a big part of this area. If you leave him alone, you can come back later and become bros with him, but I hate this guy so much that I always go out of my way to kill him. He's the first of many gigantic difficulty spikes that come in the form of bullshit hunter battles. These guys have the same tools that you do: rolls, quick steps, trick weapons, and firearms. Most of them don't heal, but all of their blood vials are instead baked into their massive health bars. The difference is that they have infinite stamina and infinite ammo, which leads to some very frustrating battles that feel unfair. The most difficult part of this fight, however, is actually getting to kill him before the AI wigs out and he rolls himself off the tower and dies. This is one of very few moments in Bloodborne that I genuinely hate. Continuing on, you fight a mob in the church and reach the ground floor of Old Yarnum. You've explored most of the maze parts of this place now. You've also gotten past the trial mechanic. You open two shortcuts back to where the ladders were earlier and have to fight through a path with some more challenging combat encounters, specifically werewolves. So let's talk about them. This is the part that I referenced earlier about overanalyzing the game. It's something that I'm constantly paranoid of doing, since it's an easy trap for critics to fall into. The assumption that every detail in a book, movie, or a game is carefully measured and deliberate simply isn't true. I can tell you from writing myself that there are many happy accidents that can look like moments of genius when you don't know that they weren't done on purpose. So with that disclaimer said, let me do exactly that. I think the game tries to instill a fear of werewolves into you early on so that you can conquer that fear in this sequence. The first enemy that kills you is a werewolf, and if you don't spam attacks on it early on, it'll probably kill you again. It's an enemy that you barely kill even though it was already damaged. Then when you find two more later on, they're super aggressive and can't be split apart to kill individually. Bloodborne specifically wrecks you again with these same enemies, and if you use the doorway to cheese them, you proceed through the game with that guilt and worry in the back of your head. That you didn't really kill them now, did you? What are you going to do if there's no door next time? The fourth werewolf is waiting for you, growling in the dark. This one is a more fair 1 versus 1, but the setting here is clearly trying to be unnerving, just like the opening movie when you're suffering from sleep paralysis and have to watch it reaching for you out of the blood. Then you reach the bottom of Old Yarnum, and the game clearly says to you, no more messing around, prove that you can kill these things. There are 5 werewolves down here that you fight one-on-one, 3 of which are set up to ambush you if you're not playing cautiously. And you will kill them. They're actually fairly easy opponents once you learn their attack patterns and know to stagger lock them down with quick attacks. I don't think it's a coincidence that the boss here is more werewolf-sized than giant cleric beast-sized and has similar fast, flailing attacks. The game allows you to face and defeat your fear of this enemy right before it throws you against a tougher version of it to repeat that process all over again. Or maybe From just thought it would be cool to have werewolves down here and I'm reading too much into it. Bloodstarved Beast is the first boss that feels very Dark Souls-y. Although it is yet another example of a wild flailing monster, it has easier tells than Gascon or Cleric Beast, at least I think so. Although that might just be that its smaller size means that you can see the whole thing on your screen. I think it's a good fight for new players and a better one for those returning to the series since it has quite a bit of health. It's more of an endurance fight than the other two, and you either need to get your dodge timings down or learn what side you need to stay close to in order to better avoid what he's throwing at you. Toward the end of the fight he starts emitting poison, and it's for this reason, when combined with that larger health pool, that I wonder if this boss is meant to be Bloodborne's version of the Twin Gargoyle fight. It's a DPS check to make sure you've upgraded your weapons. There are a lot of bloodstones in Old Yharnam that are easy to find. When the poison starts ticking down, it can be seen as a race to kill him before you run out of vials, although if you've played the games a lot, you can stay away from him to avoid being poisoned at all, although it does prolong the fight. Conversely, the game goes so far with suggesting that you can use some items to make it easier that it puts some antidotes in the boss room itself. I've also read that he's weak to putting a fire buff on your weapon, which matches the theme of the area, but that's something I personally choose not to do. Sometimes I think that this guy should have been the first boss of the game. I think he's a better fit, but visually he's not that impressive and doesn't have that same wow factor that the other bosses do. Either way, I like this level. It's a bit simple when compared to Central Yharnam, but that can work in its favor. It's a break from that complexity. After killing Bloodstarved Beast, you receive your first Chalice. There are a couple of things to go through before we explore the rest of Cathedral Ward properly. Firstly, I want to briefly talk about Chalices. These are dungeons in the game that are their own separate line of progression from the main story. You use chalices with ingredients and echoes to create these dungeons. Some of them can be randomly generated. I'm going to be talking about these along with the DLC in the next video. For now, I want to say that Bloodborne becomes a much larger game if you mess around with these chalice dungeons. They have a unique setting, bosses, and enemies that you don't see anywhere else in the game. My suspicion is that you're meant to run a few of these in between story sections, and it might be a flaw that the game doesn't make that more clear. With Bloodstarved Beast dead, a door opens up in the chapel in Cathedral Ward for a reason that I don't understand. I don't know why these actions are linked. If anyone knows, please tell me in the comments, because I'm really curious. There's a badge up here at a locked door that allows you to purchase Ludwig's Holy Blade, which is my favorite weapon in the game both visually and for its moveset. Before we loop through the ward, you should know that there's an optional area nearby. This sack kidnapper guy has appeared outside the chapel, and if he kills you, you're abducted to another area. This didn't happen on my first playthrough and I missed this, but it's only a tiny bit of content. You get to go there later anyway. Like in Dark Souls, being captured doesn't make a whole lot of sense. You're not stripped of your weapons or anything else. It's less offensive than the rules broken in Duke's Archives, but still a little odd. You can get quite a few bloodstones in this area to upgrade your weapons to the next tier, so it's worth going through it. The sack guys can also be quite challenging until you learn to knock them down with visceral attacks before they hit you for massive damage. Dark Beast Parl is an optional boss here, but we'll be discussing him later on when we return to this area. Back in the Cathedral Ward, we have to fall through this tower. Platforming sections like this never feel good in the Soulsborne games, and I often wonder why they insist on including them. I'll admit that it's a memorable way to transition between areas, but the fact that it's so dark in here can make it awkward to judge the height of things, or if you'll even survive a drop at all. The games can be inconsistent about this sort of thing too, and don't always allow you to survive a drop to a place that looks like somewhere you can reach. Down here is a mini-boss Minotaur werewolf thing that throws fire at you. I think this is the only place in the whole game that you see this enemy outside of Chalice dungeons, but maybe I'm forgetting one. The real thing I want to talk about down here is the Brain Sucker. So the setup feels a little cheap. There's an elevator out of here that brings you to the other side of one of the closed gates near the chapel, but to open it, you have to drop down from this platform after riding the elevator, which means if you want to get back down to this alley, you have to go through the tower and fall down again. So it's best to explore this whole area first, which I imagine some new players will do when they find this drop. It's what I did. There's a Brain Sucker at the end of this alley. It's likely the first one that you'll meet. I like that it's introduced in a very modest way when it turns out to be one of the worst enemies in the game. At least if it's your first time through. I used to hate these enemies a lot more than I do today. I have some problems with them, but for this encounter specifically, I don't like how punishing it is to try and learn how they work. Their grabs and stuns are difficult to dodge the first time around, and you lose a lot of health and insight, which you can never recover when you're hit. If you die, you have to drop down the whole tower again. If you want to be safe and open the shortcut first, you still have to drop down the tower again. Today, they're one of the easiest enemies for me to kill, and I like that about the game. These guys were Bloodborne's version of Dark Souls basilisks for me on my first playthrough. Dark Souls basilisk, try saying that 3 times fast, holy shit. I felt an overwhelming sense of dread whenever I saw one. Now that I know how to kill them in a way that honestly makes them less of a threat than the standard humans in Yharnam, it's quite satisfying to have turned the tables. However, there are still 2 issues with consistency about this enemy that I want to talk about a little later, when we get to Bergenworth and have to fight another one. You open some gates throughout the Cathedral Ward. You fight more of the tall blue men, the giant versions, and another street area full of the same kind of enemies that you saw in Central Yharnam. There's even some more people to speak to by knocking on doors. And this isn't bad by any means, but the setting starts to feel the same for me here. This is the 4th area in a row that's stuck in the city streets, and although it's as beautiful looking as ever, I would have liked some variety. The gameplay doesn't introduce anything new, but that's fine. The game's combat system deserves sections like this where you just get to fight and have fun with all of the mechanics. The next area after this is Hemwick Lane, and it's a refreshing departure from the city. So much so that I wish the game had found a way to send you here directly after Old Yharnam. Maybe it could have looped back to the Cathedral Ward and could have been a good click moment. Before that, however, we should go to the Cathedral and take a look at the boss here. The guards around this arena can inflict you with frenzy, but they're pretty easy to dodge. It's worth mentioning that they can do it, but if you'll forgive the repetition, this is something that I want to speak about later. There are also 2 Hunter NPC fights off to the side of the Cathedral that are much easier than the guy in Old Yharnam, but still suffer from the same imbalance: infinite stamina and infinite bullets. They can still be fun though, since you have a lot more room to maneuver during the fight, and it's a one-time challenge since they stay dead forever once killed. Let's look at Vicar Amelia, who has one of the coolest and strangest introductions in the series. If there's a boss that could embody all the differences in Bloodborne from Dark Souls, then it's Amelia. It's yet another giant flailing beast. There's a lot of fast, relentless attacks. Some people have been critical of Dark Souls 2 for overusing big humanoid bosses with large weapons, and they're definitely right to do so. These beast types are Bloodborne's version of this flaw, and if you haven't picked up on it yet, the lack of variety and challenge in the game's bosses is one of the most disappointing things in the game for me. Amelia is still a decent fight despite this, and she's a great learning tool for any Souls players that might have stumbled their way through some lessons before now. You can't really kill her in the same way that you might have approached Bloodstarved Beast. If you're dodging all of her attacks and then weaving into strike now and then, basically treating it like one of the tougher Dark Souls bosses, then you're going to be here for a long time, and you're not really taking advantage of all of the tools available to you in combat. You could make a strong argument that Amelia is the real DPS check boss, not Bloodstarved Beast, to be able to deal enough damage to interrupt her healing phase or compensate with more attacks after she regains that health. More than anything though, it's just simply easier to hit her as hard and as often as you can to knock her down and kill her before she kills you. Playing it fancy with a lot of dodges doesn't fit well with that. The boss in Hemwick Lane is far worse. I really like this area, the visuals continue to be impressive, and like I said a moment ago, even with all the tombstones littered about, it still feels like a big change from the city. The human enemies here are easier to deal with than the ones in Central Yharnam in my opinion. There's the occasional Slenderman monster that appears, but they're also simple to kill. This is more of a standard combat area than anything else. There's no complex map you have to build here, although there are 2 shortcuts you can open up to skip some of these linear paths full of enemies. There's a small difficulty spike near the end when you fight more of those executioners with the big axes. I like that the game has these more straightforward levels as a break between the more complex ones. I'd even argue that Bloodborne could have gotten away with having a few more of these to flesh out the main story part, so it's unfortunate that the boss here is the worst one in the game. The Witches of Hemwick are monsters that you could have already seen and fought in the Unseen Village section earlier. In this room, they're invisible. You run around until you find them. You hit them a bunch. They vanish. Some of the Slenderman monsters spawn that you can mostly ignore. You keep finding the witches, you kill them, the end. This mechanic should have been used in the surrounding area instead to make some of the fights a little more interesting, and an actual boss could have been put here instead. I don't think this should even count toward the boss total in this game, which is already on the low side. Regretfully, this isn't the only lazy boss design in Bloodborne, although it's definitely the worst. You unlock the ability to use runes after clearing this area. These function like ring slots. There are also a lot of tier 2 upgrade stones here, so I think this is meant to serve as an alternative area for players to go through if they find Amelia to be too hard. You come through here, level up a bit, open your ring slots, and get a weapon upgrade or 2, which should be enough to push past any trouble that Amelia might be giving you. I'd estimate that this is roughly the end of the first third of the game. In Dark Souls terms, this is about the point that you'd be ringing the second bell of awakening. The game changes after killing Amelia. You watch a movie that gives you the password to get through a sealed door in the Cathedral Ward. But the big thing that you might notice is that the sun has finally set. Night has fully begun, and the city is deep into the hunt. I suspect that this is an incomplete feature, just like some of the other strange parts of the game that feel like something wasn't really finished. Not much changes in the city itself despite the sun going down. In this area, those giant guys are now sleeping. That's about it though. Nothing dramatically changes in the previous areas in regards to enemy placement or type. It's a shame because I think it could have made returning to those places and finding new things really interesting, like if some of those coffins had burst open with new enemies in them. However, you could also argue that consistency is more important, and that having the enemies remain in a familiar pattern is rewarding for those who really committed the time to learning those areas. In any case, that locked door is the only way to proceed for now. It's communicated reasonably well with messages around the place, but only if you fully explore areas. That appears to be the best way to get through Bloodborne. Don't really think about any goals or anything, and instead just wander around killing everything and inspecting everything. We leave the city for the second time and enter a forest. This happens to be my favorite section in the base game for many reasons. Not least among them is that it's not another damn city environment. There are several distinct sections down here, and I think it's a minor flaw that this change in scenery wasn't immediately matched by a change in enemies. You're once again fighting those human guys from the first area. This is another problem in the game that's bewildering because there's actually a lot of enemy variety in Bloodborne, it's just poorly spread through the game. A lot of the different enemy types in Chalice dungeons are probably things that many players will never see, which could have been used to spice things up in some of these areas. Anyway, despite saying how much I love this area, let me take an opportunity to talk about something else that I think falls short in this game. Something that I think some of you might disagree with, but I want to make the argument anyway. Maybe some of you will see where I'm coming from. Some of you might think it's really nitpicky though. If you've watched the whole video so far, then you've seen that every level incorporates shortcuts in some way. It's like they've taken that great quality from Dark Souls and focused intently on it. Many levels only use one lamp, and have been built around linking paths back to that starting point. You open new routes to the end and bypass areas that you've already gone through if you die. This is a more natural checkpoint system than simply placing more lamps all over the place like bonfires in Dark Souls 2. This is a great feature in the game, and the forest is no different. You enter here and have this scenic view of the moody, ruined windmill. You explore some side paths, but eventually end up at a lamp. You come to a locked door at that windmill, and you know immediately that at some point you're going to be coming back here through that door. And what I just said there became a little bit of a problem for me when I first arrived here, because with only one or two exceptions, these shortcuts are all the same. Locked doors and elevators. You're almost always shown them ahead of time. This was the door that made me realize how inevitable these loops had become, and while I want to stress again that they're still good, they don't lead to any of the cool click moments when you piece a map together in your head. There's no surprises like kicking down the ladder in Undeadburg, or coming back through an area in an unexpected way later. I would guess that a lot of players were surprised when the elevator in Undead Parish led them back down the Firelink. Dark Souls 1 had quite a few moments like this for me. Bloodborne only had one. It's in this area, but not at the windmill. There's a cave deep into the woods that's full of poison. It's one of the most annoying areas in the game because of the small maggot snakes that continues from obsession with randomly flailing tiny enemies that have way too much health and deal way too much damage. Ignoring them, you go forward and find a ladder, which leads to another ladder. You emerge wondering where the hell you're going and realize that you're right back at the start of the game, the clinic in Central Yharnam. You can finally open a gate that you saw earlier and can get to a new area. It was a great moment. Opening the door in the windmill, however, felt like I was just going through the motions. Like I said, I know some of this may be seen as nitpicky, and it's not a big issue, but I'd like it if some of these shortcuts were surprises, unexpected, breaking down a wall or throwing down a ladder that you didn't see before. Some could be extreme, like collapsing a building or something. Because seeing this door got me thinking the whole time that I went through the forest that soon I'm going to have to ride an elevator at some point and hit back to the lamp. That said, this level is massive. It puts a lot of strain on you both in terms of endurance, to fight through so many enemies in a row, and to map out the whole thing. There are many vertical layers to this place that make it fun to explore and put together, and it's probably the only place in Bloodborne that I could still see myself getting lost even after several playthroughs. There are also traps here, which have been absent in the game until now. They're introduced fairly well, and close enough to the lamp that they don't feel cheap if you don't notice the first one. It's a good warning. There are a couple of other minor shortcuts you can open as you move further down into the woods before looping through the base of the windmill. There's a transition here that I really like between the old enemies and the new. A human has his head burst open because it's full of snakes. You fight another one just like it. Then you get to the second part of the forest after linking back to the lamp and fight bunches of those same snakes. You go from humans to humans with snakes to just the snakes. I was expecting a boss at this point, but we're actually only halfway there. This is another huge area that feels different than what came before. There are a lot of snakes, and I really like that the game doesn't waste any time in upping the ante. You're likely still learning how to fight these small clusters of them when you find a giant set, which is far more dangerous and will spit poison at you. There are also patrolling humans that summon a pack of smaller snakes when you engage. There are also more pigs in the swamp area at the bottom of the forest, and if you explore all the side paths, you'll encounter your first group of mushroom aliens in the game. I feel like I'm not really doing this place justice for this walkthrough. I like this area because it was the only time in the game that I felt stressed by how many monsters I was killing and the size of the area I had to learn. However, if we back up a bit, you could argue that there is technically a boss here. It's the monster beggar I mentioned in the previous video. It's also one of the worst encounters in the game. This guy is another large beast that attacks wildly. He continues the tradition of bosses that act like Bart in that one episode of The Simpsons, when he tells Lisa that he's just going to wave his arms forward, and that if she gets hit, then it's her fault, not his. I was really negative about this fight until I got to fight him again in the Chalice dungeons. I still think some of his attacks are cheap, but it's the arena that's the real problem. You have a lot more space in the Chalice dungeon version, which helps so much. Here you have to constantly wrestle with the camera and be wary of the walls and falling off the roof, something that the beggar doesn't have to worry about. This fight is optional, however, and is actually a secret, so I don't count it too harshly against this area. The final shortcut is another elevator that links back to the windmill. It makes the corpse run to the boss one of the longer ones in the game. The boss is Shadow of Yharnam, and it's one of my favorites in Bloodborne. I really like when fights against multiple enemies are carefully built around that fact, instead of just throwing 2 big guys at you and saying good luck. These 3 look similar, but they all have different moves and tactics: a short range guy, a mid range guy, and a caster who stays at the back. You're not constantly overwhelmed by all of them charging at you, but you do have to keep track of more than one thing at once. It's expanding on the concept of the Gatling gun in Old Yharnam. I think that killing any of these guys first can work. The fight stays roughly the same difficulty for the second half too, since after you kill one, the other 2 become more powerful. When 2 are dead, the last one can start summoning giant snakes. The place these spawn at can sometimes be unpredictable, but I think it's meant to inflict panic in you to end the fight as fast as you can. The last guy standing shouldn't be too much trouble if you rush him down. This boss doesn't quite reach the heights of Alana or Dark Lurker in Dark Souls 2, but it's still enjoyable, if only because it deviates from the wild beast pattern seen so far. It also builds on the skills of keeping track of multiples that the woods have been teaching you so far, with lots of the slow-moving snakes to watch and time your attacks in order to kill them. Like with the other bosses, you get a lamp in the arena after they're dead, which is weird because there's another lamp immediately after this. You move forward into Byrgenwerth. This is a small but important area. 2 new enemy types are introduced that I don't think ever come back in the main part of the game. There are also a number of shortcuts to open around the lakeside manor that are apparently useless. It's a strange place, and I wonder if it's meant to make you uneasy by how odd it is. There's another brainsucker here. There are also the flyman creatures. Both of these break consistency in the combat system. Staggering opponents by chaining attacks is something you're meant to be doing throughout Bloodborne. Enemies and even some bosses can even do it to you. Both of these enemy types are frail enough that you can keep them locked down, yet they both break this rule when they enter certain states. The fly will start hovering in the air, which should make him more susceptible to being knocked off balance, but nope, he's now immune to stagger, and you'll likely get grabbed figuring that out. The brainsuckers do the exact same thing when they start casting their ranged pellet grab. This is far more frustrating than it has any right to be, and if it's intentional to prevent the player from reliably staggering them, I wish there was a better way to show it, especially if you dodge the sucker's first spell and start attacking before you realize it's already casting another one. The other issue this monster has is that it can sometimes chain spells in a way that will immediately hit you before you regain control of your character. This is straight up bullshit as far as I'm concerned, and along with some enemies being able to hit you when you're meant to be in a recovery state, must be a bug. I know that you can roll away when you get knocked to the floor, but some enemies can hit you when you're in this state and some can't, so even if you're meant to time rolls away, it's inconsistent for some enemies and it should be consistent throughout the whole game. It wouldn't be so bad except these attacks stun you into grabs that do an obscene amount of damage and forever steal your insight. Even if you kill the sucker after this, you can't get it back. I went back into the game to test this after I got to this part in the video, and after you get hit by the brainsucker's grab and you're getting back up after getting all the insight sucked out of your head, you actually can't roll away. No matter how many times you hit the dodge button, you just don't. You're locked into this slow recovery where you get up and yeah, so it's definitely an issue that you can't roll away from and that you have a chance of getting locked into this unavoidable hit if you get hit the first time. The other new enemy type is the synaptic nerve centipede monster thing, which looks cool but is also unfortunately buggy. It can hit you through walls. It's fairly easy to kill though, and it fits the theme of this area. There's not much exploration to do in the matter. There's the next in the series of Broken Hunter battles though. This one can cast a spell that's random in both how it can hit you and how much damage it can do. Sometimes it does little damage and sometimes it one-shots me. Like with the other fights of this type, your best bet is to be relentless in your attacks and parry spams. Try to keep these fights in mind for later on. They're good to remember for Bloodborne's final boss. For the end fight here, however, you're up against Rom the Vacuous Spider, which is a great addition to the ridiculous and awesome boss names in the Soulsborne series. I really like Rom. I like the introduction in the boss arena. Seeing the moon beaming over the Great Lake beforehand is one of the game's best visuals. You're given a lot of space and you're likely going to need it. I'm not sure if I genuinely like this fight, or because like Shadow of Yharnam before it, it's just because it's not another beast. You have to put some thought into how you approach it, and it requires more than just spamming attacks. Rom is defended by baby spiders that become hyper aggressive if you dart past them and attack her, so your best bet is to wipe all of the little ones so you can have a safe time attacking Rom. But the baby ones have a strong directional defense. Their heads are armored, so you have to attack them from behind, or wait until they do a spike leap at you and get themselves stuck in the floor. A weapon with a sweep attack is great here, since you can clip past their defenses from the side. But there's more to this fight. Rom will regularly summon magic rocks from the ground. Sometimes these fly up in a circle around her, other times they'll fall in a series at where you are standing. so you're tasked with keeping track of all of the spiders, but also keeping an eye on Rom and learning each of the tells. If it's the circle one, run away from her. If it's the barrage from the sky, you need to start running and don't stop until the attack is over. If she starts thrashing around when you get close, dart away and then move back into attack. You have to do this 3 times, killing all the babies and then attacking her before she teleports away. It ends up being one of the longer fights, which also helps distinguish it from the others. After she's dead, you see the ghost of Yharnam herself. A baby starts to cry and the moon looms overhead. It might be a cool story moment, but like I said, I won't be going into any detail on that in this video. Another change happens after this. The night advances to the next phase, and the moon becomes corrupted. If you only count the mandatory parts of the game, we're surprisingly close to the end, even though I'd say killing Rom is roughly the equivalent of acquiring the Lord Vessel in Dark Souls. There's a lot of side content to do though. The sky has once again changed, the moon has turned kind of evil. I like the different stages the sky goes through in the game, it gives it a lot of character. We wake up in an area next to the Grand Cathedral where we fought Amelia. We have a few things to get through here, but first I should confess that I lied to you earlier when I spoke about the bugged ball of light that can kill you. After you're done watching, you might want to scroll down to the comments and see if anyone went into a rage fit and called me an idiot for saying it was a glitch. So killing Rom has pierced the veil or something. You can also see changes if you get enough insight. There are now things in Yharnam that have always been there, but you just couldn't see them until now. If we go back to the chapel, it's one of these giant evil insect human things, an amygdala, or amygdala as the game pronounces it. There's another in the room where you wake up after Rom, which you could have accessed before now. The door is open here, which leads to the next level, but these giant monsters actually serve a purpose. The one on the chapel is the way you access the Old Hunters DLC. The one here is the route to a secret area. At some point in the game after Amelia, an NPC will take over the houses and windows in the game. He'll talk to you and give you an item with some vague instructions. You can read the item too for more help. I figured this out on my own when I first played by just going to this area and seeing what would happen. Basically, if you have this tonsil stone in your inventory, then the amygdala will teleport you to another location when it picks you up instead of killing you, just like the DLC key. There's a short area first that's some strange small university hallway with lecture rooms. There are these goop monsters that can swarm you. This is a good place to go if you want to see your frame rate tank. It's an interesting area because it's so unexpected, but it's only the appetizer for a much larger one. Nightmare Frontier is a grand departure from the rest of the game. It's one of 3 secret levels like the Painted World in Dark Souls 1. This might just be the largest single level in the whole game. If not, it's definitely up there. The fact that it's yet another location brimming with tombstones spoils it ever so slightly for me, but that they're apparently full of blood is a neat touch. The enemies here aren't so tough. There are some giants that throw boulders that require some additional strategic thinking in how you get through it all, and 2 more hunter fights that you only need to kill once. There are stages of progression here, since there are at least 5 large areas that lead into each other and interlink with an elevator, a toppled tombstone, hidden caves, and bridges. It would be one of my favorite areas in the game if it weren't for 2 reasons, although it's still a decent level. The first is that, like the bottom of Blighttown, there's a poison swamp that slows your movement speed. I don't consider this to be challenging in a good way even in Dark Souls, but I really don't like it in Bloodborne because it eats your healing vials the same way it ate your Estus. Even antidotes don't work here because you just get poisoned again within seconds. If blood vials refresh when you respawn, then I would be just as okay with it as I am about Blighttown. But because this eats into a resource that you may have to farm for, it gets a melodramatic thumbs down from me. The other, smaller problem is the only other bullshit moment in the game in my opinion. The way that it introduces Frenzy. This debuff isn't as bad as Toxic or Curse, but you might have to die to it a few times before you even understand what's happening. You also might start seeing the bar fill up if you get tagged by the guys outside the cathedral, and then recover from it before it caps out. Here, however, it's introduced in one of 2 ways depending on where you go first. After a long fight through the poison swamp where you've probably spent a lot of healing vials and are still poisoned, or on a side path near the very end of the level, but before you unlock the elevator shortcut, so you have to clear back to it all over again. I'd be fine with this being a tough enemy that acts as a gatekeeper for the shortcut, but Frenzy is just a bar that starts filling up when you see these tumor head guys, and unless you start running away immediately, it's going to cap out and deal massive damage to you. You have to learn that you need to charge at them and rush them down, and then heal up before Frenzy caps, and then heal again. The issue here is that opportunities were missed to teach Frenzy in a safe environment. Maybe with seeing Amygdala for the first time in the chamber room after Rom, you're at full HP, you look up and there's this enemy you can't fight. It could do the shining light thing that the tumor guys do from its head to build Frenzy. You learn how it works and there's nothing else here that deals damage that could kill you. If by some corrupted miracle that you do die, then you should respawn right here and don't lose any progress. Or you could have done something similar in one of the lecture rooms in the place before Nightmare Frontier. I think these enemies are actually pretty good. They're a different sort of encounter. It's only the way they're introduced that could be better. The boss here is one of the big Amygdala guys. It shouldn't be the same one who sends you here, but since this is a From Software game, who knows. This fight is okay. I'm sorry to sound like a broken record, but it's another big beast monster that flails its arms around like crazy. You can kill this guy in two distinct ways: stay close to him and randomly flail back at his arms and head, and eventually he'll fall over, or stay far away from him and bait out attacks, then sprint in for some quick hits and then sprint out. Either way isn't that challenging. One is obviously more reliable than the other, but it takes longer. What's interesting about this fight though is that the enemy has weak points. You can't just attack his body or his tail or anything, it has to be his arms or his head, which is weird because I feel like this concept of weak points isn't really expanded much after this and isn't used as well as it could have been in the game. The other interesting thing about this fight is that you do it again in the Chalice dungeon progression path. It's a lot more difficult there and goes to show you how much numbers can dictate difficulty regardless of attack patterns, because that's the only thing that's different. He has more HP and does more damage, his attacks are exactly the same. My plan is to talk about it briefly in the next video. Let's do one of the other secret areas before moving forward in the main story. Cainhurst Castle is my second favorite level in Bloodborne, and it's up there for many reasons. First off, getting there has a lot in common with Painted World. Remember the ladder from the Poison Cave? This is an alternative entrance into the clinic where you started the game. There's an NPC in here that you can kill that can contribute to the game's alternative ending. It's surprisingly unimportant and leads to a secret boss that is one of the worst in the game. For now, we're here to pick up an item. This unlocks the way to Cainhurst Castle in the same way that the doll opens the way to the Painted World. You go back to Hemwick Lane and approach this obelisk thing. A horse-drawn carriage shows up. Boarding it takes you to the castle. I love many things about this place. The first is that it also looks similar to Painted World, a cold, snowy castle. Your arrival here is equally nonsensical. It was a broken bridge in Dark Souls. Here the way is similarly shattered behind you and the horses that took you here are long dead and rotten. It's a surreal introduction that, like much of the series, I can't see there ever being a logical explanation for. However, there's more here to like. I don't know if Bloodborne does this out of tribute or an attempt to poke fun at it, but this level is very much like a DLC pack from Dark Souls 2. Even the name is close to a parody. You have a separate location, your arrival makes little sense, there's a boss here who is just some sort of lost king, there's a crown to collect and wear, there's also a queen to speak to. Just like the areas in those games, it's a kingdom that was once prosperous that has fallen prey to some disaster. I don't think it's as well designed as the Dark Souls 2 DLC. It's definitely better looking though. The interior reminds me a little of Duke's Archives as well. All of the enemies are new to this location. The blood-sucking bug women outside that are, for me, one of the more difficult enemies to kill without taking any damage. There are more of these in the DLC that have consumed more blood that are easier to kill. Inside we have the little servants and the ghosts of beheaded women, or maybe it's the same woman who has several ghosts. They're not interesting in terms of mechanics, but standard enemies are fine. It's the animations tied to them that I like. The one bit of petty criticism I can lay on these are the dart spitter servants. I have a lot of trouble seeing the actual dart coming at me. Maybe this is intentional, but the other games usually make it clear when you're being shot at. It's not that big of a deal. There are a couple of ambushes from gargoyles posing as statues as you wander outside the castle. I think this concept could have been taken a bit further in some of the statue rooms and maybe even in other areas in the game. These enemies are pretty easy to knock down too, which makes for less challenging fights. One of the game's better shortcuts is in this location. You open up a standard elevator route, but shortly afterwards, you loop through this study area and pull a lever to draw back a bookcase. This is a shortcut that isn't broadcast to you ahead of time, and while I know some people might think this doesn't matter, how much I enjoyed this unexpected reveal makes me wish more of the shortcuts were like this. Maybe I'm alone here though. Much of this level is fairly straightforward and mostly about combat. The path to the boss requires the same sort of ridiculous terrain climbing found in much of the series. It's like a running joke at this point. Why would the boss even have his throne up here on the roof? This is Martyr Ligarius, and he's a contender for my favorite boss in the base game. He's a humanoid that isn't a hunter. He incorporates a lot of spells as well as melee attacks, so no matter where you are in the arena, he has different moves to use against you. There's a decent flow to be found to dodging all of his magic and then avoiding his attacks. Partway through, he enters a new phase and becomes more aggressive. He reminds me a little of Gwyn in this part from the end of Dark Souls 1. The standout move is when he summons a torrent of weapons that spew out at you. I died learning that you're meant to use your firearm to shoot at these instead of running in and trying to swipe at the weapon he leaves on the roof, or leaving it active for its whole duration and hoping for the best. This phase is more frantic. He suffers from the same parry cheese that a lot of the bosses do, unfortunately. Killing him this way was the first time I started wondering if parrying is a good inclusion at all. I know that's a big change to propose, and I'm curious what other people think of it. I know that you can always commit to a run where you don't use it, just like many optional features in the Soulsborne games, but just like I said in my Dark Souls 2 series, I wish there was a built-in challenge system in these games so you can do it officially, for lack of a better term. I think it could add a lot of replayability to the game. There's a little bit of extra content behind this boss that's kind of a secret, but I don't think it's worth going into in this video. It's not really that important. And that'll be it for the optional areas for now. There's one more, but we have to go back through the Unseen Village first. So this is the point in the game that you return to the part of the city that the kidnappers could have taken you to earlier. Because I missed that on my first playthrough, I only got to see one side of this place, and I had to wonder what all the broken lamps were about. It's a lot more surreal the second time, the whole place has gone to shit. This is the point where the game begins its rapid descent into madness, and in terms of atmosphere, it's nothing short of glorious. It's been a slow build until this point, and now there are monsters clinging to walls shooting lasers at you, enemies being conjured out of blood, skeleton jack-in-the-boxes, and the most revolting boss in the game that caps it all off. Although I do think it suffers a bit because it once again uses the city setting, it's helped by how twisted and corrupted it is. Even the name Yargul looks like a defiled version of the city. In terms of gameplay, however, things aren't so hot, or at least they're more conflicted, and I think that people's reaction to this area can also be heavily altered by whether or not they saw it earlier. The path to the first lamp is under the amygdala that takes you to the lecture hall. The game repeats a lot of enemy types here, and I like that. It adds some variety to the level, and it's a callback to all of the places you've been to so far. This level has a few hidden paths, but it's mostly a straightforward trial level, at least it is for the first half. You have to learn how to deal with the bell ringers summoning waves of enemies, and the amygdalas leaving laser trails on the stairs. Both of these mechanics are best dealt with by sprinting forward with confidence to either get past the dangers or take out the root of all the enemies. The bell ringing is fairly clear, as is the red tint on the enemies to signify that they aren't truly real. This is used to lead you to a secret near the end of this gauntlet, since there are endlessly respawning enemies but no bell ringer in an obvious location. There's also a locked cage room with a door that you can only open from the inside. If you explore enough and put these two things together, you'll find a place to drop down to find this bell ringer and the loot. The key here is needed to unlock the way to the final optional area in the game. There are shortcuts that link back to the lamp at the start of this level, including a teleport and an elevator that were clearly meant to make a path to the street at the bottom and to the boss. But there's a second lamp here which stands out in my mind as the only time that the game gives you a second checkpoint so close to the first one. You could argue that some of the others in the game are just there to get your foot in the level or to obey the rule that killing a boss always spawns a lamp, but this one feels different. My theory for explaining this is that one of the most unbalanced rooms in the game is up next. You're thrown against not one, not two, but 3 overpowered NPC hunters. I don't know why the game doesn't have a different mini-boss here instead of conceding and putting a lamp as a half-assed attempt to make this room okay, but this is the only explanation I can think of. This trio makes me question the hard but fair ideal that the series is meant to stick to. This encounter can definitely be fun, it's chaotic as all hell, and you don't have to kill all 3 of them at once since they stay dead forever. But fighting all 3 of these guys at the same time is likely harder than every boss we've seen so far. One of these hunters has a grenade launcher that can be fired without any ramp up. It explodes for splash damage when it lands, and depending on how you level, this can be a one-hit kill. Combine it with the other hunter that shoots a cool looking lightning spell and you can end up screwed no matter what you do. I don't know why the game feels the need to throw you to the wolves like this every so often, especially since it makes the rest of the game, which I'd argue is too easy, feel uneven. The box skeletons have claimed the street. There are a few ambushes here and some side areas to explore, but the path is mainly straightforward to the boss. These enemies are okay. Like a lot of things in the game, they're best dealt with a long-ranged weapon. They flail a lot, but that's the trend with a lot of the bigger enemies in this game. Before we talk about the one reborn, let's rewind to when we were here last time. There's another boss in this area that you can kill when you're abducted, or you can do it now. Dark Beast Parl is yet another rampaging beast boss, only this time with a zesty lightning twist. I don't think I've ever died to this boss, and because of this, he is the best example of that flaw that I keep repeating. Just keep attacking, and you win. If you hit Parl hard enough, he collapses into a heap of bones, and you just keep hitting him, and then he dies. I thought this might have been because, on my first playthrough, I didn't see him until near the end of the game after I had leveled so much, so on my second time through, after reading about the abduction trigger, I went out of my way to fight him early, and it was the same thing even then. He just crumbles to the floor and that's the end. My guess is that he's more difficult if you can't initially lock him down like this, but then the fight simply becomes a dodge fest until you finally do land that starting hit, and then you just win after that rough opening. Or maybe this is a fight that's meant to be more difficult if you use a lighter weapon. It's a very strange encounter. Even stranger is that you open the way back to Old Yarnum through a door behind him, which isn't that useful. It's nice that they're connected like this, but I have to wonder if these locations even make sense to be linked like this in relation to where you enter each area. The one reborn isn't much better. His entrance is revoltingly awesome and suits the madness that has been increasing as you go through this area. Unfortunately, this boss is so easy that it might rival the Witches of Hemwick. The smaller enemies in the building around him make me think of the Tower Knight from Demon's Souls, but in that game the boss was still, an actual fight even after you killed all of them. Here I think you could kill this boss by accident just by hitting him at random after all the bell ringers are dead. It's a shame since this thing is so visually impressive, but I wonder if that was the problem. It was too difficult to attach fair attack animations that could pose a threat and also be understood by the player. If the game had a lot more bosses, then I'd be willing to forgive a more spectacle type encounter like this. As it is now, it joins the list of many others that aren't really worth their name and health bar at the bottom of the screen. There's a teleport after this that takes you to another part of the lecture hall that we were at earlier. This time you're on the second floor, and we're moving through here to get to another nightmare location. There are only 2 levels left. Let's continue with this part before the final secret area. So welcome to the final mandatory level in the game, the Nightmare of Mensis. Considering how much of the game is about birth and blood, and the moon in a corrupted cycle, the name of this area is a bold one. As you gain more insight, you can hear a baby crying in some locations as you play. This was incredibly annoying when I first played this game since I kept thinking it was my actual baby crying the first few times that I heard it. This level is quite long. It incorporates all 3 of the level types in the series in good ways. Your end goal is to climb to the top of what is effectively a tower. You start off far from it, however, and are given a good view of the whole thing as you approach. Then the lights snap on and you'll start taking damage over time that rapidly escalates. I really like this part of the game, and I wish that it had been used more in this level. You have to break the line of sight with whatever it is that's shining on you from the distance. It can be a struggle to fight enemies here while trying to avoid the light, but the enemies are also affected by it, so it feels fair. The only way I can knock it is that the building frenzy meter takes a bit too long to fade when you're just running from cover to cover. I think this could have depleted faster after a few seconds to cut down on wasted time. The enemies in this first part are the same as you fought in the other nightmare level. There's a second lamp to light, but this isn't used for anything right now. You have a long way to go before the shortcut here can be used. When you reach the other side of the building, the trial concept ends. You don't have to worry about the evil light of Sauron anymore. You have spiders instead, which, given the size of this thing and the space you're given in this room, looks like an unfinished boss encounter. There are some more new enemy types here that aren't used anywhere else in the game. They're more humanoids, but since Bloodborne reuses the basic crazy humans from the first level so much, it's a shame that these couldn't have been seen in more areas. This part leads to a boss that many hate, and they are absolutely right to do so. It rivals the Hemwick Witches for the game's worst encounter. Mikolash is a guy that runs away from you. You chase him until he retreats into a room. Then you fight, then he teleports away. You chase him some more, he retreats to another room. You find a way in, and then you kill him. He has no unique moves or special tactics, just a few spells that you've already seen and a melee attack. There isn't even a puzzle solution to cornering him either. He uses enemies to distract you and mirrors to get away. There could have been a mechanic built around smashing the mirrors or pulling levers ahead of time to close doors in order to funnel him down a direct path so he's cornered. Instead, he always runs into the worst location on his own. I'm not trying to say that these suggestions would make the fight good by any means, but at least it be, something instead of what the fight is now. His cage helmet looks interesting at least. Thankfully, this isn't the final boss of the level. We're about halfway done. There are some more elevators to activate and a hidden path that you find by jumping off of one. I figured this out by noticing that the other cage elevator closed its door when you got on, but this one is broken. There's a window that you can jump through that leads to a long secret path. The game uses its elevators to hide quite a few secrets like this now that I think about it. There are more of the frenzy tumor heads here. You deal with them just like you did before. Partway along this route, you'll find a lever. When you pull it, you see a short movie with some huge fleshy thing falling into a pit. I'm pretty sure this is what was causing the big damage light earlier on, and I think it's a mistake that you don't get a chance to see it up close before getting to this lever. Since I didn't even know what this was or what happened after I did this, it's possible that maybe I missed something somewhere, or maybe I was meant to go somewhere else before pulling this lever, but I don't know. Either way, if you continue on, you can find a blood rock, which is this game's Titanite slab. It's the only one I found in the main progression path in the game, and it's a great reward for finding this area. It links back to the Mikolash boss hallways, so it's best to teleport back to the dream, upgrade your weapon to the final version, and then teleport back to the lamp to continue on. Some enemy types are reused in this area, mostly the animals, which are just as twisted as everything else. Crows have the heads of dogs have the heads of crows, the giant pigs have too many eyes. There are cool little alterations that I really like. The Shadow of Yharnam bosses are also regular enemies here, although they appear to be nerfed. They don't get their special snake powers, at least not any that I noticed. You see the ghost of Yharnam again here, the one that appeared after you killed Rom. She's looking up toward the boss room. A baby has been crying in this area for a while now. After opening an elevator shortcut to the lamp, you can reach the top of the tower where an empty baby carriage is waiting. The boss here, Murgo's wet nurse, sort of looks like a demonized version of the Crow from Dark Souls, or it might just be that her armor looks feathery. This fight is visually interesting. She has many arms and can attack very quickly. She reminds me of the last boss of Reaper of Souls in Diablo 3. There's a lot of forward arm flailing, but it feels to me at least more structured and understandable than many of the beast bosses. This might just be because it's easier to fit all of the enemy on the screen though. The most dangerous part of this fight is the smoke phase, where many versions of her spawn and attack you from different angles. Now I think this fight is almost amazing. Almost. I think her attacks are pretty good, and trying to stay behind her for some safe hits could have been a fun struggle. It's a little on the easy side, but then this chaotic phase could have helped that. Unfortunately, you can just run around and avoid all the attacks until it's over. If the fight had stayed in this phase until you do a certain amount of damage to the boss, then I think it would have been a lot more interesting and challenging. It's a missed opportunity to have a great boss to act as a climax for an otherwise good area. As an aside here, it always takes forever for the game to acknowledge that I killed her. The first time I got here, I thought it was leading to another phase or another boss. Does anyone know if this is a bug or if it's intentional because she's meant to be a big boss near the end of the game? So that's it for all of the parts necessary to complete Bloodborne. For the final boss, we have to return to the Hunter's Dream. Before that, let's visit the orphanage, the last secret area. There's 1.5 bosses waiting for us there. We have to return to the Cathedral Ward for this part. It should be noted that if you saved a few people, that there are some possible events that can happen here throughout the game. There's a prostitute that can give birth to an alien baby. You can see a lot more of them in the next area. We have to climb back up the tower where we found the weapon patch for Ludwig's blade. There are 2 phases to this place. It uses the standard shortcut system in Bloodborne by showing you a lock gate that you can open later to get back to the lamp. There are also some locked doors that open inside to bypass some enemies. Aside from the crawling alien things, there are no new enemies here. There are a lot of brainsuckers and werewolves, which I find interesting because they're both enemies that are initially very challenging, but are easy when you master their attack patterns. I think this is the area where I finally got all the timings down properly. There are a lot of narrow corridors here to help you with that, to learn how to dodge through the sucker spells and to bait the werewolves' attacks and then keep them staggered. It's a small, simple, but challenging area that ends in an open courtyard full of flowers. Celestial Emissary is the boss here, and I say boss like that because this is just a bunch of the mushroom aliens in a big room. It's like the Rat Pack in Dark Souls 2. Now I'm mostly positive about this encounter because I don't think it's an actual boss. I think it's misdirection. There's nothing interesting about this fight and it's lazily put together. This is here, in my opinion, because you're used to having a boss at the end of each level. You can teleport away thinking that you cleared it and are left wondering why a fairly tough level ended with such an easy boss. There's more to this place and it requires some experimentation. You need to smash a window next to the lamp to continue on. That another boss was in this area is the only thing in the game that was spoiled for me, so I looked around the courtyard and found this window after that. Other people might not be so lucky, and I don't think this is a good secret. This may come across as incredibly nitpicky, and I apologize for that, but the Soulsborne series is always inconsistent about things you can break like this. It comes across as totally arbitrary. Why can you break this window but no others? It's weird and a minor flaw, and I have no intention of harping on about it. Abritus, Daughter of the Cosmos, is a true boss of this area. Visually, she's up there as one of my favorite bosses ever, not just in the series, all games. She's both beautiful and repulsive at the same time, angelic and demonic. She's also a decent fight and is second on the list after Martyr Ligarius. She suffers a bit from being vulnerable to sticking close and spamming attacks, but if you stay at range, her moveset is varied enough to be interesting. I found her charge to be much easier to dodge if you break the lock and roll instead of quickstep, and I like that you need to use more of your tools to properly fight. Same with running from her laser spikes or timing quicksteps. But like Amygdala, she's more challenging in the Chalice dungeon. Her blood spit is particularly nasty since it will max out your frenzy bar if it clips you, resulting in at least 1 blood vial gone. It wasn't until I fought her again there that I noticed her charge can have some hitbox issues. This might be because of the tentacles behind her that move depending on what stage she is in the charge. Either way, this isn't something that should be in the game in my opinion. If you legitimately react properly and dodge in time, it shouldn't be able to hit you. There shouldn't be any unavoidable attacks like this. You get another Chalice for beating this fight, and with that I think we're done. Only 2 bosses left which have no levels attached to them. Bloodborne ends where it starts, in the dream. The workshop here is on fire now, and I don't know why. You can also see that the sky changes in a different way than the phases of night back in Yharnam. Gehrman is waiting for you in a field nearby, which makes for a great looking battle arena. There are 2 fights here, and both of them are optional. Gehrman offers to kill you since the hunt is now over, and says you'll wake up back in the real world and can continue with your life. You can refuse and fight him instead. Afterwards, if certain conditions are met, a beast will descend from the moon and attack you. This means that there are 3 endings here depending on what you choose and whether you acquired 3 items while you played. Specifically, 3/3 of an umbilical cord. I don't think it's worth going into detail how to acquire these since they don't require much, and honestly, in terms of gameplay, they're not really worth it. If you're into the story, then they might be, but that's not what this video is supposed to be about. Gehrman is a hunter battle like Gascon, and exactly like Gascon, he is highly vulnerable to parrying. Dodging is slightly harder, especially since he has moves that seem to blink in and out of reality in order to hit you. I personally don't find this fight that enjoyable or interesting, but I had gone through some of the DLC before I fought him, so I had already seen what I consider to be the superior hunter boss halfway through in there. What I do have to say about Gehrman, however, relates to the rest of the game. See, the problem with this fight is the implications that it has outside of it. By that I mean, both Gehrman and the DLC hunter boss are far more fair than so many of the other hunter encounters you have throughout the rest of the game. The guy in Old Yharnam, the trio in Unseen Village, or even the one in the manor before Rom. There's also one I didn't mention at the end of Eileen the Crow's questline who you fight in Amelia's Cathedral, who is so ridiculous compared to Gehrman that you have to wonder if it was even playtested, or why their positions weren't switched in the game and he isn't the last boss. I don't understand why the game is like this, and keep in mind I'm not necessarily saying that these fights should be easier, they should be a little more fair, but I'd also accept Gehrman becoming more difficult so it makes sense, and a lot of the other bosses too. But even saying that, the way these non-boss NPC hunters move and parry makes them feel more like sloppy slapping contests rather than thoughtful, tense battles. It's possible that I'm in the minority here, and I'm willing to be proven wrong. It's a point that I'm unsure about. I can't say the same about the boss quality in this game, which can be summed up neatly by Moon Presence after Gehrman. In summary, it's another flailing beast. She has two other moves that don't mean much. She blocks your healing and can strip your health away, but you just keep on hitting her and that's all there is. You could once again argue that this is just a lore boss, or something to fit the theme, rather than a challenging encounter, but the game relies on this concept too much. We looked at 17 bosses in this video. Outside of DLC and Chalice dungeons, that's all of them. From our list here, we can move them into broader categories: rampage beasts, humanoid with phases, non-applicable, and other. These groups aren't fundamentally bad, but I think it shows how reliant the game is on one specific type, especially since I'd argue we can remove 3 of these from being considered bosses at all. This is the weakest part of the game, and it's disheartening to me because the bosses are the things I look forward to the most in the series. Having said that, if we review the levels in a similar way, then we see that, aside from wanting some variety early on, that the thing missing the most is just more of them, and I firmly believe that if the worst thing you can say about something is that I wish there was more of it, then it could be viewed as a twisted compliment. I really don't want to end this video on a negative note, because I loved this game. The more I wrote this script, the more I realized that it's my favorite out of all the Soulsborne games despite these shortcomings, and that means that it's one of my favorite games ever. This video didn't talk much about the combat system since that was the topic of the previous video, and I can't emphasize enough how enjoyable it is and how much Chalice dungeons added to the experience. It may be seen as unfair to not include them in the evaluation done in this video, but I get the impression that many players have made a similar divide in how they view the game, since much of the Chalice content is randomly generated. In any case, I hope that at least someone out there enjoyed this critique and commentary, since it's different than the usual type of thing that I do. It's closest to the first series of videos I did on Dark Souls 1, which I know not everyone liked. Hopefully there was enough here to make it interesting, and if not, maybe it's a fair summary for those who'll never have a chance to play the games themselves. The next and final video will be on those Chalice dungeons and the Old Hunter DLC. It should be more comparable to the first video in length. Let's start with Chalice dungeons. I was really enjoying my time with Bloodborne, but not as much as the Dark Souls games until I got to this feature. I felt like there wasn't enough content and boss variety. Chalice dungeons was like discovering a whole other half of the game that, while less refined than the rest of it, gives you way more opportunities to play with its combat. But I think a big problem with them is the leap of faith required to get going here. You're not given much in the way of instructions, and since the Chalices require their investment of resources outside of the main game, they're easy to ignore or dismiss as lackluster side content. So I should probably explain a bit about how they actually work. You find Chalices while you play the game. I believe that there are 3 in the world that you can then use on tombstones in the Hunter's Dream. Some of these require ingredients that you can also find around Yharnam, but most of these items are found within the Chalice dungeons themselves. So the idea, I think, is that you're putting these items into the Chalice to perform some sort of ritual that creates a spawn point in the dungeon. These are randomly generated with different layouts, enemies, and bosses. It's important to know, though, that there is a static progression path amongst these. These are roughly 10 dungeons or so that are always the same. I suspect that they were still made randomly by the dungeon generator and were then chosen out of those random versions to always be the same for certain Chalices. So that still might have sounded confusing. Let's try it a different way. So there are 4 types of Chalices that have their own theme and pool of monsters to draw from. Within each of these categories is the Standard Chalice and the Root Chalice. Root Chalices will make a different, random dungeon each time, while the standard one is a fixed progression path that you can do each playthrough. That's always the same like the rest of the content in the main story sequence. If you've played Diablo 3, then the best comparison I can make is that they're Nephilim rifts. If not, think of them as dungeon crawling sections. They're light on story, they're rooms and corridors full of enemies, treasure, and end with a boss. That might not sound all that great, but they're surprisingly fun. The way all the rooms are put together follows a general formula. You start with a lamp. There's an optional door nearby with part of the dungeon that you don't need to go through. Near the lamp is a locked door. Your goal is to find the lever that opens it through the path that's next to this door. Once open, there's usually another optional area in the next corridor that you can skip and go right for the boss. So it maintains the idea of having a shortcut near the checkpoint that you open for a quick route to the end, but these levels also cross over each other in ways that often surprise me, considering they're randomly made. There are even traps like the rolling ball from Sen's Fortress, swinging blades, and pressure plates. This sort of thing felt strangely absent in the main game, and it was great to see here. There's a fair amount of variety in all the rooms, and some of them look as great as the rest of the game. Eventually you will notice repetition and see some patterns, but it's helped by being paired with lots of different enemy types, some of which are pulled from the main game. A lot of them are unique to these dungeons though. For me, the combat system in Bloodborne is so fun that I love this feature. All I want are more ways to fight enemies, and bringing fresh enemy placements with each one means that I can't rely on memorizing their locations to cheese my way through. I felt myself getting a lot better at the game as I played through these, and I was constantly tested to judge my surroundings and make smart decisions just like I was playing more of the main game. The different enemy types means that you have to be playing well in order to get through them without much trouble. You can still get through with trial and error, but it's more rewarding to recognize the presence of some enemies. So if you see the first puddle monster, like the ones from the depths in Dark Souls, you know there are more around. You learn to look at the ceiling for them, and also to look for spiders waiting to ambush you. If there are bell ringers, you're tested to rush ahead and potentially get yourself into a chaotic situation by burning them down before the enemies they spawn can get to you. Not every situation is enjoyable or compelling, but there's enough variety here that, with the random elements, means that you can get a sliver of that new Soulsborne game experience each time, and for me that's really precious. If you skipped over this content, then I urge you to give it a try, even though I fully understand why some might have avoided it. It's bogged down by all of this unnecessary collection crap. It makes little sense to me. Chalices range from level 1 to 5. You need more materials for the harder dungeons, but you also need to complete the easier ones in order to actually find the higher level chalices. So what's the point of the materials when you still need to do the beginning tiers anyway? It's just a waste of time that, at its worst, could potentially scare people off. Adding to that, I firmly believe that they should have been woven into the main game. I have two big reasons for saying that. The first is that it would add some much needed variety, especially since the first chalice is acquired after Bloodstarved Beast, which would break up the Yharnam city sections, but also because the dungeons don't scale with your level. So if you skip this feature until the end, you're going to be bored out of your mind for the first few that you run because they'll be so easy. There are bosses down here that are unique to these dungeons, and it's a shame that many players won't see them. It's also a great place for naturally amassing a bank of blood vials. The issue can also go the other way though, since the level 4 and 5 Chalice dungeons are quite difficult and also ramp up the rewards. I was getting an obscene amount of blood echoes while running through these. I've read that they're the equivalent difficulty of a few New Game Plus cycles, but they didn't really feel that way to me. Aside from one boss, these never became soul-crushingly difficult, and I was able to get through them on my New Game character, which ended up inflating my level a bit above 100. We'll talk more about that when we get to the DLC. Obviously, because of the random and repetitive nature of these dungeons, it's difficult to do something like a walkthrough of them. All I can say that it's hilarious to me that a lot of the layouts I saw were better than some of the weaker levels in Dark Souls 1 and 2. Some of them even had shortcuts and doors you could only open on one side. I think it speaks to the strengths of the combat system. I genuinely think From struck gold with this feature and then decided not to keep digging. I could see an entire game being made out of this concept, with a more involved progression system and more enemies, bosses, room variety, and themes that feel more distinct from each other, instead of only some ambient tweaks that are implemented currently. When I originally wrote this script, I had a line in here hoping that the feature would continue in Dark Souls 3, but now I've actually played Dark Souls 3 and I know that it doesn't. So instead of hoping it for there, I hope that it's expanded in Bloodborne 2 and is a really good feature in that game. So while we can't look at the randomly generated level design all that much, we can discuss, however, the bosses, some of which are better than others. Many of these are normal enemies with more health. I can give the game a pass on this since the concept of these dungeons is far looser than the rest of the game. Some are super versions of bosses from the main game, which is also easy to justify. I wish the opposite had occurred actually, and the unique enemies and bosses down here had been found in the main game to broaden the scope of it a bit, but I think I already said that too much in the last video. The only bosses that I think are worth talking about down here for this video are the Undead Giant, Watchdog of the Old Lords, Bloodletting Beast, rematches against Amygdala and Rom, and Yharnam herself. The Undead Giant feels like a Dark Souls boss that's been given some super speed when it blinked into the Bloodborne universe. It looks like a slow, lumbering thing, but some of its attacks can come surprisingly fast and hit really hard. There are two versions of this guy, the first of which is the very first boss you'll meet in the introductory Chalice dungeon. That one is easy. The second one is larger and tougher, and it's a good example of some bosses that might require you to keep your distance and employ hit and run tactics to safely kill them, especially when they hit as hard as this one does, resulting in a 1 or 2 hit kill. This sort of thing can be exacerbated by some of the chalices that have unique modifiers, the most difficult one that I saw being the Defile Chalice, which cuts your health in half for the entire dungeon. It's here that I fought what I consider to be the two hardest bosses in the base game, the first being Watchdog of the Old Lords, which, like the Giant, is a monster that you fight twice. The first time is quite easy, the second time is a nightmare. This is the only boss I got stuck on for many deaths in the base game. It was like returning to my first run in Dark Souls. I would love to be able to say that this fight is incredible for that, a huge challenge that you must overcome. Unfortunately, it's my opinion that this boss is bugged to shit. There are hitbox issues all over this guy, which you likely saw if you watched the first video in this series, on his charge and his swipes. Sometimes your dodge works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes he kills you without even touching you. I really hate this because he's one of the few beast bosses in the game that doesn't do the random rampage flailing thing all the time. It's a proper, traditional boss with different phases and attacks that you have to learn and can't just mindlessly spam your way through. Unfortunately, because of these hitbox issues, I couldn't justify rolling the dice on whether or not the game would kill me on these attacks, which is a real shame because when it works, the fight is so much fun and challenging and really rewards using a lot of the moves that you have. Lots of quick steps, precision timing, and dodge rolls. To kill him, I had to play it safe and a little on the cheesy side, with baiting out attacks that didn't have detection problems and running away when he started doing those that did. I barely took any damage on my kill because of this, but I still feel like I didn't really experience this fight the way it was meant to be fought, and that's a real shame. A boss with a similar problem is the Bloodletting Beast. The first version is enjoyable. It's a good dodge fight that feels like something from Dark Souls. The second version is far bigger and has apparently been in a guillotine-related accident. This guy hits incredibly hard and has the same hitbox problems with his stomps and swipes. And he's also so big that if you're close enough to hit him, that means you're too close to see what he's doing. This is a consistent problem with huge enemies in this series, and I don't really know how to solve it, or even if it should be solved. So maybe I should stop bringing it up, since fighting huge enemies is still thematically very interesting, but I can't help but wonder if someone could think of a solution eventually. This guy ended up being a pushover though when you joust him, run away and then meet him head on after you make some space. Roll through his first attack and hit the same leg once or twice, then rinse and repeat. Even when the evil maggot snake comes out of his head, the fight is the same. Maybe this is the intended way to deal with these giant bosses, hit and run tactics. If so, then maybe it's okay. I'm not sure. For some better bosses, you fight tweaked versions of Rom and Amygdala. The last one is in the Defile Chalice after the Watchdog, and it goes to show you how much numbers really matter. Because this fight was a joke in the main game, and it's a lot tougher here now that you die in one hit. You can't resort to having a dance party under his arms since you can't see his attacks from this angle, and you are going to get hit eventually. He has a lot more health, so it's a long endurance fight instead. It's good to learning the trick to surviving his jumping attack to easily defeat him in the last phase, since staying away from him after he rips off his own arms is made far more difficult with his newfound range. If you don't move when he jumps, he'll land on top of you, but not low enough to deal damage, so you can sneak some hits in. I like this switch up a lot, from staying at range early on in the fight and reacting to his attacks, and then going under his gun, so to speak, when he rips off his arms. I enjoyed this version of the fight way more than the first. Same goes for ROM 2.0, which has changed so much by one simple thing. You don't have infinite space anymore. As an aside here, I did too much damage to him the first time I got here and ended up pushing him through 3 teleports at once. And I have never seen so many spiders in one place. Needless to say, I did not kill this guy on my first try. I think this version of the encounter is proof that the series could really benefit from a boss rush mode. And I know some fans might see this as too video gamey, but would it really be that bad of an inclusion if you unlocked it as a reward for beating the game a couple of times? I would love to be able to do my favorite fights over and over again with different modifiers like extra damage or different boss arenas. I think some of these Chalice fights prove how much of a good feature that could be. Last up is Yharnam, who is kind of like an alternative final boss of the game since she's the end of the static progression path in the Chalice dungeons. She's one of the better concept bosses that isn't a challenge but is still fun enough. She throws blood at you that you need to dodge. When you're close to her or hitting her, sometimes the baby will start to cry, which means you're going to get stunned. I only fought her once, so I'm not sure if you prevent that by getting away from her or stopping your attacks for a few seconds, so it's kind of like another frenzy mechanic that ends in a stun instead of damage. She splits into many copies toward the end of the fight. You can wipe out the decoys or try to rush down the real one. It's an okay encounter, and is mostly a cool reward to fight the mysterious figure you've been seeing throughout the game. And that's it for Chalice Dungeons, which might make it sound like a small feature. In reality, I think I spent more time doing these than I did the story part of the game. I highly recommend giving them a try. I think it proves how good the fundamental mechanics are in this game, since it doesn't need carefully handcrafted levels to shine. I think this mix of the two is a great idea, and it's a missed opportunity that the game doesn't encourage you to weave into dungeons between city levels. I can only speak for myself, but after killing Bloodstarved Beast, I went over to the tombstone, put down the chalice, and then balked at the menu that popped up and ignored the feature for the rest of the game. I wish I had just jumped in to try it instead, but that might be my own fault. And I'm also very disappointed that Dark Souls 3 doesn't have a similar feature. Alright, so this is the home stretch on Bloodborne's content. The DLC is the final part, and it's fairly short. There are 3 levels to get through, and depending on who you talk to, 3 or 5 bosses. I've said in the past that the DLC for Dark Souls 1 and 2 is the best content in the entire series. They're both massive bumps in quality from what comes before them in the games, from the mess that is Dark Souls 1's last half and the bland state of the vanilla sections in Dark Souls 2. The Old Hunters in Bloodborne doesn't quite continue that tradition. Before you write your comment asking how I could possibly think that, please know that I still think it's great, but it's closer to the same level of quality as the base game. It shows a lot of the same strengths and weaknesses. I also feel like the value for money isn't as good as it should be either. The biggest problem I have with the DLC is that it doesn't have enough new content. To start, we need to head to the Cathedral Ward and be snatched up by one of the wall monsters. We're teleported to a different version of Yharnam, and already you might see what I mean. This is the largest of the 3 levels in the Old Hunters, and once again, you are in the city. It's been changed enough to be interesting, and just to be clear here, I really do like this level, but it's still an altered version of something that was already in the game instead of brand new stuff. Visually, it's very impressive. I really like the different sky and that it looks like Yharnam and the Nightmare Frontier have been smushed together. Enemies here are a mix of beasts that you've already fought and NPC hunters that are far more balanced than the fights in the base game. They're tough but enjoyable. The first new enemy type you'll see is a bloated, infested version of the Executioners. There are a few of them spread throughout this place. You can also revisit the cathedral where you fought Vicar Amelia. There's an item we need to pick up. For now, there's a monster here that's inactive. Continuing on, you get a great shot of the ruined city as you head back to Central Yharnam from the Cathedral Ward. There are some traps here that are being placed deviously to catch you if you run to the most obvious places for cover. You also return to the Dark House from the beginning of the game, and instead of the guy in the wheelchair ambushing you with a gun, he's an explosive trap instead. There's a shortcut to open here that links back to the starting spot. The Bloodbelly beasts are back from Canehurst, but they're easier this time around. I like the section where you're walking along the River of Blood. It shows just how much the city has gone to hell. There's some challenging fights around here, some of the more difficult hunters, of which one with an infinite ammo Gatling gun in this dark cave nears the cheapness of some of the base hunter fights. Exploring this place rewards you with some weapon upgrade materials and also completely new weapons to use them on. This was to address some of the heaviest criticism people placed on the base game, that there weren't enough variety in the weapons. I don't feel strongly about it either way, since I usually find a few weapons that I really like and stick to them. I think that an argument could be made that Dark Souls 1 and 2 have the opposite problem, that there are too many redundant weapons and armor. I prefer fewer options that are done well like in Bloodborne, but from what I've seen, the DLC continues this level of quality. It's just not a feature that interests me all that much. To finish up here, you follow the Rivers of Blood through something that looks like Yharnam sewers. You find another lamp, and this is the beginning of a trend in the DLC. Checkpoints are much closer to the bosses, and for good reason. An attempt was made to make them far more challenging than what was found in the base game. The first one is here, in a desecrated chamber under the clock tower. This might be the most infamous boss in the DLC. Some argue that he's also the most difficult. Ludwig the Accursed is a beast boss done right. Although he is relentless in his attacks and often resorts to flailing, his moves are varied enough that he's interesting. In many ways, he's my favorite boss in the entire game. In others, I hate him. His jumping attack has the same problem as so many others in the game. It unlocks your camera, so good luck seeing where he's coming from. This could have been okay since you would eventually learn the timing of when to roll away, but he has a second version of this attack that keeps him in the air for about 3 to 4 times as long. The intended way to reliably dodge both of these attacks is to just keep on sprinting, since you'll be moving when he starts to fall and he won't hit you. But it suffers from the same problem that Gravelord Nito's Spike did in Dark Souls 1. About 1 in 4 times the game just doesn't work and hits you anyway. His charge can also track you to the point that he'll curve in the middle of the air even if you time your dodge to after he starts to move. He also has a very quick bite attack that's the best example of these cheap hits that you can only dodge by instinctively reacting without thinking about it. Which isn't fair since he has several other moves that he does that require more careful dodge timing that look very similar to this one. For when his head moves forward and you know for sure that it's this bite and not another attack that looks just like this, you only have 6 frames before it hits you. But the problem with these criticisms is that they're only valid if you're under-leveled when you get here. When I came through the DLC after doing all the Chalice dungeons, which gave me an incredible amount of souls, I was pushed comfortably above level 100 and every single boss was a joke. When I came here without doing the Chalices, my lower stats across the board, offense, defense, and health, turned the big bosses of the expansion into the defiled Chalice on steroids. So in that run, I was forced to playing Ludwig like a Dark Souls boss and hoping that his attacks didn't glitch or get a cheap hit in, which could lead to a stagger chain from 100% to dead. On the leveled run, I could mash dodges and attacks and spam them down like everything else in the game. It wasn't a challenge anymore. So here's my question for you all. What's the best way to communicate to the players so they can find some middle ground between these two extremes? Because the mechanics of the game are clearly built around trading attacks with enemies, but also staying in and feeling like a champion while you dodge most of them. Do you think there should be a better way to inform the player of an intended level for content that's opened up out of sync like this, or should it just be something that New Game Plus solves? I really like fighting Ludwig. Sometimes. There's a lot of movement and you are rewarded for switching between locking on and running from certain moves, especially his breath attack. Then, halfway through, the fight changes into something else. There's a lot of tension in this phase, and my guess is that most players kill the boss in a frantic rush because they're not as comfortable with it since they don't see it as often as the first phase. It looks incredible, and it's one of the rare giant enemies that, for the most part, you can actually see what attacks he's doing and properly judge how to dodge them. I also want to say that, despite being one of the more disgusting monstrosities in the game, there's something clearly noble about this boss. It really is like two fights in one, and the transition between them is a candidate for the most epic moment in the entire series. For me, it's definitely the most memorable in Bloodborne itself. You can speak to Ludwig's severed head after this. You can also kill him for the Moonlight Greatsword, which is a weapon I keep meaning to try but keep forgetting about. We light a lamp and are on our way to the next smaller but far more interesting level. In the last video I named some levels as my favorites. This one takes the top spot overall if you join the DLC in the base game. The route there is short, through a prison part and a version of the chapel that's above where you fought Arbritas in the main game. There's another secret with this elevator and a lamp at the top to start the level. I don't think I'm wrong in saying that this is one of the most complicated and best put together areas in the entire series. There are multiple floors, shortcuts, hidden paths, and a second phase when you reach the top and move the stairs. The enemies here aren't particularly memorable, but they have a unique mechanic that's shown to you in several ways. People have been experimented on here. My guess is to make them into some sort of alien hybrid since their bloated heads look similar to the other enemies in the game. The first one you meet is in a pool of poisoned water. He says,
"Has someone, anyone, seen my eyes? I am afraid I've dropped them in a puddle."
If you're like me, you'll just dismiss this as building some atmosphere, but after you climb and meet some of the hostile versions of these poor things, you might notice that they react harshly when you break some of the clutter around the level, which is a cool way of incorporating a lot of the destructible objects in the game. Now, not all of the enemies are blind like this, some of them can still see, and sometimes it feels random for which ones won't sniff you out until you make a noise, but I thought this was a good touch. The other issue is that these enemies aren't that dangerous, so avoiding making a sound isn't all that important, although it's possible I may have missed some special event that you can trigger with this knowledge. There's another hidden path in an elevator ride. The whole area is crammed with secrets like this, and the fact that you can see so many of the areas while climbing the stairs helps a lot in making you wonder how to get there. At the top, the game has improved on the ceiling joists from Dark Souls 1 since they're wide enough now for your character's feet to not be floating in the air when they stand on them. Pushing this lever raises the spiral staircase, which I expected to turn instead, so that was a nice little surprise. The larger surprise in this location might be a case of overanalyzing something again, but it still resulted in a cool moment for me. Many of the friendly captives here keep mentioning someone called Maria. They keep calling out for her.
Is that you, Lady Maria?
Lady Maria.
Lady Maria? I'm a robin. Will I ever grow up and become an egg?
The image that started building in my head was of this boss that matched the legitimately horrific and surreal rooms of this place. I was expecting a large, grotesque monster. Instead, when you reach the end of this level, you get another fake out with a fight just like Celestial Emissary. You meet Maria right after this, and she's a hunter just like you are. Even her voice is normal. She's not a monster at all. She's calm and sounds just like the doll from the Hunter's Dream.
A corpse should be left well alone.
So this level has two bosses, but I don't think living failures really counts. Maybe it's another lore boss, but the only ability that they have that's worth knowing is the magic at the end that you use the big flower pillar to block, or you can just dodge it. It's not challenging, nor is it fun, and in my opinion this should bring the total boss count down from 5 to 4, which I'll further argue later should be knocked down again to 3. Maria herself is very similar to Gehrman, but I prefer this fight. Maybe that's because Maria killed me a few times so I got to see more of it, whereas Gehrman died the first time I fought him. I feel that her attacks are more understandable and don't have the weird warping I saw with Gehrman, but they also come at you in a faster series of strikes to keep up the challenge. She gains a lot of cool looking range attacks too with the blood extensions of her weapons, which means you still have to dodge most of her attacks even if you keep some distance from her. But just like the other hunter fights, attacking wildly and parrying wins the day, as is unfortunately the way with many bosses in Bloodborne. If you don't resort to this, then you make the fight more difficult for yourself, but also get one of the best duels in the game. I try not to comment much on the feel of fights in the series in terms of atmosphere or character. I prefer to focus on mechanics instead, since those can be better measured and discussed with some amount of objectivity. However, along with Ludwig and the final boss, I feel compelled to point out that some extra effort was clearly put into these encounters to make them appear more than just a moving tangle of attack animations. Maria's introduction really does stand out, and the music that plays here is one of my favorite tracks in recent memory from a game. As I showed in the first video, she occasionally shows the same hitbox issues that really shouldn't be happening in the fourth game in a series. But this is a glitch, not an intended part of the fight, and it's worth acknowledging that Maria can be difficult without having to be broken like so many of the other hunter fights in the game. It's a shame then that she's so vulnerable to parrying and stagger. An added mechanic that made her build up some sort of immunity to it might have worked wonderfully in making it a fight that you really had to master. For me, she doesn't quite reach the level of Fume Knight or Artorias, but it's close. You use an item from Maria to open the way out of the clock tower, to a fishing village. The water level here makes no sense, but this is meant to be a dream realm, so it's fine that they don't logically fit together. This is the final area we'll be looking at. So I don't really like Lovecraft stories all that much, the guy who wrote a lot of the mythology that Bloodborne uses as an inspiration, but it just so happens that Shadow over Innsmouth is one that I've read. It was years ago and I only sort of remember it, along with its confusing middle section, but enough of it stuck that this area was really entertaining. It ties into some of my criticism in the last video. I wish the game had more stuff like this, more locations that are dramatically different than Yharnam. Aside from one enemy, this area is surprisingly easy at first. It's almost relaxing in a way since it's straightforward after exploring the clock tower, which is a good example of how weaving simpler areas between the mazes and the base game could have helped. More levels that are simpler like Charnel Lane. There are 2 lamps you'll be lighting. The first begins a gauntlet to get through the village. The fishmen here are nothing new in terms of combat. The guys that sit and spew magic at you are a good variation though. You have some standard straight paths to explore with some optional houses to go through and loot. Simple stuff, but then the game throws this scenario at you. There are 2 fishmen with spears. There's another one behind them. Behind that guy is one of the sitting magic spewers. This sequence is a good challenge to do without getting hit, since if you're in range to hit one group, the next one can hit you with their ranged attacks. So you dodge and work through them. You run up and are about to hit the last enemy, and then this happens. So yeah, this is the worst non-boss enemy I've ever seen in a Soulsborne game. This guy killed me more than all of the bosses in the DLC combined. He's fast, he charges at you, he flails and flops around unpredictably, his attacks track you to an insane degree. He'll turn on the spot to do that tracking, and they all do incredibly high damage. You can't ever reliably run up and hit the caster without risking getting hit by the Street Shark's charge, so you have to painstakingly fish him out and back to start the fight, which he can quickly ruin with his flopping charge. Maybe I'm just bad at fighting this enemy, maybe I need to get good and I'll regret criticizing this part, but if you buff this guy's health to boss level, then he'd probably be the toughest fight in the game. He should be at the end of the Chalice dungeon, not Yharnam. Although this may be a case of the environment adding a lot of difficulty to the fight, just like the suspicious beggar beast in the Forbidden Woods. He guards the second lamp, which is next to a locked door that you'll be opening soon. The game breaks some of its consistency here by not letting you survive a drop that's nearby. This is something that I really dislike about the Soulsborne games. They're so erratic on what sort of terrain you can walk on, or what areas or secrets you fall to and which aren't. There's a part early on in Dark Souls 3 that just doesn't do fall damage because that's what the game needed to make that part work. This part here on the cliff could have been fine if this wasn't an area you're meant to get to, but it's actually the end goal. You do get down there, just the game makes you go around and through a cave instead. It's not a huge problem because this death is short and so close to the lamp checkpoint, but breaks in consistency always make me start to question other decisions in the game. It shows that not everything is meticulously crafted. You start to wonder if other problems like this slip through in combat or boss encounters. Thankfully, the rest of this area is good. There are some challenging group fights to storm your way through or pick apart one at a time. There are some invaders that you can kill by spamming attacks. There's a cave section with a new enemy type, these shell people on the floor, and some magic users that spawn lightning. Both of these areas are a little more open than the fishing hamlet that preceded it, and although the clock tower remains in my mind as the best area in the DLC, this one is a decent finale. You find an elevator down here that unlocks the door next to the lamp and leads to one of the best boss introductions in the series, in more ways than one. You have all these guys bowing in worship of what's waiting for you, which is already building the tension. There's a dead monster in the view behind her that is both dreary and beautiful at the same time. Then you have the game's usual disgusting side when the orphan births itself, stands up a little unsteady, complete with its watermelon placenta weapon. Orphan of Cause, or some say Cosm, is probably the most complex boss encounter in the game for me to talk about, so in that respect it's great that it's at the end of the game. Before we get to it, you should see what the battle looks like. His introduction might lead you to believe that he's going to be weak, and that he just calmly stands about tries to reinforce that for us. I think this is the most aggressive enemy in the game. I haven't timed them all out or anything, but I'd guess that he's also the fastest. To discuss him, we need to jump back to something that was brought up in the first video, about the healing system in Dark Souls and how all damage needs to be predictable and preventable for that system to work. To me, the Orphan clearly breaks those rules, and it's surprisingly okay, and it's for that reason that I think he's the perfect way to show how combat is handled differently in Bloodborne, and how a seemingly little change like rallying can affect so much. I don't think this boss is one that you're meant to carefully plan on every move and avoid every single one of his attacks. In fact, to do that, you end up playing it quite cheesily and stay away from him for much of it, or have to overuse backstabs. Orphan of Cause doesn't have any of the hitbox issues that some of the other frantic boss fights have, but he does attack so quickly that it's difficult to always know when and in which direction to dodge, but if you stay close to him and become just as aggressive as he is, then this fight becomes one of the best in the whole series. There's something about the Orphan's weapon and movement that makes it so satisfying to play and watch. When you quick step in time with him and you're both moving throughout the arena with his weapon flying about, makes the battle feel like it always has this building momentum. Even though some of these attacks do come quickly and to some extent track you, I found the fight eventually clicked and all the patterns could be understood. Like Ludwig, however, if you try to fight this guy with low enough stats that you die in one hit, or get staggered by one hit into multiple hits, which is essentially the same as dying in one hit, then all of the best parts are drained away. Because you're meant to be able to take some hits, there's meant to be this back and forth, at least the way I see it. The Orphan's second phase is more frantic, but in many ways it's easier. You have more AoE attacks to avoid, as well as contending with him leaping about, but I found these moves to be easier to dodge and he has longer openings for free attacks between some of them. I don't think there's a better example than this boss fight to show how much of a different game Bloodborne is to Dark Souls, and that approaching them with the same mindset is a mistake. But I also think that it shows just how much better Dark Souls could be, because Bloodborne doesn't make the same demands of mastery from you in order to be, at times, more fun and satisfying to play, while Dark Souls 1 does and feels very limited in combat options now that I've played Bloodborne. I think there's something even better than these games waiting to be made by combining the two, and I really hope that that game is made someday. There's one more boss in the DLC that I don't have much to say about, but it's worth doing so that the series can be considered complete. I also think that it's a good example of how much the old Hunters recycles content. On your way to the clock tower, you'll pick up a skull. This can be used to activate the boss back in the cathedral that we saw earlier. This is Lawrence. This fight is Bloodborne's version of the demon fire sage from Dark Souls. It takes the first boss, in this case the cleric beast instead of a silent demon, and makes you fight it again, only this time with fire. It also reuses a boss arena. This is the exact same place that you fought Vicar Amelia. Halfway through the fight, Lawrence loses his legs and starts crawling around instead. This is more awkward than difficult, since he leaves a lava snail trail behind him and spams frontal sweeping attacks. He is nowhere near as challenging as the other main bosses in the DLC, and, well, I really mean it when I say it's just awkward. Some might view that as difficulty, but for me it just meant a lot of time waiting around for an opening when he's not sitting in lava in just the right way so that you can't hit him without taking damage yourself. I'd be positive about this fight if the rest of the DLC had more to it. Another original area and another boss would have been enough for it to become great value for money, since it would be 3 new areas without reusing an old one. I think what it comes down to is that the Dark Souls 1 and 2 DLC set the standard so high that my expectations were up in the same way. It's still a great inclusion and well worth your time. So I think that about wraps it up. This series was by far the biggest project that I've ever done on the channel to date. I can actually never tell whether I'm making something good or not until it's fully complete and uploaded. Other people need to watch it and be the true judges. Because of all the work that went into this, I'm more worried about this series than any other. So like I said in the last one, I hope that at least a few people got something out of these videos, even if they were a bit rambly at times. I really enjoyed the game and writing about it. I think I often come across as more negative than I really am about a lot of games. Hopefully I avoided that this time, but I get the feeling that I didn't. My next video will be on Dark Souls 3, but I doubt it'll be as in-depth as this series. So yeah, Dark Souls 3. Hi, I'm Joe, and welcome to a video that I should have made 3 months ago. Sorry about that. If you're a long-time viewer, then you should know that this video won't be a big commentary. There are a few reasons why I'm not doing that. The most important of them is that I don't think it's fair to do to Dark Souls 3 what I've previously done to the other games that had over a year of patches and major DLC updates. I'm still going to show a lot of flaws that I hope will be fixed with time, but I'm not going to come down with full judgment on them until the game is fully finished, because the issues this game has really show it to be anything but finished. Regardless, I'll still be going into a lot of detail, and that includes examples of all the areas in the game and a brief look at all of the bosses. So if you haven't played the game yourself, this is your spoiler warning. It's probably safe to watch for a few more minutes to get the general gist of what I have to say, but you shouldn't watch the whole thing if you want to save some surprises for your own playthrough. So my first time through Dark Souls 3 was like a disappointment sandwich. I started out really disheartened at the start, then I got into the game and was enjoying myself, and then I was sorely let down again by the end. That's a pretty shitty analogy, but we're going with it. Because I always end up coming across as more negative than I intend, I do want to say that I've played the game a few more times since then, and especially on my most recent playthrough, I found a lot more to like. So much so that I feel comfortable saying that, in some ways, Dark Souls 3 is the best in the Soulsborne series. The thing is though, these games are so strong that I can say that about all of them. Dark Souls 1 has the best world design, and quite possibly the best first half of any game I've ever played, period. Dark Souls 2 is the best DLC with its phenomenal level design and bosses. Bloodborne has the best combat system and atmosphere by far, and Demon's Souls deserves a hefty amount of recognition for being the first game to introduce so much and getting a shocking amount right on that first attempt. It's the one I've played the least, and it's also my least favorite of the 5. Sorry, I know that's probably pissed a couple of you off. But it still holds up next to the other games that came later and benefit from so much refinement. Since writing this, I've read a bit about the King's Field games, and I know that Demon's Souls isn't strictly speaking the first attempt for some of these ideas, still it deserves a lot of respect in my opinion. Dark Souls 3 does level design better than any other game on this list. It also has the best array of bosses, and a proper difficulty curve instead of the weird peaks and valleys that plummet by the end. but it also does things worse than any of the other games. Let's talk about the levels first because I think I need to elaborate on what I mean. This will also explain the first slice of disappointment in the stupid sandwich I mentioned just a minute ago. When I started up Dark Souls 3 for the first time, I chose my usual class that I go through for every first run. I thought the starting area was a bit lacking compared to the brilliance of the Asylum in Dark Souls 1, but I can also understand that it's a lot more straightforward for multiple run-throughs, so I can appreciate what they were trying to do. I killed the first boss and I began to look around. I saw a lot of potential. I didn't watch any trailers before playing this game, so I had no idea what kind of areas were waiting for me. As I went through this multi-level graveyard, I saw multiple paths, a locked door, a suspiciously enlarged coffin that might fall away at some point to reveal a hidden entrance to another level, and what looked like another path that could be revealed later to some massive kingdom high on a cliff in the distance. The more I explored, the more potential I saw. Another locked tower, the name Firelink Shrine popping up was a surprise, but inside there were a lot of roots and stairs. I thought that the series was finally trying to repeat what Dark Souls 1 did so beautifully, multiple paths to many areas that are interlinked, interconnected, enthralling world design, and I got really excited. And then I created the central hub bonfire and realized that it was just like Bloodborne and Demon Souls. This was a separate, foreign area, severely ripped away from the rest of the game to act as your home base that is never woven intricately into exploration or a meticulously constructed world. This was a massive disappointment for me. It's something I've hoped to see again in this series for 3 games now, and it's just not happening. Someone commented on one of my videos a few months ago that the series isn't meant to have that grand world design because, clearly, it would have been back in one of the games by now and that fans should stop bitching that it doesn't happen. I sort of dismissed that comment since I was so certain that Dark Souls 3 would have it, and here we are. It's gotten to the point now that I strongly suspect that this feature in Dark Souls 1 was an accident. I know it sounds crazy since it's so carefully put together, right? With the aqueduct link back, the elevator from the church, going back to Laura and Deadburg, and looping back from Blighttown, but if you take these shortcuts away, then suddenly it's a lot closer to the separate linear paths that you can find in Dark Souls 2 that branch out from the Majula hub. It wouldn't surprise me if the levels weren't originally meant to work this way, and that these changes just sort of happened as development went on, especially given that this type of world design doesn't carry forward into the rest of that game. This was also a letdown in Bloodborne. Now, I've also gotten comments from people saying that they think Bloodborne does have this sort of world design, and I can't agree with that. The game sort of has 2 hubs though, which is where I think some of that perspective stems from. There's the Dream, but also the Cathedral Ward. This place functions more like Majula though, in my opinion. It's just that you start off at the end of one of the branches first, and then fight your way there, rather than starting there with all of them available to you. From here, there are only ever 2 instances that I can remember of levels bridging together. One is mostly worthless, opening the door after Dark Beast Parle to Old Yarnum, and the other is a lot more interesting, climbing the ladder from Forbidden Woods back to the clinic at the start of the game, but this is only one moment. In contrast to this, however, Bloodborne has some fantastic level design that's contained in these areas. And this is the same thing that Dark Souls 3 does. I'd go as far as saying that Dark Souls 3 does it better, but only when we're purely talking about the layout and construction of these areas on a mechanical level. They're a lot larger, they often use shortcuts that reuse bonfires. It's a challenge to learn the layout of each one and how different smaller sections of them fit together. It's something this series is known for doing well, and Dark Souls 3 does it better than ever. I'll back this up with examples soon, but the problem I want to point out right now is the other side of these areas, the more subjective atmosphere and theme of them. Because this is a piece of criticism that I'm surprised I have to make. There's very little originality in these levels. There are only a few new ideas. A lot of them are recycled concepts or the hybrid of multiple ideas from the previous games crushed together, and that might sound a little abstract, so here's what I mean. Right from the start, you can see that there are once again an epic shit ton of gravestones everywhere, like crystal clusters growing out of the ground. This fits a lot of the themes in the game, so it's understandable and welcome at the beginning, but they keep showing up as the game goes on, and this got really tiring in Bloodborne especially. Right after that, we warp from Firelink Shrine to the High Wall of Lothric, which has a lot of tightly crammed vertical layers just like on Deadburg, but the same war-torn castle theme as Boletaria and Demon Souls. If that's not enough to convince you, you're fighting a bunch of normal undead and the occasional more powerful armored knight opponent. There's a dragon that shows up that's guarding some tower for no discernible reason. It's also an inversion of the path you need to take in the first level of Boletaria. In that game, you're working your way around to climb one tower, explore part of the city inside, and cross to the top of the ramparts to another tower, which you then use to open a shortcut back to the start at the bottom. Here you start off already at the top, cross the ramparts to a tower, work your way down, explore part of the city, then climb up another tower to open a shortcut back to the beginning. It's the same thing in reverse. There's even a big set of doors associated with the boss of the area. Next up is the Undead Settlement, but not before you can get a look at everything you'll be exploring as you play. Most of the levels are visible here, and the path you take through them is mostly linear. There are a few moments that you can do some of them in a different order, but they don't loop into each other or share any paths that you can open. They're all small branches that begin their own linear path to the end, and once you get to that, you have to go to another path and start another linear journey. And this is probably the best time to say that this is all fine. It's something I've grown to accept about the game, because it was an easier way for Dark Souls 3 to have a difficulty curve. Many levels are gated behind easier ones so that progress can be matched by an increase in challenge and complexity. I think there could have been better ways to accomplish this while still achieving a much more interesting world, but what the game delivers is enjoyable once you accept it. You can look at Dark Souls 2 and the back half of Dark Souls 1 for how this can be done poorly. In theory, these choices should add variety and options. Ultimately though, they can make the game easier as it goes on instead of harder, since if paths open at the same time, then they're usually around the same level of difficulty. In these cases they are, at least. In some ways, Dark Souls 3 has greatly benefited from this decision. Let's get back to the Undead Settlement though. If you've played Bloodborne, then you'll immediately see the striking resemblance it has to Hemwick Charnel Lane, especially if you went there before killing Emilia when it was still daylight. There are a lot of similar styled buildings you'll go into that are often dark inside. It feels similar to the Forest of Fallen Giants to me too, with more stone structures around the limits of the level and parts permanently blocked off with a portcullis. There's also a big bonfire with a huge group surrounding it like you can see early on in Yharnam. Unfortunately, this kind of repetition keeps going. The next area is a standard forest, which eventually recedes into a swamp, which again are things the games have used many times before. Then there's another swamp right after this which can poison you. This may also literally be Blighttown, by the way, and I do mean literally for once, since it's likely what became of that area since Lothric is Lordran all over again. What I hate about these swamps is that they aren't used for anything interesting. You could argue that the one in the first Dark Souls is there as a cruel punchline of a grueling joke after finally getting to the bottom of Blighttown, to reinforce how much you're out of your comfort zone, since at this point in the game, you are so far from your home in Firelink that you might feel straight up lost, or that you might have gotten somewhere that you're not supposed to be yet. Similarly, in Shrine of Amana, your movement speed is hampered so that the challenge of this level works. You have to learn how to deal with the ambushes from the monsters in the water while dodging the range attacks. I know it's not everyone's favorite level, and admittedly the bottomless pits that are kind of hard to see are kind of shit, but you can't deny it has an idea and executes it, which is one of the reasons why I like it. Here though, these swamps don't add to any concept, idea, or challenge. The first one feels like it's just there for decoration, or an excuse for the crabs to be here, but that doesn't explain the few patches of deeper water that slow you down just to be annoying. The second swamp poisons you, which I guess is meant to make you feel pressured to explore the large area quickly, but it doesn't build into any new type of challenge. It comes across as annoying because it's the 5th time that the series has done this instead of deciding to do something new and interesting. Continuing on, it should go without saying that the Catacombs of Karthus are just like the Catacombs from Dark Souls 1. There's also a lot of Sen's Fortress Within. It's a maze with a boulder and arrow traps and a lot of narrow hallways. The central large open chamber with the deadly fall and overlapping bridges reminds me a lot of it too. Smoldering Lake is a semi-hidden area under the Catacombs. This is a desecrated version of Ash Lake, again it probably literally is, which I thought was a pretty cool setting even if it does reuse that concept. There's another maze down here though, which again smashes 2 levels together, or arguably even 3. This is Lost Izalith and the sewer depths combined. Even some of the enemy types are similar down here. Regardless, even without them, the vertical layered maze with a lot of falls is clearly similar to the depths, just with fire and lava instead of sewage and water. It's like those sewers collapsed and fell through Quelaag's domain, then into Lost Izalith, and then that conjoined mess fell together to eventually corrupt Ash Lake. Next we have Irithyll, the Boreal Valley, which is one of the most visually striking areas in the entire series. This place is a mix of Yharnam, Aliam Lois, and Anor Londo. That last one can't even be debated because yeah, it is actually Anor Londo. It has that same ostentatious city atmosphere as Yharnam and the cold environment of Aliam Lois, or Painted World if you'd rather connect it to Dark Souls 1. It has a similar enemy concept too, with monsters that are easy to miss and will ambush you if you're not careful. There's a separate dungeon level here that reminds me of the Tower of Latria from Demon Souls and the Lost Bastille in Dark Souls 2. To be clear, I want to say right now that I think this and almost every other level is a lot of fun and has interesting ideas with hidden paths and enemy designs, but thematically I think the similarities are easy to see. Lastly, we have the second part of Lothric and the Grand Archives. For the city, this is once again very similar to Boletaria, but with the added recycled concept of Yargul, the unseen village from Bloodborne, surprisingly enough. I didn't think I would be able to make that connection. The sky has changed and there's a new ominous entity glowing up there, along with these crazy looking dragonish monsters floating in the sky. It's like this part of the world has gone mad, which again is interesting, but it's been done before in the game that just came out right before this. Grand Archives is the combination of Duke's Archives and Cainhurst Castle. You spend the first chunk in an elaborate maze of a library, which I think succeeds far better than the layout of Seath's version. The interior here is more lavish, however, just like Canehurst. The similarities don't end there though, since you end up exploring a lot of exterior walkways and the roofs above the archives to get to places that don't really make a whole lot of sense to be built on a roof, but yeah, you get the idea, it's like Canehurst. If you've played the game yourself, then you know that I skipped over some levels. The reason for that is that I think they're the exceptions to what I'm pointing out here. Cathedral of the Deep, the Profane Capital, and Archdragon Peak. Now you could argue that these also have some similarities to other levels. It's another grand cathedral with gravestones. Archdragon Peak looks sort of like Dragon Shrine. The Profane Capital is another buried city like Sanctum City in Dark Souls 2. However, I'd argue these comparisons aren't as clear as the others I made. The farther you get into Archdragon Peak, the more you realize it has a really creative concept built around what looks like a broken bridge. It's a really cool setting that I wish had been expanded on. Despite its apparent size when you first get here, it's surprisingly small once you explore everything. I think there could have been more to do here with some creative ways to climb the different sides of the bridge to get around and open shortcuts. Profane Capital is also unique when you get past the first area and see the ruined temple full of discarded goblets and treasure. I really like the theme of this area, and so I was deeply disappointed when it turned out to be the smallest level in the game. This part here, when you get inside, is it. This is all there is. There's a separate area that's another swamp nearby that's mostly more of the dungeon rather than this lost city. I think it's a real waste that more wasn't done with this place, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later. Lastly, Cathedral of the Deep is different enough outside and inside that I think it stands on its own, even though it sounds like it's being ripped right out of Bloodborne. It's probably my favorite area in the game too, and it's a good way to start talking about how Dark Souls 3 uses shortcuts and bonfires. So this is what I mean when I say the level design is great, despite the theme or location type of a lot of levels being reruns. Dark Souls 3 continues the trend that Bloodborne executed so well: fewer bonfires, more shortcuts. Testing the player to find ways to link back in order to skip early sections and levels, instead of just plopping down a new bonfire so close together like was done in Dark Souls 2. The problem is, some of you that have played the game might be confused that I just said that, because unfortunately the game still has that bonfire problem in some areas. See, there are two kinds of levels in this game. There are the large complex mazes, and then there are these sort of weird connecting parts where the developers seem to have forgotten how they work. An example of this is the area leading up to the Cathedral of the Deep. You kill a boss here, this big hat black mage, and you get a bonfire. Then a little after this you get a bonfire right away. A little after that you get another bonfire. They're so close together, yet this last bonfire is used to explore a gigantic, massive, sprawling level and has shortcuts leading back to it. Same goes for parts of Undead Settlement and a lot of the connecting portions between levels after bosses. Originally I thought the issue was caused because all bosses leave a bonfire when you kill them, and that these are seen by the game as extra checkpoints that don't count or something. But sometimes these bonfires are the important well-spaced ones, and it's another one that comes right after that's the problem, so it's not really consistent. Clearest example of this is close to the end of the game. You kill the Dragon Slayer armor boss, which then creates a bonfire, and then you move on to the next area and find another bonfire seconds later, which is the staging one for the Grand Archives, a bonfire that is used wonderfully for a gigantic level and functions with multiple shortcuts that you find and open. I think there's about 3 or 4, so it's quite a lot. And yet this bonfire is so close to the one you got from the boss that you can see it when you're standing next to it. I'd say there are about 6 or so bonfires in this game that could be removed completely and the game would be better for it. This is a really weird issue because it's so obvious, like you can't even argue that a couple of these should be gone. It's made even weirder by how expertly some of the other bonfires are handled. Like I said, Cathedral of the Deep is one of my favorite levels. You use this bonfire to explore the area around the foundation of the cathedral. Then you go through a graveyard with infinitely spawning undead, which is an okay mechanic, it's different, and then open a ladder shortcut down to that foundation. You have to make your way around the cathedral after that, which is quite a long stretch to complete. There are a lot of enemies here and the game doesn't hold back with ambushes either. It's great, it's interesting, and it's a challenge. You then find a way into the cathedral, and if this was Dark Souls 2, there would be a bonfire right here and probably another one next to it. Instead, you find an elevator and open a locked door back to the bonfire for another shortcut. There's a second one like this later on as you're now exploring the inside of the cathedral. You also get to open a second entrance from within that can act as yet another shortcut. This place also has some significant secrets. There's a hidden bonfire that I missed my first time through, but it's actually not that much shorter to the boss than the first bonfire. It might even be longer. I haven't timed it, but there's a lot of waiting for an elevator here. It's close in either case. And an extra secret to find for you to explore the upper part of the outside of the cathedral. And this is all one level, all these shortcuts and enemies and areas. The boss here isn't that great, which is a shame because it might have been a candidate for my favorite level in the whole series if it ended well. The boss isn't terrible, it's a neat concept, just not as good compared to the others. I do want to say here that the shortcuts could still use some work. It's the same criticism I had for Bloodborne. The game shows you locked doors and broken elevators ahead of time. The shortcuts you open are rarely surprises. I think there was only one that caught me off guard in the game, when you find an elevator and open a switch at the bottom that lowers a bookcase in the archives. I really wish the game tried to be more creative with its shortcuts instead of putting so many obvious paths around the base bonfire to recapture that feeling of, I don't even know where I'm going, and then it clicks and you know exactly where you are because it was a surprise. Even so, opening shortcuts and going back to bonfires is the standard that many other areas follow. The opening area in Lothric is just like this. It's not as elaborate, but it's the first level, so it really shouldn't be. Irithyll is a bit more straightforward, but it's similar in many ways. The ending at Lothric in the Grand Archives is closer to this, and combined with other larger levels, it's why I think the game has such a consistently great level design. Which is another reason why I think Dark Souls 3 could be seen as the best in the series, because it maintains this level of quality. It doesn't fall to unfinished pieces like Dark Souls 1 does, and it doesn't sulk in mediocrity like much of Dark Souls 2. Its only competitor is Bloodborne really, and I go back and forth on which one I think accomplishes its goals better. There's no bad level in either of these games. The thing is though, I'm only talking about the base games here when I'm making these comparisons, no DLC, which means that Dark Souls 1 doesn't get to have its latter half elevated by how much Artorias of the Abyss adds to the game, and Dark Souls 2 doesn't get to be saved by how much of a dramatic improvement its DLC packs are. Same for Bloodborne, which, when you consider only the base game, feels like it's missing a chunk of content. It's too short. I know I said this at the start, but it's another reason why I don't want to judge it right now. The DLC in the series is usually some of the best content. If Dark Souls 3 continues that trend, then it might be a contender for being the best game in the series outright, but I think it has a bunch of other issues to address first. Because despite my saying how much I think the game maintains a high level of quality, there was that last part in the stupid sandwich I brought up at the start. The first time I finished this game, I was left staring at the credits going, "That's it?" The game felt too short, it also felt too easy. I had breezed through the whole thing, and I was certain that the game had half the content it should have. For a brief second I had some paranoid conspiracy thoughts that parts of the game had been chopped off to be served as DLC later. It was about this time that I tweeted out a question asking what people thought was the largest level in all of the Soulsborne series, and I received quite a few good answers, and it also proved that sometimes it's good to wait for a while before deciding something, because now I'm pretty sure that Dark Souls 3 is a bigger game than Dark Souls 1. It may have fewer named levels, but the ones here are larger and more involved and, actually finished. I think it's fair to say that, at the very least, the game is about equal in terms of content to Dark Souls 1 when comparing the base games, and that my initial reaction was wrong. This is tied to the other half of that disappointment, the game's difficulty. Now this is a very awkward topic for me to address. It's tangled with a lot of the game's strengths and weaknesses. Those strengths being the game's combat, enemy variety, and bosses, and the weaknesses being the game is glitchy and was rushed to release. So let's try this by starting with the combat. Dark Souls 3 is a combination of Dark Souls 1 and 2. The way movement and attacks are handled feels identical to the first game, but it runs at 60 frames per second and has adopted some of the improvements from the sequel. An example being you can wear more armor before your movement is lowered. These changes were enough for me to have no issues whatsoever with multiple enemy encounters. The game ran smoothly enough and I could move freely enough that I could drop my lock on and deal with all the fights against multiples. It was just as enjoyable as it was in Dark Souls 2. I know there's some other things that are different. Poison parrying come to mind, no more bonfire aesthetics, there's no Chalice dungeon feature. These aren't things I want to discuss in great detail in this video, I won't be covering everything. I will be getting to backstabs later though. For now, let's look at healing. The game brings back the Estus Flask, but instead of kindling bonfires with humanity, you use collected shards to increase uses like in Dark Souls 2. There are no life gems, there's no rally healing either. For the vast majority of the game, your only options are your Estus Flask and one-time use of an Ember to restore your life to full, similar to how you could use humanity in the first game. Except there isn't a growing number to this. Once you use it, you have to die and lose your Ember form before you can use it again for the heal. You can increase the amount of healing your Estus does by finding bone shards to burn back at Firelink Shrine. The end result is your effective healing increasing as you play to a maximum of a plus 10 flask and 15 charges. This has a lot of positive and negative consequences. For the positive, this continually growing number of charges means that levels can be larger and more complicated, since it's pretty much guaranteed that players will be increasing this number even if they don't find every single last shard. It also acts sort of like life gems did, since you have more charges to use and spend for new players who are struggling to learn how to deal with multiple enemies that refresh for free on death. I still think the game should have had a better way to teach players to drop the lock-on feature in these situations, but I've said that too many times in the past. Increasing this number also feels good. It's another way that you're growing in power, leveling up, increasing options, health bar, stamina bar, better equipment, killing enemies in fewer hits, more healing. It rewards exploration too, since these items are precious, and there's one shard in almost every area for you to find. It's worth noting that toward the end of the game you get a ring that has a permanent slow life regen. This is so slow that it's not a viable option for me, but some players will use it as a way to stretch their Estus charges. It's not all that hidden either. It comes so late that I'm not sure how I feel about it. Rings aren't like they are in Dark Souls 2 either, they can't be broken. For the sake of argument, I'm going to ignore it. So this means that Dark Souls 3 has the purest healing system in the series when it comes to strictly limiting how much you can do. I'm sure there's some glitches to get around it, or maybe there's some method with magic for unlimited healing that I don't know about. But for most players, on their first time through, just like in the earlier games, this number is going to be how many mistakes you can make and recover from before you're kicked back to the bonfire and have to start all over again. And I think that 15 is just simply too many for experienced players. This is like having a Kindle bonfire that follows you around like you owe it money, and for me this was a big problem because while I agree that having more charges is necessary for the larger levels, there's too many of them when the game switches from exploration to boss time. With the exception of Nameless King, there wasn't a single boss in this game that I had to sit down and really put effort into learning attack patterns and how to react to things, because I had so much Estus that I could get to the fog door with so much healing that it didn't matter. I could make mistakes and play really greedy. A risky hit is worth it because I can heal, the boss can't. So I can whittle them down while still putting some effort into avoiding damage and still win with plenty of healing to spare. The game also liberally grants you bonus charges while exploring, which could have been a great alternative to the player having this massive Estus flask. Some enemies seem to drop them, just like some enemies would randomly give you soft humanity in Dark Souls 1, so there's even more healing given to you to keep you going. There weren't many times I felt challenged enough to really learn the enemies of an area either because of this. This is the same problem that I had with Bloodborne, and the only solution I can think of is one that I've been saying for a while: the game needs a hard mode. Now I know a lot has been said about the series and difficulty options. Mark Brown over at Game Maker's Toolkit did a good video on it. The game is meant to be about a certain designed experience of the player beating overwhelming odds. That video was on whether the game should have an easy mode for new players. For me, the problem is more about series veterans. The idea of a game having a specific experience for the player and having difficulty modifiers to alter that experience aren't mutually exclusive in my mind. In fact, I think they go hand in hand for players at different skill levels to be able to get the intended effect out of the game. The biggest problem is figuring out exactly what option is right for what player. You also have to consider people playing on a lower difficulty setting out of fear when they'd enjoy a higher one, and people playing on a higher one due to an inflated ego when they should be on a lower one. Mark Brown's video also highlights games that solve this issue by baking the difficulty options into the game instead of on a select screen. Now I think that the Soulsborne games could greatly benefit from a select screen for challenge runs after you've beaten it, but for first playthroughs I think that this seamless method is the best one. And what's tragically hilarious to me is that Dark Souls 1 already nailed this problem, like completely solved it, non-issue, and Dark Souls 3 regresses from that. You had to choose to kindle bonfires in the first game. It was a choice to save and spend humanity at every bonfire in order to have the same amount of Estus from it, or to try each new area with the base amount and then throw in the towel and kindle the bonfire if you find that it's too much for you. I had to kindle a few bonfires on my first playthrough, the one above the blacksmith for both the gargoyles and Sen's Fortress, the one in Ededburg on my first hour in the game because I refused to leave the Black Knight alive and had to kill him before going to the Taurus Demon, and obviously the one before in Steam and Smough. I was pretty bad my first time through, let me tell you, and it was a really cool moment when I replayed the game and I didn't have to kindle any of these bonfires again. This was the difficulty selection the game gave you for every level, and you had the chance to try it to get through it before deciding whether to make it easier or not, which tied in brilliantly with the scarcity of humanity, and that you might want to avoid wasting it on each new bonfire you come to, or that you have to go and farm it somewhere if you want to give yourself that slight edge of more Estus charges. And this choice is just gone in Dark Souls 3. If I had been smarter, I would have realized that I could go to the blacksmith and Firelink Shrine and allocate my Estus from healing to the Ashen Flask. But even if I had thought this my first time through, is that really a good solution? I'm not convinced. I think choosing to kindle the bonfires works so much better. Unfortunately, it does remove the exploration reward tied to finding shards, but I really do think the game would have been stronger with this system ripped from Dark Souls 1. Having said that, however, I can understand why the game gives you so much healing, and due to the prevalence of glitches during combat, it's probably a good thing ultimately. Because that core idea of whenever you take damage, it's your fault, is less true in Dark Souls 3 than in any other game in the series. I've gotten a few messages from people saying that the game borrowed too heavily from Bloodborne, that the combat is too fast. At first I didn't agree with this, it felt about the same to me, but there are some enemies in the game that do attack a lot faster than others, and it took me a while and a few playthroughs to realize where this complaint was coming from. At least I think and hope I understand where it's coming from. Let's take a look at that before we get back to the glitches. We can break down incoming damage on the player in a number of ways. The simplest one is whether the attack is a melee strike or a ranged one. Let's focus on melee. The first are standard attacks that you need to block or dodge. These start an animation that you can recognize, and then they come at you. A standard example being, enemy raises a sword into the start of a swing, you dodge as soon as you realize that it's coming. Pretty simple. The second version looks similar, but this time the animation starts and then has a build-up period, an example being a sword is raised but the enemy holds that pose for a second or two and then attacks afterward. You can't dodge or block this immediately, it requires more precise timing on your part. If you dodge too soon, then you'll get hit. Now these two categories also have two distinct variations. I'm hoping visuals will help with this because it's sort of tricky to explain. The simplest way I can put it is that some attacks have a telegraph that you can react to after the swing starts, meaning that you can wait until the enemy weapon is actually coming at you for the hit and then you can dodge. Whereas others have this warning animation that you need to time your dodge at the end of, because if you wait for the swing to start coming at you, it's too late. You're going to get hit because these animations and attacks move so fast. You have to learn the tells instead and dodge preemptively. The giant enemy crab is a great example of this. He has this move where he rears up and starts to blow bubbles out of his mouth. This ends with a rapid snatch at you with his right claw. If you wait until the claw starts to move, then you're going to get grabbed. Like it's unavoidable. It happens too quickly for you to react to that movement. Instead, you have to learn the timing and when you need to dodge during the bubble animation so that you're already moving before the claw grabs you, but you still can't dodge too soon. It's toward the end of the bubble warning. Once you understand it, it's straightforward, right? Some attacks you respond to instantly, others you need to learn a specific timing to avoid. There are also a lot more combo strikes in this game, where an enemy will launch into 3, 4, 5, or even 7 or 8 more attacks in a row that you might need to react to instantly, or wait for a precise time. Now, while all this is fantastic in theory, there are many issues with this system in Dark Souls 3 that I can only see as sloppy refinement on From's part. I can't see the following problems being intentional, and if they are, then that is a really bad direction that the game is going in. The first is that some of these standard attacks that require a quick response from the player can trigger and deal damage faster than is reasonable for a player to notice and react to. The average reaction time is about a quarter of a second for visuals. It's a bit faster for sound, funnily enough, I don't exactly know why. Translated into a game that runs at 60 frames per second on PC, that would be about 15 frames. Considering that the player is also tasked with recognizing what kind of attack is coming, I think that anything below this is on the verge of becoming unfair. This isn't exactly science though, since the game is meant to be challenging, so you may disagree or agree with more of what I say in the following section. I'm going to use Pontiff Sullivan, or Sullivan, fuck his name, for a lot of examples here. He's one of my favorite bosses in the game, so I don't want to give the wrong impression that I think this guy is a shitty fight. He's a great fight. He just happens to be the enemy I got the clearest amount of footage on to show these issues. Like, again, I really want to make this clear. I really like this fight, it's just the example that I got. So let's start out with this forward stab here. Even without slowing it down, you can see how quick this attack is from beginning to damage. If we go through it frame by frame, you can see that it's pretty hard to even determine when this attack starts. At the most generous position though, I clocked this at 10 frames from the twitch on his arm to stabbing forward and dealing damage. Secondly, there's another attack that has him raising his other sword and then swiping it at the player. Again, shown here, you can see that it's fast even at normal speed. This one is also hard to pinpoint the start of since he'll naturally stand up straight between attacks. When his sword is raised is the clearest moment to start, and from that frame to damage is only 12 frames. What really puzzles me about these two attacks in particular is that these warning animations are used for other attacks that give you more time to react. And they are exactly the same, which sort of compounds the issue, doesn't it? Because the swings are so fast that you need to dodge these immediately if they're the quick versions, but if you guess wrong and they're delayed, then you might end up dodging into damage. It gets even worse because then there are third versions which also use the same animation that are so delayed that you have time to dodge the first time just in case, and then a second time after you realize you went too early. Here's another instance of him doing it quickly again, and it's the same timing as before. It's like when the game chains attacks together into a combo, it munches half of the animation, so you just have to automatically assume that these attacks are coming and dodge preemptively. For that first stab example I showed, it looks like he skips right over the part where he's meant to draw his arm back in warning. This actually wouldn't be so bad if there was some consistency to it, like the boss enters this rage slashing phase that you need to avoid. Unfortunately, it's random, at least it is as far as I can tell. Sometimes he won't do the full combo, sometimes he'll pause if you go out of range during it, and then resume it when you're close again without any warning, so you have no idea if the combo's done or not. This is also troublesome if you're trying to weave in a counterattack, and you just have to play the guessing game of, is he actually done attacking yet, since he has infinite stamina to chain these together. I do not think this type of thing is intentional. If it is, then I can't say that it's good. Having different timings tied to the same animation alone is worth reconsidering. Never mind whether or not those attacks start and finish in about 1/5 of a second. I think that this is one of the reasons why people say the combat is too fast. The other are those warnings that end in a sudden snap attack. I like these a lot. The giant crabs are one of my favorite enemy types, because you need to learn and recognize what kind of attack requires what dodge. But for your first encounter, it can be frustrating to see this attack coming, and the only way you can realistically learn when you need to dodge is by trial and error and probably getting hit, especially given that these types of attacks tend to do a lot of damage when they do hit. It's a little mean. For the sake of strengthening this argument, I want to show a few more examples I noticed of this type of animation munching. There's probably a term for that, someone might comment below, check it out, maybe I'm calling it something completely different and my version's stupid. Here we have one of the hairy gaping dragon beasts in Ariendel. Seen here, the monster darts away and then immediately completes the animation on an attack that comes at me very quickly. Then right after it, it shows what the telegraph is meant to look like on this attack that it skipped on the first one. You can compare this sort of thing to the Nameless King, which is what I consider to be the toughest boss in the game. You can see him do something similar. He darts away and then starts to attack immediately, but here, this endgame boss, which is probably the toughest fight in the entire game, still has a telegraph tied to this attack despite them being woven together, yet this random monster in Ariendel doesn't. Osiris does this a lot worse. He moves from a spinning attack into a charge that doesn't even have any animation tied to it at all. It's like he becomes a rogue hovercraft that instantly kills me when this starts. Another example similar to this is possibly the worst moment I had in the game. This skeleton enemy hits me once on my shield and then follows up with an attack so fast that I didn't understand what happened until I played the footage back and slowed it down. So this attack not only kills me through my shield that's raised, it also makes his entire body become active with damage. It's not his weapon that kills me, it's his skull, I think. The jumping slash he does through me occurs after I'm already dead. This is a very strange death. The Prince Lothric fight has a teleport mechanic that I love a lot. It adds a cool twist to the fight that keeps you ready to have to change direction and dodge an attack. This almost always means a light appears and then the prince emerges from it with several different attacks that you need to react quickly to. But he has this one shown here when he appears from the air already in the attack animation. If you're pro enough to notice his legs appearing, then you have a whole 4 frames to react before it hits you. An answer to this might be to learn that if he has a delayed appearance from the teleport light, then you need to dodge early, but I don't think that's a fair expectation considering his other attacks require a better time dodge. I could be wrong about this though, and this is probably the weakest example I have to support this. Other issues that I'm more certain are bugs involve hitboxes and unavoidable hits. We'll be looking first at Champion Gundyr here, which once again, despite these problems, is still a fantastic boss. It might be my favorite in the game because of how he can weave through so many different moves so quickly in a fair way that tests your reflexes. At least it's mostly fair. He's highly aggressive about it all too, and it feels like the most frantic battle in the game. The first problem is here. I dodge one of his attacks and he follows it up so quickly that I'm hit before the dodge completes. I'm not able to react to the second attack because my character isn't finished reacting to the first one. Somewhat similar is an issue carried over from Bloodborne. His joust charge into a swipe knockdown leaves you in a state that's unrecoverable. You can't roll away while on the floor, so before I regain control of my character, he attacks again and kills me. I went back in and got hit by this again on purpose to test this, and in this second example, I am close to breaking the circle button on my controller, and I still can't roll away. Funnily enough, he killed me again here too. It's also possible that certain moves can be used that turn the fight into a guessing game, and this is really bad. This boss often follows this upward slash with an immediate switch to a shoulder slam. This happens so fast that you have to learn the pattern and dodge again quickly right after you dodge the first upward slash. It's a combo that you need to be ready for, not react to, because otherwise you'll get hit, except for when he decides to do another attack instead that will hit you if you dodge thinking it was the instant follow-up. These sorts of things shouldn't be happening. We can stay here on this fight for the beginning of the Hitbox Extravaganza section too, which I know some people have just accepted about the series at this point, but just like I think Bethesda shouldn't ship buggy games, From should be held to a higher standard, especially since it feels like they're getting worse with each game. So here you can see a shoulder charge hits me from about a meter away after I dodged it. It's like there's single player lag. Next up we have a demon goat that registers a hit on a grab from 90 degrees away, and the game turns the enemy instantly in the space of 1 frame for it to connect and for it to look like it hit me. We have a grime puddle that teleports from its straight vertical fall to land on me mid-roll. Once again, that's an impressive 1 frame difference there. The Pontiff Sullivan block starts here with a lot of examples, the first being the worst of all. His stab hits me here. Somehow, yeah, this is the frame that damage was dealt. Almost the same thing from another angle here. This time I'm teleported onto his sword and killed. This one is a bit sneaky since it looks like it hit me, right? In reality, this is the frame that deals damage, which then knocks me up to look like I was on the path of the sword. This one is really close though, and I'm willing to say this is probably an acceptable level of hit detection, at least compared to the other stuff we'll be seeing. Something similar here, this hits my foot in a roll, which somehow means I'm teleported onto a sword, impaled through the chest. This is an example of what should be a glancing strike or something instead. It should deal some damage, but not trigger a full hit or big grab. Some people might think this is nitpicky, but this sort of thing is important. You can see examples of this working as intended to see the potential of how good this can be. This armored knight hits the stairs really close to me and doesn't deal damage even though the weapon nearly connected. It's really strange that Pontiff can also do this so well that certain attacks that make your character duck can be used to avoid some of his horizontal slashes. It's inconsistent. On the flip side, you have an attack that I try to do against this crab, but it happens to go through when it rears up for an attack of its own. My sword whiffs through the air because the hitboxes are so good, and then the crab kills me. This should be the standard that hitboxes are held to. Let's go through a few more because I can already foresee the comments saying Dark Souls 2 is worse. Here we have the Dark Souls tree, its cursed arm is sticking out in the last phase. Not only does this attack start and then deal damage in about 10 frames, it also misses me by about 2 hand spans and still deals full damage. Solo Cinder starts his big combo here, which if you're caught in, locks you into the rest of its attacks. I dodge and yeah, this example speaks for itself I think. This is one of the worst ones that I saw. Example number 2 shows how large the game thinks the sword's hitbox is in more detail. I'm on the other side of him when he attacks with an upward slash, yet here, when the sword is way above both of us, it thinks it hits my hand and launches me up faster than the sword. Unfortunately, we're not finished with this sort of thing because I want to really hammer home the legitimacy of these issues by showing how broken this game is, and how it was rushed out before it was fully tested. I think it'll help to prove that the weird animation issues are probably bugs instead of intended features. So first we have the more tame graphical glitches. There's constant pop-in for the environment that I don't remember seeing in the other games. Sometimes it happened in Bloodborne when you first loaded an area. In Dark Souls 3 it happens all the time as you run around. I'm not exactly sure if this will be visible on YouTube footage unfortunately, but if you've played the game you should know what I'm talking about. There are some textures that are just straight up missing. These blocks in the catacombs are the best example, but there are also 2 sections of floor in the game that are just like it. One of these is part of a secret you drop down to get some hidden loot, so yeah, it's not like this is somewhere you're not supposed to be. Same goes for this bug texture that gets warped and messed up every single time I respawn at this bonfire and slide down this ladder. These issues are forgivable, but they should have been patched within weeks of release. The worst bug I encountered of all was clipping through the floor after being grabbed by the Klingon ogres. I couldn't find a way out and ended up accidentally killing myself while trying. Nothing like this ever happened to me in the previous games, and it's yet another reason why I don't want to judge Dark Souls 3 so harshly, because maybe the other games did have these issues and they were patched out later. There are weird things that happen too, like Aldrich slithering half of his entire body into a wall during an attack so there's no way to know when it's coming at you. This dog teleports from behind me to right next to me. He also ran through the wall once to get around me. Originally I was going to say that this area might be glitched, but later on another dog does the same thing to get around my shield, so my guess it's just an issue with dogs in general. This demon guy blocks one of my hits without having his shield up. Later on Osiris just randomly becomes immune to one of my hits and doesn't take damage even though the sword goes through his leg. Something similar happens to a wheel skeleton, becomes immune after I hit it. The more I look at this, the more I think I must have triggered some knockdown here and it went invincible like some enemies do in that state, so this is probably an example of a poor animation tied to a knockdown rather than a bug. You can see this sort of thing in other areas too. The jailers with their branding irons look really stupid sometimes with their attacks even though they're legitimately hitting you. The issue here isn't a hitbox one, it's that it looks wrong. Same goes for some grab attacks in the game. I don't dodge this mimic's grab, but the game sort of thinks I do for a few frames here before deciding to teleport me back into its arms. There's more of this general sloppiness in some enemies. The game usually does a good job in making it so you can notice ambushes ahead of time, especially on the little enemies that cling to walls. Yet there were 2 cases where the game just makes the enemies teleport out of thin air to ambush you instead. This one on the bridge is more forgivable of the 2, but these 2 jailers appear in this room after you leave it. This isn't good for a game like this in my opinion. This has nothing to do with immersion either. It's about rewarding perceptive players, and the fact that I noticed this happening twice makes me wonder if it happened other times too and I just didn't catch it. And that's a really bad seed of doubt to plant in a player's head. Another example of sloppiness is this enemy here. It looks like a normal undead, and while waiting for an attack, a whole other torso monster appears to grab me. Admittedly, this is hilarious, but not something that should be considered a good thing in a game about rewarding careful play. I think that parrying suffers from this lack of attention to detail too. Half of the time I would still take damage even if the parry went through. Bloodborne also had this problem, but the rally system solved it since you would regain any life you lost when you followed the parry with an attack. Here it's damage you eat instead. I don't know if it's that my timings are ever so slightly off and that's why I'm taking damage, but then I'd argue that the parries shouldn't be working at all and I should just get hit instead. What Bloodborne did improve, however, were backstabs. Dark Souls 3 is a half step back from this in my opinion. I criticized the first game for being inconsistent on recognizing when a backstab should go through. Bloodborne solves this by asking the player to do a charge attack aimed at an enemy's back, which then triggers a vulnerable state for the backstab. The only issue I see with this is that it's double dipping on damage, since the charge attack by itself is a big hit, but it solved any of the ambiguity the game might have about whether or not the backstab should have triggered. An attempt was made in Dark Souls 3 to have a very smooth transition from what appears like a normal attack into a backstab instead. At first I really liked this change, but now I don't, because it has the same issue as before. First off, sometimes it just flat out doesn't work. The enemy is meant to be locked into the animation if you get it right, which you can see on some of the examples here. The enemy goes rigid for the hit to complete. Sometimes the enemy gets priority or immunity to the stun, however, and you're still locked into the attack because the game can't decide what to do. Either way, something is wrong here. Either the game shouldn't be stunning any enemies when this starts, or it should be stunning all of them. This is a frustrating problem because sometimes the game will do the backstab attack when you don't want it to, or the backstab will miss when a normal attack would have landed instead. Sometimes I don't think I'm even behind the enemy and the game goes through with a backstab, other times I really am behind them and the game goes for a regular attack. The system here is better than Dark Souls 1, but this issue was solved in Bloodborne as far as I'm concerned. Charge attacks are even in Dark Souls 3. They don't have the same visceral flourish, but you can hold down a strong attack for more damage in the same way. It confuses me that this wasn't carried over from the previous game. So that was a hell of a lot. It may have come across as excessive, but I wanted to show just how many issues the game has that are mostly on the technical side of things. At least I assume so, or I hope so. It's not a good thing that some of these haven't been fixed yet, and I hope by the time that the last DLC pack is out that they will be. These examples came from mostly just 2 playthroughs, and although it was early on in the video, in a way it makes those extra healing charges a good thing. The game is looser when it comes to dealing damage to you. Ideally, these issues shouldn't be in the game though, and I highly doubt the extra healing is there as a cushion. It's probably just a coincidence. I think a solution might be to make healing work differently for bosses. You could use the Estus Flask with all the shards you find while exploring levels like you usually do, but when you step through the boss's fog door, your charges are stripped down to a predetermined level. This could increase with something close to Kindling, weakening the fog door maybe to allow more Estus charges to survive your trip through. Of course, this isn't quite as compelling as testing players to get from Bonfire to Foggate with as much healing as possible, but my guess is that most veteran players tend to run past a lot of the enemies after each death instead. They're not cutting much out now. This is just a band-aid solution though, I'm sure that a better one exists. I want to end this video on a positive note, and after that long list of problems I just went through, it may seem strange that I still regard the game so highly. This is something that I tend to do. If I play a bad game, I try to find some good in it. If I play a great game, then I try to find the flaws so it could be even better. Dark Souls 3 is firmly in the second group. Despite the lackluster world layout, I'm still impressed by the level design, and that extends to the enemies in those levels, and most of the bosses at the end of them. Each area has its own set of fodder and more dangerous monsters. While it is true that most of these are humanoids, that doesn't bother me so much when their attacks are so varied. There's a lot more variety in spells and range attacks coming at you, or more hard-hitting, threatening enemies that patrol around. Lothric has the knights that I would guess someone new to the series would have a lot of trouble with. Undead Settlement has the spellcasters with the sweeping staff attacks, as well as the rampaging giant guys that are immune to backstabs. They're a lot different than the usual undead you encounter, and this trend keeps going in the other levels. I already mentioned how much I like the giant enemy crabs. The giant tree wielders are also really interesting, with AoE blasts and lots of magic projectiles being spawned with each attack. The catacombs have enemies that are acrobatic and attack with a lot of visual flair. Then there's even more variety in the next areas with more aggressive spellcasters with fire, and fast-hitting dual wielders that are like mini pontiffs. The floating spider monsters are visually cool even if they do die quickly. The jailers in the dungeon get a lot of hate, but they're like this game's version of the singing tumor heads in Bloodborne. They make it so you have to play in a different way, and it matches the tension in this area with you being assaulted from all sides as you go through it. Although it probably would have been better if you recovered your health as your bar reverts to normal, as long as you didn't take any damage during the effect, so it doesn't come across as a cheap way of damaging you. Now that I'm thinking about it all, I think the only enemy I had a problem with were the corrupted undead that exploded into the writhing sludge snakes. Look, this is really subjective, they just look so fucking stupid to me. They thrash randomly, it's hard to tell which part of them is capable of dealing damage, their heads clip through walls and floors around them. This was why the first boss was also part of the disappointment for me at the beginning. It burst open into this thing and it honestly looks like a sock puppet to me. This isn't scary or intimidating, it looks like a black sock that's been stuffed with fluff and has red eyes sewn onto it. It doesn't look like a boss. This isn't a good fight for beginners in my opinion because this version also thrashes around in a way that doesn't make sense like a standard enemy does. Veterans are going to plow through this thing first try, so this is mostly here as a welcome back to those players and a learning experience for those who are new. And yeah, I can't say that it's successful. I think another boss could have worked better, or hell, the standard version of Gundyr who doesn't attack as quickly. Like the difficulty curve the game has, the bosses start out sort of bad and increase in quality as they get more difficult, or rather they get more interesting. I only want to briefly go through them or else this video will get too long, but I think it's worth briefly mentioning each of them. Vord is a better boss for new players, but he also has a phase wherein he darts around like crazy. This is more understandable than the evil sock puppet though, and maybe he should have been the first boss. Some of the early bosses feel like they're missing a mechanic, like another monster was meant to crawl out of the evil tree after you destroy the outside pustules. There should be something to avoid on Crystal Sage while you're waiting around for the next version to spawn. These fights are too simple otherwise, and I don't really have that much to say about them. Deacons of the Deep is another one, and should be the first phase of a more involved fight, although like I said earlier, I have a soft spot for this even though I think I shouldn't. There's something satisfying about carving through so many enemies at once, and the game handles it really well for all the enemies that are on the screen, and yeah, I kind of remember this fight more fondly than I thought I would. On the flip side, Abyss Watchers has a more interesting Phase 1 than Phase 2, since you can play parts of them against each other. Phase 2 feels like a weaker version of the Artorias fight instead, although it is the first proper duel of many in the game, so I guess it's forgivable that it's in this state so early on for new players. High Lord Walnir is like the evil tree, a cool concept that feels like something is missing. So much of this fight is time that you slash at his bracelets without anything trying to stop you. It's honestly kind of boring, and the most memorable thing here is its visuals. Old Demon King in Smoldering Lake is a lot more interesting, but many of his mechanics have the same solution: run away from him. Whether he's spawning a circle of fire, or a storm of meteors, or a big fire blast around his body, it's all the same thing really. I thought a cool idea for this boss would be to have it so he slowly regenerates his health if he goes for a few seconds without taking damage, a lot slower than the Snake Queen in Dark Souls 2 and her poison, but still something, just so there's an incentive for the player to learn how to maximize the amount of time they can stay close to him and do damage before avoiding all of his moves by running away from him. Things get even more interesting with Pontiff Sullivan, who, despite all my examples earlier, is still an excellent boss. It's a duel with a lot of varied attacks that you need to be able to recognize, a lot like the later fights against Gundyr and Soul of Cinder. Halfway through he summons a spectral copy of himself, and the fight turns into one of the most brilliant instances of a boss with multiple enemies, since both versions always mimic each other, so you can predict the moves that the real Sullivan will use after you avoid the first attack, and strike back accordingly. You can learn to use his empowerment, which is initially very intimidating, to your advantage. It's a really good concept, and although I still prefer Fume Knight overall, I really like this boss. Aldrich continues to trend to more interesting enemies, but it's not quite as good as Sullivan in my opinion. He has a few moves that he cycles through and can chain together. It's unlikely that you'll be able to hug close to him and attack the whole time, so you need to learn to run away from arrows and to roll from some of his spells. His melee swings are really strange though, and I do wonder if he might have been better suited to a different boss arena rather than reusing Ornstein and Smoes. Maybe something more open like the arena you fight Soul of Cinder in, so there's no pillars or walls for him to slither inside when he's about to do an attack, but I still enjoyed this fight. Yorm is a step back from the last two, but is still fun, kind of. I killed him with my normal sword on my first run because I originally thought I was going to knock him into some sort of vulnerable state if I hit him enough. After a while I realized I was wrong and that I was missing some trick to it, but I was stubborn enough to just keep going and killed him. His attacks are very predictable, probably because the fight needs to be beatable by all builds, including those who aren't familiar with using greatswords. You use the Storm Ruler from Demon Souls that is conveniently kept in the same room as the giant you're meant to kill it with. I wonder if this was the original intention, or just like how this whole area feels so short and unfinished that it was slapped together when From ran out of time to make the game. It would be more interesting to have the boss here that you could fight early on, but have another larger area to explore with the sword at the end, and maybe a few monsters to fight with it so you have a chance to learn how it works so the boss could be a little more complicated. Either way it's okay, more of a puzzle than a boss really. Dancer is next, and I really like this fight for one key reason. The way she attacks is distinctly different than the other bosses in the game. Slower, smoother motions. I found this difficult to dodge at first, and although I managed to get through it thanks to all the healing the game gave me, this is a fight that I like to spend the time to learn how to do properly. I like how a relatively small change makes it so you have to play so differently. The end set of bosses are also great. The Dragon Slayer armor is quite aggressive, but fairly easy to avoid. This helps make the fight fair since you have to keep track of the weird dragon things in the sky. They pelt range attacks at you with a generous warning. This isn't the most challenging boss in the game, but it is interesting enough that I like it a lot. The two princes are just as interesting, but also bring a challenging fight along with them. I can never decide which boss mechanic I like the most in this game, but the prince's teleport, while seemingly simple, is one that I find really engaging. It adds just one more layer to how you have to recognize where the boss is and what attack he's doing. It also has a second phase, so you need to get confident at dodging him while you have some new spells to deal with at the same time. It's like the Dancer, a relatively small tweak that ends up changing a lot. For two bosses that aren't so great, we have Osiris and the Ancient Wyvern. Osiris is like a bad Bloodborne boss. Lots of flailing, lots of rampaging, pretty easy to dodge. I know some people get kind of angry when I dismiss a boss because I don't find it appealing, but I'm sorry, that's all I can do here. There are regular enemies in the game that have more going for them than this guy in my opinion. Likewise, Ancient Wyvern is an okay idea, I just didn't find it all that interesting or fun. This is a puzzle boss. You have to avoid him and run around to do a plunging attack instead, which strangely kills him outright in one hit. There are enough bosses in the game that I don't mind that this is one of them. If the others weren't so great, however, I'd probably dislike this one more, just like I criticized some of the weaker bosses in Bloodborne. The final three are up there in my opinion as some of the best fights in the series. We have the rematch with the more difficult Gundyr, the final boss Soul of Cinder, and arguably the real final boss on Nameless King. I think I spoke enough about Gundyr already, so I don't want to repeat myself. I'll just say again that it's one of the best standard duels in the series. Unfortunately, it's another instance of repetition with Dark Souls 1. This level is another version of the starting area, with a rematch against the first boss who is now much more difficult. Just like you return to the asylum to fight another demon, it's not strictly a bad thing, but worth pointing out. After having a chance to think about it now for a while, I'm comfortable saying that Soul of Cinder is the best final fight in any of the Soulsborne games, when we're looking at the base versions without DLC. It's quite literally a better version of Gwyn, since you fight him again at the end after beating the first phase. Not only does this fight have a lot of different mechanics for you to learn, with the boss moving from different melee and magic builds, it also ties into one of the core themes that the bosses have in the game. It's also the most challenging final boss in my opinion for a new player. 2 phases means it's a longer fight, and the different movesets make it more complicated. So it's pretty clear that this is meant to be the Chosen Undead from Dark Souls 1. I think it's more than that though. It's a few of the Chosen Undead, a bunch that completed the cycle, relit the first flame, and then were absorbed by whatever entity was brought into existence that took over Gwyn. The multiple builds that you fight are each individual Chosen Undead joined with that to make it something more powerful than the sum of all of its parts. It's like Captain Planet. If you look back, you can see that a lot of the bosses are this merging of entities. There are multiple things that comprise the boss. Some have symbiotic relationships, and it's not always clear what's the parasite and what's the host. The first boss starts this. The tree is similarly infested with something. Crystal Sage splits into copies. Deacons of the Deep is some sort of supernatural infinite clergy kept alive by this power that keeps moving between all of the hosts. Abyss Watchers are the same sort of thing, and it's the combined energy of all of them that you fight at the end. Aldrich has infested the corpse of a boss from Dark Souls 1 and wields him like a puppet. Dragon Slayer armor has some sort of tie to the Nerve Dragon since they die along with him at the end of the fight. Considering that the boss is called Armor probably means that these monsters are controlling it and not the other way around, I'm not sure though. The princes are linked in the same way and join as one thing in Phase 2, and a weaker example of this would be the additional copy that Pontiff summons of himself. Not every boss fits this theme, but most of them do, and I think it's intentional. Like most things in this series, I don't think it carries any deep meaning or message, but it's interesting that the bosses adhere to some sort of common theme. Nameless King is no different. I said this boss could be considered to be the true final fight because getting to this area is the most convoluted thing ever put in the series. I also think that this is intentional. It's meant to be something that almost every player will miss, so they have an added surprise to return to the game after they're finished and look up some things online. It's meant to be something you do after beating Soul of Cinder. The original intention might have been to go here earlier on to get the Storm Ruler to beat Yorm though, since it's a much better thematic fit than having the sword just hanging out in the giant's throne room, and the way that you get here isn't far from the profane capital. This fight is another epic duel. It starts out with Nameless King riding on this storm crow beast. Some people say this is a dragon, but I don't see it. Either way, this first phase is okay. It's a little awkward because it can be difficult to tell where the bird's head is at times, and whether it's in range of your attacks. It's a slight expansion on the lesson taught to you by the Ancient Wyvern before this: attack the head because it's a weak spot. Everything else doesn't take that much damage. Phase 2 is way more interesting. The bird dies, Nameless King absorbs its power and body into itself. Fused together, he's now more powerful. I found this fight to be very difficult, and it's one of a few in the series that I couldn't do purely by dodging. I had to use a shield as a backup for when I messed up some of the timings. I think I can pull it off eventually though, hopefully when I do another run through with the DLC. Like Gundyr and Soul of Cinder, there are quite a few moves to learn here, and having to beat the first phase before you get a chance to see it means that there's more tension for you to make the most of each attempt, since you need to beat the Stormcrow again every time you die, which admittedly might be a little frustrating if you end up wiping on this boss a lot. He moves around more than most of the other bosses, jumping into the air and darting away for more sweeping attacks. Some bosses have had issues with this sort of thing in regards to the camera in the past. I didn't have any of these problems here, so this fight was enjoyable even though it was very challenging. I know people usually have a different boss in each game that they find easy or difficult, so I know that this won't be the choice for everyone, but it was for me, and I like that it also happened to be the final part of the game as a good send-off. And although I have a lot more things I could say, I think we're going to call it here. This video was longer than I thought it would be. I'm saying that a lot lately and it's becoming frustrating. When I have a lot of thoughts on a game, they tend to get tangled together and it's difficult for me to separate them into more condensed videos, so we end up with ones like this. I am saving some points though for a commentary playthrough of the game like I did for Bloodborne and Dark Souls 1. I'll do that sometime in the future, but it'll be long after the DLC is out. I'm hoping to do some smaller videos on each new content update that From releases, and then a larger review of the finished game later on. The biggest problem that Dark Souls 3 has is that it was rushed to release. It's not as bad as an early access title, but it doesn't feel finished either. I'd say the second biggest problem is its easier difficulty for players who have put a lot of time in the series, and the largest personal problem I have with it is that there wasn't an interconnected world to explore, and I had to keep teleporting back to Firelink Shrine to level up, instead of being able to do it at every bonfire. Seriously, Dark Souls 1 did so much of this right, and the sequels keep rolling things back to something that's worse. I played these games for world and level design, the combat, the bosses, and the difficulty, and Dark Souls 3 delivers some of the best experiences of some of these, even if it does fall short on some others. I have to admit though that at this point I've given up on the idea of there ever being another Souls game with world design like in Dark Souls 1. I guess another series will have to do something like it instead, and I look forward to playing that game. Time will tell where the full version of the game will land on the spectrum of the series, and if the DLC lives up to its predecessors. For the base games though, it's a contender for the top spot. I don't play these games for the lore and story, however, so it's worth saying that it may not hold up as well in that area for a lot of players. For me, it was just as much vague background noise as ever, and I like that. It means I don't get interrupted from enjoying the rest of the game. Thanks for watching, I'll see you next time. Hey guys, today we're going to be taking an in-depth look at the first piece of DLC for Dark Souls 3, Ashes of Ariendel. All of the DLC that has been added to the Soulsborne games has functioned in the same way. It's a separate area that is disconnected from the world in the base game. It's an isolated bubble with its own levels to explore, bosses to defeat, and loot to find. Players that started with Dark Souls on PC didn't have to purchase this DLC separately, since the Artorias of the Abyss content was bundled in with the Prepare to Die release. In that game, you reach the DLC area by following a convoluted path that ended at a portal. In Dark Souls 2, shrines were added to the game that match each of the 3 DLC packs. These also teleported the player to a new location. Bloodborne was a bit more creative and used an item to cause a monster to teleport you to the DLC content in that game, the Old Hunters. Dark Souls 3 continues this trend. It involves interacting with an NPC in the staging area of Cathedral of the Deep. After which you're teleported away and immediately given a checkpoint bonfire as a way for you to leave the area and return to the main game. So let's use this information to zoom in close on the biggest problem Ashes of Ariendel has. Artorias of the Abyss has 3 major areas, 3 levels that aren't small connecting zones, a different version of the Darkroot Garden Forest from the base game, the sinking town that's infested with the fleshy head humanoids, and then a trek through the abyss that waits for you at the bottom. There are also 4 bosses, the Sanctuary Guardian right at the start, which is the Manticore you can see right now, a duel against Artorias himself after you get through the first level, then Manus after you reach the end of the Abyss, and a battle with Calamite the Badass Dragon. The forest area may be a rehash of something that already existed in Dark Souls 1, but the other 2 levels and these 4 bosses are all unique new content. That distinction is important for later, which is why I'm taking the time to review them now. Proceeding to Dark Souls 2, you have the 3 Crown DLC packs, the Sunken King, the Old Iron King, and the Ivory King. Each of these has 3 new areas just like Artorias of the Abyss had. Sunken King has the opening area in the Lost City, the maze inside the first temple structure, and then the shallow waterway that leads to the second temple at the end. Old Iron King has multiple large towers that you need to get through and is difficult to segment. It feels smaller than Sanctum City to me, but is more interconnected. Because of the winding nature of these towers and that there are so many secrets and paths to open, I'd say it's fair to call it 3 levels, but let's bump it down to 2.5 so I'm not showing any favoritism towards the Dark Souls 2 DLC. Lastly, there's Liam Lois, which has the first level going through the Snowy Castle, which then opens up to have many more expanded areas that function as a second level. It also has a third separate area in the Frozen Wastes, which, while not something everyone enjoys, it's still new content. It's a big level with its own enemy types, secrets, and a unique mechanic. Even if you don't like it, it's still content that was added to the game. For the bosses, we see some less favorable comparisons to Artorias of the Abyss. Each crown pack has 3 big battles, but only 2 of each should be considered new. In Sunken King you have Alana at the bottom of the second temple, and then a fight against Sin the Dragon right afterward, but the third fight is just a trio of standard NPCs, it's recycled stuff, not new content like the other fights. In Old Iron King you have Sir Alon in the hidden part of the tower, and Fume Knight waiting for you at the bottom as the final boss, while the third fight is a rematch against Smelter Demon, only this time he's blue instead of red and magic instead of fire. Ivory King has the quickest turnaround time for reusing a concept since it makes you fight the first boss twice, sort of. Ava the Tiger is a new encounter, but fighting 2 copies of her at the same time later on in the DLC is not. The other boss here is the Burnt Ivory King, which finalizes the trend of the Dark Souls 2 DLC packs, 2 new bosses, and 1 rehash. Bloodborne's DLC, The Old Hunters, is like a mix of what came before. The first area, just like the reused forest in Artorias of the Abyss, is an altered version of the city in the base game. Then you move on to a clock tower and end in a fishing hamlet. For those who haven't played it, this is a dream realm, so the areas don't fit together all that logically, and that's fine, it's actually pretty creative. There are 5 bosses here, only 3 of which are new content in my opinion. Ludwig the Horse Beast, Lady Maria of the Astral Clock Tower, and the Orphan of Cause at the end is the last boss. The other 2 are a fight against a reskinned version of the Cleric Beast from the base game, which is the first boss in Bloodborne, and a lackluster fake-out fight against a group of alien things called the Living Failures. Now I will admit that my opinion doesn't really fly with a lot of people. The Living Failures, while a disappointment to me, are still technically a new boss, so they should probably count and up the number to 4. The rematch against Cleric Beast also admittedly has a second phase that's unique, but I can't bring myself to count it as a brand new fight, so let's go with 4.5 as a compromise. This is the chart we'll be using for this video. You've probably noticed that it has little to do with quality, it's just the amount of content in each chunk of DLC. The painted world of Ariendel is a little harder to quantify. There are 2 ways of looking at it. Either it's one big conjoined level that, on its own, is larger than any single level from the rest of the DLC we just looked at, or it's 5 small sections that are interlinked with a few paths leading to and from each, which is the way I have an easier time picturing it. These 5 areas would be, number 1, the introductory snowy forest at the start, with the packs of wolves and half-giants defending their tower. Number 2, the rotten town filled with rejected, bird-like Orphan of Cause clones and more agile enemies that feel like they're ripped right out of Bloodborne. Number 3, a second snowy forest section after you clear a house with lots of pathways along some cliffs. Number 4, the cathedral that serves as the goal of the DLC with its interior levels infested with fly monsters and its exterior fragile bridge that leads to a half-secret area. Which brings us to number 5, the final section, an awkward climb down some Lost Izalith-style branches to a frozen river or lake. I want to repeat this is hard to measure properly, but I feel confident in saying that if you add all of those areas together, that you're looking at the equivalent of about 1.5 of the levels from the other DLC packs. These areas really aren't all that large, even accounting for how open some of them are. If we were to be generous, I would say that it's maybe 2 levels worth of stuff, but I think that generosity would be borderline charitable to excuse a lack of content. Unfortunately, the bosses and ashes reinforce this idea of 1.5, because there are only 2, and one of them is kind of a rehash. In this frozen arena, you start fighting an NPC gladiator and are then ambushed by a wolf, another wolf in Dark Souls, which you can also fight at least 2 times before this earlier in the DLC. It feels like a regular enemy in those fights, it still feels like a regular enemy in this one. The other boss is new and a lot more interesting, and we'll get to that and a bunch of other examples of how the content in Ashes works in just a moment, but first we have to return to our chart. We can add 1.5 areas and bosses to the list, which I think will make my point for most of you watching. For those who aren't as familiar with the series or might have forgotten the last column of relevant information, let's add that now. Artorias of the Abyss was $15 when it was released. Each individual pack of Dark Souls 2 is only $10, which you could get even lower with the Season Pass for all 3. The Old Hunters is still $20 today, which shows that there is some variance between them all for how many bosses and levels you get for the cost. So with this information, you'd expect Ashes to be the lowest of them all, or at the very least, no more expensive than the individual Crown DLCs in Dark Souls 2. But it costs the same as Artorias of the Abyss. They want $15 for this. Now, some people don't like it when I discuss the price of games in my videos. When I'm doing a critique, I can understand where they're coming from even if I don't agree, but when it's a review, the price is very important. In this case, it's hard to ignore how little you're getting for the entry fee, which is made even worse if you make an additional comparison for price to content in the base game of Dark Souls 3. There's so little here that even if it was fantastic and a huge bump in quality, it would still be difficult to recommend. Not impossible, just difficult. But that isn't the case. Only one boss is really good, and the 5 areas don't introduce much that's new or exciting. It's not bad by any means, in fact I kind of enjoyed it. So if you're a diehard fan and money is no obstacle to you, then I guess it's not so difficult to suggest playing it after all. For everyone else, well, the best way I can describe Ashes is to imagine the painted world from Dark Souls 1 or Cainhurst Castle from Bloodborne. Now tack on 2 small pocket zones somewhere in those levels at the bottom or side content or something, and put a recycled lazy boss in them. That's what Ashes is. I think the key thing to understand here is that if you bought the game in the season pass a year from now in some sale bundle and played the game not really knowing what was DLC content and what wasn't, that you'd likely happily enjoy it and not think much of it. But when it's advertised as a new release that you pay for separately and play expecting 6 or so hours of content, you're likely going to be disappointed. Let's get to an appraisal of Ashes in that way then. Ignore the price and a lack of content. How does what's actually here perform? It's nothing exciting, but it's decent. I think that playing this DLC will be an interesting experience for a lot of people, and I'm looking forward to how the reaction to it settles a few months or a year from now, because to me, it felt like a return to a lot of the encounters in Dark Souls 2. If you're familiar with my opinions on the Souls games, then you know that I like Dark Souls 2 a lot, especially the DLC. I will agree the base game is lacking in places that made the first Dark Souls great, but I have never agreed with a lot of criticism that's been placed on the game for its use of ambushes and fights against groups of enemies. Some people hate these things. I find them exciting and a lot of fun, as long as you're willing to release your lock on and play the game differently than you typically do when it's a one-on-one duel. Ashes is all about ambushes, fighting groups of enemies, and juggling multiple threats at once. It's a decent step up in difficulty from the base game in Dark Souls 3, and is present in all 5 of those areas that I went through earlier, and both of those bosses. I view the DLC as training for those fights. You have pack after pack of enemies that test your ability to track more than one threat, and to position yourself to deal with more than one combatant at a time. Right at the start you encounter this idea, a group of humanoid enemies in the snow. Some of them are melee guys, others throw spears at you. This is the bread and butter of Ashes. Learn how to move around or between multiple enemies that close in on you, but also remember that there will be ranged attacks that you need to dodge. Unlock your camera, try to keep track of it all. Dodge or block when you have to. Good stuff in my opinion. I love having more than one thing to manage, and with ranged attacks in this arrangement and lots of room to move around, there's little danger of it becoming unfair by having attacks layer over each other in unavoidable patterns. It's important that these enemies don't have a lot of health, so they're not crushingly difficult. This idea continues with the wolves in the next area, which some people have called the best designed wolves in any game ever. I haven't encountered enough wolves in games to agree with that, but if we're comparing them to Skyrim, then I have to agree. They hunt together, howl for reinforcements, surround you, and try to attack at your flank. They also have low HP and are fun tests of your positional awareness and ability to counterattack after openings, which is something the DLC continues to demand of you as you progress. Next up, the concept is taken to a more challenging level. You have the half-giant Viking-like guys with their large weapons stomping around, but also an archer in the tower. So still multiple things to track, but now they have enough HP that you can't rush them down. You also have the option to risk a mad charge into the tower to kill the archer early, but there are still roaming packs on the ground if you pull this off, so it's still building into the idea of fighting multiples. Likewise, the enchanted fire and ice trees have enough HP that it's unlikely you'll be able to always spam them to death before they attack. Their slow grabs aren't that threatening, but there's rarely ever just one of these things, so you have to manage lots of the little fire sparks they send out in swarms and their ice breath, once again testing your ability to dodge, position yourself, and avoid many attacks instead of one. There are a few ambushes around here too that you can anticipate and trigger carefully, or try to fight your way free if you stumble into them. The first 2 fights with the giant wolf are like this, and can end with you swarmed with smaller wolves. I like these fights more when they got like this. The big wolf on its own is really boring. Its attacks and charges are simple and too easy to dodge, which is a shame because I like the smaller size of this thing compared to Sif or the big dog rat from Dark Souls 2. You can keep the whole wolf in your view much easier and can better judge what it's going to do. Maybe that's why it ended up being too simple, because that change wasn't understood enough to make it more challenging. The Rotten Town has a lot more ambushes, and it can feel pretty relentless, just like the dungeon area in Ariendel. There are a few more encounters that mix melee guys and range ones, but these felt a lot more simple to me. The main draw of this part was the twisted level design of the different homes, ladders, and locked doors. It's the best designed place in the DLC in my opinion. It's also the largest, which, considering how small it is despite me just saying that, shows again how little there is here to do. The other enemies nearby are ones I'm unsure of because they feel like they belong in Bloodborne and got lost, ending up in Ariendel instead. They're quite fast, attack in long combos, dart around like the Bloodborne dodge, and use a lot of quick range attacks in between melee strikes. I don't hate these enemies, but I don't like them much either. I enjoyed the challenge and the brief switch up from multiples to one big threat instead, but their long combo chains showcase a problem that the series has developed in Dark Souls 3. Having so many strikes in a row, often requiring spamming the dodge button until it's over, feels like a symptom of From running out of ideas for new, interesting mechanics, which is something we'll be seeing in the last boss here as well.
Fret not, Father. We have no need of thy flail.
The next area is a return to juggling melee and ranged threats, but this time the environment is more constricting, so you have to be even more aware of what your options are to avoid damage, and also more observant in recognizing where enemies might be coming from, or shooting you from. I like this area, and in general I think it's good that most of these sections have a distinct challenge in mind and feel like they've been created specifically for that idea. I just wish there was more of it. The cathedral and the frozen area have less going for them. There are giant flies that will put a nasty bleed on you if you're hit. They also have a grab charge that, like many others in the series, feels close to bullshit to me because there's no grab at the end. It's just avoid the monster when it suddenly decides to move toward you. So even if you're partway through an attack or anything else, it gives this weak-looking grab priority and allows it to connect. The descent to the frozen river is also sort of bad. I never like it when the series does this stuff with unnatural walkways. It has never been consistent on what you can or cannot walk on, so I never feel secure when I do this in any of the games. Maybe that's the point, but this unease has been drilled into me from bugs causing me to slide or fall through stuff instead of narrow paths that require tense, careful movement. I will admit that this is probably the best that the series has ever done it, but it's still not good enough, which is a shame because this is the capstone on the melee and range challenge. You are restricted more than ever in your options, and the arrows that come at you explode shortly after landing, so there's even more to keep track of. It's an interesting addition despite how simple it is. And that brings us to the bosses. I don't have much to say about the Grave Tender and Great Wolf. I found this fight to be incredibly boring. I think it's meant to test you on your ability to fight groups of enemies at once, but by the time I got here I was so comfortable with it that I wiped out the wolves in seconds, and had nearly killed the NPC fighter before the wolf showed up. Then it was easy to prioritize him, so the fight was simplified, and then the Great Wolf is barely different than when you fought him earlier. Even after he empowers himself, the only new ability I saw was a breath attack. The Grave Tender might have some interesting moves, but the fight was over too quickly for me to see them. I thought it was weird that he's allowed to block when many other characters typically couldn't. Even when he's doing a forward leaping attack and is in midair, he can still block. A better idea might have been to have wolves continually spawn, so you have to really prove that you understand how to fight more than one enemy, but then I'd say the series still doesn't do a good enough job in teaching the player to drop their lock-on, so that might make the fight frustrating for a lot of people. The other boss is Sister Frida, and it might be the new best boss in Dark Souls 3. It's definitely up there and has a lot going for it, but it's not quite a perfect masterpiece of a fight. The first phase is a mix of Maria Ingerman from Bloodborne. She has the same quick attacks and movement, and then occasional breaks for when she goes invisible. There's clutter throughout the arena that's meant to help you identify where she goes, so you can rush to her and attack before she winds up a big hit, or you can listen for where she lands instead. You can still dodge this if you're quick, but it's less reliable than interrupting her. The problem is that the clutter isn't always present where she moves, and even with a good headset I couldn't consistently hear where she landed. So roughly 1/3 of the time it became a mad scramble to search all over the room and hope that I found her. This isn't a huge problem for this phase, but more later on. Overall, this first part of the fight is decent. It's a simple introduction to what you have to deal with next, since now you have to fight both Sister Frida and Father Ariendel together. He's a big monstrosity with a weaponized Lord Vessel thing that he whacks into the ground as he charges around, and she's still the nimble fighter that becomes more defensive in this phase. This is my favorite phase of the fight and is one of the best boss battles with multiple opponents that the series has seen. Unlike Ornstein and Smo, Sister and Father allow for the player to be aggressive and create openings for a lot of damage, instead of having to wait around for the enemy AI to be gracious enough to provide those openings for you. This fight does still have some of that, but it's meant to be an endurance fight, so I think it's okay. It's the abundance of it in other bosses against multiples that I don't like. It's also alleviated here because Sister and Father share a health pool and each have their own separate moments that they're vulnerable. You can sneak in hits after you dodge through the big guy's charge, but also rush at Frida after he's exhausted his combo for some easy hits if you can dodge her first few attacks. There are two issues here. The first is that Frida will go invisible and start healing. This is telegraphed by her rushing away like she did in the first phase and then emitting a bright light. The problem is that, on rare occasions, the big guy can choose to channel a massive fire attack in the area that she occupies. So your choices are to let the healing happen or to risk taking a massive, unavoidable hit to stop it. Although this is cool because the bosses are synergizing their abilities to make things difficult for you, I don't think it's strictly speaking fair. I don't know if an arrow will break her out of this healing spell, so that could be a solution. Even so, it's not great that this can randomly happen and cause a lot of hassle for melee-only builds. The second issue is tied to that, but first let's get to the best moment in the fight. After killing both sister and father, they collapse to the floor and you're given your reward. But you're not done yet. This fake out was so convincing that I fell for it hard. When the fight kept going, I had the biggest smile on my face for how much the game had just toyed with me, and I hope that any fans of the series who haven't played Ashes yet listen to the spoiler warning at the beginning of the video so they can experience this themselves. It was a really fun moment. Unfortunately, this third phase is probably my least favorite part of the fight after that. Frida becomes empowered with dark magic as well as ice. The fight returns to a one-on-one duel that is similar to the first phase. The problems start with two things: that she has some extremely long combos that don't always have clear end tells, and that some of her hits do an absurd amount of damage when they land. These two things aren't bad on their own. In fact, in another fight they might be a good challenge even if I am sort of sick of really long combos in Dark Souls 3. The reason I don't like them here is that they're in a third phase after two other fights, one of which is a fairly long endurance test, especially if she heals. If you die, it takes an investment of time on your part to get back. Doing the first phase again could be considered clever because it's like practice on the third phase since they're so similar, and that's good, but the second phase can take so long that it can be very frustrating to get to the third phase and get wiped out by some massive attack pattern that you need to see a few times before you learn it, or get smacked by the end of a combo that you thought was over after more than 10 hits, but surprise, there was still more. I'm conflicted on this because having 3 phases rewards players for mastering the first 2. It's like a level and a boss wrapped into one, and having tension build the more you play is a big part of Dark Souls. It's the quick deaths that make me question its current form, which is tied to Frida's ability to dash away and go invisible. I had a lot of trouble reliably hearing where she landed when she did this in Phase 3, and even when I did, From decided to give her the ability to easily dart away even if you do find her. This affinity for dodging can also build up the frustration when you're trying to slip in attacks between her long combos, because sometimes she decides to dodge and now you have to wait around for her to exhaust another long series of hits before you can try again. I know it may not be fair to compare the two, but I can't resist thinking about how Fury handled multiple phases on long fights far better by giving you extra chances with each phase, similar to how the boss has multiple tries against you. In a funny way, it could result in multiple phase fights being able to become more challenging rather than less, since you can ramp up the difficulty without worrying about frustrating the player by making them repeat earlier phases too often. That's the main issue here. Phase 3 isn't crushingly difficult on its own, it's that you have to replay so much before you get another chance to learn more about it. Another solution could have been that her attacks in Phase 3 don't do that much damage at the start, and put a stacking vulnerability debuff on you the more you get hit. So it's not so punishing they get tagged when you're learning the long combos right at the start of the phase, and becomes really punishing if you continue to mess up. Either way, I still enjoyed the fight, especially Phase 2 and its transition. In closing, I want to briefly address how Ashes of Ariendel continues what Dark Souls 3 started, returning to a lot of places in the original Dark Souls. The similarities between both painted worlds are obvious if you've played both games. Snowy environments, an unstable bridge, pulling a lever to turn the same statue to open the way to the boss. Those bosses both use a scythe and invisibility to fight. The way you enter these realms is similar, and it's likely proof that From has a reason for doing this instead of running out of ideas. It may not be something that everyone enjoys, but I think the intention here matters a lot. They've returned to all these concepts and themes on purpose, whatever that purpose might be, I have no idea. I personally don't mind because I don't buy into a lot of the story and lore in the series. It says something different to me, however, because it's so similar to the first painted world that I can't stop myself from thinking that this DLC was a piece of the original game chopped off to be sold separately. There was enough content in the base game already, don't get me wrong, but there's so little here that this is the only way I can rationalize why it comes up so short compared to the rest of the DLC in the series. It's that or a blatant display of disrespect for Dark Souls fans, which doesn't bode well for future games. I hope that I'm wrong and that the next DLC pack has more areas and more bosses than usual when compared to that list to justify this one had so little. It's that it was poorly portioned between the 2 updates that they planned for the season pass or something. If not, well, the DLC in these games has always been my favorite parts of it. It'd be such a waste if this is the first game in the series that doesn't live up to that tradition. The one word I would use to describe Ring City would be bittersweet. It is, for now, the end of Dark Souls, although I'm sure From will release something similar in the near future, whether that's a sequel to Bloodborne or a new direction for the same core ideas. I'll also be shocked if we don't see anything on Dark Souls 4 or something of a series reboot before 2020. For now, though, Dark Souls is over. Dark Souls 3, on the other hand, is over for good. I don't anticipate a remixed version of the game like we had for Dark Souls 2. Ring City is the end. It's always a little sad to witness the conclusion of something you enjoy so much, but I think it's for the best and the break is welcome. The content of Ring City is bittersweet in another way. I enjoyed it a lot. I've played it around 3 times now and it's some of my favorite content for this game, but it comes with a bit of baggage. There are 2 elephants in the room here, not just one. First, let's review what exactly is in Ring City and get our usual spoiler warning out of the way. I'm about to show all of the levels and the bosses, so turn back if you want to play it yourself first. If you're a fan of Souls, then it's worth your time. Ring City has 2 main areas and 4 bosses. For levels, you have the opening in the Dread Keep and a large area from which the DLC takes its name. You can break these down into more precise pieces. The Dread Keep, which players were given a preview of in the base game before the final fight of Soul of Cinder, can be split into 2. The first part, where you explore one of the most vertically inclined levels in the series, this crushed and mangled mess of Lothric, and then the remains of Earthen Peak from Dark Souls 2, which sits as a swampy mess at the bottom of it all. Ring City itself can be broken down into 3 areas: the introduction to the city and your descent through part of its streets, then exploring another swamp which is, to me, visually distinct from others so far in the series. It's far more moody and thankfully doesn't poison you or slow your movement. Lastly, there's a cliffside area with a dragon that leads to a short climb through a tower and a grand cathedral. The difference between these 2 larger areas is that Ring City feels more interconnected. The swamp leads back to the streets in 2 ways, and your climb through the tower loops back to the beginning of the level to reuse a bonfire for some bosses. There's also a large area that you can explore at the end, but this is more like an arena for the final boss fight. Of the 4 bosses, I feel confident in saying that 3 are well worth seeing for almost every fan of the series. For some, they might be among the best in all of the games. The only one that's questionable is the PvP fight in the cathedral. This is a concept that has been done in both Demon Souls and Dark Souls 2. Another player can be summoned to become the boss you fight against. My issue with the fight is that its quality will largely depend on who you end up fighting, or if there's anyone available to fight you at all. Aside from the usual connectivity issues that some may face online, you could get someone who has no idea what they're doing and you get an easy win. Or you could get someone who has prepared themselves with a rocky training montage to be able to heal with miracles, prolong the fight, and play cleverly with the NPC helpers to overwhelm and destroy you, since it's not a one-on-one duel. At worst, this is a glorified NPC phantom invasion if no one is available. I like the concept of this fight, and I think it might be a favorite for some people who love this part of the game, and it also might be a great hook for some players to get drawn into PvP in Souls that typically avoid it. Ultimately, I think my disappointment comes from 2 sources: how epic the cathedral looked when I approached it, so I thought it was going to lead to a really cool boss fight like Pontiff Sullivan in his cathedral, and that I heard ahead of time that Ring City has 4 bosses, when in reality this was 3 for me personally because this was just a PvP invasion with a health bar. Having reconciled those warped expectations, I like the inclusion of this encounter, but it's important to say that this isn't going to be something everyone enjoys. The other 3 bosses range from good to great, although one in particular has been the source of some disagreement. The only boss in the Dreadkeep level is a 2-phase fight, 2 demons to begin with, and then a much larger one at the end. After the PvP fight, Gale in Ring City is the final boss of the game and is a standard duel that reminds me of a mix of Orphan of Cause and Artorias. Dark Eater Midir is arguably the real final boss, however. You can fight him before Gale and the PvP encounter, but I think he's meant to be done after both of them, especially given From's comments about this being the ultimate challenge for fans of the series. You fight this dragon twice. The first time is on a cliff above the swamp, and it's unavoidable if you want to get to the other bosses. When you beat him, he falls away and suspiciously awards no souls, which I think is a clever way of indicating that you should be prepared for his return or to go looking for him. The real boss fight is through a hidden door in an elevator ride and then a fake wall inside of that area, a secret within a secret. These are 3 substantial new fights that are fairly challenging. I don't think any of them are quite as difficult as Sister Frida from the Ashes DLC, which is a good way to address the first elephant in the room. When I reviewed Ashes of Ariendel, the biggest piece of criticism I laid against it was a lack of content for the price. In terms of quality, the DLC is good, but there was only 1 level and only 1 real proper boss as far as I saw it. Whether or not you agreed with how extreme my opinion was on the matter isn't all that important anymore, because Ring City has proven without a shadow of a doubt that Ashes was strangely priced. Even with a generous estimation of the content in the first DLC, it's undeniable that Ring City has so much more of everything, and it costs the same amount. At the end of that review, I speculated that From originally planned to have only 1 DLC pack, and that the decision was made later to split them in 2, likely so the game could advertise a season pass for more sales, or so the game would have 2 DLC releases to promote the base game instead of just 1. I think it's clear now that this is exactly what happened, especially given how connected both of the DLCs are. For examples, the NPC that grants you access to the Ashes DLC ends up being the final boss in Ring City. The reason he's there is linked to the painter in Ariendel. You can go back there and give her an item after killing Gale at the end of the DLC. If you do Ring City first though, then Gale is dead and is no longer at the Cathedral of the Deep in order to teleport you to Ariendel. You have to interact with a scrap of the painting here instead, with a different cutscene that plays. This is how intertwined the DLC content is. It feels to me that Ashes may have originally meant to be last. So you start in the Dreadkeep, which would make the DLC have a much smoother transition from that disturbing imagery you saw at the end of the base game in Dark Souls 3. You fight your way through there, travel to the more exotic Ring City, and learn about Gale. After defeating him, you would return to something more familiar in the series with Ariendel, which, as a single level in a larger DLC, would be a substantial way to end. Frida would be the final big tough 3-phase fight, and then you can end the story of Gale and Ariendel right then by talking to the painter. As it is now, splitting the DLC meant that Ariendel was the only choice to go first, since it would have been unacceptable to go with the larger DLC and then end with a much shorter one, since they cost the same amount. All of this isn't a huge problem, but I find myself in the unfortunate position of wishing I hadn't bothered playing Ashes of Ariendel until all of the DLC was out. It's this really weird way of looking at it that I'm finding difficult to reconcile. Individually, I think that Ashes is a ripoff, but all of the DLC bundled under the Season Pass is good value. Not great, especially compared to the Old Hunters and the Dark Souls 2 DLC, but still good. I feel like, as a big fan of the series, that I made the wrong choice in being excited to play this content as soon as it came out. That's all I'll say on the matter for this video because it's no longer important. I doubt many will be buying Ashes on its own from this point onward, so let's get back to the levels and bosses in Ring City. Dreadkeep is a cool idea that feels like something new even if this series has done tall vertical levels in the past. What is entirely new, however, is the addition of ash piles that you can land in and prevent fall damage, sort of like those piles of hay in Assassin's Creed. This is such a big change that From decided to include developer messages to make sure you understand that you'll survive the fall damage at almost every point that you have to do it. There's also a really cool trick that shows you there's no limit to the damage prevention when you're lured to this item and fall far below through a window to a new area. This caused a shift in perception for me. I wasn't just looking ahead to where I could go next, I was looking down to see if there were any piles of ash that led to secret areas. Unfortunately, this mechanic isn't used much in the level, likely for the same reasons that From included those helper messages. It can be a little difficult to tell what's safe to land on, and they must have been afraid many players would try to get to places, die, and be angry with all of the trial and error. There were only 2 secret places that I found to fall, one at the beginning which makes it faster to get into the level after dying, and the second was a drop at the end of an optional path to an alternate route to the swamp at the bottom. It's possible that I might have missed another secret that uses this mechanic, and I still enjoy that the level successfully tried something new, but I think the result is more of a fun gimmick than a really interesting feature that's fully fleshed out. The major problem with the way this works is that it requires backtracking through the level via bonfire warps or death, so if you want to see everything you are going to have to do the earlier part of the level again. This is fine for a one-off area like this, but it may have been another reason why secret paths that use the falls were limited, to reduce how many level resets the player would have to go through to get back up to the top to make the fall. The minor problem is that I think the dust piles themselves look really lame. Your character simply clips through them like it's a raised part of the floor. Having a unique animation of your character getting stuck and pulling themselves out, like the sand or snow in Mario 64, would probably have been too much work and slowed down navigation through the level too much to be worth it. But maybe simply landing on top of the ash would have been an easier and better way to avoid this awful looking clipping. Two other things worth mentioning in the Dreadkeep are the angels and an unexpected shortcut. Halfway through the level, this winged monster appears in the air and starts spewing lasers at you. The idea is that you run away from it, dodging when you can, and use cover until it takes a break between each barrage. This first angel is fairly simple, and you're urged to rush forward after being prompted to fall from a ledge here. After you take cover in a church, you have to defeat two of the knights from Lothric, which proves how challenging an early enemy can still be if you pump up their health and damage. A little after this, your presence triggers the collapse of a tower, which leads to another opening where the angel can shoot you. This time you're next to this strange corpse flower thing though, and when you kill it, the angel in the sky withers and dies. Two things happen here. The first is that if you die after the tower collapse, you get the surprise of seeing that the back wall of that church with the knights has been busted open to reveal an unexpected path through the level. I'm taking the time to point this out because it helps support something I've said in two of the previous videos on the Souls games. I want more unexpected shortcuts like this instead of the usual locked doors and broken elevators. I really enjoyed the surprise and I hope I'm not alone in that, and I want to see more of it. The other thing is that the game uses these angels and teaching you to find their route to kill them as something that's almost like a shortcut as well. That may seem like a stretch, but it's similar to those spectral knights in the Dark Souls 2 DLC, or the second Crystal Sage fight in the Grand Archives. These areas have a mechanic that makes the level a lot more difficult your first time through, which, after you conquer it, makes exploring the level easier. It's not a concept I would like to see used a lot in the series, but it does appeal to me enough that I think it's worth exploring in a few more levels of each game. The giant siege weapon in Smoldering Lake is another example, and one that could have been a lot more interesting if the area you're exploring while it's shooting you had more to see and do. There are two more angels in the swamp of the second half of Dreadkeep. I think swamps have been used too much in this series now, and I don't find them interesting anymore. This one is quite small and may have been included out of necessity after deciding that this area would be a collapsed earthen peak from Dark Souls 2. Considering how much criticism this level received for not making sense in that game, I have to wonder if this was done out of spite or something. Either way, I thought it was cool and I didn't expect to find it here. You need to use cover to hide from the angels between fairly long runs to new locations, or you can time dodges to avoid most of the lasers while searching for their routes. Something I like is that most players will find the route to the second angel before the first one. For me, this made this section feel a lot more desperate, that I was out of my depth scrambling to beat this second angel when I hadn't even gotten rid of the first one yet, especially since there are other enemies to fight along the way while you're hiding behind cover, like there isn't enough room for both of you. Using these branches as paths is one of the best times the series has done this, and it was clear what you could walk on and what you could not, and I enjoyed using higher branches for cover and then feeling relief when I finally did kill both angels. Like I had now claimed these areas and had earned the right to pillage them. Doing this will lead you to the final bonfire in Dreadkeep and the fall to the demon bosses. Before we get to that though, let's look at the new enemy types that were introduced here. Unique to the Dreadkeep are the Abyss corpses. These appear in a bubbling up from the floor and can be spawned by the magic-wielding versions. These guys are the fodder of Dreadkeep and are easy to defeat. There's not much to say about them except that they double as traps in an early part of the level to ambush you when you go to pick up items, and that the spellcasters can also turn into humanity specters and rush you for a lot of damage if you don't dodge them. It's the larger headless knights that are a lot more interesting to me, specifically because they're just so easy to kill. They look intimidating and have a lot of health, but their attacks are slow, predictable, and leave massive openings for counterattacks. I find this interesting because it makes me wonder what the intention was with these guys. Later on in Ring City they show up in groups. There are 6 of them in this area with a staired street leading to the swamp. So it would make sense that they were made to be less challenging individually since you can end up fighting more than one of them here. They're a larger fodder monster. But in the Dreg Heap, they're introduced to you as big threats. They're guarding treasure. They look like they demand your attention and are tucked away from most of the other enemies so you can fight them solo, with the exception of the patrolling one in the swamp. This is a conflict I don't have an answer for, other than to point it out as strange, especially if you compare them to other big enemies in the base game like the Angel Knights or the Crabs, or maybe it's just that this enemy clicked with me and I found it easier than most people will. It's not a bad thing, but because of their large health and bland attacks, I ended up getting bored after the first few times. It's the smaller Ringed Knights that are more challenging, but we'll get to those after the Demon boss. Demon in Pain and Demon from Below are at the bottom of another long fall. You are given this massive arena to fight them in, which isn't all that necessary at first. This is my favorite boss fight in Ring City, but not by a lot. I think that Gale and Medea are really good too. I like the demons because the first phase is a really enjoyable fight against multiples that isn't too challenging but isn't a pushover either. The big demon prince in phase 2 has a lot more attacks, and it's that part of the fight that I enjoy the most. It's also when the big arena is required to compensate for how much leaping around he does and his massive area attacks. For the first phase, there's a flow to this fight that is unique among boss encounters with multiples in the series. At least I can't think of another that functions this way. Both of the demons have the same moveset that they cycle through, but they're on different timers. Each of them moves between two phases, being on fire and then burning out into exhaustion. The one on fire will typically be way more aggressive and chase you with melee attacks, whereas the other will favor hanging back and use poison breath and spit. What I really like about this interaction is that the demon in range mode creates a warning line on the floor to let you know the attack is coming, so that you can dodge away from the melee demon without having to constantly look back at what the ranged one is doing. The melee attacks aren't all that demanding of your attention on their own, but combined with the second demon can make for some more challenging overlap that feels fair to fight against. That said, the demons do not always work this way, and I think it could be argued that this is something you might have to make happen yourself by luring the aggressive demon away from the other. Even doing that, I often felt that the exhausted demon wouldn't always act like it, and that both of them would end up flailing around together. The demons are both large enough that it still feels fair like this, since it's easy to dodge away and rush back in for some hits when they leave themselves open, but there can be some waiting around for this to happen. The fight feels more fun when it's you against one demon with the other in ranged mode. The demons switching between these modes can also be punished when you learn to recognize those changes for openings, especially if you hit them enough to trigger a stagger and a big hit. Both demons have to be killed before going into the next phase, and Demon Prince is different depending on which one was the last to die. The boss's core moveset is a more advanced version of the two demons that came before. He's a lot bigger, but much of the clawing and rampaging is similar. He can jump into the air for a slam attack, as well as flying away for a fiery dive, or to do one of two special moves. If Demon in Pain was the last to die, then Demon Prince can summon fire orbs that spit at you, and then begin charging a massive storm of fire. This takes a while to complete and is difficult to avoid when it's at full power. As far as I can tell, the test here is to run at him while dodging the fire spit and hit him enough to interrupt the building storm before too many of the fireballs can spawn. If Demon from Below died last, then Demon Prince can jump away like before, only now he charges a massive laser breath that sweeps over the arena. This can be handled in a similar way as the other move, close the distance between you and attack while he's busy with the laser. The main difference is that you're safe once you're close, whereas the fire attack can still get you, meaning that the fight is easier if Demon from Below is killed last. Demon Prince doesn't use these moves often, however, so it's not a big difference, and my guess is that most players won't realize that the order in which you kill the first demons even matters. They'll think Demon Prince simply has some moves he rarely shows. Most of the fight is responding to his mix of melee attacks, jumps, and when he starts to fly. He reminds me a lot of Sin, even though he's not a dragon, which is probably why I enjoy the fight so much. After this, you go through the wrecked version of the Firelink Shrine Pond Room and wave another flag in the wind for another blind gargoyle flight to the next area. This is the third one in the series, I think. This is very similar to the journey to Anor Londo in Dark Souls 1, and the visuals here are equally appealing. I'll be speaking a bit about this at the end, but for now, this is how you arrive at Ring City. Your first encounter here is similar to the angels in Dragkeep. You have to use cover and are unable to fight back until you get through this area first. I like this part on its own, especially the sound the giant makes as it summons these ghosts, but it feels like retreading the same concept too soon after the previous level. Although I think it's a little funny for me to realize that if this had simply been another angel, I probably would have just accepted it as a continuation of that monster instead of recycling an idea, so I guess it's okay. It's kind of weird how that perception works. After this, Ring City feels like a victory lap for the series. You're going through part of a city and a swamp. There are some cryptic NPCs that tell you about the bosses you'll be fighting, there's a cathedral and some beautiful views. The Ring Knights remind me of the Dark Wraiths, there's the usual humanoid fodder enemies, shortcuts are locked doors and elevators, and the bosses are a dragon who breathes fire over a long stretch that you have to run through, and a duel against an armored guy with a big weapon. And this is good, it really is. I don't mind that From decided to play it safe with this final DLC and make great new versions of content that fans like to see as a goodbye, in terms of gameplay anyway. I don't know how fans of the lore will appreciate all of this. It ties into why I described the DLC as bittersweet at the beginning though, since there was something disappointing here that we'll get to at the end. Something missing. Having said that, I don't mean to imply that Ring City does nothing new. The Turtle Clerics are a fun enemy that create void zones that damage you if you stand in them. You're encouraged to keep moving, but they also have high enough defense and can turtle up for even more that you can't reliably rush and kill them without having to avoid at least one void zone. This is especially true if there's more than one of them around. I would have liked to see these guys used more often with other enemies in areas, or maybe more of them could have been hiding in the swamp and emerged to join in the fight against other enemies. So you have to dodge those void zones while dealing with another enemy. I think there was only one part that happened. The insect-like humans in the swamp are also one of my favorite twists on the basic humanoid enemy type. They hover in place and have different attacks than the usual weapon swipes with 2 feet firmly on the ground. Many of their combos are telegraphed so well, but are still dangerous, that I enjoyed fighting groups of this enemy type more than any other in the DLC. The Ring Knights are also enemies you'll encounter in groups, and it was these that I found to be the most difficult. They can be very aggressive with long sweeping combos when they ignite their weapons, but it was the heavy shield wielders that were the most substantial fights. I think a minor flaw in Dark Souls 3 is that many enemies can be killed as long as you can just get one hit in. From that initial stagger, you can lock them down into a combo from full health to dead. This is such a reliable way to kill so many enemies that there are honestly a few in the base game that I've never seen attack more than a few times because I can rush in and lock them down. All you need to do is land one hit to sink your teeth in for the kill. The shielded Ring Knights can fight back against that, which when in groups made them challenging. It was interesting to fight these enemies because of that difference, even if they are just stronger versions of the Lothric Knights underneath that. For some enemies that aren't so great, there are the other fodder monsters. These smaller humanoids come in 2 flavors. The standard ambush type is fine, if a little samey to the big hat guys from the base game, but the cursed variant is the worst enemy in the DLC because it results in so much waiting around. If you're a melee build, then you will fill up some of your curse bar while fighting these, and since they're often clumped in a narrow corridor together, that means waiting around for the curse to deplete enough before you can safely go to the next one. There is no challenge here. This is a problem I've had for the whole series, and it's a shame that we're this many games and DLC in, and a simple solution hasn't been implemented yet. The same problem can be found in Frenzy and Bloodborne, or even waiting for your poison buildup to go down when you're going through a swamp. Waiting is boring, and it's often done with no enemies to fight while you do so. The most obvious change here is to make it so the status effect bar speeds up its depletion rate with every second that you're safe, so that the time is reduced. The final enemy is a giant that roams the swamp. This is similar to the one at the beginning of the level that summoned the ghost archers to shoot you. This one can do the same thing, but his army is a lot smaller. I found this guy a little awkward sometimes because it can be hard to see the archers he spawns if he ends up between you and them, especially since if I did get hit, that often meant I was stun locked by their arrows all the way to death. However, I like this guy. He looks imposing as all hell in the distance, and the other ghosts he can spawn, melee guys and a few spellcasters, felt a lot more manageable. So it's possible that I just suck at the archers and there's a trick to it, or maybe you're meant to run away and use cover when he does summon them. There's also a third giant in a secret area that does the same thing in a more cramped environment. This was strangely a lot easier to deal with because of all of the cover available for hit and run tactics or breaking line of sight with the archers. Which leaves us with Gale the Knight and Midir the Dragon. Let's go with Gale first because I think From intended for the dragon to be fought last. Gale has quite possibly the most grandiose introduction of any boss in all of the Souls games, if you view the build-up to his reveal as part of the boss's package. After the PvP fight in the church, you ride an elevator to a set of stairs, meet a mysterious sleeping woman with an even more mysterious object cradled in her lap. Then, with a flashy cinematic, you are transported through time to what appears to me like the conclusion of all of those levels smashing together in the Dreg Heap. The world is grinding itself to dust or ash, and the woman is long dead and rotten. You're allowed to roam around this massive area, but this is mostly an arena for the Gale boss fight, who gets his own cinematic with a very Artorias-like throw at the end of it. All of this is for just one boss. He even has a mid-fight cinematic when he increases his power level. Mechanically, Gale is Artorias on steroids. His first phase was the most difficult for me since he has a lot of moves, some decently long combos, and some attacks that you really need to see a few times before you get the dodge timings down, especially the one where he attacks and then quickly jumps away into another attack. It's that jumping that reminds me of Artorias, and it's the thrashing that reminds me of Orphan of Cause. After this phase, the fight becomes slower. Gale starts using some ranged abilities. He has a repeating crossbow and can throw out a spray of projectiles that are then pulled back to him from the same direction a little later. The fight from this point onward is about positioning and not just dodging his sword strikes, although he still does plenty of that. His cloak is now a part of those attacks, which acts as a sort of after trail or a follow-up to each slash. At first this reminded me a lot of the fire trails in Phase 2 of the Abyss Watchers. It still does in concept at least, but my experience was that Gale's version didn't require multiple dodges for each attack, but instead a better timed dodge. It was to punish dodging too early, since if you avoided the sword, then the cloak will get you instead. Phase 3 adds some lightning spells that are also about being mindful of your positioning in the arena, just like the spell he throws out and then pulls back. But all in all, as you can probably tell, I don't have many interesting things to say about this fight. It feels like the end of the victory lap that the DLC is taking. Here's this great duel against an armor knight with a big weapon, who has some fun tweaks on that basic formula and some callbacks to earlier fights in the series. It's the spectacle that stands out to me more than anything. Gale's animations are fantastic, especially the combo toward the end of the fight that has him jump in the air and fire his crossbow as he drifts by. He's not so challenging, but I also think that's the point. You're not meant to bash your head against him, you're meant to enjoy the fight instead. That's not to say he's really easy or anything, don't get me wrong, but if you've gotten this far, then I doubt he'll be too much trouble. Midir, on the other hand, is the opposite of Gale in almost every way. Although he does have almost as spectacular an introduction as he swoops in to guard his cliff, the path that leads to the boss fight itself is hidden and tucked away. Even then, the room you find the entrance in is a small, almost forgotten thing. It's here that you fall down a long shaft into an arena about the same size as the one for the double demon fight. Midir is one of the best dragon fights in a series that has a mixed bag of dragon fights. I have a feeling that many players are going to have varying experiences with this boss. There's a lot it does well, and arguably more it does poorly. For me, it's in the top 3 below Sin and Calamite, but I didn't feel that way until I killed him a second time. The 3 biggest problems that I have with Midir all interact and compound to make each other worse. First up is his gigantic health bar that makes this an endurance fight even though he has several moves that do an extraordinary amount of damage. Combine that with how ill-suited the camera is to keeping up with all of the moves he can do, and you can find yourself dying to a move you've never seen before just because you weren't able to see what was happening, after you've spent a lot of time fighting through that huge health bar. Thirdly, and perhaps worst of all, the corpse run from the nearest bonfire is a full step over the line named ridiculous. The distance itself isn't that long, but you have to run from the bonfire, ride an elevator down to the bottom, wait for it to reset, then ride it back up again and jump through a hidden door partway through. Then you have to run down 2 short corridors, slide down a long ladder, run across the room, and then go through that fall from before. Even after doing all of this, Midir is still far across the room and has a wake-up animation he plays as you run there, not to mention any further delay you might have if you want to find your bloodstain first. The reason I feel comfortable pointing to this as something that feels like an intentionally cruel joke is that there are no enemies anywhere during this run. The elevator and ladder also make it annoying since you have to stop and wait for both of them, and it's all a waste of time. There's no challenge, it's not interesting, there's no way to learn to do this faster or open a shortcut. It's this drawn out run to a boss that is drawn out even more with all of his health. And I say all of that as someone who only died to this boss about 6 times when I first killed him, which is a good way to address the fight. I've read some comments saying that Midir is too difficult. I don't really agree with that, he's just awkward and has some cheap moments. As I already said, learning some of his moves, like his tail swipe and his different fire breaths, can be an exercise in trial and error because he's just so big. The only way to keep him in view is to never go underneath him and instead attack his head, which is where a big judgment call for the fight has to be made. On my first kill, I religiously ran underneath him and attacked his legs and then his tail. Many of his animations seem deliberately made in order for him to shift his legs and tail away from you after you dodge an attack and get into position to strike. It happens so much that it's either on purpose or a giant coincidence. Yet you can learn to compensate for this at the end of his tail for some good hits while he's channeling a fire breath. You can also learn to dodge his counterattack right afterward and then rush back in to keep hitting him. His body takes half of the damage that his head does, but this was worth the safety to me because staying locked onto his head made the camera whip around like crazy for too many of his moves. Basically, I compensated and learned to account for the awkwardness and was able to get him down, occasionally sneaking in some hits on his head as I ran back under him. On my second kill, I attacked the head exclusively, and this is now what I consider to be the superior version of the fight and the way it was meant to be done. There's a lot of things that support that. The head is the only lock-on point for him even though he's massive, he doesn't chain his wide fire breath on the floor as often which can lock you out of hitting him, and many of his swipes and bites leave good openings for his head. The best evidence of all, however, is that if you hit him enough he enters a stagger state that wipes out about a fifth of his health bar, over 4,000 HP, meaning that the fight isn't as long as it first appears. This doesn't happen if you don't go for his head. However, the game usually lets you choose your own way to fight bosses, so for some this won't be acceptable, or rather it won't be ideal. I enjoyed the fight a lot more doing it like this, but I had also already seen it a bunch and I knew what to expect. If I had gone exclusively for the head from the start, then maybe I would have had a rougher time, an example being a horrendous decision that, in Phase 2, he can start charging a new type of beam breath attack that can kill you outright if it lands. And there's no real way to anticipate how this is going to move until you've seen it once already, maybe even twice if it kills you really quickly, after taking so long to get to Phase 2. This is a different pattern than the beam he uses on the cliff or in the first phase of the fight. I had already seen it and knew what to expect on the second kill. And maybe it's just as simple as that, the fight is one that's more enjoyable once you've seen it enough instead of one that you can take to immediately. If attacking the head was the way this was meant to be done though, I wish they had made that more clear. Dealing half damage to his body isn't that bad considering you can often hit him multiple times compared to only one hit on his head. I also had to learn to recognize when I should unlock my camera from his head in order to prevent it from whipping around. This is something that could have been done for you. Before he starts his frenzy, or when he starts a fire breath, he emits some sort of pulse that cancels your lock so you're not left wondering what's happening as the camera goes crazy. Once again, it comes back to the series not communicating clearly enough that your lock-on is a tool to use only sometimes, instead of something that should always be active. I do understand why some people won't like this boss, even if they do click with all of these little oddities. His health is enough to make the encounter grueling, although I personally enjoy it since it matches his large size. This feels like exactly what you're doing, fighting this massive dragon that you should have no business standing up to, but here you are trying anyway. But some of his moves don't mesh well with this bloated health, since they encourage a lot of waiting. Many of his breath attacks force you to retreat or run around him until the fire is over. And worst of all is his forward rampage that he can spam. It goes on for quite a while and you just have to wait for it to finish after dodging the first part of it. I don't quite understand what the idea behind that one was. His standard claw and bite attacks feel better to fight against since you can time your dodges and counterattack, instead of just waiting for him to be done. And with Midir dead, we can move on to the final point, and the second of those two elephants in the room that I mentioned at the start. It's linked to that bittersweet feeling I talked about. Some of you may roll your eyes at this, but this is the last bit of Dark Souls content for a while, so I won't have a chance to say it again. The biggest disappointment in Ring City came from this part here. You're given this beautiful shot of the city itself, are set down with this huge open area around you, and can see all of these places you're going to be visiting, and you never get to go there. This is a tease on so many levels, and I know it's not realistic to expect the DLC to be even larger, but I also feel justified in being disappointed that I never got to see those distant city streets that the game called attention to. Instead, you're kept on a small part of it that leads to another swamp. My first time through, I found the dragon and the cliff before I went to the other end of the swamp, which I thought would eventually lead to a connecting area to another part of the city, the one in the distance right now. Learning that this swamp was really all there was made me realize how much potential there was in this new area. There could have been multiple levels weaving to and from this central hub of the tower, the swamp, and the top part of the street where you started. It felt like I was plopped down into the middle of this larger world and that I could explore all of it. Basically, it felt like arriving at Firelink Shrine in Dark Souls 1 again. I said in my Dark Souls 3 critique that I'm giving up on ever seeing another connected world in the series. Maybe I still need to work on letting go of those expectations because I felt them so strongly here, and was once again disappointed even though I know finding that in a DLC isn't reasonable. But imagine instead if Ring City had been the direction the base game of Dark Souls 3 had went with, and that a full game's worth of content could have spiraled out from this foundation instead of just a DLC. That's why it feels bittersweet now that we're at the end of the first iteration and cycle of Dark Souls, something I'm sure will be continued later. A series that has, in some ways, gotten so much better and more consistent over time, but in other ways, isn't even trying to recapture the spark that made so many players enraptured to begin with. So in this game, your Geralt has the title of Tarnished. His roach is now named Torrent, but you still kill monsters. You're also maidenless because Yennefer sure as hell ain't no maiden. Elden Ring is open world Dark Souls. It's the latest game by From Software, and it's a smash hit. Everyone seems to love it, including me. It'll go down in history as one of the greatest games ever made. Every open world game from now on will be compared to this just like Breath of the Wild before it. And the "it's like Dark Souls" comments have now entered an insane surprise phase 2 of power level with the addition of Elden Ring's Triumph. But the game also sucks. It has gigantic issues, and I don't have to worry about sugarcoating the introductions of these things anymore because YouTube removed the dislike button, so all you can do is leave comments disagreeing, which only makes this video get pushed to more people. I'm like the final optional boss of the game over here. If you try to block me, you can only make me stronger. You did get to that fight, right? Because if not, if you're only halfway through, then perhaps you don't understand how I can say that a game this astoundingly impressive can suck. Believe me though, it does. I have more issues with this game than any other FromSoft has released in this spiritual series of theirs, yes, including Dark Souls 2. Yet I can't lie and have to state equally plainly that Elden Ring has some of the best moments I've ever had in a game. Sekiro is still my favorite over all of these, but when it comes to exploration and uncovering the secrets of a world, Elden Ring is the king. So, pretty messy thoughts, right? Kind of like the game itself. It's an experience of extremes. The highs are so high that I don't think From will ever top them, and the lows are so low that I'm not even excited for the next game they make like this anymore. The trouble that crops up in the last third of Elden Ring is so jarring that I'm soured on the series going forward, and yet the things the game does well were so good that they survived that descent. This one is going to be spicy. There are going to be spoilers. Don't watch until you've played the game yourself. Is Elden Ring a masterpiece? Yeah, probably, but it's a shattered one.
Don't tell me you don't see it. Look up at the sky.
Elden Ring is similar to another masterpiece, Outer Wilds, in a tragically specific way. You can only experience it properly one single time. Some of the best works of art are like that and leave you with a deep longing by the end. They're the kind of things you wish you could wipe your memory of so you can go back again blind. Dark Souls 1 is also like that for me. The other games in this series, surprisingly, not so much. But whereas Outer Wilds is elevated by a deeply profound realization of how this one-time experience quality links to its themes and truly your own unique life that you are living right now, Elden Ring can only be played once because the impressiveness of its content doesn't survive after first contact. So I repeat, again, very soon into this video because it's so important, don't watch this before playing the game yourself. And also, play Outer Wilds. You owe it to yourself. I'm not saying you can't replay Elden Ring and have fun. I've done 3 playthroughs and had varying amounts of enjoyment, but as you can see from the list on the screen, the time played is very different after the first one. Part of this is because, of course, I now know where to go and the like, but it goes further than that into I now know which areas are a waste of time, either for the build I'm playing or just outright the area is boring and not worth the visit. Your first time through, you won't feel that as much. The novelty of each location is pristine, and even if you happen to encounter a few of the lackluster locations back to back, there are enough attractive places with cool things in them that it's unlikely you'll get worn down to the point of having a bad enough time to not want to continue exploring. My expectations for this game, right up until the moment I ran it for the first time, were that it would have a hub world about the scale of a modernized version of Hyrule Field from Ocarina of Time. The map you see on the screen right now of just Upper Limgrave was what I expected in size, with several connecting zones and huge traditional Dark Souls style levels in orbit around them. So like an open world Firelink Shrine Zone with lots of routes and links back that uncover more areas and options as you progress and come back. I would still like to play a game like that because Elden Ring isn't it. Upper Limgrave on the screen right now is about 1/15 of the total play area, not including the dungeons. This is very much a traditional style open world in terms of size and how much it stretches over an area horizontally. Not all of it is as dense with stuff to find and delve into, but if we're talking about explorable territory, this is a small fraction of the game. Elden Ring is huge, and that's one of the most impressive things about it, enough to even impress Shania Twain, largely because it maintains a high level of beauty and freshness throughout it all, assuming you're not sick of the usual Dark Souls fare, that is, because while this may be a more glorious medieval fairy tale fantasy style than usual for From, it has a lot of the same trimmings that we've seen in the past games. I personally didn't mind. That's not to say it isn't special among current open world titles. There is a great placement of verticality as a boundary to pen areas into contained exploration zones, but also as a way to beckon you to explore. It's possible that something like Horizon Zero Dawn or Assassin's Creed Valhalla may do this better. I still haven't played them, but for me, this is the best construction of an open world I've seen, whereas Witcher 3 still takes it for immersion. Things look good at a distance. Things also look good up close. If you see something interesting, then with very few exceptions, I'm actually struggling to think of them right now, you are able to get there. Even an elevated plateau that you see early on and might give up on reaching because the method of getting there is near the endgame. Points of interest will dominate the horizon. An academy like a man-made mountain will define the skyline of a zone, and when you pass it, there will be something new that calls to you. You'll climb higher and see something else right away. In the way that Dark Souls kept surprising you by how far down you can go, Elden Ring shocks you by how high you'll keep going. Those points of interest aren't just beautiful and stunning in scale, their size is also functional in obscuring the next areas from you, although you can see hints of what's to come if you're persistent in exploring the edges of zones. For 4 nights in a row while playing this game, I ended my sessions with the thought, I'm about halfway done I think, and I still wasn't on any of those nights. I thought this area up the Grand Lift of Dectus was the final zone after the trio that you can explore at the start, Limgrave, Liurnia, and Caelid. And depending on the order you do things in, by the time you beat the boss at the capital in the Altus Zone, you might still not be halfway done with what Elden Ring has to offer. The map plays a crucial role in misleading you here and was clearly set up to do just that. Whereas Breath of the Wild wants to immediately dazzle you with its size, Elden Ring holds it back, shower versus grower. A large central part of the map is taken up by ocean that doesn't fill in until you get to one of the final areas, making it easy to be deluded into thinking this is an awkwardly shaped landmass, and that you've seen most of what's in the game very early on. Then, surprise, there's all this extra territory waiting for you. A tremendous amount of content isn't always a good thing. In many ways, it isn't a positive here either, but we'll get to that in a moment. I want to continue singing its praises because this is by far the best part of the game. Exploring the open world in terms of traversal can definitely get dull, but the thrill of discovery and uncovering new things was a near bottomless bag of thrills, like a Christmas morning or a birthday party that keeps continuing from one room to another, each with a new round of presents when you were only expecting one. The best two parts about it for me were the surprises and how it feels like it belongs in this series. Elden Ring is the kind of game where you can enter a cave or a building and not know what you're going to get. It could be a short 10 to 15 minute affair with a few hallways and battle rooms and a quick boss. Or you could hit an illusory wall and reveal an entire multi-hour length zone that becomes a sprawling traditional Souls-type dungeon with secrets and routes and checkpoints and bosses. Or it could be an elevator you ride down, start to wonder what's taking so long, and step out to a whole new world that has a second fucking map screen that you toggle between because one open world wasn't enough apparently, it needed a second one. Elden Ring isn't Dark Souls 4, it's Dark Souls 4, 5, and 6 all at once, at least it is in terms of the scope of the world. Continuing that thread, it also feels like a Souls world you've been let loose in. Mostly, or it does when you're playing it, but that feeling may diminish a bit when you go back to the previous games. After finishing Elden Ring, I played Dark Souls 1 and 3 all the way through again. I also played a few hours of Dark Souls 2, Sekiro, Bloodborne, and Demon's Souls. I needed some footage for this video anyway, so I got to relive a bit of them. Whenever I've played these games, I've always imagined what was out of bounds, not in actuality with what the developer included that you could no-clip to, but in terms of fantasizing about what the rest of this unusual, grim world would be like if I could just wander it in any direction forever. The constrained open worlds of these games give you the impression that you're cutting through only a thin, dense slice of them on your adventure. Demon's Souls is more the odd one out and feels like scattered pockets of a world you are dumped into that could have a more plain open world connecting them if you were free. When I first played Elden Ring, because of how brilliantly the dungeon areas were integrated into the open areas, it felt like an uncompromising realization of that feeling. I could vividly imagine starting off in something like Stormveil Castle or the capital, and then fighting my way out to freedom and marveling at the unfolding world before me, as if I could do that for Undeadburg as well as whatever is around it if the game was prepared for me to do so. To repeat, that's how it was when I was playing Elden Ring. Then I went back to Dark Souls 1 and could see that it wasn't as uncompromising as I thought. There are some areas that still maintain that quality, but traveling through Undeadburg to Darkroot Garden and Blighttown again made me understand that Elden Ring is closer to the standard open world formula than the fantasy I have about breaking through a wall in Dark Souls. Dark Souls 3 was also interesting in how it feels like a bunch of levels on platforms, arranged like a series of awkwardly stacked plates on a tray, rather than a tangle of routes you're cutting through in an otherwise full world. I want to stress though that I don't hold this against Elden Ring as a flaw since the illusion they created worked my first time through, and that's something I'm going to have to say a few more times in this video. The first run of this game is very different than any subsequent ones. It's an amazing feat of world design that traveling from zone to zone truly does evoke the same feeling of arriving at a new place in Dark Souls, and this is a quality that does endure after replaying the older games. With the possible exception of going from Limgrave to Caelid, I felt like I had achieved something or marked the new stage of my adventure when I arrived at a new place. More than that, most zones manage to have that same unveiling moment of wonder that new places in this series have, like stepping out from the catacombs in Dark Souls 3 to gawk at Irithyll, the greeting the DLC areas give you in Dark Souls 2, the palace near the end of Sekiro, and Orlando in Dark Souls 1, and if you've played these games, you know I can keep going. Despite being open world and giving you tremendous freedom to go anywhere you want at the start, to the extent that there are only a handful of regions that you can't get to within an hour if you know what you're doing, the game still manages to make you stop and stare with these moments of grand reveal. Seeing Liurnia for the first time via the hidden path around Stormveil or after beating Godric, cresting this hill with a strategically placed wall so you get to see more of Caelid all at once when you hop over it, or the confusion and wonderful dread you may feel if you get teleported here via an alternative route, which is something that can happen for a few more areas too. These are also carefully planned moments that you could have instead. The capital has the dragon corpse to wow you and still doesn't ruin your first time seeing the place from a distance. The faraway introduction you could have for crumbling Farum Azula might actually be a better holy shit moment than the main quest way that you arrive here. Seeing the grand lift for the first time, witnessing the capital, and then finding another lift later, and the game keeps going through a mist that clears to even more gorgeous real-time landscape paintings. Dungeon areas can elicit that fundamental Souls feeling too of getting through one stage, conquering a boss, and then having that victory trot area of spindly skeletal connection that borders on nonsense but still bridges the gap to the next stage of the zone, all the while making sense in the context of the open world around it. Yes, parts of the open world are empty and not always successful, but within this world there is still a bigger Dark Souls game of traditional levels and overlapping interlinked connections than in the others. This really is 2 or 3 games in one. The Underground is largely responsible for that. For me, this was the best part of the game. It's also the most creative, and is the first time that From has returned to the high world design standard they set in the first half of Dark Souls 1. I can't believe that I can say that. Every single time I went to the Underground, I was floored, either by the unexpected cavernous night sky, or the size of the place, or how it linked together with other areas, or the method at which I arrived. 2 surprise elevator rides can get you there, or breaking through a wall after descending through the sewers in the capital, or hell, even the modest, and on paper, kind of boring teleport stone in the consecrated grounds had me happy because I had no idea there was more Underground to even find, never mind that I was going to suddenly be plopped into it. The best of these was the change that happens to the world after beating Star Scourge Radahn. You're shown this odd cinematic of a meteor crashing somewhere, and at some point later, as you're riding around, you'll see the results of that impact. Let me set the stage here. At this point in my playthrough, I had already been to the Underground twice. Both times through the elevator entrances in Limgrave and Liurnia. I knew from what I had seen in this location that I would find a way back down there eventually, but I wasn't sure if I would be able to reach some of the high places I had seen during my Siofor River exploration. This newly formed path took me down there, with 3 separate sections to explore with 3 bosses, and a creative link back down to the lower section of this zone. Then I found a coffin transport system that I knew was going to take me to that section I had seen earlier when I was underneath Liurnia. Radahn's meteor was the key for unlocking what I had seen before. And then the coffin took me to a brand new 3rd location of the Underground instead. This kept going. There were 2 more coffins and transitions on this journey that all ended with one of the coolest looking bosses in the game and a mysterious blocked path that I couldn't get through for dozens of more hours, and then solved another separate long-standing mystery I had when I finally did. For this entire stretch, Elden Ring was a 12 out of 10 for me. For a few hours, I felt like I was playing the best parts of Dark Souls 1 again. I never expected that From would ever pull that off and do something that could get me back to that feeling. There was a toxic swamp in this part, or scarlet rot as it's called in Elden Ring, and I enjoyed it. It was super poison, and I didn't care. Elden Ring is so good, it made me like poison swamps again, was almost the title of this video. 40 hours later, I would find another underground location through that teleport, and another entrance to a part that I had already explored. My only disappointment with the size of this game is that the underground map doesn't fill in the gaps of the spaces it has with the world above, even if it was with just small pocket zones that are self-contained. It's a selfish, unreasonable disappointment though, because the amount of stuff to do here is on par with Hollow Knight in terms of being a bargain. Elden Ring is a full-price AAA game, and it's still, somehow, launched permanently on sale. The majority of these underground sections felt like the equivalent of the looser, more freeform levels found in From's Souls games, so for me, they're legacy zones. Legacy in this case being the word that's been settled on for labeling areas in Elden Ring that are traditional Souls stuff and not a part of the open world. There are small side dungeons in this game in the form of catacombs and caves, but those aren't legacy dungeons like Stormvale Castle and the Academy of Raya Lucaria. Let's complain about Nintendo for a bit, because what would a Joseph Anderson video be without that? I hope Elden Ring will be the game that redeems my Breath of the Wild criticism for most of the people that didn't agree with it. Because nothing proves it more than thinking about how much lesser an experience Elden Ring would be if these legacy dungeons were removed. The side, shrine-like mini-dungeons you can find would be all there is for a quick flash of a Souls-like experience. Sometimes it's hard to imagine the addition of something and how it would work, but it's usually easier to imagine if something was taken away. Do this to Elden Ring and maybe you can understand why Breath of the Wild was such a letdown in this way. If this had happened, this video would be entitled Elden Ring, Not Enough Dark Souls. Time will tell how good these legacy dungeons hold up compared to the greatest hits of the series. I know already, however, that Stormvale Castle, Crumbling Farum Azula, Lindell, and its sewers will be contenders for the top. These dungeons are huge, sprawling, and complicated to navigate, with secrets and shortcuts and multiple overlapping links that reward experimentation and studying how the geometry of the areas you can reach fits together. There are secrets I know I still haven't found in these places because I can see items I haven't been able to loot yet. Farum Azula may be more impressive visually, but its placement in the world means it doesn't have the same achievement that Stormvale and Lindell do by fitting naturally into the open world around them and still feeling like expansive Dark Souls levels both with entrances and exits that make sense and bridge the player between two open world zones. And you can see it all from the outside as you ride around too. Simply a stunning achievement in game design. In summary, the open world successes are in how it captures that feeling of seeing something so majestic in scale in the distance and then actually being able to go there. In my Ring City review, I lamented that the game showed me a gorgeous city in the distance and then kept me from it, kept me isolated in one path and used that city as a background to it all. If Elden Ring shows you something, it lets you go there, and with only a few compromises and empty sections in its world, still feels true to its soul's roots. I don't know how they pulled this off and made it look so good when Dark Souls 3 still suffers from horrible LOD issues today, after receiving several patches trying to fix it too. You'd also be reasonable in thinking that another part of From's magic wouldn't survive the transfer to this new format, specially designed and focused guaranteed experiences. These aren't always flashy, and that just goes to prove how purposeful they are and how hard they hit. Remember, this is a series in which one of the most famous and riveting moments that virtually everyone has when they play is kicking down a ladder after crossing a bridge. There's a dragon involved in this scenario, and yet the ladder stands out more. How can an open world facilitate that kind of thing? Well, this is why the game can't be played more than once to full effect. Elden Ring expertly uses funneling systems with connections between zones and boss fights, and returning to dungeons having one main entrance to still provide these singular experiences. And in the case that there is an alternative path or route, that also has been made to be an equally powerful moment. Just like Hollow Knight could use its many entrances and exits to some areas effectively, but still differently, depending on the path you ended up taking. Whether you climb the cave route between Liurnia and Altus, or gather the two halves of the Grand Lift Medallion and have that as your welcome, you are having a memorable part of your journey that will sit as a milestone. There's even a third, weirder way to get here too. A game about revelations and information like this, how the world works and looks and fits together, cannot be done twice. Dark Souls is like this with its clicking together of the world and how you make a map of it in your head as you're on your adventure. Bloodborne has this a bit too, but also has a point where the curtain is peeled back and you're shown things that were there all along and just couldn't see.
I'm a witcher.
Consider that, for Elden Ring, some of your favorite moments on your first playthrough may end up being tedious your second or third time. The wonderment you felt while the elevator ride took 5 times longer than you expected may turn to impatience and boredom when you return to Siofra River. Replay value isn't the most important metric to judge a game for me. I don't know how most people feel about it, but I think there's some consensus that the first playthrough of a game is the most important one. In From's other games, replayability came from doing different builds and the fun of fighting the bosses again, which could be a test of skill that you can repeat or enjoy the expression of mastery. Even in Sekiro, which is arguably the least replayable of the set of games due to it only having one weapon type, you can enjoy struggling on boss fights multiple times and then enjoy feeling like a god when they become effortless. Not that I've ever had that, because I'm not very good at Sekiro. Some of this applies to Elden Ring, but because of how the content is distributed, I'd argue that in many ways this game is the least replayable in the series, despite having the most possible build diversity. It's like the opposite direction of Sekiro. There they double down on combat complexity with one honed moveset, with additional complementary choices and a guided difficulty curve, whereas in Elden Ring you can do dozens of things for fights and tackle so much of it in any order. In that respect, the game is very, undeniably replayable. In every other respect, it's time to get negative. My 5 big Shibiri gripes with Elden Ring, in ascending order of importance, are poor exploration rewards, boring shrine dungeons, recycled content, level balancing, and From's new boss design philosophy, aka combat changes. As always with the big game critiques, this is going to be difficult to clearly go through as many of these issues are connected, sometimes in surprising, unexpected ways. That's Elden Ring for you. Each of the 5 things on this list is a problem that is much worse when you play the game again. When you don't know what you're going to get from a side dungeon, both from the content you fight through and the reward at the end, it's easy to happily cycle through it and not mind as much. There's also the fun of discovering one of these places which aren't usually broadcast to you. There are some markers and hints to help you find catacombs and caves, but many of them are found by ramming yourself into the crevices of the map and seeing a doorway. While the content and combat is fresh, you may also not mind as much that these are on the simple side, or you may not have the knowledge that the rooms, enemies, and bosses you find in these are elements of the game you are going to be seeing again and again and again. The first ulcerated tree spirit you fight, whether as a secret in Stormvale Castle or in the Stone Sword dungeon off the tutorial area, can be an enjoyable boss encounter, especially if it's acting as the conclusion of a dungeon you just struggled through, but there are at least 10 more of these in the game to fight, just like the initially mysterious tree guardians in the world outside. You're going to be fighting this boss a lot until it's not a boss anymore. So the script writing gods have decided this is the first of 5 we're sinking into then. Recycled content is present in all of From's games. In fact, they usually use it quite well, especially in the finale areas where you return to another piece of one of the early zones to explore it with newly powered up versions of early enemies, showing you that while stats and power levels can matter, movesets and dealing with them are the true test of dominating opponents. It's also common that early bosses will return later in the game as regular encounters, both to show you how far you've come in capability as a player, but also because late game enemies with their more complex fight mechanics fit quite well as an easy to implement early boss. This issue is specific to Elden Ring in that not every choice for an early boss was a good one, and that some of the bigger fights also come back in a way that ruins the event level status of the first time. The Taurus and Capra demons don't have this issue for a few reasons. Their more understated, unexpected boss fights in that game aren't the most bombastic enemies in Dark Souls 1, and also feel like monsters that wandered up through the world from late game areas. Imagine if you fought multiple gaping dragons or multiple quelags, and I think the point is made. There's a difference here between the big, wow, this sure is an event bosses, and the others. Consider that of the first 3 zones, Limgrave, including the Weeping Peninsula, Liurnia, and Caelid, that there are only 2 unique boss fights, Renala in the Academy and Radahn on the coast of Caelid. Margit comes back twice later, and even Godric, which is my favorite boss in the game, is repeated casually in an Everjail somewhere in the Altus Plateau. There are about 80 bosses spread over these 3 zones, and only 2 remain unique. For the total game, that number comes in over 150, and maybe close to 200 if you consider that some encounters with enemies without title health bars could still be a boss. The total unique fights among these is around 10, depending on if you think stuff like the Grail Mercy Kill is a unique encounter. Not all reuse is bad, of course, and some bosses also come back later with an enhanced moveset or a different soft phase change, so the amount of unique boss content is a little tricky to gauge, but still on the low side considering the size of the game, in my opinion. This doesn't bother me that much, and in some cases I even like it because enemies like the Crucible Knights are fun to duel against, but there is a distinct lack of event-level encounters in the game as a whole, and the recycling doesn't stop there. In fact, it transcends both the enemies and the limits of this game. An odd thing I love about Elden Ring is how artificial the world feels in a deliberate way, not in a it's obvious this is a game way. The lands between feel like a ring world, like the type from Halo. At the edges of many cliffs, you can see that the natural stone is being worn away to reveal ruins underneath. Couple this with the revelation of the eternal cities and deeper ruins in the underworld, and you get the impression that these constructs are the actual, real base of this place, and all of the natural land is like a growth on top of it that can be worn away in parts. I don't know if that's the intent, but that's how it felt to me. The contemporary settlements we visit in this game are built on artificial land over the top of older ruins that are stacked on even older ruins, as if there's a constructed engine and support palaces with stonework struts through the entire world. It's ruins all the way down. This actually fits quite well with the other impression I get from Elden Ring and how it relates to other From games. This is like Dark Souls Afterlife. Whereas Dark Souls 3 ended with an entropic big crunch and grinding to ash, Elden Ring is like another Big Bang version of this universe, and is where all the entities you have slain ended up after you played those games, and some of them have gone through some sort of corrupted evolution. I'm sorry if any of you have been annoyed that I keep calling this back to Dark Souls when it's not in the name of the game, but the identity of that series runs deep in Elden Ring, not just in tone and themes, but also in actual content. Many weapons and animations and enemies are reused, and some weren't even reskinned from those games. For some that were, it took me too long to realize the Tree Guardians are Asylum demons and that the little gargoyles in the catacombs are the small hat ambushers from Dark Souls 3. I'm not saying that this is a bad thing in every case, or that these games are chronologically linked and actually exist in the same universe, although that could possibly be the case I guess, only that they share much of the same DNA. The unceremonious placement of the shrine dungeons feeds off this artificial feeling of the world. Then you get inside and that all melts away. The same enemies over and over, the same rooms over and over, the same elevator shafts to the point that they have the same pattern of ledges to awkwardly jump down, and a huge variance on what kind of boss you're going to get. I don't think this feature is finished, and I suspect they were meant to be randomized like Chalice dungeons, which is what they feel like right now, only worse. Chalice dungeons are a feature in Bloodborne that allowed you to use materials to spawn a procedurally generated dungeon with a boss, a locked door, a switch somewhere that opens it, a neat little bundle of rooms, sometimes even with shortcuts, and a helping of different enemy types. I liked this feature, but I didn't love it because it wasn't developed enough. It would have still been better to do this again for Elden Ring than what we got, since there is somehow more repetition in most of these caves and catacombs than what a generator could do. And that is so very true when it comes to the enemies found in these things and the layout for most caves. There are some of these that are fun, the tricky fake loop catacombs and some of the more open cave systems especially. These feel like what they were all meant to be, but they didn't have time to flesh it out, or most tragically, maybe most of these were randomly generated and they set these in stone because of loading issues or due to time constraints, and they just didn't randomize the enemy types enough. This hurts replayability more than anything because now you know which ones are boring, which is most of them, and so a huge swath of content that you chewed somewhat contentedly through your first time is now gone, forever. Randomizing this, especially with enemy types and traps, would have gone a long way here. I hope this demonstrates well the different types of recycling and how it can be used. It's a bit difficult to wrap your mind around that not all good content makes good recycled content, and not all bad content is bad when reused. A game full of randomized dungeons would likely be disappointing, but as a side distraction that you can literally roll the dice on what you get, while also providing a fun and always guaranteed to be new dungeon with the great combat base of the game, is something that appeals to me. That's why I liked the Chalice dungeons. Meanwhile, the best bosses in the series would be greatly diminished by coming back later because it dilutes the first experience. A rematch in a menu is great and should always be included in these games, but when it's the same fight serving as the climax of another area, again, it makes both the current rematch and the first round take a hit in quality. The ulcerated tree beast is no longer a cool encounter that topped a place off with a memorable fight, it's now a routine. And the absolute best example of this, which I hope will resonate with most of you watching, are the open world dragon fights. This encounter with the dragon in the swamp was one of the most amazing moments I had in the first few hours with the game. This felt like something out of a movie. I was a knight on a steed galloping through the fire and the flames to get at the huge monster and stab it in the face. There was a great back and forth of taking a hit, returning a hit, getting knocked off my horse, then calling it again to ride back into battle in a way that made a dragon flying away feel awesome instead of tedious. From has always had this issue with dragon fights. Their aerial attacks become boring because of how limited your mobility is in comparison to them, and here's Elden Ring telling you, nope, go get him, Tiger. The boss was amazing and is in my top 5 bosses of all time for the experience it provided, is what I would like to be able to say. Because the game ruined this by making me fight what feels like dozens of these, just over and over with the same dragon fight that was always identical except for the element of its breath attack. Which meant I understandably gained familiarity with how it worked, learned the exploits of its AI like you have to do with all of the giant enemies that don't fit on the screen in these games, and just like that, these were boring. And so the first fight retroactively became boring as well. The later larger dragons they introduce and then spam you with in Crumbling Far Missoula were even worse. It feels like you're meant to attack their heads because their body takes less damage, but they move so erratically that I couldn't do that reliably like I could with Midir, so this became an awkward foot stomping contest while I rolled when I thought I needed to because of attacks I couldn't see. This is a trend with the giants as well, and most annoyingly, the fights against Radahn and the final boss of Elden Ring. It's amazing how the game would be improved by removing a bunch of dragons. They wouldn't even have to be replaced with anything either. Take something out and it's a better experience. Cool thought. How long are my Witcher videos again? Outside of bosses, there are also repeating patterns found in the world. While encampments are remarkably similar to each other, they are passable to me for the enemy variety they have, as do the roaming giant pulled carriages, that I was so certain would have one become a huge mimic at some point, but it sadly never happened. The ruins are the worst offenders here, with the same type of buildings, arrangement, hidden chests, and descending stairs to a treasure chest or fight, and then a treasure chest. You can easily see how much of the world is devoted to these same repeating pockets of content, like the Everjails and churches, and while it's not offensively bad or anything, it does show signs that the world outgrew the ambitions that formed it. The Ghost Mariners and Deathbirds are also good examples of encounters that are awesome surprises you can stumble on your first time that don't feel special anymore after you find more of them over and over and over. But that's not to say that the world is devoid of special moments, it's just that much of these stick out because of repeated exposure. In Altus you can hear someone crying, follow the sound to a monster type you've likely never seen before, and there's no acknowledgement or reward or anything, just a memorable encounter that works wonderfully because of how weird it is. You can find a hidden village in the south of Liurnia, wonder about what happened here, then hit a suspicious pot and get half a medallion piece for some purpose you won't understand for 50 plus hours if you're taking your time. You can see a group of zombies on the coast of the Weeping Peninsula moving as a herd toward the tide, and spot the shipwrecks on the horizon that they are being called back to. The world has many moments like this, but that doesn't mean it's untarnished by the typical open world copy and paste technique of filling in an otherwise empty landscape. This reuse and recycling is also why many players who finish the game are saying it's too big. You can happily go through all the games in the series and not feel that way, and yet this one on its own can start to drag toward the end. Personally, I felt that in the final 2 areas, but not in the final legacy dungeons, which illustrates pretty clearly that it's a problem born out of repetition. The side dungeons became fewer and farther between, but also weren't evolving enough and doing new things, and the enemy variety tanks after the capital section with only 2 brand new enemies I think that are also similar to others you've seen already. The snowy mountains before the fire giant show this best with enemies from Caelid being spammed all over it, which is another reuse that cheapens both instances of them, especially from a series that is known for its excellent enemy variety. These felt unique to Caelid for a reason that I think is really clear because they match the desolation of that area, but here they are again in a zone and arrangement just to fill it up that I suspect most players will feel and just ride on through. Like removing the dragons, I genuinely think this stretch of mountain would have been better with no enemies at all. One repeated idea I did like, however, which I think many will disagree with, were the chariot dungeons. I don't know why, but I kinda like these run and fight gauntlets. They weren't perfect, but they were different enough from the rest of the game, spread out quite well through the world, and still firmly on the optional side of things that I enjoyed them, for some reason. This isn't just about novelty, however, since the hide-and-seek puzzles with the mage towers were awful, and I do not understand how a developer as experienced as From thought these were good enough for their most anticipated game of all time. It's perhaps the stupidest and most blatant filler in the game that just wastes all the space on the map and for many builds offers a useless upgrade on top of it. Which brings us nicely to another point on the list, disappointing rewards. With great build diversity comes great build possibilities. In its world to find, Elden Ring has a staggering amount of spells, weapons, healing upgrades, spells, shields, spells, talismans, spells, armor, consumables, upgrade materials, spells, and spells. There are weapon arts too, also known as spells. In theory, placing the majority of these around the world to find should be a good thing since they're practical, tangible rewards, but in practice, it means that every player is going to get sweet fucking nothing from most shrine dungeons, stone sword rooms, and even some of the legacy loot chests. The most disheartening moment for me was in my beloved underground stretch when I fought through a quick gauntlet in Noxtella for the big prize to be a talisman that increases spell slots for my guy who never used a single speck of magic ever. Like investing into crypto, this is simply a numbers game in which everyone loses. The scarlet brain rot that some people have contracted about build mandates in this game is something we'll speak about in the combat section, but for now, I just want to make it clear that even a theoretical perfect player who is somehow using both a slow weapon and a fast weapon with a shield and a seal or staff, like some psychopath who loves Randy so much they want to fill up every hand slot, is still going to find the overwhelming majority of these rewards to not apply to what they're doing. You can't upgrade that many weapons or shields, most talismans simply aren't that broadly applicable, and the different schools of casting require different loadouts and stat investments. And this is all before you get into the idea of committing to a type of build that appeals to you, which is what almost everyone does when they play these games. Most of this shit is a waste of time. This really diminishes the excitement of completing a dungeon after you knock out your first few, especially with the relentless stuffing of the new Ash Catch-em-all spirit Pokemon summons down your throat. It's even worse on your later playthroughs when you will now plan which dungeons are worth hitting up, like a formal strategy of which aisles you're walking down in the grocery store to get the good stuff and skip the bad as quickly as possible. This compounds with the poor nature of the shrine dungeons and, most unfortunately, Elden Ring's introduction of a horse. See, it's not just more formal loot chests and side areas that suffer here, it's also pretty much every single enemy in the open world too. While the sanctity of the Dark Souls experience may persevere in the legacy areas, The same is not true for the open world. You are flush with checkpoint grace bonfires everywhere and pumped full of fresh Crimson Estus charges from Korok beetles and refills for full clearing groups. The intent here is wonderful. Forcing players to go back to a checkpoint for more sustain would be clunky and boring when you're allowed to wander so freely, and so the usual check of mistakes versus improvement isn't necessary from the healing system here. You can also blissfully loot things while on horseback, and I hope whoever pushed for that at From gets a statue in the lobby of themselves on horseback, picking up their crown. But the most crucial things to find in the open world are almost always in churches and Erdtree saplings, healing charges, and healing power upgrades from the tiers. The amount of rune souls you get from normal enemies throughout most of the game is a pittance and simply not worth the effort. Rare drops from these enemies really are rare and also require you to break some sort of rule and look up loot tables if you want something in particular, which I did for a shield test I wanted to perform after my 3 runs and spent over an hour killing the same guys until it dropped. The end result is that you start to ride past a lot of enemies in the world, which can bleed into a habit for running past enemies in the dungeons as well. You stop respecting the content. You could also start doing this in the previous games, but while this may just be an odd moment of hypocritical gameplay on my part, I find it a lot easier to justify exploring most of the levels in the past games because much of it is usually on the way already. And if you are intent on sprinting through content, there's a hell of a lot less you need to rush through. For some instances where I do skip, like the loop back around in Undeadburg for the crossbow, or something like the 3 tree demon monster things in the Dark Souls 3 swamp, I'm not cutting much content out, and in the inverse event that these are something that I need, they're also not that far out of the way either from the path I need to take anyway. In my opinion, the game needed more universal rewards to populate the world that could have been bundled in with the ones already in the game, especially for the shrine dungeons. These are fairly easy to suggest, so I'll just list them off. Permanent passive stat increases, which also help promote players trying some complementary build stuff like adding a spell or trialing a weapon they may otherwise not have been able to use. This would require a few balance tweaks for power in the world progression, of course, but that's already a huge issue that we'll be getting to momentarily. Clothing sets and cosmetics. Players like getting these, and I don't understand why the game is so stingy with armor in particular, and then dumps an entire set on you all at once here and there. Add a room in the round table hold with a bunch of mannequins that are automatically set to wear each set of armor you find, and you have yourself a hook baited for completionists to be excited about. People show off collections, can have more options to wear them too, and it's relatively easy to implement. Talisman and armor upgrade materials. This is another no-brainer, although if for some reason From doesn't want players upgrading armor anymore, they can just stick to talismans. The game kinda has this already with finding better versions of some talismans, but they're few and far between. Finding a talisman that your build doesn't want could be made exciting if every talisman came with some upgrade material so you still get to increase the power, incrementally of course, of one you are using. Horse upgrades. Torrent is a core part of the game and sorely neglected. Not only does his dash desperately need some iframes to smooth out mounted combat, he could also have some armor to increase, some health or passive regen from a separate talisman type system for the horse, and some stamina stuff too. Some Bloodborne style weapon gems or a new enchant system for armor would also work. This one is pretty self-explanatory, so I won't waste our time getting into it. And just to be clear, doing all of these would be overkill, but just like when I play Hunt Showdown, I'm just shotgunning to make a point. These suggestions also only work for improving your first playthrough and would actually make the game worse on later ones if it means that much of the shrine content becomes mandatory for progression power, so this would have to be coupled with some improvements and or randomization to that content. A built-in randomizer would be wonderful actually as another way to keep things fresh. Remember that rewards in these games are kind of like the activity you're doing on an outing with friends. Hanging out with the people you like the most in the world is the real fun you're having, but the thing you are doing, whether that's a good movie or a great restaurant, can only add to the experience. The combat and gameplay is the main part, and the reward elevates it. It's still important. Also, I realize that rune souls are already the universal reward, but they're an ever-present part of the game and don't feel special enough for a dungeon's ending, and you can also level yourself out of range of the quantities that drop from zones and the side bosses within them, whereas these alternative ideas would always be worthwhile. There's the danger here in making side content too appealing, however, and prompting the player to do so much of it that they overpower themselves for the rest of the game. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately for the sake of these proposed additions, this problem has already infected the game, and I contracted this hard, and for once, I don't think it was my fault. Elden Ring is open world and therefore should allow you the freedom to go anywhere you want, but in reality it naturally keeps you in earlier zones without feeling like it's restraining you.
These areas are large enough that you can explore and follow your wanderlust, drawn to whatever tickles your fancy. I did some poking around in Limgrave, beat some side bosses, and then found the mountain route around Stormvale Castle to Liurnia before beating Margit. I did a small survey of the zone, found a new sword, and then went back to kill him. I also saw a bit of Caelid before this as well, but I didn't engage with the content. By the time I was finished with Stormvale Castle and killed Godric, I was level 32 and had a +2 somber weapon. I felt about right on in terms of power level. After this, considering where this led, I did what felt natural, which was committing to a proper exploration of Liurnia. I finished the Academy dungeon there and some, but far from all, of the side content in the zone. I stumbled upon Siofra River next when I returned to Limgrave, and only after finishing that did I realize that what you're actually meant to do at the beginning of the game was book it south to the Weeping Peninsula. When I went there on this run, I was an unstoppable god that never died and killed bosses in only a few hits. I had ruined the feeling of progressing properly through this zone, which made finding all of the plentiful healing upgrades here feel very odd. And while I wish I could say that's where this sad story of poor level balancing ended, it kept going for the next 20 hours or so. It was so bizarre that after all of this, that Caelid was a walk in the park too. Aside from Dragon Barrow, of course, where I still went and killed Blackblade Kindred because I found him to be a fun fight. Godskin Apostle was another great fight here that I thought was meant to be the introduction of the Legacy Dungeon in the zone when Castle Redmane ended up being a dead end. After this, I went back to mop up what parts of Liurnia I had missed, found the next part of the Underground, climbed up to Altus, and kept explosively tearing my way through content like Superman trying to open a bag of chips. If it wasn't for the dramatic spike in difficulty that occurs after finishing the capital, this would be my #1 problem with the game. I deliberately tried to go where I think the game wants you to on my second and third runs, and I can confidently say that while the balance still needs tweaking, it's a lot more fun when you don't feel like you've accidentally turned on cheat mode. But I also have to add that I skipped a lot of content in those runs, so the balance still needs a lot of work, clearly. I was still feeling pretty powerful before I got into the last third of the game. My suggestions for this problem are extreme, but honestly, I don't know what else I can say. It's a fundamental problem with open world progression that no one has done properly yet. I think Skyrim is a big culprit here because it did level scaling so poorly that now other devs seem afraid to do it out of association, maybe, but an optional toggle in the menu or in Roundtable Hold to make areas scale up a little to around a few levels below you so you can still feel stronger while having some friction in fights isn't the worst idea. Scaling things down isn't necessary, I think, so you can still find areas that you're not supposed to go to yet and can challenge yourself or come back later. But when I'm incentivized, and more importantly, excited to explore so much, and then punished for it by outpacing so much content, I can't help but think that something has gone horribly wrong. This issue is so bad that I also wouldn't refuse a recommended level marker on the map, or grace points, or even boss fog doors. The game is clearly meant to be hard, and that cuts both ways. Sometimes you can throw yourself at something thinking this is the intended experience, since it's difficult. That's what these games are, right? And other times you don't know that you're overpowering yourself above areas you found but haven't pushed into exploring yet. The strength of the combat in the series kind of works against the format here in a way that I otherwise love. You are capable of killing pretty much anything at the beginning of the game and aren't blocked from zones until you level up enough. It does help, and you can hit some walls if you don't feel like bashing your head against it, but it's not outright impossible like it is in some other open world games, except for maybe a couple of fights that require some very specific strategies. Most open world games don't have good combat, and maybe it's for this reason. The level limitation is so important that it grows to define the combat so much that it naturally erodes any skill-based intentions that the developers may have had when they originally started making the game. Elden Ring may have opened Pandora's box here by breaking this trend, since now every open world game's combat is going to be compared to it. If they could do good combat in an open world, why can't you? Literally any other developer out there. It's not fair, but that's an issue for future Joe. Anyway, this freedom also means that you can destroy level progression through the areas because the game allows you to, which I say is a failing on From's part to account for this possibility with either signposting level ranges or enemy scaling, or a better idea that exists that I can't think of because I'm not a genius game designer working at From Software, and I never will be. Which brings us to the final topic of this video and the biggest issue on my list, that I don't work for From Software. No, combat changes that were made. I saved the worst for last, just like the game does. Let's open this up with a question. There is obviously a right way to play games like this, in terms of build decisions, playstyles, and fighting strategies.
These games are always built around this singular intended experience, and if you deviate from that type, then you are playing the game wrong, and your time with it is invalidated. My question to you is, what playstyle is that? Your answer will say a lot about how you approach these games. You may also be wrong, because there is an objectively correct take here. If you've been watching how I play in the majority of my footage, then you may already know what that answer is, and yes, this paragraph of the script I'm reading aloud right now is here just so the question has time to simmer before I reveal that answer. You're looking great, by the way. Been a while, I know. Say hi to your mother for me. The answer is a melee build with no spells. No, it's whatever you have fun with. Whatever that means to you can change the game drastically, and how you kill the boss may feel like an entirely different game than the one someone else played, but as long as you're having fun, who cares? This also extends to pretty much every single game out there, by the way. If you play with cheats and you have fun, then you had fun. You're playing the game, you're having fun. Who gives a shit? I don't understand why everyone is so fucking wrapped up in this debate and shit when it has such an obvious answer. If you're having fun, you're playing the game right. That doesn't mean we have all comparative experiences, but like, holy shit guys, can we just move past this? Anyway, my approach to these games is from 3 simple rules. I must kill the boss myself. If I am dealing damage, I must also be risking receiving damage, although I fudge that a little bit here and there, and I don't use anything non-renewable during fights, unless strictly necessary. I may do other runs later that don't abide by these, but this is how I like to do my first playthrough so I can dig into fights and have a pleasant struggle learning mechanics and then overcoming them. If you are on the opposite end of my method and enjoy destroying bosses by using every trick and ability available to you, safely casting magic, tailoring your gear to maximize defenses and exploit the boss's weaknesses, and summoning a friend or using an ash spirit, then if that's fun to you, then that's great. Your playstyle is valid, and your boss kill is valid. It's just that we're playing entirely different games at that point and don't share much in common to compare experiences. We're like 2 people that went to the gym and did different workouts. We can tell each other how we feel as we leave, but because we did totally different things, we can't compare them fairly. But we don't have to. The open world and these build and playstyle choices are Elden Ring's way of providing difficulty options, accessibility methods, and also more fun ways to play for different people. And there's some beauty here in that some builds that some people find easy are ones that other people find difficult, so it's not always the same thing, although in general there are some easier methods than others. The Dark Souls games have always had this to some extent, with kindling bonfires in Dark Souls 1 being one of the best difficulty selection methods of all time, because it's so easy to understand, so easy to use, and the base level is still a good amount of difficulty, and at the top level, it's not exactly a pushover either with that much healing. It's a great way of doing things, and for that reason I don't understand why these games are the ones that the difficulty in gaming discussion orbits around when they do have easy modes already. They do! I don't get it, sorry, I'm going off script. My playstyle is not the best one, but it is the best for me. Elden Ring is simultaneously the most difficult and the easiest game FromSoft has made because of this. It is easier to collect fighting options than ever, easier to get a summon to help than ever, easier to grind out levels for power than ever, and even not feel like you're grinding that much at all while doing so because there's just so much side content to do. You can still fight bosses at level 1 naked with your bare fists if you like, and the range of difficulty that starts around there all the way up to using everything you can possibly cram onto your character is a great thing. Not perfect, of course, but great. Pretty much everyone does this naturally as they play these games. Either they understand them enough to go for a type of challenge mode or easy mode, or they like the idea of role-playing a type of character and stick within the bounds of what that character would be capable of. The starting classes are proof of this, and also a great way to get into this mindset. There can still be some problems here with difficulty on your first time through not being set right for some playstyles, either too easy or too hard, but that's another problem made worse from open world level balancing and might actually be outright impossible to solve effectively in a game with this much freedom. Some responsibility is always going to be on the player to do this right, and not always on the game developer, but hey, From's guilty here too. So then why is my biggest issue with the game related to this? Well, simply put, Elden Ring made me feel like I was playing the game wrong, and that my playstyle and choices that I used for all the other games in this series were no longer valid. Let's do a big rewind back through the whole series. Firstly though, I want to quickly justify lumping these games together because Sekiro is obviously quite different from the others, and Elden Ring is too. Souls-like is a weird word, and it isn't exactly one I'm fond of because it's semantically awkward, but it's stuck and become a standardized term. Some people argue against it because they don't realize that it's made up of 2 equally important parts. They just see the souls and not the like. Like doesn't mean identical. It's also not clone either. It means just that. The games are alike. They share enough similarities that they can be comfortably grouped in proximity with each other as a subgenre. The use of difficulty, bonfire-type checkpoints, high-commitment attacks, some sort of Estus Flask that refreshes on death, bloodstains, stamina systems, atmosphere, fog doors, themes, even the scale of the world and how the camera feels to operate while playing. There are so many other elements too that could be thrown in here, but the basic gist is that if you have enough of these, but not all, then you can say the game is a Souls-like, just in the same way that you can say Fallout 4 and Doom Eternal are both first-person shooters, obviously, but they are incredibly different games. If these games were in a genre that were just emerging right now, like if we were in an alternative timeline where first-person shooters were only just being made, then I guarantee you that these two would be having the same kind of discussions that we have right now about Souls-like. These aren't comparable, we can't put these in the same thing, and yeah, I get it, but, you know, genres are dumb and they're just there for classifications, we just need to move on. So many off-script moments in this one, Streamer Joe's coming through. Again, Sekiro is the clear outlier here and the closest of these from breaking away from the realm of Souls-likes, but it's easy to forget that Dark Souls 2, Bloodborne, and Demon Souls are also very different because of their healing systems. The way that healing works in games is one of the most important things for dictating how the game can function in terms of not just difficulty, but also constructing gameplay. I've said this a few times in past videos already, so I'll be quick. Well, you know, for me. Your health bar in any game is the amount of mistakes you are allowed to make before you have to retry. If the game is generous with checkpoints and has very short challenges, then those mistakes might be limited to 1, like in Celeste. If your game has a healing system, then this changes the health bar to being short-term mistakes, and your healing is the system that refills them, long-term mistakes. So if you have virtually unlimited healing that can be applied instantly with no downside, like in Breath of the Wild, then the only way to lose is by making too many short-term mistakes without realizing that you need to heal or choosing to not engage with the healing system. Other games that have automatically regenerating health encourage switching between different modes. Go offensive and risk taking damage, and then play evasively and defensively for a bit until your short-term mistakes meter fills up again and you can jump back into the fray. This can actually be a very thrilling system if done properly, but it isn't in Call of Duty, and that both states of play are developed enough to feel like you're having fun whether you are attacking or evading. Games like Hollow Knight combine both in that you need to be successful while offensive to earn the capability to try to pick a moment to heal. Then there are games like Dark Souls which instead drain the potential mistakes you can make from your health bar and bottle them instead. If your HP is 4 or 5 mistakes, then your flask may have 20 to 30, depending on the balancing. The trick is that you have to keep track of this and, similar to Hollow Knight, pick the correct moment to heal, so it's not completely mindless. It's easy to understand how important this is if you imagine all of these allowed mistakes were given to you all at once. You wouldn't need to keep track of your health anymore because you could easily go into a frenzy on bosses and kill them before they could kill you. Bosses usually don't have a healing system because they are already in this mode. You have to exploit all the mistakes they are allowed to make through their big health bars. This system is fantastic for difficult boss encounters and enemy gauntlets through levels, since it means you can die very quickly if you're not playing well enough in a short window, but also isn't crushingly difficult if you do make a mistake here and there in a longer window of time. However, the healing found in this system is finite, under most conditions. If you get a message rated up or get lucky after killing a monster, you have a chance to get some healing back, but it's so rare that I'm going to dismiss it. The finite nature of the healing, coupled with the game's intent for high difficulty, so you feel like you've accomplished something by beating it, means that damage has to be avoidable for the game to function, fairly, or at all in my opinion. All damage has to be predictable and preventable. None of this has changed since my first video, and the challenge of the game is learning the ways you can predict enemy attacks and then get yourself out of harm's way while dealing damage back when you can. Dark Souls 2, Bloodborne, and Demon Souls aren't like this. They have effectively unlimited sources of healing through life gems, healing grass, and blood vials, which drop from enemies as you kill them. Bloodborne is technically the closest here because healing is more restricted in boss fights since you can't get more blood vials to drop while you're in them, but the regain recovery option to hit the boss back after taking damage in a vampiric vengeance is quite a potent way to stay alive on many fights. So it's Dark Souls 1, 3, and Elden Ring that stay the closest to this limited system through flask healing. Yes, there are some other ways to heal with humanity, embers, equipment, and spells, but these either also use limited resources or are unreasonably time-consuming to gather, or are so slow, like the life regen rings, that I find it easy to ignore them. If you disagree, then you can disregard this whole bit on healing if you like. Elden Ring's biggest problem is that it has this healing system, but has many fights with attacks that are unreactable and sources of damage that are unavoidable. For most of these, you still can prevent and predict damage, but they require such tedious, drawn-out tactics that I do not consider it reasonable. Or they require specific build choices, or even changing your build entirely for a part of the fight to be something you can safely deal with. Even still, with all of this build changing in mind, there are a couple instances of attacks in this game being unavoidable damage and guilty of unfairly sapping some of your healing power. And the reason I think Elden Ring does this, the culprit here that is guilty of this truly heinous crime, is my favorite game in this list, Sekiro. This is all Sekiro's fault. Let's rewind again. Attacks in these games come in two types, melee and ranged. Spells that create damage zones on the floor I am including in the ranged category, although they're fairly rare. These categories can be combined because they follow the same two potential flavors in how they can be constructed. The first is a straightforward attack that you can sight read. These are the bread and butter of Souls-like attacks. Sight reading means that you can see the enemy is preparing for a swing and then dodge it when the attack starts to come at you. Think the most simple type of sword swings and projectiles that slowly come toward you, and you can time your response to when they get to you with a roll or a block or just moving out of the way, whatever you need to do. The second type are delayed snap attacks that you have to feel out the timing on. These are trickier to explain, but you know what these are if you've played the game. The boss charges up a laser beam, and if you dodge it when the beam appears, you're too late. You just got hit. You need to dodge right before it by learning the timing from when you saw this attack a few times before this, and then repeat that test. Melee attacks can also be like this, with the enemy entering a stance which, after a set amount of time, releases like a loaded spring into an attack so fast that it's not reactable. You have to know the timing and dodge preemptively. The Watchdogs are a perfect example of this. With no exceptions that I can think of right now, every attack in these games is one of these two types, and an absurd amount of variety and different timings and twists are added on top of them. Even ground-based AoE attacks can either show up with a telegraph that you respond to, or have a visual or audio telegraph that you learn the timing on and then dodge. Even Dark Souls 1 had this stuff with the scythe spike on Nito that you can sometimes run dodge, but it's better to roll it at a certain point in the scream telegraph that you learn is the best time to press dodge. Added on top of these two flavors are things like tracking attacks to ensure that you learn the timing instead of just strafe around the boss, short and long combos with a mixture of straightforward and delayed attacks so you can never be sure what you're going to get and have to learn the whole combo, things like breath attacks which you can't roll or block and have to run around but can still either be sight readable or require a timing test from when you see the beginning of the animation, grab attacks, which are some of the worst in these games that still obey these rules, kind of, but the air in front of the enemy model becomes the attack instead of their arms or a weapon. Please stop making these from. Attacks that end in an explosion or a quick follow-up after trail, meaning that your dodge has to be precisely timed to avoid both stages of the attack, or you need to dodge immediately again afterward. And while this list isn't exactly exhaustive, lastly we have a long assortment of very flashy moves involving charging up weapons and jumping in the air and the like, which are focusing on being visually impressive. This is the type Dark Souls 3 went hard into with teleports, spell effects, long jumps, and so on, all to dazzle you into thinking it's a different type of attack, which works for the most part, I think. Back in 2015, I said in my very first video on Dark Souls 1 that the combat in that game is deeply engaging and complex enough to feel rewarding. I still stand by that statement, but playing more games like this as they've come out has made me realize I didn't understand what I was truly enjoying in that game. The moveset on the player is quite limited, and it was the game's enemy and encounter variety that I was appreciating more in terms of depth. In terms of game feel, however, Dark Souls 1 is still excellent. From has done it better since, but it's easy to forget that the grounded melee combat with the cool stamina system in that game was unusual because it felt good. Most melee combat before that didn't, and many games still don't feel as good today. Playing Bloodborne and Nioh made me understand that Dark Souls 1's success was mostly in its complexity on the enemy side. The problem that stems from this then, as can be seen in the types of attacks we just went through, is that this is quite a limited source for that complexity to continue with fresh variety over the course of many games in a whole new series. And so, quite naturally, FromSoft entered an arms race against itself. A literal arms race really, because it's mostly been about how fast they can make the arms move for these enemy attacks. Dark Souls 1 and 2 allow you to dodge roll, block, and physically move out of the way of some effects. That's all you can do, and in general, players who choose to block won't be doing much dodging, and those who typically choose to dodge won't be doing any blocking, period. This lack of response variety isn't exactly fertile ground for creating varied enemy encounters, but the gameplay was fresh enough that it worked for Dark Souls 1. In the sequel, we're already seeing some issues, although that's far from the only problem in Dark Souls 2, but let's leave the poor kid alone, it's suffered enough. Bloodborne is interesting because it commits to just one reaction, dodging. Because of that, and the addition of the regain system, fights were much faster and more aggressive. Dodging now took less stamina and had less commitment, allowing you to attack faster and more often. The game also doubled down on offensive options, with trick weapons having 2 modes, with most providing large sweeps or the capability to zone enemies away from you. And equipment's weight is now irrelevant, so you can move more freely than ever. So instead of blocking or rolling, you were dash stepping, weaving hits, healing quickly, and controlling how close enemies could get to you with sweeping attacks. Knowing that every player had most of the power in this kind of loadout, unless they were specifically bucking the system for added challenge, meant that encounters could be comfortably designed with it in mind. Parrying is also always present as a more risk-reward version of countering some attacks instead of dodging them. And it works. Bloodborne is fantastic. Dark Souls 3 was a return to more build variety, but the influence of Bloodborne never went away. Some players like to say that Dark Souls 3 has Bloodborne bosses, but with a Dark Souls moveset for the player. There is some truth to this, but if you agree with that wholeheartedly, I encourage you to go back and play Dark Souls 1 for a bit, and then jump over to Dark Souls 3 right after. I think you'll be surprised how much faster you can move and how much better it is to dodge roll and how much better movement feels in general. Enemies have been powered up in Dark Souls 3, but so have you. Even saying that, by the end of the game you are being pressed up against the weight of From's design limitations with a system that is either roll or block for defense again. The game receives some love with weapon arts, sort of like another trick weapon system for alternative movesets, which increases offensive options, but these are quite varied and hard to balance around, so on the reaction side of things we're still at the Dark Souls 1 level. I don't want to come across as hating on Dark Souls 3 here because I like it a lot and think it particularly has a great spread of boss fights if you include the DLC. Despite the harsh limitations on what kind of responses they could build encounters around, they did a pretty good job while maintaining a high level of spectacle, mostly fair difficulty, and 2 fights against duos which are the pinnacle of the series, Double Demons and Sister Phase 2. Learning how to roll and punish these attack patterns is an enjoyable time, and remember blocking has that same kind of learning process too, since you need to learn when you can safely release your guard state to regain stamina between hits. Nameless King especially stands out as a fight that isn't crushingly challenging to me anymore, but isn't too easy either, all the while having entirely fair combos and a mix of sight-readable and delayed attacks. Looks cool too. That's the progression we've had from Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, and Bloodborne, but then my boy Sekiro shows up and ruins everything. On the offense side, you only have one weapon, but that moveset has a whole tree of different weapon arts to learn. Charge moves that you can use out of dodging and running, and the shinobi prosthetic options that you always have available as complementary moves, which many bosses have specific weaknesses to that you can learn and exploit if necessary, kind of like spells in the previous games. This is still weaker compared to the variety of different builds in the other games, but the true masterstroke of Sekiro's combat is that the defensive play is also part of your offensive capabilities. In a fight, you will be asked not to just dodge or block, but both, and getting better at timing each of these means you deal more damage to the boss. You will also be tested on the directions of your dodges for counterattacking and responding to forward thrusts, and many fights also ask for you to do jumping responses and the occasional grapple move. Compare this all to Dark Souls, where when a dragon fight asks me to run around the breath attack to hit its head instead of just some more dodge rolls, and I think, wow, feeling spicy tonight, huh, From Software? And unironically enjoy the switch up. I think the improvement is clear. However, this keeps going. 9 times out of 10, you are also rewarded for aggressive play. Attacking the boss instead of staying in neutral, either to deal damage or force them to deflect you and interrupt their move, is not just entirely valid, it's sometimes the best play. Dodging and then attacking is also better early in fights to get enemy health down, so their posture bar damage builds up faster, so you're not always in the same mode and doing the same thing. Remember that Sekiro doesn't have stamina in a traditional sense, so you can do all of these moves and even run around as much as you like, and it's only when your posture bar is nearing full that you need to slow down and hold the guard state to recover it. This means it's easy to sprint around lots of attacks that enemies have, but you won't want to because of the most important change Sekiro brings to the table. Dealing with enemy attacks head-on is a way of dealing damage to them. If you deflect every attack in an enemy combo, then you are filling up their posture bar and are inching closer to exposing them for a death blow. There is a huge difference in the type of playstyle you can start with if you want to play cautiously while learning, and then confidently as you're approaching mastery. The result is entering a flow state of gameplay that's up there with the likes of the best platformers like Celeste in the Mario games and Doom Eternal's combat for how enjoyable it is, which is easily my favorite first-person shooter of all time for exactly this kind of play. You can always either be in a hyper-aggressive state or a Neo one with the Matrix responsive state while fighting, and at the best moments you will be flipping between them seamlessly. In Dark Souls, you can find yourself approaching combos in a memorization game of, when the boss does X move, I need to dodge instantly, then delay dodge, then dodge instantly again, then 2 delay dodges, and then I can attack. And while you certainly can play Sekiro like that too for memorizing attack patterns, you can also just respond to everything that's coming at you on the fly, and feel like you're dueling instead of acting as an algorithm that knows the perfect way to deal with each attack as the boss queues them up. Sekiro isn't perfect about this. I have criticism for that game too, and an unreleased video that's been lost to the Witcher hell, but it is far better about making its boss fights fun ordeals in both how you can enter this flow state of play, and for it being balanced around carefully measured increases in power from attack and health upgrades in a semi-linear world. So why has all this done damage to Elden Ring? Well, many of the final fights in the game feel like Sekiro fights without understanding why Sekiro fights work so well, and without updating the player tools enough to reasonably deal with them. It's like the Dark Souls 3 and Bloodborne thing all over again, although this time, it's really applicable. If a boss can enter incredibly long combo chains before you get a chance to hit them, then it's important to make dealing with those combos a worthwhile experience and a fun experience. As we just went over, in Sekiro that works because every time a boss attacks you in that game, it's an opportunity to reverse the damage dealt back at them. In Elden Ring, if you dodge an attack, it just means you don't take damage, and also costs you stamina. So the longer the chains get between chances to counterattack, the more it makes sense to just stay away from the boss while it's doing them and hit them at the end. Here's an enemy type that shows this beautifully because Sekiro has one just like it. In that game, this is an initially daunting but then surprisingly easy test for you to chain deflections and then counter. In Elden Ring, you just stay away and watch until it's done, and hopefully get a punish if it's done, maybe? If this was a one-off, then I'd be happy about it because it looks cool and is kind of funny, but this spills over so hard into the boss design philosophy that I'm wondering what the hell happened to the team that designed Sekiro. How could a group that understood what makes a good combat system so well there not see the issues with Elden Ring? If a boss attacks 100 times in a row, and you're expected to dodge every swing, and only then, after all 100, get a chance to hit them, then I think we can all agree that's a problem. So how low does that number have to be before it's now a reasonable challenge? Because some of these bosses often enter states in this game of not being able to be safely attacked for well over 20 seconds, and in the case of the last boss jumping around so much, we can measure it in literal minutes. If the game wants long combos like this, then it needs a system that deals damage to the boss in some way as an incentive for me to risk dealing with it all head on. Especially so if the act of rolling it all means it's actually hurting my damage potential if I'm out of stamina by the end, which actually happened to me with an investment of over 40 endurance when it came to responding to some of these long attack chains. If iframing through an attack meant the boss took stagger damage or something, then now we're cooking, but I also realize at this point I am literally just describing Sekiro. Not only do the last set of bosses in this game attack for so long that it makes my videos look short, they also don't have clear and consistent punish windows afterward. Going back to Dark Souls 3, I was shocked to see how often I could safely be aggressive from neutral on bosses and between many of their combo swings, even with a big slow-ass weapon that you can see on the screen right now. Bosses in Elden Ring will do anime acrobatics for a whole episode, including chains that involve them taking off into the air, landing into an attack that explodes, and then taking off again into the air because they're still not done, like a plane coming into the runway and taking off again when they realize their landing gear is broken. Look, there are tons of other problems like this in the game that could be fixed, along with some grab boxes and hitboxes and all that usual shit, but the fundamental issue here is this. It is too often a dice roll guessing game of whether or not I can safely attack these bosses as a melee build. The first problem is that many of these long combos don't indicate clearly enough that they're done, either because they go on for much longer than you think, or combos can now bleed from one to another without much warning and you're just meant to watch, I guess. This is not only fine but great in Sekiro because it adds to the flow state you can enter between you and the boss, but in Elden Ring you don't have those tools. My second part of this problem is my biggest issue with the game, period, which is that some bosses have optional extensions on combos that they sometimes only do if you attack them. Picture this, you've worked out which attacks are punishable on a boss and you're finally feeling confident about taking them down. You've hit the boss after a specific combo ends a few times now, and that's the one you're sinking your sword into while you're learning how to exploit the rest of them. It's the 6th time in the fight that you've successfully dodged a string, you position yourself to attack, and then as you hit the button, the boss reads your gamepad input and then randomly decides that this time their combo isn't over, and leaps into the air to punish your attempt to punish them. Do you know what this means as a player, FromSoft? This means... How angry did I sound there? I'm sorry. This means the attack is no longer safely punishable. This means that whenever the boss does this combo, you either have to hope they also do the extension on their own so you can punish that, or you just watch impotently if they don't, because if you had attacked them, there was a risk that they would have done damage to you instead. I haven't even gotten to the bullshit that is the unavoidable hits yet, and I'm already furious with these bosses. There's so much about this combat system's design that is based around forcing you to wait around while the boss has fun, and it's not even another person, it's an AI. I do not understand it. The end result is encouraging builds that can deal damage to the boss while staying away from them, or just hit trading. In Dark Souls 1 through 3, I could learn almost every pattern, and even though I'd still mess up now and then, I knew it was my mistake, and if I tried hard enough, I could actively engage the boss and deal damage without ever getting hit myself. In Sekiro, you can respond to everything while doing that damage. In Elden Ring, my patience is being tested to wait, and wait, and wait, and then hopefully the Witcher 3 video comes out and there isn't some secret extension to this combo I'm punishing that I don't know about. Hopefully the boss doesn't dice roll on resisting a stagger or randomly decide to dodge away from this hit, denying the opportunity I had to wait so long for. I know there is a way to do these fights hitless if you're patient enough, or build yourself to burst them down quickly, but like I said at the start of this section, that makes me feel like I'm playing the game wrong, because it's not about it being too hard, it's that it's not fun, it's boring. And I'm not trying to weasel out of saying it's not too hard, it is too hard, that is the problem, but it's that it's so hard in a way that makes it not fun. I would love this level of difficulty if it was engaging, but it's not, because it involves so much waiting. What about these other issues I keep talking about then? For some of you, these will be worse than what I just went into above, but while they are annoying to me, they pale in comparison to the complete erosion of predictable and preventable from this series, in what frankly feels like an unintended side effect of trying to make the game hard to keep up the series' reputation for being difficult, rather than for compelling gameplay. The jump button. It's a good addition for exploration, not so much for combat. Jumping attacks are powerful and pushed on you as a reliable way to stagger enemies, but there's no stagger bar, and I suspect that during some moves bosses take 0 stagger damage, so it's a complete shot in the dark for how you can learn to stagger these enemies. Jumping attacks are also a godsend for slow heavy weapon users because they normalize attack times but have such long recoveries that you're once again incentivized into trading. If the boss has such a high chance of hitting you anyway when you hit them, then you may as well do it on your own terms. Hell, it'll even end the fight faster. Worse still is the lack of the communication about which attacks you can jump over. This should be a celebrated inclusion in the defensive options of the series and brings it closer to parity with Sekiro. Instead, there are no symbols telling you that some moves can be jumped, and you just have to figure it out. Which would be fine, except there's little rhyme or reason to what you can jump. You'd think that all ground-based attacks and low sweeps would be jumpable, but they aren't, at least not always. You'd think attacks that come at you so high they're between your nipples and shoulders wouldn't be jumpable, but some of them are, and so from a lack of communication and piss-poor consistency, what should have been my favorite addition to combat is a disappointment. Unavoidable attacks. These come in 3 types that are equally troublesome. The first are directly unavoidable. Mog, Lord of Blood, has a phase change that hits you with 3 highly damaging, entirely unavoidable blasts that also heal him. If you're lucky enough to find the wondrous physic flask thingy that allows you to resist this damage, then it does significantly less, but is still unavoidable damage. If the boss didn't also have a nigh unreactable flaming claw response that can punish slow weapon strikes, then I'd be on board with considering this a cool gimmick for the fight. The last boss, Elden Beast, can summon a homing orb that I've shown a few times in the video by now that I believe can only be avoided if you are rocking the Bloodhound step weapon art. If you don't, then you're going to be taking a chaotic amount of light show damage that can also overlap with other attacks the beast can use. I can't believe this fight made it into the final release of the game. It's so awful. The second type are moves that you can avoid under some conditions, but they then dictate how you can interact with the boss. These are the most insidious to me and were one of the top sources of boredom and frustration I had with the game. Here are 3 examples, but these aren't the only ones. Godric may be my favorite fight, but he has a whirlwind move he starts so quickly that the only way you could possibly hope to avoid it is if you hit dodge roll the instant you ever see his model move, and even then, you still may not be quick enough. This is below 20 frames of animation from start to damage, and that's my criteria for something being unreactable. Anything a few frames above that would still be a demanding challenge of your reaction speed, but possible. Remember that this isn't like a click test reaction that you can find online, you also have to know the appropriate response from the tell, which takes up more of your reaction bandwidth, so to speak. The existence of this move means you can never stay in melee range with Godric while he's in neutral, so as soon as you punish one of his moves, get the hell away from him and joust his next one, which once again encourages you staying away from enemies during combos and not dealing with their movesets head on. I still love this boss because he looks so cool though, and his gap closers were fun for me to react to. In general, this game is actually pretty great for the visual variety of bosses, it's just the mechanics that let them down. Elden Ring might be the best for that actually, for visual variety. It's better than Sekiro for sure. Maybe Dark Souls 1 is up there. Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 3. Yeah, I would give it to Elden Ring for sure. This has been another off-script moment. I hope you like them. Godskin Noble has a similar attack in which he can do a belly flop explosion. This one is even harder to roll because it projects an AoE. By sheer luck, I managed to be rolling once when he did it, and I still took damage, so this is again a move that forces you away from him if he's in a neutral state. Millennia, who is the Blade of Miquella, by the way, will go down in history in this series for her version of this problem if she's not patched, and even if she is, the infamy she's already garnered at this point may last forever. Waterfowl Blade is the most oppressive move From has ever put into one of these games, but even if we ignore how difficult it is to learn how to dodge, it defines the fight in a way that makes it boring. This is the most important part of why this move is troublesome. A good rule to follow if you want to avoid damage on this fight is this: if Millennia has not done this move in the past 20 seconds, you cannot be within 10 feet of her. If you are, then you are risking her starting this up and not having enough time to get away from her first set. You don't even need to be within striking distance to be too close, outside of some speed boost using like Bloodhound Step again. The first wave of this attack is outright unable to be rolled, and at the time of writing this, only has one speedrunner tier level manipulation trick in making her miss you, which is out of reach of practically all players. I don't want to show anyone else's footage in this video because of copyright concerns, but basically you run a circle around her as she's in the air for the first part, and at a specific point you dash away, and then she goes in the opposite direction and doesn't hit you for the first set. She can do this move after you knock her below 70% health or so, and she continues to be able to use it whenever she wants after this with a cooldown of what feels like 20 seconds. This means you cannot stay close to her, cannot hit her, and cannot punish any of her other moves if she has not done this recently without risking taking damage. It would actually be better if this move was on a timer instead of a cooldown, because then at least you could reliably play around it, because while she can do it, doesn't mean she will. She can go ages without using it. I've seen people kill this boss with an entire phase 2 where she doesn't do it once, and yet the potential for her being able to means you're playing into the risk by not waiting. This issue is so blatant that she can instantly rev up Waterfowl Blade in response to being knocked down below 70% life, as you can see here. If you want to play this like a typical boss of learning how to avoid patterns and punish, then strap yourself in for a boring time, because it's not like every single one of her other moves is safely punishable either. That's why she's called Millennia, because it takes a millennia to be able to safely hit her. I think this goes to show you how much the game encourages trading. If you have the patience for this, then more power to you. I do not. After hitting so many bosses in a row with issues like this, I put on the biggest weapon I had and turned to the Grug. Because if I'm going to trade, it'll be on my terms and with dealing the most damage. I guess I lied about 3 examples for this one because here's a bonus 4th one. Beast Clergyman has a similarly unreactable move in which he sweeps his weapon in a backwards motion from neutral. Like the others, the only hope you ever have of rolling this is to instinctively hit the button if the boss ever does any motion at all if you are close to him, and therefore, just like that, staying in melee range of this enemy is risking damage. The third and final type of unavoidable attack requires another return to Sekiro. This guy is Spearman Steve. He's a pretty fun enemy because he requires using the awesome looking Makiri counter. He also has a quirk that is so odd and I think unique in the game that I don't know if it's a bug or not. Seen here, If you jump when you're close to Steve, then there's a random chance he will instantly thrust his spear into your face. And this attack comes so quickly that the perilous warning sound and symbol is like a joke. It is possible to deflect this if you just make deflecting a part of your jump. In fact, it's so reliable that you can kill him quite easily by baiting out this move, but most vitally for our discussion here, he doesn't always do it, and yet Steve will sometimes do it after you respond to his attack that requires you to jump. You can get the warning of a sweep, jump, and eat a spearhead to the face when Steve cancels out of his sweep halfway because you triggered his dice roll thrust on your shift to being in the air. This reminds me very much of the issues I had with Pontiff Sullivan in Dark Souls 3, where states and animations are being skipped or munched and it's unclear what's intended. From a gameplay perspective, I like that Steve can do this because I'm clearly biased for Sekiro because it's a dynamic way of mixing moves and responses. But the fact that the only way I can respond to this is just to assume he's going to do it and preemptively block, and if he doesn't do it, then I just wasted my jump opportunity, leaves me unsatisfied with how this works, even though I like it in theory. This links to the issue I have with optional extensions on combos that we just spoke about, but for an example specific to Elden Ring of this, we need look no further than Radagon, another visually stunning boss with a big problem that made me turn to the Grug. In general, this is how I approached many of the game's bosses near the end. I would respect them and try to avoid and punish, but the second I got a whiff of unreactable bullshit, I just traded them down. Toward the end of the fight, Radagon gains the ability to teleport Nothing Personal Kid away from any attack you make on him, and there's flat out no way I saw to predict when he will do this, and no time to react to it if he did so in response to me trying to punish one of his combos. I would attack, he would dice roll into a teleport, and then re-emerge on top of me to do damage. Now, if the game was built around this type of thing, I would be quite happy with this kind of interaction. Just like enemies having input reading powers to always throw a projectile when you heal, it would be fun to have a battle of wits where you can react to their reaction, and they could cycle it forward with another reaction until eventually one of you loses and damage is dealt. That could be fun. Being helpless because the enemy randomly lucked out is not. I'll end this section with this. We're at the point with this boss design now that player attacks need much faster recoveries and possibly the ability to cancel, again like Sekiro allows for the first 10th of the swing or so. The move buffer also has to be changed to avoid times where you can hit roll, get hit before it goes through because you mistimed it, and then roll after recovering from the stagger into another hit that you weren't allowed to react to because it kept your first roll inputs. You should only eat one hit for messing up a timing, not two because of the input buffer. Enemies in this series usually had to abide by the same rules as the player, and that's not true anymore. Unfortunately, it's hard to know what's intended here though. Are these issues the result of From deciding they want the game to be this punishing and a bit unfair, or were these the last string of bosses, which are all coincidentally at the end of the game in areas that don't have the enemy variety that we're used to, and also feel a little rushed in other ways, not tested enough to work out these kinks? Or is this type of punishment a kink for From in another way? On my second playthrough, I used magic and ash spirit summons. I also picked up a moon veil thinking it would work well with my spells as a side piece, and that ended up being more powerful than my magic. That sword is so busted that it overtook it. My side piece was stronger than my main, which is the only time in my life I'll ever have something in common with Drake. Playing this way, the game was a breeze, and I began to wonder if this was the intended experience for difficulty and anything harder is a challenge mode akin to going fists only and the like. But the way summons work still breaks the AI on fights to such an extent that I can't accept it. Why would From put all the work into the game just to have you use a summon and not even have a fight? Just a boss pinata that ignores you while your summon holds aggro. The footage you're seeing now is after this ability and the Moon Veil were nerfed in a patch too. They're still that powerful. If this is the kind of game they want their Souls line to be now, then that's fine. Stuff like Sekiro and Bloodborne can be the more focused ones built around more narrow gameplay options, but that change needs to be communicated better, and honestly, they're also wasting so much time and money making all these extravagant moves if that's the case because you barely see them when playing like this. That problem is here too for me. The moveset of the Moon Veil and magic when fighting through levels was quite a lot of fun, but it had the opposite problem of Dark Souls 1. Things on the player end were varied enough, but the enemies were not, because they don't know how to react to this kind of loadout. It was like I was Sekiro in a Dark Souls game, and they didn't know what to do. they still dodge on spellcast instead of incoming damage. Boss AI doesn't know how to handle more than one target, and enemies will just stand there and let you shoot them, or even bosses will let you weapon art them down if you stay at a mid-range distance. It's the same problem that was in Dark Souls 1. Playing like this makes you feel like you're the only one in the world with a gun. The game practically screams at you to use range magic on some fights, but then when you do, it's boring, and also so safe that you now need a good reason to do anything else, which the game doesn't provide. The world of Elden Ring is stunning. The journey I had through it was amazing. The dungeon design was a work of genius, and the combat that filled it as the game neared the end bored me to tears even if the visual feast continued. If these issues are fixed in post-launch support, then I'll be happy for that, but my first playthrough of this game is tarnished forever because of them. And for that, I will always remember Elden Ring as an experience shattered into two sets of pieces. The amazing exploratory parts that will define all open-world games going forward, and the fights that were so bad that they marked the end of my interest in this series. Here are a few loose points I couldn't fit into the script naturally, and as you could probably tell, it was already getting messy toward the end. And sorry for all the improvised bits. This bit's improvised. The sentence before this wasn't, but this was. I'm apologizing for improvising with an improvisation. Go me. The new guard counter ability is really cool. At first I thought it was overkill because shields tend to be easier to use than rolling because of how safe they are in terms of timings and the like, but figuring out when to use your counter respective to your stamina and the enemy combo is good. I'd like to do a full shield run because of this. It might be more fun than rolling, or a hybrid of both could be ideal. The Barricade Art of War is another neat addition for this loadout. You're clearly meant to play with something in each hand. I'm showing some timings for swings and recovery here with different loadouts, and when you consider how much more damage power stancing two weapons is compared to two-handing just one, it's an easy conclusion that something isn't balanced right. I don't think dual wielding should be the only way to play a melee-only guy without a shield. This is even worse when you realize that all dual wielders can still two-hand a weapon for that moveset with one command, meaning the one and only drawback is the added equipment load stress, which is practically meaningless as the game goes on. If you're not playing with two weapons, even if they are colossals or a weapon plus a shield or caster thing, then you are making things much harder for yourself than you might think, compared to choosing to do the same in the previous games with going two-handed on one weapon. Getting your first Great Rune is an amazing moment. You're given what feels like an organic quest to unlock the power of this huge, legendary thing, and it makes the world feel massive. You have to figure out how to get to the appropriate Divine Tower, overcome some challenge on the way, and then have this mystical conclusion at the top, like a great epilogue for the Legacy dungeon you just did. And then the tutorial message lies to you and says you'll get some benefit from equipping it that can be improved further by using a rune arc, but nope, you need the rune arc on for anything to happen at all. This sucks and made doing these journeys a hell of a lot less exciting. If these were fun passives, even at low levels without the rune arc, then this would have been a very rewarding system and made these quests much more memorable. I hope this is glitched and fixed later, but like I just said, even if so, my first run for these is ruined forever. The camera is much better in Sekiro for giant enemies. It moves and changes so you can always see what they're doing, and I don't understand why there's such a big regression from that game to this one. Dragon Lord in this game also has an AoE indicator for a big explosion he can do. Why isn't that a standard for communication on difficult to judge moves? Likewise, the double demon fight in Ring City has a trail that appears before a fire attack goes along the floor. And you have a similar fight in this game where you're fighting two gargoyles that can do a poison attack from off-screen in the same way, and it just shows up dealing damage to you. It's like they forgot all the lessons they learned from the previous games. Malekith sucks so bad that I don't even want to talk about him because I'll have to fight him more to demonstrate my points, and I don't want to put myself through it. Meanwhile, this Godfrey fight felt cool, but I beat him so quickly on all of my runs that I can't say much. He's a fair boss with too little HP, so he's poorly designed in another way. Would have been better if he was a longer fight to match his fairness, like Elden Ring's version of Nameless King. Here are some more examples of bad boss placements. The Falling Star Beast in the mines is terrible. It can roll into the wall for ages because it's not meant to be fought in an enclosed space, and yet, here it is. Most of its moves are actually fun, but this isn't set up right at all. The one in the volcano zone is much better and also acts as an awesome, surprising moment of tense escalation when you jump up with torrents. The other two Falling Star Beasts in the game rob this fight of being a special, unique memory. The game would have been better off without the others, even if nothing replaced them. Similarly, the Magma Worm Dragon things are all over the place. The climb up from Liurnia to Altus could have been made more epic if it was like the reverse of what you do in Blighttown for reaching a new area. This could have been expanded to a mini legacy dungeon, and if a unique boss was too much work, making this the only place you see this magma worm would have been great. It kind of matches Gaping Dragon in terms of how it's structured here, doesn't it? Huh, that's weird to realize, especially since this fight is also crammed into another small mine room in Caelid where it's also not tuned properly. The amount of stomping and lava you have to deal with in a small room is just dumb, but hey, I'm happy that the Moonveil users have to suffer to get their weapon. Radahn and Rykard and some of the other gimmick bosses in this game are also hard to judge. Visually, they're very cool. Thematically, they're very cool too. They're some of the most successful gimmick bosses that the series has ever had, but in terms of gameplay, Radahn you can fight one of three ways: solo on foot, solo on your horse, or a mix of those while summoning the army around the area. That's probably the best way to do it, but it still is kind of boring. On horse, it has the problem that you can just get knocked off and then killed. In general, the horse is kind of lame, and I really hate that you can be out in the world and suddenly one little guy can hit you once and that staggers you into being hit a million times and then knocked off your horse, but it also doesn't work here, even though it kind of feels intended. Radahn is on a horse, you can be on a horse too. You're allowed to do it so you can close the gap between you and him, and also you can jump over some of his shockwave moves, but yet it's still not good because you don't have the iframes needed to dodge all the rest of his moves. You can joust him, but he also has some quick attacks that can just knock you off, so it's not really ever safe. On foot, the issue is that you can't see him all that clearly, but it's still probably the best way to fight him, I guess. I don't know. I really don't like this fight, and it's also received changes in a patch, so I guess that shows you that other people aren't too happy about it either. Rykard fares better and just feels like a better version of the Yorm fight from Dark Souls 3. The weapon you get here is really cool to use, it feels satisfying to hit him in the head with it, and while my first time I just ran into the lava to see if I could kill him with my regular sword, I think this way is actually kind of fun, but when I did do it this way, he just fell over and the fight was more of a spectacle, which is fine. Some fights can be spectacles. Another issue with the bosses, especially the multi-phase ones, is that you can't really design the first part of the fight as well as you could because it has to be a prelude to the second one. Now this can work if it's the same entity that you're fighting or there's a phase change halfway through their health bar and it's balanced accordingly, but when it's two fights that are put together, I can't help but think that this is just a bad idea unless it's done for a really, really good reason. On the one hand, we have things like the Renala fight where it feels like the first part is kind of a fun gimmick, kind of like a better version of Deacons of the Deep from Dark Souls 3 again. You know, it's okay, but once you see Phase 2, this just becomes part of the run back, which is already kind of long, so I don't know if this was a good idea. It kind of limits the design space that they have for the second part of this fight, which is kind of lame and could have been much better to match how majestic it looks. Like, this is a really cool fight, kind of feels like Rom the Vacuous Spider from Bloodborne, and yet it just falls over. It's kind of a shame. Radagon is worse. This is one of the most epic moments in the game, and even though I complained about this fight earlier, I really did enjoy the link back to the first reveal trailer of the game and the music kicking in and the way that the boss's attacks link back to that trailer and the shattering of the Elden Ring. It's a really cool concept, and yet because this has to serve as the first part or introduction of a totally new fight that comes right after that you have to do again to see that fight, it really limits how far they could have gone with it. Admittedly, it does feel like a full fight, so I don't feel like they missed out on too much, but this might come back to some balance issues or it wasn't tested properly. I'll get my final dig on Elden Beast here by saying that it just flat out feels like this wasn't tested at all, to the point that I suspect that you were meant to be able to use your horse for this fight and they just forgot to flag the room for horse combat, and now that the game has been out for so long, they're too embarrassed to, admit that and flip it back on. Like, Miyazaki could come to my house and tell me to my face that you weren't meant to have the horse here for real, and I wouldn't believe him because it just feels like you're meant to have the horse with how this monster can just jump around the place, and when you're chasing him on foot, it just feels absolutely awful. There's all this dead time that I just don't understand. Like, it also thematically fits with Torrent choosing you at the beginning and then just becoming this, non-entity that you just ride around on. It would have been nice if Torrent came back for the final fight as a link back to this new thing that was introduced in this game, but no, instead the fight just doesn't feel tested, doesn't feel finished, and is just miserable. This is possibly the worst final fight in any of these games, including Dark Souls 2, which, God, can I say that? At least, both these bosses kind of look cool. I won't show the Dark Souls 2 boss, but maybe Elden Beast isn't that bad. It's pretty bad though, I don't know. Oh, man, I hate the fight so much, I hate it. I do not understand who thought it was a good idea to reuse the Ancestor Spirit and Astal boss encounters. I can almost accept the spirit as being one of a few of these altars in the underground, but the whole thing copy and pasted, including lighting the altars to activate it, leaves me dumbfounded. Astel is worse because it's the climax of one of the best sequences the game sends you on, and then the boss is duplicated as if from a casual hand wave in a cave mine dungeon in the snowfields. Why would you do that? Why? Like, imagine if there was another Millennia somewhere, just with green hair and no explanation. Like, what? Speaking of, let's also complain about Millennia some more. The fact that her healing ability still works when you block her attacks is ludicrous. If it was for a greatly reduced amount, then that would be fine, but her full healing on blocked hits, like she's wielding my glitched out vampiric super sledge from Fallout 76, invalidates this playstyle. Why doesn't she attack the air in front of her to heal as well? You should not demand players to have to change over to something else at the end of the game or deal with an unbelievably more difficult fight than what it should be compared to how it functions for other builds. I want to stress I'm perfectly fine with some builds being better or worse for some fights. The issue here is how extremely punishing this is for a core part of some block builds. I really wish Caelid had a proper legacy dungeon. An expanded version of the surprisingly good Poison Castle in Altus could have worked here. I was expecting some sunken insectoid hive-type place under the central lake, but there's nothing. I guess the underground stretch could count as Caelid's dungeon, but it doesn't feel like that to me. Meanwhile, Mount Gilmere feels like 2 legacy zones in one, with the outdoor stretch leading into the manor. It's a really good double area. And before I start going off on some other things and some of the bad hitboxes I found, I'm going to end it here, properly this time. Elden Ring is a great game. If it gets some DLC, I'll probably do a video on that too. Maybe one day I'll do a commentary style thing for the zones and bosses also on the second channel. Some of them I didn't see much because they either died too fast or made me hit trade. If hit trading is the future for this series, they need to do some big changes for it to be fun. Bosses need to do less damage, but also have way more health. Players need fewer healing charges, but also need to use them less often. Lots of balancing like that, in my opinion. I'm hoping they find a way to make it work, but I'm doubtful at the moment. My more enthusiastic interest for From's games will be whatever they make next that's like Sekiro or Bloodborne. The latter of which seems to be the best way to proceed now. It has the best of everything they do, and with a few more defensive options or a jump button, could rival Sekiro for combat complexity while still having build variety from all of the trick weapons. Somehow, I'm still talking. I need to stop. It's amazing and a little sad how much of Elden Ring's world I could praise in this video, and yet for gameplay I ended up showering praise onto other games instead. See you next time. Hello Elden Ring fans, it's me, Satan. A couple weeks ago I was doing what I normally do every night, counting all the millions of dollars in ad revenue that my Elden Ring air quotes critique made. Usually by the time I'm done, YouTube has sent over the next helicopter full of money and I get to start all over again. It's how I spend most of my time these days, sitting in front of my computer with 3 monitors on, not working on the Witcher 3 video. The central one has the Elden Ring critique on repeat 24/7 because I love hearing the sound of my own voice. The second has the comments updating in real time so I can always see what people are saying about it, and the third are the daily stream of emails I receive from Miyazaki himself begging me to take the video down because it's ruining Game of the Year 2022's reputation. Anyway, I was about to zip up for the night when a new batch of comments came in. Apparently the game was being patched and they were adding Torrent to the Elden Beast fight. Even though I wasn't the only one to say that the horse felt missing from that boss, I still took full immediate credit for it, and just know it's because every single person at FromSoft has watched my video multiple times, crying, "You're welcome, this change was coming as part of an expansion that was about to be released," and I had no idea about this. I only played Elden Ring so I could make a video on it for clout because it was the hot popular game at the time. I had no plans on even playing Shadow of the Erdtree and hadn't even heard of it, but then the comments changed for a second time. Turns out I was right all along. Again, as I always am, the boss design of the DLC had only made things worse from the approach they had taken in the first game. People were miserable. Fights were too hard, too unreadable, too unreactable, and Joseph Anderson was prophetic and correct, and the video aged like wine and stands the test of time, and so on. I'd say it's my favorite feeling, but it happens so often that I'm mostly used to it by now. Mostly. So I sipped on Twitter in celebration and thought that'd be the end of it. For the first time in my life, I was wrong. The comments kept coming, then emails, then Twitter DMs, Reddit DMs, the worst kind. People started stopping me in the street to tell me how right I was and that they were sorry they hadn't seen how bad it had gotten. My kids keep asking me why so many people want to shake my hand, and so I decided I had to see for myself before From had a chance to patch the game out of the mess they had made. I wanted the raw, horrifically awful base experience of Shadow of the Erdtree. Not for my own enjoyment, because let's be real, I don't enjoy anything about these games, and I never have, and not even to make a video. I just wanted to bask in the warm glory of being right. So I downloaded the expansion and unplugged my Ethernet cord so that day one train wreck could live on for my whole playthrough, crashing over and over. Having finished the DLC now, I can objectively say that FromSoft has hit a new low, and they were already pretty far down, so this is like breaking into Ash Lake after thinking the boss design Blighttown was rock bottom in the base game. How I long for that FromSoft to return now, because what we have to tolerate today is a shadow of its former self. I'd say they've lost the plot, if their games had any. They've painted themselves into a corner now since deciding they live in a world without criticism. The DLC's design is soulless and hollow, the series has been wrung out, and whoever is in charge is an old king overdue to be put out to field. But they won't. They'll stick around until all the blood is bored out of the fans, too afraid to speak up, and will inevitably die twice. Once now, as the actually astute among us notice the decline and will be ignored, and a second time when you all finally catch up to us and realize that this was the moment of downfall. And if you had only been brave enough to admit to some shortcomings, then things could have been different. But now there's only ashes left to watch blow away. Demon Souls, I didn't want to make this video, but I can't resist rubbing it in. I will now proceed to relentlessly complain about every single thing wrong in this DLC, which is a lot, for the next 70 minutes. I will also provide the easily impressionable masses with the correct opinion. My opinion, which will from this day forward be parroted on every message board as fact about this game's quality, and in 100 other videos, all with a variant of broken masterpiece in the title. Just to annoy you, specifically, and this is your fault, because I warned you, if you try to block me, you can only make me stronger. Father Geralt, forgive me. This is Phase 2. Alright, so that should have gone on long enough to scare off the type of people it was making fun of. Let's begin for real. Spoilers for Elden Ring and all of the DLC, of course. 2 years ago, I made that critique video, and it was probably the best received of the big ones that I've ever done. You know, the videos where I give credit to the big latest release for being great, but also don't shy away from a good chunk of what I think is legitimate criticism, like Breath of the Wild, God of War, Mario Odyssey. Usually this type of content triggers a big backlash counterattack, even though it wasn't my intention to attack anything or anybody. But I get it, truly, I can come across as really negative sometimes, often more than I actually am, and people love their video games. I do too, we're passionate, it's fine. The Elden Ring critique wasn't like that. It followed an inversion of the usual response. Most people today are more willing to admit the shortcomings in Breath of the Wild and Odyssey, for example, whereas they were frothingly adamant that the games were flawless at release. Meanwhile, most people agreed with my Elden Ring video when it came out. Gonna get a bunch of comments about that, but I'm sorry, it's true. They really did. It got a lot of support, but over time, some of them have returned to say they no longer do so. Said another way, the fanbase at large seemed to agree with most of my criticism near release, and a significant portion of them have since gradually shifted conclusions to that the problems they thought were in the game aren't that big of a deal anymore, or don't exist at all and never did, and they had to play the game some more to figure it out, or are the players' faults, or maybe even my fault, not the game's. My first video, like most things that are created, has a few mistakes in it. I'm going to talk more about them and the response it has gotten toward the end of this one, but considering how infamous that critique has become in some circles, it didn't feel right to begin here without acknowledging that. The fake intro also wasn't a complete lie because I really wasn't going to play this expansion at release until the torrent change news exposed me to so many comments complaining about the DLC's boss design and how much From had doubled down on all of the issues I had pointed out in the base game. In fact, I haven't played a proper video game since December, I think. It piqued my curiosity too much to ignore, and then I really did want to play the initial launch version of these fights to see what all the fuss was about after that. And this is where things might get a touch awkward because I know exactly what some people are expecting from me here. Validation about those issues, biting criticism about how the fights are too hard and have strayed too far from the fundamentals of punishing but always fair, in an attempt to still provide a difficult, rewarding experience to a player base that has an incredible amount of banked mastery and improvement by now, gained from the previous games that are like this: Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Souls-like imitators, and so on. Sorry, you know what I'm talking about if you're still listening. This is a waste of time. It really pains me to do this. The FromSoft player base has become the absolute worst fan group in video games since the release of Elden Ring. Just the most incessantly obnoxious group of people that feel like they're defending an insulted family member when you say the slightest word wrong in the proximity of their beloved video game. They speak like a Pokemon named Get Good that evolves into Skill Issue, so I know full well how much shit I'm going to get for this in the long term, but I have enough history with these games that I feel compelled to do it anyway. I feel like I owe it in some way, since this series is what I launched my channel with. I loved Shadow of the Erdtree. I think it's a big step in the right direction from vanilla Elden Ring and has been a huge relief for me to go through. While there is undoubtedly some unfairness in some of the fights and many problems in the exploration and the world, I had a blast overall, and I was sad when it ended. Dare I say it, I had a yabba dabba do time, and I wouldn't be bothering to make this video right now if I hadn't. I think this is the best DLC FromSoft has made, because Sekiro didn't get one. Now, having made that comparison with the DLC from the other games, I must rush to point out the price difference. 40 USD is a steal for this in my opinion, but it is still so much more than the previous DLC packs and closer to a full price game. So it's a little rough to compare. The best one to put next to it is, unexpectedly, all 3 of the individual editions Dark Souls 2 got viewed as a combined package. Next would be doing the same for the Duo DLC that Dark Souls 3 received. Even when doing that, I still think Shadow of the Erdtree comes out on top. If Old Hunters or Artorias of the Abyss were twice as big and twice as expensive and kept the quality up the whole entire time, then maybe that wouldn't be true. Yeah, sorry, I wonder if it's a new group of people that hate me now. How dare I? So does that mean the Shattered Masterpiece has been repaired, reforged? It crushed a rune arc. Take down all those YouTube videos with all those titles. Am I back on the Elden Ring train? Choo-choo. What about my thoughts on the base game? Well, it's a bit complicated. I don't think it's true that I have mixed feelings on most of these games anymore. My view has matured to being strongly positive, with some clear flaws that I know exist and wish weren't there, but I still adore the games. For example, Dark Souls 1 is an amazing work of art and one of my favorite games of all time, but everything after big ONS makes me want to quit, and I have, and do quit at that exact spot on so many playthroughs. The DLC can become an alternate end path for that game since the quality is so high, and eerily I wonder if that's what's going to happen to Elden Ring for me from now on. However, there are other problems that are on this level that I want to get into, but I also want to try my best to avoid the whole, oh my god, best game ever, here are 20 reasons why it sucks script style that I can fall into. And having finished the script now, and I'm recording this part much later, I feel like I kind of fell into that trap again, but, you know, let's let it ride and see what happens. I played the entire base game again on a fresh character for Shadow of the Erdtree. Even though it's not my favorite, I went with the double Colossal Sword build because the slow weapon speed was an issue I had before, and I thought it would be a good test to use that same approach in the DLC. So no summons, no magic, no ash spirits, just me, my weapons, and the boss. Those weapons had also apparently been buffed a few times, in particular for recovery times after swinging them since I last played, and I wanted to see how that felt. It took me about 50 hours to go through all of the base game zones, side dungeons, legacy dungeons, and bosses. I tried to sort of emulate a blind first playthrough and did most of the content again. I didn't do any grinding. In fact, I got a little impatient and ran through a couple of zones toward the end, and I was level 158 when I got to the new content. This feels about right since you can't access it without getting to near the end of the game. It took me 40 hours to beat the DLC, 5 hours of which were spent just on the final boss, which means he takes the crown as the longest I've ever spent trying to beat a fight in one of these games. It also means the DLC all on its own is comparable in length to some full-release Souls-likes, and that's pretty awesome. I don't know if this is going to be worthwhile, but here's the path I took in the DLC as a reference, since it's so non-linear and can be approached in many different ways. That's Elden Ring for you. Hopefully it's interesting at least, and if you don't think so, you can just skip to the next chapter in the timeline below. I explored the starting area a little bit, killed the first furnace golem, and then went straight into the legacy dungeon Belleroot. I didn't intend to stay long, but I ended up getting sucked into completing it right then. I was at Scadu Fragment level 2 and killed the dancing lion in a little under half an hour. I found it quite difficult. Afterwards, I finished exploring the starting area, did my first side content in a jail and side dungeon, and crossed the bridge toward Castle Ensis. I decided to keep exploring, however, and went down the other roads first. I found the alternative way to Scadu Altus through the Spirit Springs, landing you in a different castle. I killed the mini-boss there and found the route to the new zone, but I felt like I had skipped too much of the earlier areas to push into this one, and I didn't want a repeat of what happened to me in base Elden Ring, so I went back to Gravesite Plain. This play session ended with me finding Egon on the ground, cursing some other guy named Bale. How curious. That joke doesn't make sense, because that's from the Witcher 3 script. Although he won't give you any specifics about how long it's been. How curious. Non-linear joke, enjoy. Next up was a spot of Civil War when I had to kill a fellow old dragon man and found my way, surprisingly through a side dungeon, at a new zone, Jagged Peak. There were a few dragons to kill here, although I skipped Senesax because fuck that noise, and a thrilling horseback mountain climb to Bale, who turns out to also be a dragon. I was Scooby Snack level 5 and tried for over an hour to kill him until this happened to me. Twice. This, combined with my damage feeling a bit low, annoyed me enough to make like I was at Tim Hortons and roll up the rim out of there. I did try some of the new Colossal Katana weapons for a bit here though, and thought they were fun too. I was now obsessed with finding the map stone just to the north of this area, so I kept exploring and couldn't find it. I ended up in Cerulean and Charos, finding a sealed doorway at the bottom of a deep chasm, riding through the Finger Ruins down here, which were a big disappointment, thumbs down from me, and then returned to Gravesite Plain to mop up some points of interest before finally heading into Castle Ensis proper. I was Scadu-Doo level 6 for Rolana, and again it was a pretty difficult boss that took just under half an hour like the Lion. Scadu Altus was next, and I did a pretty half-assed circuit of exploration, including a detour to the ancient ruins of Ra'a via the imbued sword key teleporter before my first foray into Shadow Keep. I was Scadu 7 for Golden Hippo, and it only took a couple of attempts, probably because I had already fought one as a roaming mini-boss in the southern part of the map. If you played the game, then you know Shadow Keep is quite a large area with many sublocations. I went through the courtyard-like bit after the hippo fight and found the secret way out to the flooded subzone of Altus. I followed this mostly linear path for 2 more hippo kills and a lengthy catacombs-type dungeon that surprisingly ended with a meatier-than-usual boss named Jory. The Abyssal Woods is gated behind this fight, unless there's another way here that I didn't find, and that was an even bigger surprise. I went through a bit of it right then and finally got the map stone I couldn't reach before. I wanted to unveil the entire map now, so I went back to Shadow Keep and took the westward route through a dungeon wing and across a bridge to the ancient ruins of Ra'a. I ended up clearing most of this zone, looking for a way to the map pillar thing, and not finding it. My skedaddle power reached double digits here, being 11 for the boss Ramana of the Bud dude, and this was the only main fight of the DLC that I killed on my first try. For some reason after this, I gave up on my Mapstone quest and went back to the Abyssal Woods. I reached Midra's Manse shortly thereafter and spent 40 minutes fighting Midra himself before finally winning, which is weird because I think the Lion and Rolana are way more difficult than him. I must have kept getting caught out by some of his damaging spells, I guess, or something like that. I was still tree power 11 for this boss. In between this play session and the next, one of the creaky wheels in my head finally squeaked out a thought, and I wondered if the broken seal in that weird message that appeared when I approached Shadow Keep was referring to the door in the chasm I found earlier in the Cerulean coast. This turned out to be correct. It was a surprise to me too, so I did that literal dungeon dive next. My Scadu amp still went to 11 for the boss here, but I began to wonder about the balancing implications of it when I absolutely melted the Putrescent Knight on my 4th attempt. I liked this boss a lot more when I fought it a second time with just a longsword and got to see its mechanics. I returned to Cerulean next to explore it more thoroughly, and then did the same for Scadu Altus right after. I did some side dungeons and found a path through a cave that led to the land at the base of Ra'a and where the Trolley Mapstone was located. With the map finally complete, I first admired the big tree at the top of it, it looks gorgeous, and then spent half an hour bamboozled into hitting every wall around this elevated township, and trying every angle to double jump over with torrents because a message nearby was telling me there had to be a way in somehow. I finally did get in, only to immediately, and I do mean immediately, find the hole in the wall I was meant to use when I landed on the other side. I regretted not streaming my playthrough in this moment. Sorry, chat. Would have been a good clip. A quick teleport later, fully exploring Shadow Keep was finally happening, or so I thought because it had a whole other entrance and area I hadn't found yet, so I spent a ton of time trying to figure out how to get to this ladder before giving up. I even found a glitch in an invisible wall that stops you from getting through here even if you can make the jump. Good job there, From. By the time I got to Mesmer, I was Shadow Blessing 15, but was still embraced in his flame for 35 minutes. Quite difficult. This was my second favorite fight of the DLC. I wonder if everyone knows what my favorite fight is now, having just said that. Somehow I missed one of the gaping holes in that ruined village in Altus, so I spent more time than I cared to admit trying to find the way down to this area of the map before noticing this well with a ladder and thinking, well, there must be a tunnel, and stumbling on the way forward nearby. I rode through this area, couldn't be bothered killing the armored leg furnace golem again, met the Finger Ruins guy at the church, and found the second entrance into Shadow Keep, with a new Londo Ruins watery twist. There's a lot of back and forth between areas from this point on, and this was the last major bit of exploration that happened, so I'll conclude with the final fights with bosses in quick succession. I was still Scado 15 for Commander Gaius, and killed him the first time I managed to dodge his stupid charge at the start of the fight, which was my 4th attempt, so only a few minutes were spent here. You get 5 fragments for beating Gaius, so I was DLC level 17 for Scado Tree Avatar. This took me way longer at almost half an hour. I met Meteor shortly after this and got a very sloppy kill in under 10 minutes. Probably didn't deserve this one, but I didn't like the fight that much, so I don't care. Much to my dismay looking back, I had forgotten about Bale and Dre, and thought that burning Messmer's Kindling for the final stretch was all I had left. So I did that, exploring a few side areas I had missed in Ra'a while I was there, and then cleared a near Elim, or Millie Rhine as my brain insisted on reading this backwards for some reason whenever I saw it. Radahn is the final boss if you didn't know, spoiler warning was a while ago to be fair, which made my choice of armor for this playthrough unintentionally very amusing to me. The crowd goes mild about this being a returning boss from the base game though, or at least I hope it does. Or maybe the crowd is going wild because there's nothing more Elden Ring than reusing unique event status fights from the base game, right? Everyone seemed to love that. As I said earlier, I spent 5 hours fighting this guy before seeing victory, even though I had reached Scatman 19 with a set of fragments from the last area. That's a pretty big bump in fight duration. Even Bale was a baby in comparison after this, dying in under 10 minutes, but remember I had over an hour of attempts from earlier in the run that taught me a lot, so he still comfortably comes in second place for attempt numbers. He's in first place for my favorite of the expansion though, and in my heart. Good job on getting that if you guessed correctly earlier. That was my run of the DLC, and happily, all the major talking points I want to go through can be found in that summary. Nice that, almost like I planned it. Because I didn't. The 2 biggest problems I think FromSoft were facing when making this expansion were player progression and making an addition to the open world formats. DLC for Dark Souls and the like has traditionally been a few more levels with a few more bosses. More of the same structure, delivered at the same rhythm from the game's foundation. I suppose they could have done the same here for Elden Ring, but it wouldn't fit as well with the open world players would be coming from. Conversely, creating a second map that would be large enough to feel like you can get lost and explore, which is an important part of open world maps in my opinion, but still not balloon in size and outrun the scope into becoming a sequel instead of a DLC, would be a balancing act to maintain throughout development. And as we can see with the problems present in the game today, it was a difficult one to perform. Let's rewind for a second though. The answer to this problem is what we got, a mix of both. Technically, the Shadow Realm is an open world map, but to me it also feels like one huge open air Souls level. The legacy dungeon sections are more focused wings of this map, like dungeons within a dungeon, instead of the game's more sprawling and straightforward layout. It's a little more Zelda than base Elden Ring, and honestly is pretty damn close to how I envisioned the original game being. In my first video, I spoke about how I collected a handful of questions as I explored the game about unreachable locations, and wondering about them kept simmering as I made progress, like getting up to this big plateau in the southern part of Liurnia. You can't get there until way later in the game. In fact, I actually had given up on being able to get there and thought it was just decorative in the distance, but then Elden Ring was full of surprises. The DLC goes ham on that idea, with main content being gated behind engaging with thinking about how to get around, which routes go where, and possible bridging connections on the map, instead of it being for mostly optional content in vanilla Elden Ring. This is probably my favorite thing in the DLC. It's either that or the boss roster of way more hits than misses. That's more of an enjoyable return to From for me though, whereas this map design is something novel and interesting. I think it was a huge success in structure and rewarding the player with eureka moments, while also allowing the map to feel more substantial when it's quite a bit smaller than the lands between. It's a dense dungeon island versus the loosely interconnected continents. It gave me way more to think about and mentally work with instead of it acting as a hub for content. That's not to say that the base game is devoid of this. To be clear, some of the best parts have this same quality, just that it's at a higher concentration in the DLC. But then we have to speak about that content. First up, those Scadu fragments. How do you give players a way to continue leveling up when the majority of them will have endgame characters hitting the soft caps on many stats, have finished their builds, and therefore see runes as mostly worthless? Enter a new layer of character progression. Find these items, use them at a grace site, and get stronger on top of whatever power you've came into the DLC with. Both damage and defense scale up with the same fragments, and spirit summons become stronger with Revered Ashes. So does Torrent apparently, but it never felt like it to me since getting comboed off the horse is the only thing that matters, and I don't think the Revered Ashes helped with that at all, but maybe I just suck. These two items are very similar to Golden Seeds and Sacred Tears for your flask in vanilla. They are similarly usually placed in ostentatious locations like they've been enshrined, but for the fragments especially, you can sometimes find them in more mundane places, or being carried by shadow dudes of no renown holding glowing pots, which is how I collected a few without even realizing. And I really don't feel like they should have done that, but more on that in a little bit. There are 50 Scadu fragments to find, with the max level of the bonus being 20, so you very quickly need more than one for each level up of this Shadow Realm blessing. The strength of this has already been increased in a patch, so instead of giving solid numbers that might be out of date by the time you hear this, I'll just say it's about double damage dealt and half damage received at max level compared to no blessing at all. There are only 25 Revered Ashes to find for a cap of 10 blessings, but at maximum the buff it provides is comparable in power for your summons. That means there are 75 of these pickups to find in the DLC. How many lootables do you think there are in total though? Now obviously I can't go through and count them all to make a comparison. Exactly, I can't, so we'll just have to agree that it's a small fraction of the total things that you can find. There are quite a few new weapons and armor sets, but most of these will not be applicable to most builds, which means we have the first bit of returning criticism from the base game that applies to the DLC. Exploration rewards. I think this is the most disappointing aspect of the DLC, and it isn't just about items and character progression. The worst parts of Shadow of the Erdtree feel like the very best parts of Starfield, which is a comparison no one wants to hear. Empty locations and vacant stretches of land that commit the crime of teasing that they will be far more interesting than they end up being. Let's go in order here. Items fare the best out of these issues. Weapons and armor sets and talismans are fairly common, and even though they don't always have universal appeal, they're still more fun to find than low-level smithing stones and the like. They have the potential for unlocking new builds for future runs or tempt you into making a change for the DLC. Outside of that though, and where the findables bleed to character progression, is a missed opportunity for a new type of upgrade, an alternative progression path which, at an extreme end, could be like a much more in-depth and much more powerful Wondrous Physic Flask that I could ignore and then complain about my own choice for not using. But no, seriously, a new tier of weapon upgrades would have been great here, and a new level of Crimson Flask upgrades would have worked too. Maybe there were worries about PvP balancing or that a spike in player power would ruin the end fights of the base game, but they're bad already, and I think there could have been ways to mitigate that concern by putting limitations on the power buffs like the Scadu fragments work today. They only function in the Shadow DLC realm. It's a bit clunky, but if you're already in Clunky Town, then just kind of go crazy with it and build some more. At the very least, there should have been a new upgrade stone that allows you to improve any weapon in one shot from whatever level it is to level 25, or 10 if it's a somber version, as a cool new thing to find that also alleviates a lot of busy work in getting another weapon up to snuff. Some of these suggestions could have also been a part of breaking the endgame power boost of the Scadu fragments into smaller chunks. Like I said, the current ultimate bonus is about double damage, and I think it would have been better if a new tier of weapon upgrades and the Scadu boost still resulted in about that level of power. To reiterate, in this imagined different progression system, you would upgrade your weapon to level 40, say, with DLC stones, and when that's capped and you found all the Scadu clumps, you would still have roughly the same power output as you do in-game today with just the blessings. Just so there's more stuff to find in the world and you get to improve your weapons some more as well as your character, because right now there's just not enough of that in the DLC IMO. Personally, I would have preferred findable stat increases to unlock more build options and the like. Scadu Fragment of Endurance for 1 free point, Scadu Fragment of Dex, and so on. Maybe these even push the soft cap up so you can still improve your character in the stats that you like at the same time, and there could have been a lot of these to find because there are a lot of stats, and it would always feel like a little bit of cool incremental progress when you find them, but it seems like that suggestion wasn't well received from the first video, or at least didn't hit people as exciting enough. Who knows though, maybe people need to feel it to understand what it would do. One thing I feel way more strongly about, however, is that there could have been far more fragments to find, but this could be coming from a place of disappointment from my first run, something I think most players will share, which was that hoping that every lootable they found was the one thing worth finding and then being let down when it wasn't. Instead, this place is Gordon Ramsay's worst nightmare, a land where everyone knows how to cook. They could have doubled this number for the same boost in power spread over 40 blessings instead of 20, and I think it would have worked. Honestly, for the first time in my life, I'm trying to be conservative here because I think they could have went full Odyssey Moons with these and had one at the end of every side dungeon as well, but hey, let's not go crazy. My last point about these fragments is that I sorely wish they had been split into two sets, one for attack power and another for survivability. On my second playthrough of the DLC, I returned to my first ever Elden Ring character and switched him back to using a single longsword that I played most of the base game with at release, until making the switch to big weapons near the end when I got annoyed at the boss design. It was a really cool moment on a personal level for me to be able to switch that guy back to my favorite weapon, but we'll get to that a little later. I wanted to see exactly how many of these fragments I could get along with the new two-handed talisman at the start, and which parts of the DLC world were gated behind dungeons and bosses. Turns out, not much is blocked off. In fact, I think you can set up the map to have access to all of the major bosses simultaneously, except for Radahn of course, and knock them down in any order you like. Without entering any legacy dungeons, you can get 22 fragments. If you dip in and explore, but don't kill any bosses, you can get up to 36, which is enough to have the blessing as high as level 15 before you've solid snaked it up and fought any big boss. And this is also with me not looking at any guides for secret routes I might have missed, so it's possibly even easier to do than I think. To be clear, and I know I should make this kind of disclaimer more often, this is not criticism. Knowing the way on a second playthrough, so you're running around robbing banks all whacked up on Scadu snacks, can be a fun, perhaps broken experience, but is doubtful to be your first experience with the content. So it's a choice. But as I use these fragments, I desperately wish that I could have just applied the damage reduction to make fights easier in a way that made them more forgiving to learn and not accidentally blow my damage potential to the moon and burst everything down. Turns out my weapon for this run made that okay, but with the double colossal build, that was a lot of damage toward the end. I don't see a real downside here because it provides greater player choice and agency in character progression and allows the amount of fragments to find to be literally doubled since there would be the offensive and defensive variants. Who knows, maybe it would have allowed the defensive side of the buff to go even higher since boss damage can still hit real hard at the end even with heavy armor on. My other worry is how do you handle this on those subsequent playthroughs? It's very straightforward to collect all these, and it's not like boring time-invested grinding since you just go and pick them up. It takes minutes, not hours. It's like the trek down to Weeping Peninsula for the Sacred Tears and getting golden seeds in the open world, really. Imagine being able to go down there in the base game and then returning to Limgrave at level 120 or something. That's kind of what these fragments can do. It could turn into busy work at the start of runs or a test of willpower to keep yourself from exploring into a big bump in power, but also, is it? I don't know how to judge the balancing here, and I wonder if having more fragments all over the island would have made it easier to just go in whatever direction you like, zone by zone, and know you're getting a pretty even increase with each one. It still is a player decision ultimately, but it might be a difficult one to judge what's best. I also realize I'm kind of just describing a basic leveling system here, so I don't know. On that note, really though, this is a cursed problem and I'm wasting my time talking about it because I'm trying to stay focused on changes that are easier to imagine and implement. In reality, this needed a ton more time and attention from the developers and some big exciting shakeups. And maybe this should have been a separate game mode, or maybe the fragments shouldn't have existed at all and this should have grown into a full sequel. Because these two problems are the minor ones in comparison to the world just having so much damn nothing in it. And I am really curious how this happens. On the one hand, I highly doubt FromSoft was happy with a bunch of the side attractions they had in the base game, like the stupid turtle hunts, the Korok beetle puzzles, and the copy and pasted ruins. Apart from a couple of those beetles, these aren't back really, but there's nothing to replace them. Similarly, I criticized the ending of the game for reusing enemies too much, and for the final trek in the mountains, suggested that having straight up nothing there would have been an improvement for the mood and gameplay pacing compared to what they went with. The key part there, though, is what they went with. Unique, well-thought-out encounters with fresh enemies would have been preferable. With the DLC having so many stretches of actual nothing, I wonder if they had even more recycling at first and then took it out, or if new content just couldn't be made in time. Or the third option, they couldn't get it to run well enough. This is a much more layered map with more overlapping routes and intricate pathing. It could be that it was a performance problem on consoles, or even on PC. Todd knows the game isn't lacking those already, but my best guess is that this world was so difficult and took so long to develop that they ran out of time to properly fill it with stuff to do. Take for example that the expansion still manages to have so many moments of stunning beauty that you suddenly come across as you exit a cave, or follow a turn, or emerge from a building. From loves these scenic blasts, and so do I. So imagine how carefully the world had to be constructed through planning and editing to allow them to happen while also providing so much freedom in how the player gets around and explores, while also having interconnected routes going from zone to zone, or wing to wing if you subscribe to the idea that the island is more like a big dungeon than a hub world. All the while, these introductions have to be carefully and naturally hidden from the player's view so they still get the perfect shot with the title card as an introduction. Cerulean and Charos is one of the most beautiful double zones that From has made. It had a really enticing, infectious aura when I arrived there, going from the whiplash of repulsion from the mammoth dragon carcass to the alluring beauty of the contrasting flower fields. It felt like a reprieve from the rest of the DLC's mood so far, tucked away as far from the dying tree on the skyline as possible, and made me feel like I was back at the Fountainhead Palace in Sekiro. It was serene in that way. Yet this place is, now that's what I call Elden Ring, and crammed with the base game's greatest shits with little else. Another dragon fight, another mariner fight, another deathbird, demi-human queen, oh look a lobster, and there are the annoying hand enemies right next door. I'm not opposed to the game reusing these mini-bosses, since many players will be returning to the game just for this DLC, and might have the perspective of, oh yeah, those things, I remember those, sure I'll find another one of those. It's like everything is a remembrance boss. But when that's all there is, it becomes a problem for me. I don't know if that joke is staying in. That was really dumb. Unfortunately, this isn't the worst of it because most of the northeastern part of the map frankly feels blatantly unfinished. The area around the church is the most forgettable part of the DLC to me, but that's only because the very last zone up here was so disappointing that I can't forget it. 2 more tree sentinels, another falling star beast, and the second middle finger ruins that go nowhere. This part, and the other finger ruins to the south, genuinely made me feel like I was playing vanilla World of Warcraft again right at launch and had gotten to one of the zones that didn't have content yet. And some of the bridging paths, when on torrent, reminded me of the downtime in Shadow of the Colossus, avoiding the obvious pun here. It was such a disappointment to find nothing in these ruins, no secret, no underground legacy dungeons, nothing of substance to match the amazing mystique and the questions the visuals of these areas conjure, both when seen in the distance riding around and when viewed on the map. Nothing. Now let's couple this issue with how much of the baffling low-level drops you find as hand-placed pickups, not random enemy drops. Even the rune amounts are bad here. I would have loved this if there was a way to play just the DLC fresh with a new character from the title menu, but since that's not in the game, this is purely a negative to me. Even the justification of lesser stones being used to upgrade weapons doesn't fly, considering that you can buy them cheaply at the Round Table store. It's the clearest sign to me of all that they rushed in a panic to fill this world with things to find when they realized it was so empty and didn't have time to work on something else. Even the thing From historically does best, better than anyone, suffers. Enemy variety. There is so much reuse of the grave birds and blood fiends in particular, and not much diversity within enemy palettes at each zone. It was quite a surprise to see so much of the same enemy type spammed in some locations. Even the new world boss, the Furnace Golem, was boring to me by the time I watched a second one fall over. I love the visuals of these, but they are pasted too much around the map for how long they take to kill, and I don't recall anything else that was new trying to fill this field boss type of encounter. Let's pump the brakes here. That was 10 or however many minutes of constant criticism. Didn't I say this was my favorite DLC From has made? How can I do this in almost every video? Well, first, I'm the special type of asshole that likes to pick at what they love to make it better. Thoughts and prayers to my children. I genuinely think good criticism is a gift to creatives, and I have benefited so much from it myself in this YouTube video work, streaming, writing, and so much more in my personal life. This isn't just dishing it out, I like to receive it too, and because of that, I know full well that I haven't always provided good criticism to these games. There are some parts in some of my Dark Souls videos in the past that I don't really like anymore. I've been learning as well, and it's a really good thing when you look back at your past self and see shortcomings, because it means you've grown as a person and can see those mistakes now, whereas before, you couldn't. But pushing all that aside, this isn't me trying hard to find a flaw or nitpicking the game to a bald scalp. Speaking of bald, picture a man that has been killing it at the gym recently. Great workouts, nailing the diet side, sleeping well, the muscle like Winter and Arnold is coming. Delectable shoulder work, impeccable chest progress, and arms to make another man try curious. But you know what he's missed week in, week out? His lower body. He has quads, calves, and hams that should be served deep fried at Popeyes. Shadow of the Erdtree is that. It skipped leg day. So while I can admire and enjoy so damn much about all of the greatness in the rest of the DLC, I can't ignore a part of it that does not match up in any sense of the imagination. Just like this envisioned bodybuilder having these really tiny legs with this huge jacked upper body that you could admire big time, but, you know, look down and it's like, hey dude, what happened? I think this is something some people don't understand about some of my past critiques on great games, and it must certainly be my fault. The incredible successes of them are the reason why the shortcomings are so glaring and sometimes unbelievable to me. It's like Shakespeare missing an opportunity for a pun, or Streamer Joe missing an opportunity to dunk on some weebs. Look, we're about to get into the boss talk, which is more positive than the rest, but I do want to make two final points about the DLC's world. The first is that, despite what I said earlier about its structure, I do think there's a lack of that Legacy Souls feel. Shadowkeep is great, but it's at least a full tier below Stormveil Castle and Lindell if you include the sewers, both of which were the highlights of my base game replay. The flooded section was a pleasant callback to Dark Souls 1, but then paid out very little in interesting exploration or even being an achievement to drain. You kind of do it really fast after getting there, with yet another reused boss as the key feature instead of something new and exciting lurking in the water waiting for you. The side dungeons were less frequent and more substantial, so a big thumbs up from me, but I don't know if they'll still be enjoyable on replays. Belarus was a pleasant introduction, but more so for atmosphere than level design, which is similar to my thoughts for part 2 of this later in Millie Rhine. Bad Romance Ruins was quite cool since it was a dungeon on horseback, and that's new and novel, but spent a bit too much time in the same boxy type of tunnels for my liking. And then we come to Midra's Manse, which had an amazing introduction, and then was teensy tiny. This is related to my second point. The overworld is very interesting, but lacks the surprises of the base game. The unexpected regions to the north, the underground map revelation, the meteoric change after Radon, the secret Sifra connections, and how the game feels like it could go on forever. And look, I get it, it's just a DLC, but it's DLC of more Elden Ring, and there is nothing more that screams Elden Ring than these sections in my mind. The Finger Ruins should have been this, but they weren't, which is why the Abyssal Woods is so relevant, because it's where Shadow of the Erdtree does come close. At some point in my exploration, I vividly remember thinking that I was seeing an empty area of the map when I looked down at this. Some inaccessible pit for lore reasons, how poetically apt for how I view the story of these games, with decorative foggy treetops that some other YouTuber will speculate on for hours. So getting here was a great surprise, made even better by what I think was a purely intentional misdirect of a side catacombs being the way you access it. The atmosphere is incredible. I love the gameplay jump scare of getting dismounted like a slap out of nowhere, and the twist of Torrent not coming back after that because he's scared, and then the disappointment cascade began. What are these tutorial messages doing in a secret endgame area in a DLC? Why is there a forced stealth section with enemies that don't look nearly as scary as the introduction here set up? Why is this it? There's nothing else. 2 short, not fun stealth sections and a big empty forest capped off by a small legacy mansion. Then when you're done, you still can't call Torrent to explore it properly because then you'd find out even faster that there's nothing here to see, except another 2 goddamn cookbooks that you have to hoof it around on foot to find, and it's not worth it and so drawn out and so tedious, and here I go, I'm sorry, I'm gonna stop. The biggest missed opportunity of the DLC, in my opinion, because the Northeast Zone and Finger Ruins were so lackluster that I can't even think of what they could have been, was not intertwining the outside forest with a supernaturally huge, twisted, Frenzy Flame-themed mansion castle legacy zone, and I can think of no better fuel than this for a different fire. The DLC isn't finished, probably due to time constraints, and this vapid stealth section was a quick fix to fill up space that needed to be filled. This couldn't stay completely empty like some of the other zones. There is a boss here. There needed to be something on the lead up to it. I wish it was something more, and more as I'm writing this, I wish this had been allowed to grow into a fully priced and fully developed Elden Ring 2, or Elden Ring spin-off. This world design deserved to be finished. And honestly, it still does, but I don't see From going there. I don't have as many negative things to say about the bosses, which is what we're finally going to speak about next, but first, if you'll forgive the indulgence, I have a feeling some people are going to skip to this section in the video timeline chapters, so give me a second to own them. Wow, so just jumping right here, huh? That's all you care about? Boss opinions or bust? Don't care about any of the context this section might draw from the rest of the video? I see boss in timeline, I get neuron activation? Go back to the start and watch the whole thing. Do not collect 200. In a weird mood for this one, sorry. It's going to get even weirder. Let me try to be really clear at the very start of this. I do not think that the problems that plague too many bosses in the base game have carried over or been made worse in the DLC boss fights. But I also think those problems are still present in the base game. I experienced them again fresh when replaying the game before the DLC, and after doing the DLC, I went back and fought some of them a second time, and I still think those problems are present. The DLC fights are a huge improvement. In fact, I think Shadow of the Erdtree has the best suite of bosses that From has ever made, and that might even hold true when putting whole previous games up against them. It gets a bit silly though because I have to break off DLC packs to do that. I think the Erdtree array is better than the spread found in Dark Souls 3, for example, but if you add Sister Frieda and Ring City's bosses to them, then that's now better than Erdtree's set, I think, if that makes sense. That's pretty high praise still, and I think it's justifiably earned. I didn't expect this to happen, and because of that, I don't quite understand the discourse around the DLC's difficulty at the moment. I wonder if the Spirit Ashes can somehow make it harder in a way, because the bosses have so many AoEs and big combos that can come out of nowhere, that if you have aggro split and you think that it's on your Spirit Summon and not you, you can just get wombo combo down to dead out of nowhere, so maybe that's where some of the difficulty talk is coming from. Or I'm worried it might be my fault a little bit, which is another reason I'm making this video when I really shouldn't be. It's similar to how people were speaking about the End Gauntlet in the base game. I agreed wholeheartedly with the majority back then, but this time I can't see those issues. Bosses are, by and large, exceptionally well animated for telegraphs, have clear punish windows in addition to opportunities to slip in hits in the middle of combos, and don't chain attacks forever in unclear ways. And even when they do have these big, long, spectacle explosion attacks, if you deal with them, they usually have a big punish window as a reward for getting through it at the end without getting hit, knocked down, and having to heal. I know many Elden Ring fans are getting angry that I'm still describing the base game bosses in a negative way like this, but just bear with me, we'll get to it, I promise, and hopefully we can find some middle ground. These 11 bosses felt like the best fights in Dark Souls 3, taken up a notch or two in complexity and dynamic reactions that still felt largely fair and reactable, all with Elden Ring's far better game feel for basic movement and attacks, plus the jump as a new addition for defense and offense. Then on top of that, the variety is here too. It's not just big armored guy with a sword, only the big armor is a bit different and a bit bigger, and sometimes the sword is a hammer, or curved in another direction, or has a little enemy dangling on the end of it, Artorias 3.0, 4.0, 12.0, and so on. They're visually and thematically fantastic, and lots of fun to fight against. My least favorite fights of the main ones are Commander Gaius and Matir, and I don't even think these two are bad, just kind of meh compared to the others. Let's go through them one by one for some commentary, but we'll keep to at most one paragraph for each since we're already 20 minutes over time. I'm so bad at this. How long is left on the video? It's another 20 minutes after this, isn't it? The Lion and R'hllana are the only two here that make me worried that I lucked into having a good time with them. For my first few attempts at Lion, I was thinking that all the comments I read about the DLC boss designs were right. It was a difficult boss to read since it's one of those FromSoft classics where the attacks are also movement, and so it can be hard to gauge. But it suddenly clicked with me and I was able to intuitively feel out enough timings that I could rumble with the boss and dance back, kind of like the corrupted tree beast things in the base game. I loved the design, the music, and the elemental switches as the fight progressed, and I hate that the boss was casually repeated in Ra Ra Ruins since this one felt really unique with its fancy cinematic introduction and everything. Not many bosses in the DLC get one like this, and yet this is the one that's repeated for some reason. There were camera problems on this fight though, and you should keep that in mind going forward. R'hllana also feels like a dancer, and I'm concerned that I would be whining about this boss if I didn't notice a jump attack heavy made my character stay ducked under many of her counterattack swings. Some good hitboxes on this fight. This helped me play aggressively, but I could be being too hard on myself here since I think I got a decent handle on how this boss would flow between attacks and still have punishable openings. I wish she had a better arena though, since she's better than almost every fight in the base game and is just in this room. hanging out. Oh, and if Rom is going to insist on putting ultimate lol killed you, learn for next time moves on its bosses when they get to low health, I hope they consider reusing Sekiro's life system as a way to smooth out what can feel like bullshit. It's not a big issue, especially since the move looks so cool, but it can feel cheap. Rolana is also the boss that made me wonder about frustrations when fighting in tandem with spirit summons, because when I tried out my Mimic tier here to see how the DLC bosses handled them, it almost soloed it. I started to get really worried that I wasn't going to be able to fight this boss legitimately after this because, yeah, it came really close to killing it on its own. So I don't think the spirit summons are lacking power, it just might be that the boss AI doesn't really work well with them, especially when damage is tuned so highly. Maybe. I don't know. Ramana and Midra came across as the most traditional Souls bosses of the group, well-telegraphed attacks with a few delays and spell-based twists on that basic read and roll foundation. Pretty standard and enjoyable. I think they would have both fit in well in Dark Souls 3, in terms of mechanics at least. My only issue with Midra was that he could sometimes follow his huge frenzy ball nuke with the laser gun barrage right away, and I couldn't see he was charging it because the flames hadn't cleared yet. I don't like this kind of difficulty. I did like that you could see a path through the exploding butterflies that Ramana can carpet bomb the arena with if you want to get back in melee range faster. This was a cool test to read and respond to the situation going on. While Midra looked awesome and had a disturbing introduction, I do think they could have leaned into chaos more for this one, the arena breaking apart or moving to a different floor of the mansion, or a more explosive mini phase 3 near the end. Like maybe you have to burst him down in a panic before he explodes because he's the frenzy flame, whatever. I don't know the lore, but it seems like it would fit there, right? Putrescent Knight is in a similar place, and also a familiar place. Midir is just around the corner, apparently. This is a very long drop as a tension-building introduction into a very large area, only for the boss to ride into view and make you squint in the distance. This is an unexpectedly small adversary that only gets bigger for a few moves, and even then, he's not really that big. It feels like a truly gigantic, monstrous Phase 2 is missing here, and considering how much the DLC does feel unfinished, I wonder if that was the intent, but I still like the fight a lot on my second time through. The double coordinated attack from both the knight and the horse was a highlight to learn how to properly punish, when the horse didn't spawn behind the knight at least. Jumping the fire was awkward, but I appreciated a slightly clearer than usual use of the jump for a fight, and its weapon was a fun nod to Orphan of Cause. Or some say Cosm. For a brief intermission, here are some passing comments on side bosses. I didn't like any of the phantom-like fights, and it's odd to me that they turned some invader encounters into rooms to find instead. The Death Knights were both pretty cool, and it was good to have these duels at the end of some side dungeons instead of a normal enemy with a boss health bar. It makes doing these dungeons again on a second playthrough a lot more enticing. Likewise, Monkey Enya, Blade of Curious George, was a fun surprise at the end of his dungeon. Jory, however, made me miserable, and as a melee build was the boss battle equivalent of trying to punch something in a dream. I do appreciate that it was a more in-depth boss at the end of that dungeon though, and maybe I was just fighting it in the wrong way and I'll have more fun on another playthrough later. At the risk of making the same joke as every other critic and reviewer, Mesmer is simply a mesmerizing fight. This is what Millennia should have been in my opinion. He even has his own firefowl dance that is better than waterfowl in every way, including the visuals. I feel like a king every time I dodge through this and then pause for the setup to punish it. His attacks are fast and varied and can be extended in ways that made perfect sense to me and never felt unfair. I also enjoyed that his Phase 2 was significantly easier than Phase 1 after it became comfortable. The boss has injured himself and tapped into some powerful force that, yes, looks insane and can deal a lot of damage, but that's come at the cost of Mesmer now being left open more often for big punish windows after utilizing this forbidden strength that he's clearly not used to wielding. I like that the boss had to go through that trade-off instead of just getting stronger in every conceivable way, period, and now you have to deal with it, good luck kid, and that meant the fight could front-load its difficulty without becoming frustrating in Phase 2. I am also stunned that these arena-wide snake moves became as readable and inherently understandable as they are after seeing them just a few times. Incredibly well done. I don't have much to say about Commander Gaius. I also don't understand what he's doing here. If it wasn't for the crappy hitbox on his charge, I would be lumping him in with Ramana and Midra as a decent standard fight. Kind of mid. On my second playthrough, I found the best way to deal with this was to get on Torrent at the start, right away when you go through the fog door, in order to outpace the charge, and then try to stay as close to him as much as possible after that, so he just can't do the charge again. When it comes to allowing Torrent to be used in some fights like this, I wonder if they really expect it to just be a way to move faster and then hop off while the enemy boss gets to use their mount for the battle. It works better in the Elden Beast fight now because you can close the gap between you and the boss when it just goes really far away from you, but fighting it staying on horseback the whole time just doesn't work. With fights like this though, Commander Gaius and Radahn in the base game, it feels so wrong and unintended to go on foot when the theme/visuals are screaming, mounted combat time, but without a proper dodge on the horse, it can be terrible to try it against a substantial enemy. Even the tree sentinels are pretty bad when fought on horseback. And the night watch guys that you can find in the base game as well. Another mounted enemy, and it's just better to use Torrent to get around and then hop off while they get to stay on their mounts. It just feels like something's missing here. Is it just me? Anyway, I like the absurdity of the full airborne dive bomb on Commander Gaius, and that's about it. Likewise, I have no meaningful commentary for Metyr. The boss is visually interesting in that grotesque way From sometimes does, but looking back, I think I was actually mad that this was all those finger ruins had led to, so I just unga-bunga'd it down. Sorry. Camera was bad here too. For Skadu Tree Avatar, this was inverted. I thought we were going to be able to get into the tree itself and climb around, and grace points were going to appear on parts of the tree on the map since it took up so much space stretching upwards. It was quite sus. It felt like the journey here was leading to that, and Avatar was the entry gate boss, but alas. Luckily, this meant I engaged with the fight properly and had a good time with this dragon that has been turned into a sunflower. Has big AoEs, smashes around, breath-like thorn conal attacks, and you are rewarded for hitting the head. Dragon fight. I enjoyed the twist of needing to kill it 3 times, and I think each phase is appropriately squishy to account for that. It also has some odd timings to learn that match its unusual visual design, and it's another boss I think you have to respect and play on its terms to learn to land headshots in order to enjoy it more, but you still have the opportunity to go in and hit the stem if you want, so it's not like you have to do that. I think this boss was great and could have easily ended up as a stupid gimmick fight in a darker timeline. Instead, it flourishes as a great alternative boss type from the usual archetypes, that still functions as a normal fight. It was also nice of From to have Witcher music for this boss. Really makes me feel the overwhelming sense of dread about a ridiculously overdue project weighing down on the fight, just like the dying, overbearing tree above us. Next level gameplay and ludonarrative harmony here, 10 out of 10. Which means we have 2 left to look at, Baal and Radahn. Baal was my favorite, and spoilers for a few paragraphs from now, Radahn sits at the opposite end on the spectrum from him. Baal is the best dragon boss that From has ever done, and takes Missing Leg Day to a whole new level. Presentation-wise, this is like fighting a rock opera in a thunderstorm. It's undiluted awesome. The visuals don't have to carry here though, because mechanically the boss is also exciting and engaging. Baal is aggressive enough to not feel like an animatronic theme park attraction that you get to hit between his movements, but also not so relentless that it feels like he never stops attacking, although there are some strings in Phase 2 that can go on for a bit if he decides to chain certain attacks back to back. It's never as bad as Midir, who had a habit of doing frontal rampages off-screen, sometimes in close succession, or even one after the other, and you just had to watch, which I think I remember complaining about in my Ring City review. I still like that fight, but Baal takes the new Dragon Crown and shows a big improvement on From's part. Best boss of the DLC. This is an easy S tier, but keep the presence of camera issues simmering in the back of your mind for a while longer. Now, you can clearly tell from my footage that I did not completely master these fights, though I did come close to no-hit killing Baal and would have tried longer for that if it wasn't for 2 moves that I think are too frustrating to deal with right now, the sudden fire breath turns and the quick roar, the former of which I am convinced is bugged, but we'll see how it goes. I very rarely beat a boss hitless on my first or second playthroughs, which is what I base these critique videos on, because I don't think it's a good representation to do a big video on this when you've played the game for 1,000 hours or so. But an important milestone to me when it comes to learning fights is looking back at my time with them and thinking that I could beat them hitless or fully master them if I put in a bit more time to refine my gameplay. This is usually how I feel after beating a harder boss, oddly enough, since I have to learn more over many attempts so I can respond to almost everything in order to get a kill. Meanwhile, the easier bosses can just be burst down sometimes or fall over just after a couple of attempts, even with some careless attacking. Said another way, when I look over my footage and see my mistakes, when I got hit or missed an opening, I can say to myself, damn, I got greedy there, or I mistimed that, I know I can do better, by responding earlier, or using a faster attack on a punish window that I thought was longer, or using a charged attack when I realized the window can be made bigger if I sidestep instead of dodge, and so on. This is the process that I go through. This is why much of my praise of these bosses was samey. This is how Souls combat works to me, and these bosses are variations on that in the same way that an FPS can be boiled down to run, aim, and shoot. Your options are fairly limited, and the gameplay is the learning process of figuring out how to dodge, weave, and punish in the midst of the amazing, spectacular assaults that the bosses throw at you. One of the reasons why combat can still be so satisfying in these games is because of how grounded it is. We're a far cry from how mundane the player moveset was in Dark Souls 1, of course, but that core feeling of being a normal guy with normal moves who still somehow wins against all odds lives on in Elden Ring. We can supernaturally enhance our stats through souls and runes, but our real superpower is perseverance in the face of a much more powerful foe, and the ability, and some might say humility, to take accountability for your mistakes over many attempts and learn from them. Sorry, I didn't mean to become a poet there. I tried to give that up after high school. Speaking of accountability, this is tied to the biggest mistake I think I made in my first video on Elden Ring. I can look at my attempts for some of those bosses and have no idea what I'm doing wrong, even for some moves after I've killed them. And that specifically is the issue I have with those bosses. I didn't speak enough about this learning process being the thing that was too hard. I also didn't qualify that statement enough, and more importantly, I didn't give enough respect to speedrunners and challenge players. Honestly, I didn't think they'd care and know my critique doesn't apply to them and their approach to fights. I said this single line, "I know there is a way to do these fights hitless if you're patient enough." And I thought that was all that was necessary. Not so, not by a long shot, and I'm sorry about that, that was wrong of me. Let's circle this back and connect this point to the final fight with Radahn. I really liked phase 1 of this fight. I've heard this cross/attack combo is nigh undodgeable, and my experience was definitely in line with that, but he didn't do it that frequently on me, and I'm guessing it's bugged and hopefully will be patched later. He was a step up in aggression and damage from the rest of the DLC, and had a few moves that were tricky to figure out, but didn't take too long to get down. Then phase 2 happens, and we're snapped right back to the worst parts of the base game boss design. It turns out FromSoft also has a great amount of respect for challenge runners, specifically the ones that play with a blindfold on, because everyone gets to live that experience with Radahn Phase 2. The issue here, much like the blindfold cloth, is threefold. I earnestly, sincerely, hand on my heart, have so much trouble seeing what he's doing for most of this phase. The melee swing after effect light pillar vomit is so obtrusive that it was more of a learning process to play around it not getting in my eyes by keeping it off the screen with movement than it was not getting hit by it with my character in the game. After that, we have some of the most confusing attacks I have ever seen a boss do in a video game. Both for how it looks with these projection clones appearing like the light show has become possessed, and for what the expected response is from the player in order to avoid it. Remember, this is in addition to the pillar flashbangs. Lastly, these attacks do a tremendous amount of damage, and Radahn isn't exactly a quick pushover in phase 1. And so we have, in my opinion, the perfect recipe to make it frustrating to learn. A perplexing mix of poor visibility and experimental moves that require an equal amount of experimenting for responding to them, with the risk of instant death if you don't get it right, and then a fair amount of time to get back to phase 2 to see it, where you might encounter completely different moves instead for many attempts before you get to practice the original one you were having trouble with. Viewed this way, Radahn has one of the longest runbacks in the series history before you can potentially make progress on learning him, and that, specifically, is the part I don't like. I also think his arena nuke is about half a second too fast to have a fair shot of getting out of it in time if you're attacking in melee range. Now, this still isn't quite as bad as the worst parts in the base game, unless that triple combo being undodgeable is on purpose. I did eventually, over 5 goddamn hours, learn enough to kill Radahn solo, but I also feel like it was a pretty lucky attempt. One of his attacks didn't hit me because of the lumpy terrain we were on, and it was enough to let me get in a cheeky hit that led to a stagger, and then a kill. Kinda clutch actually, it was a cool moment. Even so, I think I learned enough of it that I had a workable but suboptimal response for most of the moves. Finally, after all those hours. And I also enjoyed that, like Bale, Phase 2 is a progression on the boss's moveset from Phase 1 instead of a complete replacement. For Bale, it feels awesome, like you made the dragon angry and you forced him to take you seriously, and you've earned his attention and therefore his full power sets. And for Radahn, it's cool how Miquella is complementing Radahn's attacks now instead of entirely taking them over. Weird that there are 2 Miquellas in the game though, huh? Millennia had a Miquella, and so does Radahn? What lazy writing. Meanwhile, if we rewind to that Millennia fight, I still don't know, 2 years later, what the intended response is supposed to be to her doing waterfowl if you're in melee range to avoid all damage. Which means I'm in good company, and right in line with all the FromSoft devs, because they don't know either. Consort Radahn was not this bad. Nothing in the DLC was this bad, but that doesn't mean it was all good either. It's a slightly lesser version of the same issue I said in the first video. It's too hard in a way that's not fun. But am I making the same mistake again by saying too hard, regardless of context? It makes the From fanboy Pokemon start saying their names after all. The reason I feel so compelled to word it this way is because I hate a specific kind of Reddit post. Hey Reddit, SoulsVet225 here. If you can't tell by my username, I'm a veteran of this series. I even played Demon Souls before Dark Souls came out, unlike you posers who only got into this series with Dark Souls 3. Anyway, the Bale fight sucks, and I say this, again, as a Souls vet. I've beaten Dark Souls 1 at level 1 with an unupgraded club and a banana up my ass. I beat every boss in Dark Souls 3 on my first try. I haven't had any trouble on any of these bosses in years, and somehow, I still love each new release. Anyway, I can't kill Bale, and it's not even that he's too hard or anything, it's that he's too tedious. He's not fun. He's actually pretty easy. It's just so boring that I can't bring myself to kill him, because I'm so bored I get greedy, and then I die, but it's not that it's too hard, it's just so tedious that I play too risky, and yeah, he needs a nerf to bring down the tedium so I can kill him without getting so bored that I die of boredom. It's not too hard though. I'm a Souls vet. Top comments on this post. I agree, and I beat the game's fists only with 2 bananas. Get good. Skill issue. Curse you, Bale. I don't want to be this person. My complaint is tied to tedium. I like the combat in these games, but not enough to do the amount of practice required to learn some of the base game fights. They're not too hard for me to kill, because I know I could just use spirit summons, or co-op, or go for magic, or put on talismans that are based around the weaknesses, or anything like that. They're just not fun to learn in the way that I like to play. And my goal isn't really to kill the boss, it's to have a fun and interesting time while fighting them. But that doesn't mean they're not too hard, and I want to own that. Challenge runners collectively did enough labbing hours on these fights to cure cancer and then come out with reports and guides on all the intricacies present in them. No, this move actually does have a telegraph. If you look at the boss's left nostril a quarter of a second before the attack comes out, you clearly see an upward twitch, and that's your cue to roll. If it's the right nostril though, then you need to do a jumping attack and then you get a punish. So make sure you keep the boss's nose on the screen at all times. Or, during this frenzy of 15 attacks in a row, there are 2 player-shaped holes under these swings that you can ballerina pose through, and another that you have to hit the left stick on to do a duck in order to get some free hits in if your weapon swing is sub 1 second. Charge heavy afterward for a free stagger. And yeah, I'm exaggerating, just a little bit for fun, but only because I think this kind of thing is awesome. Kudos. Sincerely, I get to have only little fragments of this kind of feeling when I discover new ways to punish fights on attempts and replays years later. But that's my central point here. I discover them. I want to do this myself, on my own terms, with my own process, without guides or dozens of hours of my time on just one fight, and that was my central criticism that I didn't make clear enough in the base video. Some of the fights are too hard, sometimes for different reasons, for me to be able to do that without Google. 2 examples of how I got into this myself and really had a good time in the DLC can be found with Radahn and Bale. Elden Ring Ganondorf can sometimes follow up this jumping attack with another jumping attack, and there was no discernible reason that I could figure out for why he would do this only sometimes. But it didn't matter because it was timed so well that I could do a jump and not have to commit to my attack until I was sure he wasn't going to do the follow-up. And if he did, I could just land, roll, and jump again this time with the attack queued. It was one of my favorite things to learn in the DLC and added to that flow state idea of the player reacting to the boss's reaction of what you're doing. I could anticipate this behavior and hold the attack until the very last second and get my damage in no matter what. Bale, on the other hand, shows how much better the DLC fights can handle changes in a boss's behavior based on the player's positioning. It makes perfect sense that if you're closer than usual to the dragon's head while he's breathing fire, that he would cancel it into another attack, instead of stupidly continuing the fire while you just wail at his eyes. Just like exhaling fire at the ground below his torso would be a perfectly reasonable response if you're trying to stay under his claws for free damage. These make sense to me in a way that some responses and extensions in the base game did not, and they're also timed better for proactive play in my opinion. I understand more now what people were saying about these bosses being awesome if you put more time into learning them in this way, because the DLC provided enough of that experience with challenging encounters that were far more approachable and fun to learn, undoubtedly with a ton of refinement in punish windows and movement for me to get into when I try them again later on more playthroughs. The fights I didn't like in the base game didn't allow this for me, so while I am sure I would have enjoyed fighting them in this way if I put all that time in, would that enjoyment have been enough to justify the time investments? I didn't think so back then, and I still don't now. It's like crushing a pineapple with your bare hands. The juice ain't worth the squeeze. Relatedly, some people might be confused why I say I can appreciate this stuff while not wanting to do it myself. Something doesn't make sense here, right? Well, for me, it's like being awestruck at some of the techniques used in Celeste speedruns or the Mario 64 speedruns as an example. The Hazy Maze Cave Red Coin Star in particular is an amazing clockwork-like procedure. It's almost surgical that some runners can do flawlessly. The amount of work that went into fine-tuning that and then practicing it to perform it live each run is astonishing. I love seeing it every time, but I have no desire to do that myself or put the time in to learn, and I doubt I would enjoy a game built around demanding that. While the Elden Ring bosses I have issue with aren't close to that, of course, they are still too unintuitive and too unfun for me to commit to learning fully, especially when placed next to the Shadow of the Erdtree set, because here's a group of bosses that do it better in every way for me. That does not mean I don't understand why other people may like the fights in the base game still. But with that said, I also have to clap back a bit here because I'm not convinced the playstyle challenge runners found for these bosses is actually intended. DLC content in FromSoft games is usually a step up in difficulty and complexity, not down. And since you can burst the base game fights much easier, I can't stop myself from thinking that some of the moves they have are just overtuned or poorly animated, like Radahn's cross slash here in the DLC, and Millennia's waterfowl in the base game, and some crafty players found ways to play around them. It is not reasonable to me to conclude that this is the intended way of beating things when it's not communicated at all, while the game tutorializes way more obvious stuff like the weak points on these DLC enemies and the stealth section, and again, that the DLC bosses do not explore this design any deeper as the intended method of learning them. This constant dance where there are no openings and you just have to hit them between their combos. That isn't in the DLC really. They're back to way more reasonable openings. I think it more likely that the base game was just rushed in places and imbalanced with the back end of bosses. I wonder if they weren't all stacked together in a tight clump at the end, with Fire Giant also being pretty bad in his own special way, that I wouldn't have found as much to complain about. Remember, and I really hope this doesn't come across as gloating because I don't intend it to be such, we now have torrents in the Elden Beast fight when some fans just spent the last 2 years swearing up and down that it was for sure a part of the legendary vision of the game that we just didn't understand, it's beyond reproach, and so on. Either they legitimately forgot and had to wait for 2 years to slip the change in with the DLC so it doesn't become the focus of too many conversations, which absolutely worked if that was the intent, or they couldn't get arguably the most important boss fight in the game, it's the climax, working properly until now, and just shipped it as is and left it for 2 years. Either way, it's a huge WTF. Similarly, the Great Runes are still objectively bugged to this day and do not grant any buff or benefit whatsoever without having a rune arc activated. Or, far worse, they were never supposed to, and they just can't be bothered fixing a single sentence in a tutorial. How much more in the base game is not working properly in this way, or just needs some tweaks, and From just isn't doing it. If they can't find the time or willpower to update a sentence, how must they feel about really complex issues like boss timings or telegraphs or animations that maybe aren't working properly? It's hard to take this seriously, even though I swear to God I really try, when some people take these talking points and run with them so far that they'll defend Waterfowl Blade when, again, it doesn't even have a developer-intended way of dealing with it when up close. And I will die on this hill. I will be enshrined on this hill. You can make a whole Mausoleum Legacy dungeon with my triggered spirit as the boss on this hill. To reiterate, it is very difficult to have a conversation about any possible troublesome moves in the game when the argument is, because you can Xbox 360 around her at the start of Waterfowl or throw a Frostpot, that it is technically avoidable, therefore skill issue, therefore get good, therefore stop yapping. It is the inquisitive players that deserve the respect here for finding a way to out-bullshit this bullshit. Not from making an attack that 99.99% of the player base will never learn how to deal with on their own, so the game comes across as more difficult than it actually is. And it seems like From understands this too because the DLC is almost entirely devoid of this method of difficulty. To cool down from this, I want to be clear in saying that I'm not proposing the way some people have found to engage with these bosses isn't legitimate or not fun. It's just maybe not intended, and those are two different things. From someone who is just starting to dabble in no-hit runs all the way up to Ongbal, hope I pronounced that correctly, schooling every boss in the game in multiple ways to the point that you start feeling sorry for them. Mad respect. Deep respect. I hope that the DLC fights aren't too easy for you after all the base game ones because I want you to have a great time with the game too. But that doesn't mean that the base game bosses weren't too far for most players to learn, which seems to be the case since most people agreed with my original critique for quite a while after it came out, and it wasn't until they played the game many more times or looked up guides to learn the fights that they came back and said, you know what, I kinda like the boss design now. I think this new DLC set of bosses is in a great place between base game Elden Ring and Dark Souls 3. Most players aren't going to have to resort to looking up guides and can learn the fights themselves. It might take a while because they're hard, but they can still do it. This is a wonderful happy medium. Except for Radahn Phase 2. I don't think I'll ever bother fighting him again. Here are some more mistakes in the original video before we wrap this up. There could be a couple more, but these are the ones I'm sure of. I was way too hard on Mohg. I think I was getting fatigued with the game's length by then, or annoyed by the unavoidable damage transition, or I was just playing it too much for the video. That can happen sometimes. He's a pretty good fight. Sorry. I should have researched iframes on the jump. I assumed that some attacks were flagged to not deal damage if the player was in the air, not that the jump would remove the player's lower hitbox as an alternative iframe type move. Apparently there are also some attacks flagged for ground damage, so they do exist as well. Maybe. The game apparently does not have input reading. The bosses are just capable of responding to the first frame or first few frames of some animations, like using your flask. I don't really understand why this matters though, because the end result is still the same when it comes to gameplay. I can hit a button and the boss responds so fast that it feels like I was in control of them for a moment, but it's not input reading. Maybe input reading is such a maligned term in some groups that it really pissed some people off to hear it said like that. If that's the case, then I am sorry. I know it's annoying for terminology to be misused as well. To close out the video, I have two topics left that I want to discuss. The first is to state plainly that I am now excited for another game in the series again. The DLC showed me enough progression on boss design that I'm no longer disinterested or disheartened by where the series seems to be going, and it's like a shadow hanging over the base game now instead of the other way around. But I do have a couple stipulations on that, and I still think, as good as these fights were, that there's something far better that could be made with all of Elden Ring's parts. By now, some of you are probably wondering why I haven't brought up the deflecting hard tier yet. It's a wondrous physic flask buff thing that grants you a temporary Sekiro-type perfect guard for about the duration of a boss battle. I haven't tried this extensively yet because I wasn't sure if the fights would be balanced around it, and I knew I'd end up making some video about them or talk about them at some point, and I wanted the base experience and not this modified one. Either way, it makes me quite hopeful about some more options coming in the next game. I wish that it had been a foundational power added to the player character throughout the DLC, so I would know for sure fights were fairly built around it. Maybe some system of replacing body parts, like a second set of armor, so you could have a Mesmer-type eye that shows you the boss's stagger bar, another eye for telegraph symbols for whether an attack can be jumped over or has to be perfectly blocked or parried. Your legs could give you a double jump and a stomp on an enemy head after jumping over some attacks to deal high stagger damage. And what if your left arm got replaced and you got a grapple line for quick world navigation? Or, the game still doesn't use some of its systems enough. The depth is there, and some players can find it after digging for a while, but I don't think we should have to. Imagine how miserable Sekiro would be if the perilous warnings were stripped away. How much tedious, protracted learning about what attacks can be jumped, demand a perfect parry, Mikiri countered, or have to be dodged or ran away from. That's what Elden Ring is right now. Or for an example that's in the game already, imagine how much unnecessary tedium would be added if the glowing critical hit points were removed from bosses after knocking them down, and you had to play a guessing game of find the weak point over several attempts and several knockdowns before learning where you have to stand. Or with some fights concluding with insecure dejection that they simply don't have one and you can't do it no matter how hard you try, and it may have taken a considerable amount of your time to learn that, and you always second guess yourself every single time you knock them down because maybe you just haven't found it yet. Instead, by providing information about attacks and states like this to the player, they can be used far more frequently and demand many different reactions from you and drastically enhance the flow state of combat. It's one of the reasons why Sekiro is so good, and while Elden Ring doesn't, and shouldn't be exactly like that, it could take many of those systems and use them in its own way. I appreciate that some amount of work went into encouraging me to use jump more, particularly with fire-based attacks, as a defensive option for these fights, but there's no way in hell I'm going to spend so much time meticulously testing boss moves for jump openings. As I said above, it's not worth it to me, but I still know the potential is there for a second telegraphed defensive response because Lies of P is so fantastic. So why isn't From doing it when they will add this weird band-aid-like deflecting buff? Well, Hold on, let me make sure I've got the pin out of this hand grenade. It may surprise some of you to know that the opening of this video is not a joke to some people. I can guarantee that there are some fanboys that clicked, listened to that opening, and went wide-eyed while saying, wow, so he just admits it. Maybe they even commented before getting through the opening. Maybe you can find them below. People think that way about me and anyone else that criticizes Daddy FromSoft because that's how extreme the discourse has gotten around these games. Some people really do think I want to have my perspective ingrained on the masses and infects all conversations as an objective take, even though I've never done that and have gone out of my way so many times to explicitly state otherwise. So anyway, let me do it for the first time then. If you ever find yourself interacting with a FromSoft fan who just dismisses criticism and conversation with get good, skill issue, yapping, etc., then I want this proposal to be the default mindset going forward. You need to ignore them and remind yourself that you are dealing with either 1, a kid. Kids are allowed to be dumb. They get a pass. Just ignore them. They'll grow up, hopefully. 2, a troll. Get good never used to be that serious. It still isn't to some people. We all do a little trolling. Ignore them. 3, a loser. Someone who actually, literally, no exaggeration, is a full-grown ass adult and thinks that their biggest accomplishment in life is beating a Dark Soul and sees nothing wrong with that. Ignore them. I am breaking my keyboard to quickly type a follow-up. If any discussion happens at all, you are not talking to this kind of person. So don't ignore them, well, based on this advice at least. I do not want to be seen as trying to dismiss criticism because the exact opposite is my whole point here. People who disagree with my takes and put work into rebuttals and defense of a game they like, awesome shit, keep on it. Really, people who like what I don't like obviously deserve to have their argument out there, and vice versa. That should go without saying, and I could very well be wrong about where I want a game to go, and most people would prefer otherwise. But these toxic assholes that have latched onto this series, probably because it's the first time in their life that something held them accountable, so now they view a game dev as a surrogate parent, need to stop being a dominant voice in all of these conversations. I love FromSoft. They are probably my favorite developer. Do you know who else I used to love? Bethesda. Do you know what the climate of gaming discussions was like about Bethesda around the time Skyrim came out in 2011? Very much like what we have about FromSoft today. If you're a bit younger than my average demographic, it may absolutely shock you to learn that people were scared to criticize Bethesda when Fallout 4 came out. That game was when things finally started to turn for them, but yeah, Bethesda, the clown dev of the industry today, people were scared to criticize them back then. Game journalists had negative feedback, and man, the fear and backlash they weathered. That doesn't mean people didn't have problems with Bethesda's games before this, it's just that when it was voiced, it was often swiftly extinguished by the fanatics that didn't realize they were doing more harm than good with their toxic positivity. Elden Ring, as I view it, is FromSoft Skyrim. Congratulations, Todd, you got another one out there. Not because it's open world, but because it feels to me that their player base at large is finally starting to get tired of the same problems being in the games that have been there from the start. Or maybe it's the huge influx of a new audience since Elden Ring was a staggering and truly deserved mainstream success. And I'm not talking about much more subjective things like boss design here when it comes to these problems. I'm talking about performance issues, especially on consoles, technical limitations, unfinished sections, a camera that is sometimes worse than it was in games they themselves released years ago, online guides being a requirement for basic boring quest content, and the beginning of memes ridiculing how they keep reusing the same themes and imagery. Miyazaki, forgive me, not to mention even the lore people seem to be disappointed in the DLC's ending because there was nothing there, and they're usually the champions of seeing so much when there's nothing. I love the Bale fights, but how is the boss designed to actively get so close to me that the camera unavoidably clips inside his body? It's like it's a part of the fight, and I have to hope I'm not getting attacked while I fix it. Why are giant enemies still impossible to see one up close when Sekiro already used a simple fix for this? Do you know how much better Dancing Lion looks when the camera is pulled back a bit, and how much more fun it is to engage with his moves with that perspective? Why are gank fights still horrible for off-screen telegraphs when Ring City already had a solution? Or a better question, why are gank fights? Why are bosses so poorly tested that Bale can become... Zuko, Bender of Fire, and make this happen? This is a move he does about a third of the time at the start of every attempt as you walk through the fog door. Either this wasn't tested nearly enough, or this is actually intentional, and we can look forward to seeing more of it, in which case I rescind my interest in any subsequent Elden Ring games. FromSoft is amazingly talented, and they make fantastic games, but they clearly have a few blocks here and there. And the reason why I think they struggle to consistently fix things and improve, particularly on small stuff that should be the easier tweaks to make, is the same reason why Bethesda insulated themselves from all criticism and we ended up with Starfields. I know firsthand as a creative person, although I'm far from any of the subjects we're discussing, to be clear, how difficult it can be to sift through feedback for the stuff that's coming from a pure place. Even if you disagree with it, or it's not even applicable, at least it's honest and you can see something in it. Imagine going from feeling like everyone loves what you produce and having such a loyal, fervent fan base that you see defenses of all your design decisions in every discussion online. Guess things can't be so bad, huh? It's all acceptable. Look at the discussion, it's there. And then within one game, you see that twist on its head. The dam breaks, and now it's a flood embittered by years of being silenced by fanboys that may turn around and join in with this new wave. Because when the tide turns on this, it can often be more fun to troll and go along with it. And there was never much critical thinking going on there to begin with. Just yelling at people to shut up, or get good in this case. I said earlier that I didn't want to come across as gloating about the torrent change to Elden Beast, and it's mostly for this reason. From should be celebrated and encouraged for fixing their games post-release, and not somehow feel like they're betraying their fans who are scrambling like angry wasps in every conversation to defend everything they're doing. Even some of the things From themselves may think are lackluster or know are broken and look awkwardly at the defensive at best or become confused and doubtful about their own decisions at worst. This shouldn't be seen as a gotcha, aha, see there are some big mistakes in your game, I knew it, and instead a casual, yeah, of course there would be some errors in a game this huge. Fix it and then fix more please. Don't feel bad or ashamed or anything like that. It should not have taken 6 games and a movie for a new item tab to be added. Do you want FromSoft to end up with a Starfield of their own? That may be unthinkable to you, but if we rewound time and spoke to the biggest Skyrim enjoyers of late 2011, Starfield launching in 2023 with some of the exact same problems that were in Oblivion would have been just as inconceivable, because that's where we are now. Some issues are starting to pile up, and if they are continually suppressed for long enough, it'll be the same explosive release we saw after Fallout 4. Toxic positivity transmuted to toxic negativity at the same potency and with the devs just as confused. I don't think I'm capable of swaying any fanboy's mind on their attitude toward criticism on FromSoft, or anything, but I do think I have a tiny chance of making it so enough people dismiss them from the conversation and stop being afraid of the skill issue choir that shows up every time the discussion on these games dips toward neutral. And then some of my favorite games can become even better, and one of my favorite game devs won't end up releasing an embarrassment. We need to let FromSoft get good. That's all. Thanks for watching. Okay, so this is the current release candidate. Just make sure that you remove this part and any other changes that you want to make from the rest of the video before you send it back. And if I get the green light, then I'll put it on the channel and it'll be uploaded as soon as possible. As per our email and our discussions that we had, I went back and I added more negativity. I'm surprised you said that, but I added more negativity as you wanted to make the positivity seem more believable and genuine. So I did that. I don't know if I went too far on it, but if I did, let me know and I can scale it back a little bit. I doubt you'll want it to go even higher. We'll see. Yeah, I think that's about it. Please let Miyazaki-san know that I miss my children very much and I love them and I look forward to seeing them again after this is resolved. Thank you.